list of things to talk about. Lance, the Mosler thing, the stereotypes, all that stuff. But
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah.
People like it when
I know all about how you make people cry and you hate statistics and you're racist, okay?
Oh my God, we must be live because you're already giving me a hard time. Say the hey now already. Hey now!
Yeah! It's your boy PSA Sitch here, another Sunday live stream, and wishing everyone a happy Father's Day. That's right. Happy Father's Day.
Yes. Happy Father's Day. Call your dads.
That's right. Here with our favorite, the world's favorite statistical hating white guilting friended.
What? Oh my! I thought you were talking about the guy in the video, Big Joel. I thought you were throwing insults at Big Joel, and now I am the target of your ire now. What?
Well, we always need a little tag for you in the beginning, okay? You always need a little tag at.
Anyway, we'll talk about that. Let's get into the video. We'll talk about the statistic things and the racial stereotypes and how we got clipped by Lance later in the video.
That's right. We got what we didn't. His perpetual man hate boner for actual justice warrior got clipped actually.
True, yes.
But today we'll be watching Big Joel.
Yeah, covering a video that we actually covered. So you can go back to our back catalog and we got lots of commentary, probably about 10 hours of commentary. This video, it's getting good now. Every time I say this video we're not going to be here for 10 hours.
I know.
I have to say that at the beginning of the stream, and everyone gets the biggest laugh when they look up and see, oh, look, the stream's 11 hours long.
But yeah, so Big Joel we're doing we're commentating on a commentary. Okay, we're doing the full internet comment thing, and yes. Big Joel watched the debate that we watched earlier, which was the one with Blaire, Karlin Borchenko, and those two crazy, very religious right-wing people.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you watched this video, Adam, or did you watch it?
I did. Yeah, I watched it all the way through.
This video made my like skin crawl. I was like, oh my God, it's so gross. Such a gross video.
Yeah. Oh. I agree. Yeah.
So
mischaracterizations up the wazoo.
Yes.
What is it with people in their ideological bubbles, man? What's up with that?
Let's jump right into this. Oh, and maybe a little later we'll be joined by Hunter Avallone.
Yes.
So we'll see how that goes. I don't know I think we're just going to talk to him. I don't know if we're going to watch the video with him. So
he said he'd be here at 6 p.m. Eastern, so we got a couple hours.
Yep, so we'll see.
Hey everybody, today we're going to be talking about a debate hosted on the channel Slightly Offensive called Christian Conservatives Battle Pro-LGBT Republicans. The conversation...
What do you think of that name, Slightly Offensive? It's kind of weak sauce if you ask me. I mean, why are you just going for slightly? I mean, if you're trying to be offensive, I'm all for swinging for the fences, right? Like if I'm going to argue a point, I'm going to make that motherfucker cry, okay?
Oh my God.
I'm not going for the slightly offensive
Adam
nonsense.
Friended, very offensive.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he's like he's a good Christian boy. He can only be slightly offensive, right?
Look at that look on his face.
Elijah,
you think he Big Joel picked this still because of that? Look at that, man.
I know.
I'm scared.
I know.
That face says, "Give me your wallet."
That face says, "Where is John Connor?"
It does. It does. Yeah, someone just climbed out of a time machine.
Between four conservative thinkers, Lauren Witzke, John Doyle, Karlin Borchenko, and Blaire White. And it seeks to explore one question. What is the future of the Conservative Party? Or rather, what should it be? As the description of the video reads, and I kid you not, how do we overcome the woke cancel culture left that has spread through our society like cancer? Do we return to traditional conservative Christian values or create a bigger tent secular party that turns a blind eye to degeneracy and immorality?
What are you laughing in the background for?
Well, it's funny because we all know where, even though Elijah didn't commentate on it, we all know where he is in the debate.
Yeah, he's for all for the Christian. Yeah,
I know. Just the way he's
I thought you were laughing about. There's like a clown image in the background that Big Joel put in there.
Yeah, he puts during the traditional Christian, it's like, oh, it's a nice Thanksgiving dinner, and then the degeneracy, it's like the melting cloud doll. Yes.
Yeah. Little subtle jab there. A little subtle editing jab for us. We don't do stuff like we don't do editing jabs on here.
Well, there's no editing.
We keep everything on the up and up.
Yeah, except when assholes, they sneak in little labels under my name, Yeah,
what? I'm world's best moderator. What are you talking about?
Honestly, I've never seen a description for a video bigger tent to degeneracy and immorality. I honestly have never seen bigger tent secular part.
You just wanted to see the clown?
I'm trying. No, I was trying to pause it again. J Mac for $100. Thank you so much, J Mac. Always just raining money on us. J Mac is like our sugar daddy at this point. Yeah, totally.
Happy Father's Day, J Mac.
Yeah, exactly. Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Jay for $100 says, got here at the start for once. I'm doing my part to be a good father and raising my kids to be colorblind. Racism sucks. Go liberalism. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. We love that. That sounds great to me.
Awesome. Danimal the Bruce for $20. Thank you, Danimal. And he even got his little fake wrench after his name. Says, this is my last super chat for a while. I got some major hospital bills because I celebrated Juneteenth by walking around Detroit dressed as Abe Lincoln saying, you're welcome to every resident that I made eye contact.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, Danimal, we wish you a speedy recovery.
I know.
I'm going to give you, since you're in the hospital for doing that, I'm going to give you double the free will. That's right, 40 free units of free will. So maybe next time you can use some of that free will to prevent an injury like that in the future from occurring. Okay?
Yeah. God, please. Think about it. Think about it before you do something like that.
Please. And Kalavar for another $20. Thank you, Kalavar. Says, Sitch, thanks for putting up with Adam's racist, homophobic, and sexiest comments. Adam does make the sexiest comments. But I'm still A team because S class is shoes simp clap. Wow,
I'm not allowed.
Getting a little some of that MGTOW energy going, but that's okay. That's okay.
Am I allowed to like shoe too? I'm scared. Last time you guys told me if I buy flowers for my wife, that I'm technically a simp.
Adam is the ultimate simp. He's married. Okay.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I told I got to tell you, it was great though. I told my wife, no more flowers.
Mm-hmm. You're like, I can't give you flowers anymore. The guys on the internet told me I'm a simp.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I can't do it, honey. No more simping in this house.
Party that a blind eye to degeneracy and immorality. I honestly have never seen a description for a video that is this cursed in my life, and the video itself is just so much worse. So most of the time, I try to make videos that are, at least to some extent, clever. I have some hot...
Mm-hmm.
What the hell's going on with this background?
I wondered about that.
Everything about the framing and the visuals of this video makes me want to vomit.
Yeah, this
what is
background
happening
says,
here?
I set this up 5 minutes before I made the video.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This isn't his typical background, is it? I don't think it is.
I don't remember. I don't think so because I've seen others' videos. He's got like, if you're just listening, okay, he's got just like this like 2 white walls behind him with a white door behind him. So it's just blinding whiteness. Joel himself is pretty pale, so there's just so much pale whiteness.
Oh my God, I know he's just lighter than the walls.
Yeah, like there's so much whiteness. Oh my God, the whiteness. Okay, it's just blinding me with whiteness.
You figured it out. You figured it out.
There is some sort of like subtle white nationalist tones under, going out here. But then he's got like these, and I'll say this, very ugly pictures. Mm-hmm. Like very ugly paintings, in my opinion.
That is art, Sitch. How dare you?
It's got a little white girl holding a doll, like a dog. You got some farm, and then you got some like indigenous looking lady with a weird headdress thing going on.
And it's the same picture. Look, he's got
the same picture twice. Yeah.
Yeah. He must really like that picture.
Oh. Like as someone who usually doesn't care about visuals, I couldn't watch this video. I could only listen to it. I was like, what am I looking at? I don't know. It's a little weird. Come on, Joel. Come on. Put some effort here. Put some effort into this, Joel.
Low effort content, but he apologizes. He apologizes for that.
No,
Our content is the highest of efforts, as you know.
Well, of course,
I do a little light graphic design as we run the show.
We can spread out a 5-minute PragerU video for 8 hours. Okay, that's high effort.
That's talent.
That is talent. But and the reason I bring this up is because, and this is gonna come into play in the video. I'm not ad homing here. Is that this aesthetic, this sort of like weird, awkward, I'm not trying, like low effort. That's part of what Joel is intentionally going for. Okay. In his whole persona. I mean, don't you agree? Look at his look. He has like this disheveled, I didn't shave, my hair's a mess. I just rolled out of bed look going on here.
I thought the hair was more I just got out of the shower. Like, I took my weekly shower and just got cleaned up for my video. That's not an ad hom, by the way.
No, but either way, and I bring this up because it's important, because to me, I think, and we'll get into it later throughout this video, Joel's take on this, I think, is really, really gross.
Joel's, terrible.
And I think he gets away with a lot of awful, awful takes because he sort of cultivates this atmosphere of like, oh, I'm just like randomly thinking about this off the top of my head. Look how disheveled, and I don't care. And I just walked in off the street. And I think, to me, it's all like a facade. Okay. It's all a lie. That's how I'm assuming.
Unauthentic.
Well, like, he's setting up a video camera. He is deciding what's going to be in the frame here, right?
He stacked those pictures on top of one another. There's no way you'd leave those pictures up there for multiple. Look, one is sitting on top of the other.
Yeah, he's got 2 pictures sitting on top of each other. 2 are the same picture. Like, yeah, I don't know. It screams
temporary arrangement.
It screams sort of lazy. It's like a combination. It's weird. It's like a combination of laziness, but also calculated inauthenticity, if that makes sense. Anyway, let's get into the video.
I don't know. Yeah.
Hot take that
hold on a second.
Yeah.
That's it? That's the only commentary? We're a minute into this thing. I was going to mention that Big Joel has only been on a live stream once, correct? I mean, that live stream, who did he go on a live stream with? It was like Destiny or...
He had a conversation with Destiny that was baffling.
Yes.
A baffling conversation with Destiny, where basically they're arguing about whether you can ever kill someone for stealing property.
Stealing your stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And Joel was taking I would say the frankly insane position that no, you can never in any situation, unless they're threatening your life, you can't ever kill someone over property.
Right.
Which seems ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
But no, I think he does do a podcast or a stream or something regularly with some other person. So.
Oh, really? Okay. So maybe I'm talking.
Well, because I know he was shit talking Destiny in that stream afterwards, that conversation.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. Where he totally strawmanned his points. But
yeah, it's kind of an art form to be able to sit down and just have a conversation with someone. That is something that I think a lot of YouTubers can't necessarily do. They're basically lost without a script. They do all these scripted videos, but
maybe
they run from actual unscripted content.
Maybe one day me and Adam will figure out how to do that, right?
What do you mean? How to do videos? I'm a video master. Are you kidding me?
Uh-huh.
What do you mean?
No, I meant like how to like sit down and have a conversation without a script. I was joking.
We don't have a script now.
I know. I script this whole thing out.
Hilarious.
And I spend my whole time arguing that take is good and frankly epic. This, however, is not one of those videos. I don't have something particularly novel to say about this debate. Nothing you probably wouldn't have thought about if you saw it yourself. But,
nothing you didn't steal out of our 10 hours of content on this. On this. I'm pretty sure we covered it all.
Uh-huh.
Making it anyway. This conversation was honestly an eye-opener for me. It is so strange, awful, chaotic, and kind of poignant in the worst way imaginable. And for that reason, I just want to talk about it. Bear witness to this surreal moment and share it with you. So that's what's about to happen, and I hope you find something meaningful there. And with that, let's get started.
All right. What, you're not going to read this? You got to read your trigger warnings,
Okay.
Big Joel.
Okay. Do you want me to read it? Do I
Yeah,
need to put on,
go ahead.
Should I put on the baby Sitch voice to read?
Sure, do it. Yeah, for all you babies out there, here you go. Here's your trigger warning reading.
Trigger warning. The content I'm working with today is just so dark. Arr. There's just a lot of belligerent transphobia and homophobia.
Oh.
Okay, guys, just be aware.
Look, he's got a little pirate in
As
there
the
and
name
everything.
of the video would imply, this debate is broken into two factions. On the Christian conservative side, we have Lauren Witzke and John Doyle. Lauren Witzke, a politician who ran a failed Senate race in Delaware, is about as far right as a person can go. She is staunchly against abortion, gay marriage, trans people, etc.
We also have a transgender on here. I don't really think we should be giving a platform to this kind of degeneracy, which is a gateway drug.
Look at everyone laughing. Everyone's laughing at her. That's the correct response, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know how you can feel that this is so terrible for society when you've got 3 of the 4 people on the panel laughing at this take. And, we're laughing at this take. He's laughing at this take. Mm-hmm. That's the proper response, right?
Well, I assume, I'm not super familiar, but I think John Doyle agrees with it. He's smart enough to kind of like hide his power level a little bit.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
He is smirking pretty hard. I think that is the claim that Big Joel ends up making by the end of the video.
I saw some clips after we streamed this that someone sent me, and I was like, oh, he's saying some like real crazy shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't remember because it was a while ago, but I remember being like, oh, okay.
People in the comments were saying that we were super mean to him, and we shouldn't have been. That he's much more reasonable. So maybe.
Well, fuck those people.
I didn't see those clips that you sent though, so I don't necessarily know.
Yeah, but it's definitely true. There definitely is this. If you act a little bit nicer, people assume there's reasonableness to you. But it's interesting if you go to this YouTube video. All of the comments, they'll have hundreds of upvotes and likes, okay? All the top comments, they all say, wow, this Lauren person is like a horrible piece of shit, and Blaire is amazing. Like, they all have the same opinion.
Yeah, there you go.
So just keep that in mind.
All of these people are purporting themselves to be conservatives, correct? Blaire's a conservative. The anti-trans person
Lauren
he's talking about,
and
Lauren
John,
but they're both conservatives.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think Carlin considers herself a conservative, does she?
No, I don't think she does.
Yeah, so.
No, I think she's closer to disaffected liberal.
Right.
Drug to pedophilia.
She is for her vision of Christianity, the re-legalization of conversion therapy, the white working class.
We could have been going after the working class, the white working class, the Christian working class,
I do agree.
She is also, at least according to the Daily Beast, a flat earther and former QAnon conspiracy theorist. John Doyle is a semi-successful conservative YouTuber sitting at around 300,000 subs. Not as many as me. Think about that. Eat my shit, John Doyle. Within the debate, most of his purpose seems to be agreeing with everything Lauren says to a T. He is also quite a bit more articulate and even-handed than she is. He speaks with a kind of intellectual affect throughout the debate as he describes how he, like the majority of conservative voters, is economically populist and socially authoritarian.
If you look at where his voters actually sit on the political spectrum, they're not the right-wing libertarians that a lot of big donors would like the party to be. They're actually basically authoritarian in the center. And so if you look at where they poll on issues such as like gay marriage versus traditional marriage or like transgender bathroom issues, like whatever, they're all like very, I guess you'd say authoritative and conservative in that, and that they're in support of traditional and socially conservative policies.
John Doyle rejects liberalism.
So Joel kind of snuck this in here, which is interesting. The debate that's being had is, should the Republican Party sort of get rid of its social conservatism and just focus on economic and anti-woke issues? Or should it go back to being sort of the, the Bible thumping traditionalists that they used to be.
Yeah,
and
I think that's a terrible strategy. What's your take?
Well, I agree. I agree that's
good.
a terrible strategy.
Well, I mean, even for the Republicans, I think it's
Yes.
a terrible strategy. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think it's bad for society, but I don't think it would actually help them whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. It's a losing strategy and bad for society.
Right. But so John is on the side of going back to Bible thumping. So of course he's going to make the claim that, according to some poll that I'm going to cite, apparently Trump voters are, what he said, like authoritarian socially or something. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a claim that a person is making in a debate to advocate for their position. And Joel just asserts that to be true of all Republicans without looking into it or looking it up, because it helps Joel's argument to say, see, Republican voters are all these, secretly evil, secretly racist Bible thumpers, Bible thumping types. So I just thought that was interesting that he snuck that in.
Did you look into the poll? No.
I thought we did during the actual debate when we covered this, and found that it wasn't actually true.
Yeah. Seems inaccurate. It seems like hard to get elected.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's the majority of Americans, even Republicans, they're pro-gay marriage. I know we've seen polling on that before.
Yes. Yeah. They see it as a settled issue. And also just like live and let live. Nobody wants to go back to this. Like I don't know how you could really be. I mean, I think the wokesters now are kind of doing the same exact thing the conservative Christians did back in the 80s, and everyone's repulsed by it. We have kind of a live and let live society now.
Right. Yeah, so according to Gallup, from this month actually, support for gay marriage nationwide is at 70%.
Yeah.
A new high. And it says 55% of Republicans are in favor of gay marriage.
There you go. Look at that.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't buy this, Republicans all polled to be authoritarian, social conservatives or whatever John Doyle is putting out there.
Big Joel's got to get those people to the polls to vote for Democrats in the next election. Otherwise, what's he doing? That's the whole goal of his YouTube channel, basically. Do you think he actually knows that consciously, or just it's a byproduct of his behavior?
I mean, the more I've been doing so much reading into critical theory, critical race theory, and all this stuff recently.
Really?
And the whole thing about it is they're saying there's no such thing as objectivity. There's no such thing as neutrality. Anyone that says that there is wrong and stupid, and they're lying to you. And so the whole objective of all these cultural Marxist kind of woke studies is to enact their social change in the world via some sort of power structure like elections or revolution or whatever. So I would imagine that everyone involved in these conversations who's a bread tuber or a socialist or a leftist or a Marxist has to be aware that they're intentionally trying to get, to enact these social changes they're advocating for.
They don't have a clear cut goal though for the social. It's kind of just like a nebulous. Yeah,
but they don't
we need to
one.
Destroy the whole system.
But they don't exactly. But see, well, there's a couple reasons for that. One is very interesting, and we talked about this before. Was James Lindsay has his 4-hour video on the Hegelian dialectic, and how a lot of the social justice woke stuff is all inspired by Hegel. And Hegel had this sort of alchemic idea that in order to reach something good, all you have to do is remove all the impurities from it. Okay. Apparently this comes from alchemy. And so Hegel was saying, in order to reach the perfect utopian society, all you have to do is remove all the bad things from society, and the perfect utopian society will just blossom forth out of this, turd that you've now picked apart. Which, I'm sure both you and I would say that's obviously an insane idea to think you can just deconstruct your way to glory.
Yeah. Every time they talk, I realize they know absolutely nothing about human nature. So
right.
That's
nothing
the biggest
about
problem
human nature.
Right there.
That was another thing too. Is I was reading writings that formed critical race theory, and it's like so much of the woke stuff could be throw in the trash if people just understood basic psychology.
Yes. Yeah.
Like
That's the thing I'm always looking at.
So many of these critical studies, they're like, we're trying to answer the questions about why racism exists in society. Like, come on, what do you mean? It's super fucking obvious why racism exists in society. It's like, okay, we all understand like Psych 101, we all understand tribalism. And we all understand like literally it's Psych 101 that says, hey, if you're going to look for something, you're going to find it. If you're going to strap a lens to your face that says everything is racist, you're going to find racism everywhere. And you're right. Like, these people don't have a basic understanding of basic psychology, and it's really detrimental to society.
It is. Yeah. They're also trying to distinguish there's like two cultures competing. And if you know anything about cultural evolution, like they could just read Henrik and they'd be so much further along.
Right.
I saw this panel with like 20 people on it, and I tweeted out the link. There was one thing. Oh God, I so wish the comments were open because I'd really like to read some comments, but obviously they have the comments shut down on this thing. They probably got a bunch of incendiary stuff, but I tweeted out, one of these CRT advocates postulates that when whites disagree on public policy, they come together to find a way to sell out communities of color as a means of compromise. I'm like, what? Can you imagine the Democrats and Republicans sitting down together and going, listen, listen, like, come on.
That's what goes on in the back rooms of the Senate. Okay. Mitch McConnell,
the level of paranoia.
Mitch McConnell goes to the House and he meets with Nancy Pelosi and they scheme on how to screw over black people.
I know. Exactly. Dude, this is when you have the lens of selectorate theory, you realize, okay, well, they're competing for votes here. Like, what are you talking about? Yes. Yeah. The communities of color are kind of in like a kingmaker situation now with our nation. Like they're very like Trump was trying to peel off, a sizable majority of them. That's why he's passing prison reform and all this other stuff. His campaign would be dead if he did anything close to what he's postulating.
Right.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's openly ridiculous.
I mean, and that's straight from Derek Bell. That's straight from critical race theory. And that's another thing you notice when you read all this stuff is like, the mainstream media, they always criticize, the Trump fans and the right wing for being conspiracy theorists, and some of them are. But when you read all this woke academic shit, it's all conspiracy theories. It's all there's some sort of mystical white elite that's controlling the culture intentionally. They're not even saying like that this just kind of sprouted up naturally. They're like, no. There's like this intentional white elite that's controlling the culture and is just maintaining this oppression of non-white people. And it's all intentional. It's all directed in this specific way. And you're like, what? These people live in this fucking delusion, a total delusion.
Totally. Did you watch any of the talk too? Because it's interesting. There's so much Trump derangement syndrome in there, and I'm like,
which talk?
They're still talking about. What is critical race theory? Is the talk? It's like a panel of a bunch of educators. Yeah. So there's so much Trump derangement syndrome going on, and they talk about January 6th and how January 6th. We live in this white supremacist society that casts January 6th as like some sort of some sort of good thing, some sort of, rebellious saving of the nation or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? As opposed to the way that they have categorized Black Lives Matter and the protest during the summer. And I'm going, wait, you have this exactly backwards. They're hunting everybody down who was involved with January 6th and putting their asses in jail. What are you talking about?
It was like, just to give some context, there was this, I don't know why, there was this talk. It was like a Zoom lecture that for some reason, everyone that was listening, they also put their faces up, even though they didn't talk at all. So it looks like this massive panel of like 50 people, even though only 4 of them ever talk. And they just talk about critical race theory. And the thing that you're talking about is what stood out to me the most too, which is one of the guys was saying, the response to January 6th and the Capitol riot shows that we live in this white supremacist society. And I was like, what is this guy talking about?
Yeah,
this is
totally.
Insane.
What is he smoking?
Yeah. And he kept like, it sounded like he was saying, because Oh no, it was worse because he kept comparing it to all the Black Lives Matter protests / riots that happened over the summer. And I'm like, wait a minute. Okay. Right now, they're like going so hard after a lot of these January 6th rioters. Okay. There's always talks. So some of them have been in like solitary confinement. Some of them have, they're not been able to get through lawyers. Like they're really going after these guys hard, which, I'm fine with. I don't care. Fuck them. But they're not doing this. The federal government's not going hard after any of the fucking Black Lives Matter rioters or any of those people, even though more people have, I mean, obviously that was, many protests compared to one, but even though more people died, combined through those various protests, and the only person that died January 6th was shot by the guard. But so I'm just like this guy lives in this delusional world where he thinks that society is somehow greenlighting the January 6th riots and denouncing the Black Lives Matter protest / riots, when it's literally, and everyone I assume that's watching this and listening to this, it's like the literally exact opposite.
Yeah.
And you don't even know how he's coming to this conclusion.
Yeah, he says that they portray the January 6th thing in a positive light, and I'm going, who are you talking about? Maybe some ultra nationalist, Trump supporters. There's some people think
there are some people that are doing that, but it's not the majority at all.
Yeah.
And to compare it to
tiny minority.
Yeah, it is a minority. But to compare that to the majority that are carrying so much water for the Black Lives Matter protest over the summer is insane.
Ridiculous.
That's totally insane. It's not.
That guy had a ton of ridiculous stuff to say.
Yeah.
Which I thought, how is this guy? I mean, he's like PhD professor and stuff. I thought, oh my God.
Well,
how is this possible?
Because the important thing to always remember is that intellectual intelligence has nothing to do with emotional intelligence.
Correct. Yeah.
He can have the biggest brain writer in the whole world, but his elephant's dragging him wherever it wants to go.
We're talking first year psychology again.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Yeah.
When I was in college, psychology was a must. I don't understand how none of these people have taken first year psychology.
Oh, not when I went to college. You didn't have to take psychology.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
That's the problem.
Psychology should be foundational. It really should.
It should be. Dance Snapple for $20. Thank you, Dance. Says, I disagree with you guys on many things, agree with others, but use you guys as a breath of fresh air. I'm night shift, so about to die for the day. Looking forward to watching this over the next 4 days. Have fun. Well, thanks for the money, Dance, and we're glad that we can give you some content to listen to.
Yeah, definitely.
Enlightened Centrist for €21. Thank you so much, Enlightened Centrist. Says, does he have holes in the walls he wants to cover, or is he just showing off the only pictures he has?
Yeah, Big Joel just got in a big fight with his girlfriend.
That's right.
Threw her through the wall, and there's a huge, or he punched the wall.
He punched the wall in anger, yes.
He's like, God, I got to cover these up.
He's like, why isn't Blaire defending trans people the way a cis-het white man wants her to defend trans people? And he starts punching the wall in rage, yes.
Yeah.
And embraces full-throated belief in the beauty of natural hierarchy, the enforcement of what he sees as normative Christian values.
Because fundamentally, the idea of LGBT issues is about the enshrinement of total equality, which is fundamentally not a conservative idea. Conservatives believe in hierarchy and natural law.
In other words, Doyle and Witzke's politics are an explicit function of the bigotry they'd like to see codified in law. That is
see. I don't. How do you get bigotry out of that? How do you get bigotry out of the hierarchy
I understand
and natural
that
law?
He's saying, if John Doyle is saying there's no such thing as equality, in the context of LGBT issues, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember, and I think Joel shows a clip of it, in the conversation, John says, everyone's part of a community, so you never do anything privately in your own home, and that's why I don't think gay people should be able to have get married and have sex in private,
which is ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Fucking totally insane position.
Yes.
But so if that same person is saying there's no such thing as equality, and conservatives believes in hierarchies, I mean, yeah, he's not directly saying that. He's like, oh, go bigotry, but it sounds like he's trying to create a framework where he's saying, oh, it's okay for us to subjugate like people who are lower in the hierarchies because, you know, maybe they deserve it. Right?
Well,
That's kind of how it comes off
I
to
guess
me in the context of the
yes,
LGBT. Yeah. Like if he was just talking about like class and whether you should give people like help or not, that'd be one thing. But considering this is all about quote unquote the degeneracy of the LGBT, that's how it comes off to me.
Yeah, if you're arguing against legalizing gay marriage, you are literally subjugating people. That's the problem. I mean, if you listen to the Supreme Court case that actually made gay marriage legal, oh my God, the things that were being done to those people just reek of unfairness, total unfairness.
Right.
So if you have any libertarian, like any shred of libertarian ideals at all, it's total subjugation. So, but the thing is, and it's completely out of context in the clips that he shows. Like if you're talking about some merit-based thing, then what he says, obviously there is no equality and certain people have certain advantages and other advantages. So
yeah, I would remember the exact
I would
context.
like the context.
Yeah,
I would like the context. Yes.
Well,
if he's saying it's okay for us, if John Doyle is making an argument that he wants to subjugate gay people, then obviously, yeah, fuck that guy.
Well, he does. Joel does later completely strawman the fuck out of the Blaire and not explain the context of the situation to come up with his point. So
yes, yeah.
Most of what they present. On the other side, we have what I'll charitably call the pro-LGBT Republicans, Carlin Borisenko and Blaire White. Carlin is, in all senses of the word, a boring grifter. Her claim to...
Poor Carlin.
God, I hate that this term has been so
the grifter.
Like it doesn't mean it's so beyond like meaning now. Like what does that even, what is the claim here by calling her a grifter? What does that even mean? He never explains it.
Dishonest is what grifter is supposed to mean. Grifter means that the person doesn't have sincerely held beliefs. They're just basically in it for the money. Which grifter is a great term to savage your enemies because it not only says that the person is dishonest, it puts their entire audience in the role of dupe, which is like you're trying to separate them from their audience, basically. Yeah. That's why people use it so much. Obviously, Big Joel's a huge grifter. Like all 300,000 people who watch this video got suckered.
Right. No, but
schnookered.
I mean, anyone that like looks at Carlin's Twitter page for 5 seconds
knows that she's sincere.
She has very sincere, strong beliefs.
Totally.
That she's advocating for.
Yeah.
So I mean, even watching her conversation with Sam and Aaron. Sam was his name, right? I don't know. I keep fucking up Sam's name. Yeah, Sam and Aaron. Yeah, it's very clear that she has very strongly held beliefs. So calling her a grifter seems totally crazy to me. Totally crazy.
Yeah, I could definitely see her on a picket line, like picketing any Prop 8. Prop 8 was the anti-gay marriage law in California. I could see her like waving a sign for that all day, all night. Like she seems completely pro-LGBT. Look at that haircut. Right. Tell me she's not pro-LGBT. Come on. Come on.
Terrible.
Come on, Big Joel.
This is kind of why I brought up Joel's aesthetic, because I noticed something in this video that I hadn't really realized. It had been going on in the back of my mind, but it didn't come to the front until I saw this video, is that Joel always does this thing where he always assumes the worst faith of the person that he's talking to or covering if they're an ideological opponent. This is what he did with Destiny. So he does in most of his videos. He assumes terrible faith in their position.
Totally. Yeah.
And so he thinks that, I assume, calling her a grifter, he thinks that Carlin is just in it for like the money. She's like, oh, I've just realized that there's lots of money to be made, grifting on conservative values, which right now, and this is why this is so funny, literally right now, she is like in this huge Twitter fight with conservatives about how they should fight critical race
CRT. Yeah.
Yeah, like she's in this huge fight with conservatives right now about this.
Over the
so
strategy.
Calling her,
yeah.
So I was to say, like Joel calling her a grifter is just so fucking dumb. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
And I think he only gets away with being so bad faith towards people because he has this aesthetic of like, oh, I'm just like this unassuming, white guy. I'm a non-threatening, unassuming white guy. I'm just wandering around telling people my thoughts. I think that's why he gets away with this laziness and with this bad faith attacks on her and anyone really.
This stuff would be so much more work if you were putting out things that you didn't actually believe in. Like it's not enough money for that. What are you talking about? Like there's not enough money in the grift to actually do it if you aren't into it, if it's not satisfying some moral intuition in you.
Well, it depends.
That's the whole thing about grifting.
Not the way Carlin's doing it. You have to be on
Hassan level. Yeah.
Hassan level, the Tim Pool level, maybe in the Vosh level of getting that much subs or money, to grift, which I don't think there's really anyone in this political punditry field that's like a full grifter. I
don't know. I'm torn because once you like Hassan, there's no way Hassan could change his mind because he's making $1 million a year.
Well, no, that's why I said a full grifter. Okay.
Yeah.
Someone who's like
a partial. What is partial grifter?
Oh, well, let me explain. So like a full grifter would be someone who totally is like, doesn't have any values. They're like, hey, I'm going to, get a bunch of leftists or a bunch of conservatards. I'm going to get them to give me money by spouting opinions that I don't believe. Like that's a full grifter. I don't think anyone is in that realm. I do think there are people, and I don't really want to call them grifters, but there are people that are dishonest, like Hassan or Tim Pool, who say, I'm going to frame every issue in a way that my audience will digest, or I'm going to look for all the edge cases that I can that I know my audience will like.
Right.
To kind of construct a version of reality that's not accurate.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's the closest thing to grifting that goes on in the political internet field.
Yeah, maybe I don't watch enough Tim Pool videos. I don't see Tim Pool. I see Tim Pool being like his moral intuitions, our journalism has been like completely destroyed, and he sees himself as a journalist and is trying to save that. So
Tim is hyper aware. And you could see this, especially in his early videos. He's very hyper aware of what gets views. And I think he even talked about this in his earlier videos, where he would really, like every time he put out a video, he'd study the analytics. And he's always looking for ways to boost his channel, which isn't inherently bad. But it seems to me that like he's let that view of I always have to be producing content that will get the most views, that seemed to have sort of slowly over the years taken over his channel. And so when I look at the way he titles his videos, when I look at the things he chooses to cover and the things he chooses to ignore, it seems like he's trying to cultivate a bubble for his audience.
I don't know the line between where that is, quote unquote grifting and where it's just good persuasion. Like you've cultivated an audience that you have some sort of persuasion over, and you just don't want to.
That's why I said I don't really want to call it
in the right direction.
I don't really want to call it grifting because to me it has a very different connotation.
Yes,
than whatever they're doing.
I do notice, like if you go back and you watch a Tim Pool video from like a year ago, and you watch one from today, side by side, you can see the anger level. Like it would be interesting to stack them up like one a month and just do a short clip and see like the rising anger level. Like I can't listen to Tim Pool anymore. I mean, I love you, Tim, but like you're like raging into the camera. You're like yelling at the top of your lungs. Ah! I feel like, geez, I'm going to have a heart attack if I watch any more of this video. I'm too mellow for that shit. I can't take I understand you're passionate.
Well, see,
maybe not really that passionate, but you're playing it up for the camera.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were to find that I wouldn't be surprised if he looked back in the analytics and noticed that, oh, the more
the angry
I am,
ones,
yeah, the views are better. And so
there's a study on this. There's a literal study on this.
I know.
Yeah. Anger gets the views. Awe is a close second. Awe is like, I think 3 or 4 percentage points lower in scoring the highest. But awe is hard to do. Try to put awe into every video.
Right.
Anger is easy to put in every video.
Well, there's a good rule of thumb to look to. And this is a Scott Adams ism, but I think it's very true.
No. Oh my God.
Your favorite is people always try to go where the energy is. Okay. People
True.
are always looking, especially
true.
in our trying times where there's like the meaning crisis. Maybe there's always been a meaning crisis in human society. Who knows? But right now we're living in our meaning crisis. People are always looking for that motivational energy to get them up in the morning.
Totally.
And that's what a lot of this woke shit is. It's all this like LARPing to pretend you're in a revolution to give you the energy you need to get through the day.
Yeah.
So people always go where the energy is. And it's the same thing with if you make these videos where you're just so angry. It's like, oh, this energy, it energizes me. It makes me angry. That gives me energy. I want to fight the revolution now.
True. Speaking of Scott Adams, I haven't listened to a Scott Adams like podcast in months.
I figured.
And I went and I listened yesterday. And oh my God, this thing had just fallen apart, man.
Well, I don't think I saw yesterday. So what happened yesterday?
Oh God, it's so bad. He's so disorganized. He's like,
he's on vacation or something. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. It was a bad time to listen in, but I thought, aha, you fell apart. That's what you get for #artisting me. I think our audience is actually bigger than his now.
No, I don't think that's true, but
it is. I think it is. I looked at his analytics. Yeah, we're doing good.
Okay.
Gotta keep that anger up, though.
Art Stoke in general for $20. Thank you very much. Hail Artstokia, glory to Artstokia. Says, I got on stream and was confused. Why is Sitch and Adam watching a video of a man that clearly came from the Artstokian watch list? Joel does look kind of like an NPC from Papers, Please. That's very accurate. Kalavar for another $20. Thank you very much, Kalavar. Says, A-Team Simps for Aiden. We're all about quality over here. And don't worry, Sitch, Adam secretly simps for Gemini. The wife is just a front.
What? Oh my God, Kalavar throwing me under the bus.
That's funny.
Not true. Fake news.
There you go.
Is a PragerU video that is vapid and meaningless even by PragerU standards. It's about how she was a Democrat who even gave money to Bernie Sanders until she went to a single Donald Trump rally. The MAGA people were nice, unlike the mean Dems, and the rally had so much energy.
Whereas the event for the president was full of optimism and enthusiasm, the Democrats' event was all doom and gloom.
And for these...
See? Just what I said. Carlin's going where the energy is.
Totally, yeah. Of course, Mr. Low Energy here. He doesn't get it.
I know, but and also again, that's very. I don't remember her PragerU video, so I can't comment on it. But it's very dishonest to be like, that's why she changed sides because she went to a single Trump rally. It was just so energetic. Like, no, she has very strong ideological disagreements with the way wokeness is playing out. Right now and wants to stop it.
Yes. I think just to give a little background on her Trump thing, because he is mischaracterizing it a bit. I think the big revelation for Carlin was she was in the woke bubble and all the people were telling her that these Trump people were, racist piece of shits that were just going to like spit on her and stuff.
Right. They were evil. For sure.
Yeah. One friend offered her like mace or something just so she could be safe. Obviously you're a woman, you might get raped there. Who knows what's going to happen. Right.
Right.
So they're completely mischaracterizing it. And when she went, the distance between the way they were categorizing it and the way it actually was kind of a revelation to her. That's a huge part of the story. Yeah. So, but Joel here is part of that story because Joel is the one that's completely mischaracterizing Republicans in this way. So
yeah, no, that's a great.
You're adding to it.
That's a great point. I forgot that was the context of what she was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a single Trump rally.
Right.
You're leaving your part in the story out of this, Big Joel. You're the one sitting here trying to create negative stereotypes of Republicans. that all Republicans are racist, homophobic, transphobic pieces of shit.
Right.
You've even picked, you know, a great video that has a good example of a homophobic, transphobic piece of shit who is just so happens to be a Republican. I mean, both sides do this. Both sides try to paint the entire group out of, you know, the most lowly specimen that they can pull out of the
That's
group.
one of our laws.
Yeah. That's my law. Yeah. Adam's law.
Yeah.
90% of political talking points are straw man arguments of the other side. Yeah, exactly. It's this, tell me, is this
No,
not
but then
a
remember
true...
we had the joint Sitch and Adams law, which is that most political conversations is pointing to extremists on the other side and painting them as the norm.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing, a variant of it, but the
well, it's a specific version of the straw man.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Do you want to make it Adam's law subsection A1 or something?
We don't.
That's what's happening here, Adam.
We don't have to do that.
Okay.
But it is fascinating. Tell me that CNN is not working their ass off 24/7 to create a stereotype that all Trump voters are racist. Tell me that's not a stereotype that they're trying to put into the public. Tell me Big Joel doesn't believe that stereotype, that anyone that pulled the lever for Donald Trump is a racist, and race is the reason why they pulled the lever for Donald Trump. Tell me that's not true.
I mean, and we're seeing this with critical race theory right now. They say, oh,
sure,
these people that are against critical race theory, they don't want people to teach about slavery and segregation and history.
Totally.
And you're like, what? What are you talking about?
They want to ban the program Roots. They want Roots. What? Fuck you.
They want to ban reading Rainbow and Star Trek just because it's got Geordie LaForge in it, and he was also in Roots.
Yes. They want to end Geordie LaForge's career over.
They want to reblind Geordie LaForge just because he was in Roots. Yes.
Yeah. That's so funny. Geordie LaForge, like, it's Geordie LaForge is the Star Trek character, right?
Yeah, LeVar Burton.
It's LeVar Burton, right? Yes. But I was like, oh my God, LeVar Burton, isn't his character in Star Trek? Because we're fighting over color blindness right now. Right. Couldn't he see like super color? I mean, he had that visor that he could even see. He could see colors no one could see.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, it's interesting because I haven't watched any of the new Star Trek because I hear it's all awful. But like original Star Trek, even like original like James Kirk Star Trek.
Totally.
It was super duper colorblind.
Totally.
And the whole thing was supposed to be that like humanity had moved beyond
race,
even conceptualizing race, to a point in which there's some like episode in the original Star Trek where like for some reason Abraham Lincoln shows up and he calls Uhura, who's black, like I don't know, some version of the N-word, not like the hard N-word, but whatever was the appropriate word of the time period. And then he apologizes because he knows that that's not the appropriate term in modern times. And she doesn't even understand why he's apologizing.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
She doesn't even understand like the concept of like, oh, I forgot that like hundreds of years ago, people used to be racist. Like it just occurred to her, you know, and this is sort of the future that Star Trek was laying out. And I bet you if that was being produced today, the woke people would lose their minds.
Totally.
They'd be like, oh, this is this horrible colorblind liberalism propaganda that is being pressed in our society right now.
Derek Bell probably lost his shit over the original Star Trek. He's probably watching his TV going, motherfucker, what are they doing to me? This is bullshit.
He was so weird too. So yeah, probably.
It's so weird too because if you were experiencing racism in your daily life, like if you're Derek Bell and there are legitimately people that are racist against you, which I mean, obviously that happens, that can happen, that I'm sure that still happens today, then obviously you're going to see America as like a racist place.
Right.
But it's numbers. It's totally numbers. It's like less and less people are feeling that. That's a good thing. We should be moving in that direction.
Well,
his reason.
Yeah.
She now loves Donald Trump. Blaire White, our final participant, is, well, she's Blaire White. Known
Look at that background. Blaire White knows what she's doing. Look at that. Look, she's got on her vanity, it's just filled with diamonds. Like 500 carat diamonds. I want a vanity full of 500-carat diamonds.
There's so many diamonds to drawers. You have to glue the diamonds to the outside of the drawers because there's no space inside the drawers to hold all the diamonds.
Are those? Oh, those are on the outside. It just looks like a freezer locker full of diamonds.
Full of diamonds. Yeah.
I love it.
Conservative trans lady who talks about issues in the trans community. Of course, we will speak about Blaire White more. Her interactions with Lauren Witzke are the center of this video, but let's put a pin in her description for just a second. All in all, Borisenko and White represent the moderate liberal conservative perspective. They do not, or are not supposed to, define their politics.
Wait.
By all in all, Borisenko and White represent the moderate liberal conservative perspective. They
moderate, so
liberal.
I don't know what he means by
perspective.
That.
Yeah.
I mean, if he meant that they're supposed to be conservatives who believe in liberalism, I would agree. I just usually when you hear leftists say liberal, they don't mean liberalism in that way, but maybe he does. I'm not sure.
A lot of disaffected liberals are calling themselves classical liberals.
Which doesn't really make sense. That's not really appropriate, I don't think. But
I just think it's
like
weird.
its own specific thing.
I think it's weird that on the left they have this huge thing where if you want to, however you want to self-identify, you want to self-identify as a man, a woman, indigenous, black, Latino.
Well, you're not allowed to be transracial. That's like Rachel Dolezal.
We did that. We did that live stream last week with Aaron, and Aaron was saying,
Aaron,
you know,
I
you
know
want
Aaron
everyone.
does, but I mean, most of them don't.
A lot of people on the left are like, however you want to identify, man, woman, you should be like have every single opportunity open to you, right?
Right.
But however you identify politically, no, fuck you, you're a conservative. No, if you disagree with me, I get to define you.
Right. You're a fascist.
You don't get to self-identify. Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about? I'm defining you, motherfucker.
Right.
It's so bad.
That's a good point.
It's so bad. It's like, what? Why? I don't understand. Like, it's still part of your identity. How is it not? How are you not crapping all over someone's identity by defining them in some nefarious way that serves your purpose and not theirs? Isn't that the exact same thing people are doing with trans people?
Yeah.
How is it different?
That's a great point.
It's the exact same thing. It's just they're so, as long as you're on the other team, we can treat you as terrible as we want to treat you. That's their whole attitude, which is awful. It's completely awful.
And that's why they're trying to tear down liberalism, because liberalism was supposed to be, let's not do that. Okay, let's not just destroy the other team.
Yes.
Let's try to solve our differences through compromise and working together.
Yes. Yeah. Let's not negative stereotype the LGBT community for our own personal fucking kicks.
Right.
Yeah.
They do not, are not supposed to, define their politics by way of bigotry. They are fine with the gays. You know, I think a lot of the tension in this debate comes from the aesthetic differences between its actors. The audiences these people are trying to appeal to, and the rhetoric they use to do it. As I said before, John Doyle and Lauren Witzke are pretty transparent about their beliefs. The language Witzke in particular uses throughout this debate is openly hateful and cruel. She makes no attempt to hide her convictions, her hatred of trans people, of gay people, of Donald Trump's Globo Homo initiative.
Yeah, so, you know, Donald Trump, he did do things that made the church have to make excuses for him. His Globo Homo initiative ended up losing him a significant amount of the Christian vote.
I have a hard time imagining a lot of...
That's not true, is it? I don't think
No.
I think we looked it up last time around, and it was
We looked up the
not
Global
true.
Homo Initiative. Yeah, we fact checked the Global Homo, but
No, he got the lion's share of the evangelical. Yeah, the evangelical vote went out and voted for Biden. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right, exactly. But no, what I was going to say is the bread tubers and leftists and Joel's position here, or their thesis statement doesn't make any sense, because his position is basically, oh, Lauren is just outwardly stating what all Republicans believe.
Yes, totally.
That's his position here.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you read the comments on the video, if that was true, why are all these anonymous people on the internet saying that she's a screaming, crazy, harpy banshee that they think is terrible?
Yeah. Yes. They don't want her representing the Republicans because they're like, this makes us look bad. Well, they're like, take out our own trash, right?
Well, yeah, but it's even beyond that, because they're not just saying, if you read the comments, they're not just saying, oh, I agree with what Lauren believes, but the optics are bad. They're not saying that. They're saying this is a bad person. They have a fundamental disagreement with her stances.
True.
Not just the way in which she portrays the stances. Obviously, that adds to it because she's being a horrible person.
Right. Yes. He's kind of going down the moderate progressive is the problem path here.
Of people being convinced by what she has to say, and that's kind of the point. Witzke is a conservative's conservative, a rallying point, a beacon of anger and bigotry. She doesn't have to be worried.
Where are all those conservatives that were happy about her?
Yeah, totally.
I don't know.
He's making the argument she's the archetype.
Right. But I don't know. I mean, I would want a citation because I remember at the time that this came out and looking back the comments now and even the tweets about this, I didn't see anyone really supporting Lauren. They're all saying this lady is fucking awful.
Yeah. Why'd you platform this lady?
Yeah, she's terrible. Everyone's saying that this woman is just the worst. So I don't know where he's drawing this. Oh, she's the real conservative here. The rest are just the rhinos.
Oh my God.
About optics.
I mean, this would be like us saying, oh, Dr. Kill is like the real leftist, That's what all the leftists want. They want to fantasize about walking around shooting white people in the head. And everyone else who says that they don't like that, well, they're just lying. They're just trying to make it sound better to their audience.
Did you see she was on Black News Network? I couldn't believe it.
I did see that. I didn't listen to it. I just saw that people were posting clips about it. But
I mean, if she blows up over this, that's horrible. That's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were going in the other direction. I thought, okay, well, they tried to suppress her talk. Nobody wants anything to do with her. And then she gets interviewed on Black News Network, and I was like, oh my God.
Well, I'm assuming, what's his name? Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Hill, whatever his name is.
I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah. I'm assuming he was not portraying her in a positive light in that conversation. I mean, I didn't listen to it, so.
I listened to just the clips, and it just, I mean, he wasn't asking any hard-hitting questions.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
I thought he could have gone a lot harder on her. Yeah, I was a little disappointed. I was like, listen, this woman's batshit fucking crazy. Why are you not? Like, he went half as hard on her as he went on James Lindsay.
So he was kind of carrying water for her. He's like, oh,
yeah, that's what scared me.
Oh, wow, that's pretty awful.
That's what scared me about it.
Bad.
I was like,
that's
oh
really
my
bad.
God, she's going to be on Joy Reid next. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
That's funny. Joy Reid is like, she's been so fucking crazy recently. She's been the worst recently. She was defending, or she was advocating, when I'm trying to remember her name. Remember that the girl was shot because she was about to stab someone?
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
Joy Reid was on the side of like, why did the cop shoot her? And you're like,
Totally.
What world are we living in now? Okay.
She was just a little knife fight. Come on, you don't have knife fights when you're a kid?
Look, I don't know about you white privileged people, okay, but back in my day, okay, back in my hood, who was the lady's name that said this? That super white comedian that held up
Chelsea Handler.
No, it was the one that had the head of Trump that she held up.
Oh, Kathy Griffin.
Yeah, Kathy Griffin was like, oh yeah, back in my hood,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kathy Griffin.
Yeah, back in my underprivileged education and background, we had knife fights in schools all the time, and it was totally fine.
Griffin.
We didn't need cops to break it up.
Can you imagine Kathy Griffin scrapping with a knife? Oh my God, come on. I mean,
honestly, she's kind of crazy. I could actually
maybe she would. You think she cut that head? You think she cut that head off the mannequin herself? She's like, no, you're doing it wrong. Give it to me.
Give me the knife. I have to cut off this fake Trump head. It has to be done exactly perfectly, just like I used to do at school.
God. Oh, that's what started it all.
Blaire White, on the other hand, is all optics. I hesitated before to describe her politics because to some extent they are hidden within her work. Blaire almost...
See, he's totally making the case that all Republicans are the worst one on the panel, but that they're just hiding it. They're like, come on.
Yes.
They're kicking under the table. Come on. What are you doing? You're saying the quiet part out loud.
Right.
God, these people are paranoid. They're so fucking paranoid.
Blaire is just all about the optics.
Do they not have any conservative friends or family? I mean, do they literally think like their brother-in-law is doing this as well?
Yes.
I mean, maybe the brother-in-law is a problem. Maybe he's like some racist piece of shit. That's
They
like
do.
talking to him privately, and
this is
going, oh my God.
This is the problem with all the critical theory stuff, is because it's basically putting forward that society is composed of groups struggling for power, and they're all lying and doing it in the most dishonest way possible, all in order to get more people on their side. And so since they're doing that, they assume that the other people must be doing the same thing too.
Yeah.
They're basically, as James Lindsay says, the iron law of woke projection. The woke always project. Good. Yeah, they always project their tactics onto everyone else around them, which is fundamental. That's built into critical theory and a lot of Marxist thought.
I don't know though, because I looked at the people who talked on that panel, and I don't think they're insincere. I just think they're delusional.
No. I agree with you. I'm talking about like the academic literature generally.
Right.
Like, I don't think
they're the conniving ones. The psychopaths come in and they set up a structure, and they actually know what's going on, but other people just act it out.
Right. Because I think the people that write all the academic literature, they understand, and even some of the people just defending this, they understand that they're advocating for the destruction of liberalism and for some sort of Marxist communist utopia to be implemented. And then you have all the little foot soldiers come out here and they make all these defenses, and they carry all this water saying, oh, that's not really what they want to do. Critical race theory is not Marxist. It's, these woke theories are not socialists. They don't really want to overthrow all of society, blah, 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 blah. And it's hard to tell with the people defending it. Are they really aware of what they're advocating for or not?
Right.
And I'm not sure. I don't know.
The critical theorists are like the original 4chan trolls. They're like, we're going to get society. We're going to show you how it's done, guys. Watch, we're going to get the media to lose their shit over this.
Right.
This, it's okay to be white sign, right? We're going to totally. They're trolling all of society.
J-Mac for another $100. Oh my God, J-Mac. So generous.
Happy Father's Day to me.
Yeah, Jeez, Jay. Says, I use my parents as standard Christian conservatives. My mom and I disagree on many issues, especially around LGBT stuff, but one thing remains: she's always compassionate. She always espouses hate the sin, not the sinner, and I'm okay with that even if I disagree.
Great attitude.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, so many of these disagreements so many people want the same thing. They want the best for society and they want the best for individuals. Even if they are anti-LGBT, they have a different way of going about it. I completely disagree with their tactics in the LGBT realm, but in other realms, I don't necessarily disagree with their tactics.
Right.
It depends upon what it is. Yeah. So, but the whole idea, mischaracterizing the opposition as, they want society. Well, I guess maybe if it's the anarchists, they actually do want society to fall apart. But most people want the best for people and society, and they just have a difference of opinion on what strategy is going to produce that outcome.
Right.
So I find it fundamentally useful to debate these people, because you get a clearer picture of what potentially is the best outcome for society. So,
sure.
I don't like this critical race theory stuff, obviously, because it just sets you up for failure. You're basically coming to the conclusion before you even really analyze the problem.
Well, especially if you have Derek Bell's critical race theory, where not only is he saying liberalism can't produce a non-racist society, he says nothing can produce a non-racist society.
Which is total bullshit.
Yeah, it's like, why even bother then? Why try? It's awful.
Yeah.
But just to go back to my earlier point, it's just the hypocrisy here by Joel, who's claiming that all these right-wingers, all these conservatives are hiding their power levels, when all this critical race theory and all this critical woke justice nonsense is all hiding the power level of all these, of the fact that they want to overturn liberalism. So it's just, the projection here is astronomical.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
I'm going to play the video.
Exclusively talks about trans people. She doesn't give her perspective on the way the government ought to work, on race, on capitalism, etc. And so it's hard to know exactly where she stands on these issues.
Do you think Blaire White has strong opinions on any of those things? I watch Blaire White videos from time to time. Obviously, if there's one everyone's talking about, I'm going to watch it. But man, does Blaire White make strongly political videos? It seems like she makes more videos about her area of expertise, which is the LGBT community. Like, there's a lot of differences of opinion, like I said previously, about the right strategy, so the most people can live the most fulfilling lives that they can possibly live. And those like liberals and conservatives are constantly in tension over those policy prescriptions. It seems like Blaire weighs in where those policy prescriptions touch her community, but she doesn't seem remotely interested in like policy. I'm not going to be having an MMT stream with Blaire very soon. I can
You're going to have an MMT stream with Blaire? What?
Well, he's talking about how Blaire he doesn't necessarily know where Blaire stands on different political issues, but Blaire doesn't make videos on different political issues, right? She's exclusively focused on LGBT issues.
I don't know if I'm sure she has,
and
but
free
like
speech.
95% seems to be a lot of it trans stuff, LGBT issues. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
She's definitely she's like anti-woke, but I don't think she has I don't know that she came out and said, I'm voting for Biden or I'm voting for Trump or whatever. Maybe she did.
No, I think she did. But also, she's stated numerous times that she's conservative and has been conservative her entire life. She said she was voting for Trump, I believe. So, and if she makes videos that's exclusively about one specific subject area, okay, I don't see how that's a problem, especially when the debate they're having is about that one specific subject matter too.
Yeah. Well, he assumes, Big Joel assumes that if you say that you're conservative, you have to take the entire conservative package.
But that doesn't even make sense in this. That would only, okay. So his argument is really stupid. It would only make sense if say, you had a YouTuber who said that they were conservative and all they talked about was economic issues. They never talked about social issues. And then Big Joel would say, oh, well, I'm going to assume that he hates trans people and gay people because, he doesn't talk about them. Right.
Totally. Yeah.
But that doesn't make sense at all with Blaire. Well, first of all, which would be wrong, by the way. I'm not saying that would be right, but that doesn't even make sense with Blaire because she exclusively talks about all these LGBT issues. And so you would know if she hates trans people or gay people or all this stuff because that's what she's talking about.
Yeah, that's her whole brand.
I'll say that I, for one, was surprised to learn during this debate that she thinks that Biden most likely stole the election.
I'm also one of those people that, I don't know, this might have to be edited out for YouTube, but I'm not completely convinced that the election was won by Biden by completely legitimate means. So
we can say it was borrowed.
I think it's just not the sort of thing you'd expect her to say out loud. And even Blaire White.
Well, I don't know what he means, but conservatives saying that they thought Biden stole the election is not. I think it's wrong and stupid, but it's not exactly like a super out there claim, especially on YouTube for people to make.
Yeah, and it's not like a lot of people don't believe it anyway. So
yeah,
who cares?
A big chunk of the Republican Party believes that. Yeah, but I don't know what his point is when he says this.
Come on, you know what his point is. Look, she's a crazy conspiracy person.
I guess maybe
she's a QAnon supporter. Look at this. That's his point.
He's just virtue signaling to his audience.
Totally, to his audience. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Look at these she's a QAnon believer.
Right.
The only thing, like Vosh would at least wink in the camera to the audience here so you'd know. But Big Joel doesn't know to do that.
videos of trans people are not as explicit as you might expect. Her work can be understood as a kind of collage of anti-trans discourse. One week she'll talk about drag queens reading to children, the next about how the trans community is trying to force people out of their genital preferences. The next she'll talk about...
What? These topics are out there. She's not allowed to weigh in. Look at this. He's basically saying, yeah, all she does is do videos on the trans community. She's like she's in the trans community.
How does this make her anti-trans?
Because she doesn't agree with Big Joel. Are you kidding me? Sitch, do I have to spell this out for you? Don't you understand?
How dare a trans woman have a different opinion about trans issues than me, cishet white Joel, the decider of transness.
Cishet white Joel should be his screen name. Cishet white Joel. I love it.
It's super. This is why this video is so gross to me, because it's like when you have the white person. There's like that comic where the white girl like covers the black girl's mouth. He's like, and she's like, no, let me speak for you. Let me tell you about your oppressed existence and your experience. It's so disgusting. These people are such hypocritical bullshit artists.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole academic theory around this is like, oh, we have to let marginalized and oppressed people, speak and be heard. And then it's like, oh, well, if they're speaking things that I don't like to hear, then we have to silence them and say that they're actually Uncle Toms and anti-trans and blah, 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 blah.
I love that any debate over like the contentious issue of transgender children or hormone blockers is immediately labeled as transphobia. It's like so poisoning the well. It's like, come on. Come on.
Yes. And Joel has no fucking clue what Blaire is doing at all. And that's it. Blaire is trying her hardest to show the world and to show specifically conservatives to say, look, I'm trans and you can be trans without buying into all this other nonsense.
Totally.
That I think is really gross. Okay. Yeah. So what she's saying is don't associate drag queen story time and giving kids hormone blockers and super straight stuff. Don't associate all these things with being trans. Okay, you can be trans and not buy into all this other stuff. So she's trying to cultivate this to her audience to get conservatives who would be more likely to not be on board with trans stuff to be on board with it.
Yeah, to normalize being trans. Yeah,
right. And Joel has no fucking clue that this is what's happening and this is what her goal is. He has no idea.
Because he's the one, the left is the one that's supposed to be normalizing trans people. Joel, you're supposed to be doing this.
Right.
But he's like, no, we're not going to do that. Genital preference is homophobia.
Well, they don't want Blaire or someone on the right to normalize trans issues for conservatives and for the right. Because then they lose that weapon. They lose the cudgel of saying you're a transphobe. You're a transphobe.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Totally. It's all electoral politics. It is.
Yeah, it's
so
awful.
Cynical.
It is awful. So awful. How terrible cynical that is. Yes.
Do you remember? You read the Mark Blythe book, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember? I often talk about how it kind of sucks, but in a democratic republic, really. The goal for politicians is to reward their voters at the out of power party's expense, at the out of party voters' expense, which is it's kind of, I mean, people don't like that. There's no good way around it though. But in that Mark Blythe book, he mentions it. He says there was some election somewhere where they literally took the taxes away from the Liberal Party once they won and gave all the taxes to the conservatives. Like they just went out and did it. That kind of stuff never happens here, but imagine that. Like no taxes for you. All the conservatives pay all the taxes now. Biden won.
Right.
Can you imagine?
Oh, that sounds like anti-liberalism to me.
That's crazy. Yeah, totally. It is anti-liberalism, but that's actually happened.
Yeah. But
I mean, it happens around the edges in America.
Well, that's why this Hegelian alchemic approach is so dangerous. This idea that you can just deconstruct your way to utopia is insane. It's like, no, you're going to deconstruct your way to a bunch of broken pieces. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're going to create a power vacuum, and a bunch of crazy asshole people are going to go, oh, now's my time to shine. Now's my time to be the charismatic cult leader to swoop in and take advantage of the broken pieces and make everything fucking terrible. Which has only happened every single time in fucking human history. So you think people would learn?
Yeah, that's like Bosch's career path right there.
It's like, exactly. It's like, it's so funny because it's like, that's the French Revolution. All the leftists, they all like masturbate over the, the French Revolution. And what was the outcome of that? Well, they all turned on each other, started murdering everyone. And then Napoleon took over and became like the fucking imperialistic dictator. God emperor. So it's like, okay, that's just the way these things kind of turn out. It's almost like you can't just deconstruct your way to greatness, guys. Almost like you have to build something,
Got to keep all those. You got to keep juggling. Got to keep all those balls up in the air.
There was a long conversation with like one of these giant panels that Destiny was on, which I thought he did really shittily, and he's been doing this weird thing where he's been like trying to defend critical race theory for some reason.
Oh my goodness,
it's really awful.
Oh shit.
But he did say something that was interesting that I wanted to look into, which was that he said in the USSR, their Constitution and their Bill of Rights had so much more like quote unquote left-wing protections for workers and all these marginalized people than even in America. And yet it still devolved into crap. And the point was that you have all these paper laws and paper shields, and they don't mean anything. What you need is strong institutions and culture that people believe in. And that's where really the rights and the power derives from. So
the cage of norms. That's
right,
what they
the cage
call
of
it.
norms. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is that all these Marxists, they believe that the cage of norms, they say, oh, the cage of norm is a cage, Adam. Therefore, it's inherently oppressive, and we must destroy this cage. And it's like, okay, well, when you destroy the cage, you let all the monsters out. I don't know.
I know, exactly.
You not know what's in the cage. Okay.
Well, I think and this is from the book, The Narrow Corridor, I think they call it the cage of norms because they're using it to describe the nations that are locked out of liberty. The book is A Narrow Corridor to Liberty, and you're trying to get your nation into this corridor where people have the most freedom. But yeah, the norms can be good if they're keeping you inside the narrow corridor of liberty. Like if you've got a country that has a lot of liberal freedoms, and that's one of the things we're always railing on, because the norm of colorblindness is one that I think is being attacked, and if we lose that norm, we're fucked, basically, right?
Right.
So that's a good norm to have, but there are places that have bad norms, like if you're like honor killings and shit like that. That's the cage of norms, right? If the honor killings are not going away, then you're fucked.
Right. And that's the problem, is that since the Marxists see all these things as inherently oppressive, what they don't like, there are things that will get caught up in the norms that we want to remove from being, taboo, like, being gay and gay marriage and all these things. We want to say, oh, this was deemed bad and we want to remove it so that it's acceptable. Okay. And so I don't think that the leftists understand that society, or our progress so far, has basically been, we came from being, murderous thugs who just did the most vile things to each other. And so we had to come up with very strict social codes and laws to kind of tamp down on this behavior that totally. Like way overwent the line. And now that we're sort of civilizing ourselves, now we can start walking the line back to grant ourselves more additional freedoms to slowly figure out, like, what can we do that's not going to destroy all society, that gives people more freedom.
Right. Yeah.
That seems to be like kind of, the line of justice towards, freedom that we're kind of going on. And they're saying, no, this isn't happening fast enough. Just tear everything down.
Yeah. Bad.
Cameraman 502 for $20. Thank you very much, Cameraman. Says, regarding critical race theory in school, I've noticed you and others have been debating critical race theory academically and not adding it to public schools. Doesn't that give lefties an out to say critical race theory isn't going into schools when we can see its influence? Yeah. No, I think you're right. And I think next time, if we ever set up one of these conversations, because I've been focused almost exclusively on the academic stuff of it. And it's kind of like a blind spot for me. I need to look into and have like a lot of strong examples of CRT in school and stuff, so people can't weasel out of it and say, oh, it's not being taught in schools or whatever. So yeah, no, I agree completely. And also because then you can kind of then you get around the argument of like, well, that's not CRT. It's like, oh, well, this is what's being taught in schools. Like, it doesn't matter like how you're defining it. Like, this is what's being taught in schools.
Yeah.
Sean Sullivan for $20 says, after your last two streams, I'm convinced that the alt left is a new religion. I keep forgetting. I want to start. We need to brand this as like the
alt left.
The alt left or the illiberal left. Yeah. Alt left.
He's Big Joel's totally alt lefter.
Alt left. Yes.
Yeah.
The basics of any religion is a good story with a hero and a villain. Whiteness is the devil. We are just to wait for a black Jesus at this point. There you go. There you go.
Terrible.
Children transitioning and detransitioning. The next, she'll talk about trans women in sports. The next, she'll talk about trans trenders, and so on and so on. Now,
like you're not allowed to have, you're not allowed to talk about these topics unless you agree with Big Joel. What the fuck?
Apparently.
What the fuck? I noticed one consistency between all those videos. They were all about trans people.
I know.
Something you'd suspect she is an expert at, as she's a member of the trans community. I don't get this line of reasoning.
Or even not necessarily an expert, but definitely someone who, I mean, you're part of the community. You can definitely have an opinion on it. Like, who are you to say that she's anti-trans, even though she is a trans woman who doesn't agree with all these other things that are being lumped in with transness? I mean, to me, that makes 100% sense.
Yeah.
All of these issues are certainly deserving of full breakdowns, but here I want to look at the bigger picture. It's been said many times before, but emphasis is the most primary tool of propaganda, where our gaze is placed, the ideas it is telling us to care about. And in the case of Blaire White, that emphasis...
I know.
Here's the thing. I don't necessarily disagree with... I mean, I don't know if I'd say it's the most... I mean, it's definitely a form of propaganda. And we definitely see this. We talk about this all the time. The media, every time there's any sort of negative interaction between a police officer and like a black guy, okay?
Yeah.
The media will blow it up. And so it creates, and it is a form of propaganda, and it creates in people's minds this idea that, there's all these black people getting murdered by police all across the country constantly. And it's like a very small number of these occurrences actually happening. And so, I agree with that, but I don't, with Blaire's position. Now, I don't watch her content regularly, so maybe I'm wrong.
Why
here.
not?
Okay,
you're not a patron of Blaire?
I'm not a patron of
Blaire.
I'm
surprised.
No.
You transphobe.
It's because I'm a transphobe. That's it. No, it's because I'm jealous. Only Sitch Chan can be,
Oh yeah, Sitch Chan is hot. I'll bring up some Sitch Chan later.
Woo. Yes, bring up some Sitch Chan. No, but so I could be wrong about this, but I would imagine, judging by the content I have seen of Blaire and the debates I've seen her in, her focusing on this is not to say, oh, this is the trans movement. Trans people are bad. That is not, why would she's trans. She's not saying that. That's not her goal. Her goal is to say, you can be trans and not like this. That's seems to be her position. It seems to be what she's advocating for. As we talked about just a few minutes ago, she seems like she's trying to normalize being trans for a conservative audience.
How cool was Blaire's debate with Candace Owens?
That was amazing.
Oh man.
That was the highlight of Candace Owens' career. That was the highlight of Dave Rubin's career. Guys.
Definitely. The guys meme came out of that.
Guys.
Yeah.
Well, it comes down, I think one of the most interesting debates maybe not interesting because it's kind of long and boring, but it has the most interesting relevant point to a lot of these issues, which was Blaire talking to ContraPoints. This was a couple years ago. And basically the entire, it was like a 2-hour debate, but it was really all about one thing. And it was funny because it was basically the same conversation as Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris's truth debate.
Really?
Which is that Blaire White was saying, there's this thing called objective truth.
Oh, yeah.
And it's important for us to know and understand what is objectively true, even if it makes us feel bad.
Right.
And ContraPoints' position was basically, well, objective truth isn't as important as people's feelings.
As metaphorical truth.
As metaphorical truth. So we should focus on the things that make people feel good and ignore the objective truth that maybe makes people feel bad. That was like the entire 2-hour long conversation. And it seems like that's a huge disagreement in a lot of these spaces. They don't realize that's what's being argued.
I noticed that Big Joel is sort of an expert on propaganda. Did you pick that up? I mean, I would consider you and I both experts on propaganda too, but just for completely different reasons. Like,
right.
We're out here to dispel propaganda, and something tells me Joel is out here to make propaganda.
Definitely. I am curious if he just doesn't understand. He's so in his bubble, his alt-left illiberal bubble, that he doesn't understand what Blaire is doing. That she's trying to normalize trans stuff for conservatives.
It would be interesting, yeah. It would be interesting. But he's so worried that, no, she's going to normalize trans people being conservative. And that's terrible. What are you talking about? We can't have anyone being conservative. That's dangerous.
Well,
we're on the fascy edge here.
Exactly. And then also, the alt-left would have to actually construct arguments about why they're defending drag queen storytime.
No.
Why they're defending all the kink stuff at Pride. Why they're defending, the hormone blockers for children before they really understand what's going on.
Transphobia.
Right, because right now that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
Just say the magic word.
That's right.
Say the incantation. Anyone can say it. Anyone knows the magic word. You don't have to. See, that's a beautiful thing about it, because you can be dumb as can be as long as you know the magic word. You don't need to argue.
Look at Lance.
You don't need. Oh, you're terrible. You're terrible.
Okay, so the serfs. Let's just talk about this.
Lance one day might be able to understand the arguments. Okay.
Look. Okay. So the serfs made a video where it's so weird. At first, he made a video that was about our conversation. I thought it was about our conversation that we had with James. I keep calling him James. With Sam and Aaron.
Yeah.
And but it's not. All he did was he said
he reacted. So
yeah, but he didn't even react to our debate. He just reacted to
some things that we
Aiden
said,
and Sean talking after the debate, where we were just kind of shooting the shit for like 4 hours after.
Did I not say that would get clipped though? And you said
you did, and you were right.
I know. I told you.
It's like Surf was like, oh my god, Sean, my man crush, my hate boner. He talked about race and IQ in the same sentence. I'm not going to listen to what he said. He just talked about race and IQ. And the reason I say that, like, to me, I think Lance is just not an intelligent person, is because, well, for two reasons. One, he had that debate with JF where, like, it seems like Lance has a cheat sheet of talking points, and he can't form like an original thought. He can't deviate from his talking points.
He doesn't know any of the subject matter well enough. Like, he doesn't have a broad base of knowledge at all.
It's not even a question of knowing the subject matter. It's like, even if you don't know the science, if someone says something, you can still like think about it logically and try to understand what they're saying.
Not if you don't have a broad base of understanding. Like JF is fully versed in like evolution and how evolution works. I doubt Lance is fully versed in that stuff.
But no, but so
go ahead.
No, but so that debate, it really seemed like Lance just has like this set of talking points, and if he can't diverge it from those talking points. He doesn't have the kind of ability to kind of create arguments on the spot or to think of things logically on the spot. And then this seemed to be reinforced in his video that he did with Actual Justice Warrior on our stream, because he basically took this was like insane. He took clips of Aiden and Sean discussing sort of the race and IQ thing, but both of them are giving arguments where they're dismantling the racist narrative around race and IQ. They're giving arguments about why it wouldn't be like a race issue, why there's other factors involved. So you would think that you'd think that Lance would be in favor of this, because they're giving non-racist arguments. They're doing what he should have done with JF. They're literally dismantling racist arguments around IQ. And yet, like, Lance is either so thirsty for the gotcha, or he's so stupid that he doesn't understand what's happening. And he just says to his audience, he turns to his audience and says, "Oh my God, they said the words race and IQ in the same sentence. What bigots. What racist."
He wants to conflate their arguments with JF's arguments. That's the thing. Like, he wants to say
they're literally doing the opposite.
They're not. So many people are not bright enough to see the distinction between the arguments. That's the problem. And they're so thirsty for racism, and it's so easy to conflate any conversation about race with racism. That's what they do there, and that's the market right there. Hungry for racism.
I guess.
Yeah. It's sad, but I knew that we were going to get clipped. I totally knew we were. And I had not even, if I would have thought for 1 second, because you're right, Lance has a huge hate boner for actual justice warriors. Sean did a debate with him and kind of demoralized him a bit. Like,
he did 2 debates and he kind of destroyed him.
Sean knows his shit, man. Sean is a smart guy. You're not going to go anywhere, Lance. You know, if you're trying to insinuate to people that Sean doesn't know what he's talking about, or that he's not smart, I mean,
he's not. He's trying to insinuate that Sean is a white nationalist.
Well, and that Sean is not bright and doesn't know what he's talking about and stuff like that. But by virtue of him being a quote unquote white nationalist. But Sean, right. I mean, I don't even like saying that, because that's so, like, I wouldn't be friends with Sean if I thought he was a white nationalist, or was like,
no, Sean's not. Yeah, it's so funny.
Not even remotely that. Like, it's not.
Sean's constantly making arguments to
against
dismantle and destroy racist talking points, white nationalist talking points, and it's just like,
yes, exactly.
Lance is just so thick. There is no, with Lance, there's no writer. He's just the elephant. Okay.
Yeah.
He's just an elephant trampling. He's just like, oh, Sean, conservative, libertarian, racist, white nationalist. Like, he just has like this one-track mind about it.
So much of it is the lens, though. I mean, if you go into these conversations with the lens that conservative equals racist, like, you're completely looking at things backwards. Yes.
True.
You miss every time Sean says something like, you know, I wouldn't be in favor of this policy because this policy's racist. You miss that. You're like, your brain is blocking it out. But Sean says that kind of shit all the time.
Right. And exactly. Completely.
This is always based exclusively on the pathology of the trans community. It all comes together to say, without ever really saying it, that...
Yeah. What is Blaire's position that, I don't know.
Trans is a tool of propaganda.
Do you know if Blaire's position is that gender dysphoria is a mental illness? I mean, technically it's in the DSM.
Yeah, that is her
they're
position.
Trying to change it, yeah.
Yeah, gender dysphoria is a mental illness. There's no way around that. It fits our definition of what we describe as a mental illness.
It fits their definition of transphobia, though. That's why it's important.
That's the problem.
Because if you believe that something gender dysphoria that's in the Diagnostic and Statistics Manual of Mental Illnesses, if you believe that something is a mental illness, then you're a transphobe. Technically, every single psychiatrist who believes the DSM is a transphobe, then, right?
Right.
I mean, something's wrong with that definition. I
know, but it's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Their argument too is so crazy, because they're like, being a homosexual used to be in the DSM. So their argument is that it's just wrong. So.
Yeah, they don't have a good argument. Well, their only argument is that it's negatively stigmatizes trans people. Mm-hmm. Which, first of all, I don't know. You look around society, we have I don't know where this negative stigmatism is or stigma for trans people. It seems like they're so
Or
celebrated
for
by
anyone
everyone.
with a mental illness. Are you kidding me? People are falling all over themselves to like have
Right.
a mental illness.
Exactly, and that fits into part of that fits into Kimberly Crenshaw's intersectionality, where it's kind of the race to the bottom with the oppression Olympics. So they have no argument against it whatsoever. It's all because to them it's like they want to normalize everything. They want to destroy the cage of norms.
Yeah.
So they say, by calling it a mental illness, it's which look, I said this a million times. If you just want to call it a medical condition, I don't give a fuck. But it has to be, gender dysphoria has to retain a category in the field of medicine. And that's where the real problem is. They're trying to say that it's not a medical condition. It's just the way you are. You're just born a little different. It's like, okay, you're born a little different in a way that makes you want to kill yourself. I think that's a medical condition, guys.
I know.
Like, come on. I'm very sympathetic to trans people, but like, we need to be realistic about what's happening here. We don't want to dilute, we don't want to lie to ourselves about what's going on.
If you're suicidal from depression, I mean, that's technically a medical condition.
Exactly.
Too.
It's a mental, exactly. And no one is saying it shouldn't be a mental illness.
Now, I don't know, because they say you don't have to have gender dysphoria to be trans. So
right, that's
technically
the big contention, yes.
Right. So, but if you want to change your sex and you don't have gender dysphoria, you're technically not mentally ill either, because you don't have gender dysphoria, which is in the DSM, right?
But then my argument, and I think Blaire has made the same argument, is that those people are not really trans. That they're just they're either confused,
transphobes,
or they're transgenders or whatever.
Transphobes. Well, as a transhumanist, if someone wants to change their sex.
Well, here's the problem. Okay, so the DSM and the APA, the psychiatric APA, sort of kind of trying to bend over backwards to be politically correct, and to not. And I understand this. Their whole thing is that they're trying to help people. They don't want to hurt people with these medical conditions or these disorders or whatever word you want to use. And so they're trying to not, like, when they use the word mental illness, they don't want it to have a negative stigma.
Yeah, exactly.
And I completely understand that. And so part of that was them disassociating and saying, oh, okay, well, there's a difference between transgender and gender dysphoria. And so this creates confusion where some people think like, oh, well, that means that there can be like people who want to transition but don't have gender dysphoria. And it's like, well, no, that doesn't really make sense. What they're doing is they're saying, the distinction is they're saying, oh, well, like the state of being transgender isn't the mental illness. It's the feelings of dysphoria that make you want to kill yourself is the mental illness. And this was sort of done purely for kind of politically correct reasons.
Right.
Just
trying to walk the line.
Yeah, trying to walk the line, which I'm fine with. But then the problem is that then it leads to that weird argument that you just brought up, which is
you're not mentally ill if you want to change your sex and you don't have gender dysphoria.
Like, well,
you're totally normal.
Yeah, and it's like, okay,
it's like getting a tattoo, Sitch. Why you got to be such a square? Come on, you want to cut your dingling off.
Right.
Oh my God. Dude, it's a mental illness if you want to cut body parts off, right?
Yeah.
I mean, why don't they just
body dysmorphia? Yeah.
Why don't they just classify it as body dysmorphia?
Well, they don't, and that's another contentious thing. It's not considered body dysmorphia.
Well, I guess if you just think it's cool, like you just want to switch.
That's part, and this is part of the issue, because I understand like gender dysphoria is different, because one of them is body dysmorphia is saying I have a body part that I don't want on me, or that is something about it's wrong and it disgusts me and I need to be removed. And they're not really clear. They think it's some form of OCD. But gender dysphoria is not necessarily a specific body part, but it's like a sense, like an internal sense of being that feels wrong. But the problem is, I do think that there are people who have body dysmorphia about specific body parts that just happen to be sexual organs, and then they think they have gender dysphoria when maybe they don't actually have gender dysphoria.
It's odd to me because I kind of came to the realization that both sides of the political spectrum have kind of colluded to be anti-LGBT. Well, I guess LGB because maybe it's pro-T.
Mm-hmm.
But I came across some stat that the lesbians in these areas where they have a huge spike in the number of trans people, particularly female to male transitioners, there's like no lesbians. So they're just postulating that every single lesbian is going to transition rather than living life as a lesbian, which is kind of anti-LGBT if you think about it. If the left's way of dealing with lesbians is to transition them into men, how is that different than the right's idea that we're, going to use conversion therapy and just turn them into heterosexual women? It's like both people have a solution that's just like, what's going on here? Both these solutions are awful, right?
Right. And James Lindsay has a really good video on this recently. It's called Why You Can Be Transgender But Not Transracial. And they kind of talk about how the goal of the gender liberation movement was to deconstruct gender. Basically create a situation where you're on a train with no brakes.
Hello, I'm here.
Hey now.
Oh, hey,
Hunter.
what's up, man? You're early.
Yeah, hold on. Do I need my camera on or?
You don't have to. I don't have the camera up anyway, so.
I'm already.
What's up, man?
Hold on one second. Let me get my recording going.
How long were you actually in here as we're talking to each other?
Oh no, I literally just came in. I'm already live on my end though, just so you guys know.
Okay, sure, that's cool.
Yeah. All right.
How you doing today?
Doing good. Thanks for having me on,
Happy Father's Day,
guys.
by the way.
Yeah, you're a dad, aren't you?
Yeah. Yep.
Sweet.
Big old daddy.
So, I'm trying to think. Where should we start? I don't think we should just keep watching this video from the middle because Hunter hasn't seen it from the beginning. But
no, I don't think so either. And I mean, we were kind of. You kind of got us mid sentence here talking about this stuff.
Well,
so.
we can come back to that. But
yeah,
well,
obviously.
I can always. I mean, yeah.
No. I need to bring up.
I also apologize for being so hard to get everything scheduled with. It was just, you know how it is with kids. It's like they go to bed like right at 5, but then I'm like, wait, I gotta like get stuff set up for my stream. So it's just
sure.
Yeah.
If you could turn your mic up just a little bit, Hunter, and I'll bring an avatar up. So, but we do thank you for joining us.
Yeah, sure. Is that any better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no problem.
So, where are you politically right now, Hunter?
It's complicated.
Get the Tim Pool beanie.
No, I would more or less kind of consider myself like a social democrat, which I know by like online terms would make me a centrist.
Are you an enlightened centrist, Hunter? Is that what's happening here?
Not that enlightened. More that I try really hard not to be like married to any one ideology. I really think that that's harmful, and I think that what happens is you see the same thing happen with people on the far right and the far left. Is it becomes kind of like a big club where they're all just friends, and that's kind of all that's going on. And it's not really there's not very much critical thinking going on.
And you mean critical thinking, like not critical theory. You mean actual critical thinking.
Exactly. Like thinking critically about your arguments, making sure that you're being like logical, everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. People get sucked into these tribes and they have to make the virtue signaling argument to their side to say, oh, I support what my side supports. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
When you first transitioned, you were calling yourself a centrist, which I thought was particularly interesting since we kind of have the TM on the enlightened centrist trademark.
Oh, really?
On,
I didn't know that.
You owe us some money. I don't know if you knew that. You actually.
Most people don't. A lot of people mischaracterize us. Like we were talking earlier, Lance clipped us from our stream last week, and he called us reactionaries. And I thought, hold on, what the fuck? First of all, what is a reactionary? And second, how are we reactionaries?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that people definitely can abuse those kinds of words. Reactionaries are generally just people that are like opposed to progress, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Usually like just opposed to progress for the sake of it too.
Well, there's like the people that self-identify as reactionaries who seem to be like the tradcons.
Yeah,
we need to go back to conservative social norms and social values and all that.
Right, which is more or less kind of reactionary, right? Like it's
that is
an opposition to progress.
100%. Right.
But that's just not us. That's totally not us. Like, Sitch is accused of TDS once a week, so.
Yeah, where are you guys politically? Because I also kind of got the impression that you were a little bit more right wing, but I also remember I think it was Sitch who like grilled No Bullshit that one time.
Totally. Yes.
It was me. Yes.
Yeah.
Not Adam. Oh, terrible Adam. The worst moderator in that debate.
We had a.
Sorry,
I don't know
Adam,
if you know
for the
this.
mean words.
I don't know if you know this, Hunter, but we had a. I had made an agreement with No Bullshit to come on that we weren't going to watch this video, and I totally fucked up and didn't tell Sitch that was like the agreement. So Sitch kept trying to bring this video up, and I wanted to honor obviously my agreement with No Bullshit ahead of time because I didn't want to be a liar. So
No, I understand that.
So it was a crazy kind of uncomfortable situation. But yes, Sitch did grill No Bullshit pretty hard on that stream, and I mean I definitely, I see a value to the conservative argument. What's interesting about you is you used to make conservative videos, so you'd think you'd be the perfect one to actually also see value to the conservative arguments.
I mean, I don't know if I see too much. It would depend on what argument specifically, but I definitely think I'm able to have a little more like insight, at least as to how conservatives kind of think about issues more or less.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're definitely against the anti-LGBT stuff, which we're both against the anti-LGBT stuff as well. So
yeah, that's kind of, then we would probably agree more or less in that aspect because yeah, I mean that was my biggest shift also, just because I used to be so anti-LGBT.
Okay, so that makes sense then. So you might have come to some revelation and been
why why were you so anti-LGBT?
I think it was a lot of reasons. The main kind of news that I was consuming was very much right wing. I also didn't really understand the issue fully of trans people and the whole LGBT stuff. And a lot of the times I see this happen still with a lot of conservatives, and I don't even mean any like hate in this direction at all. I'm just saying like a lot of the times it's like a lack of understanding that can lead to hateful attitudes or aggressive attitudes, and it's arguably just like a human thing too. Like sometimes people are hostile towards things they don't understand or things that they view as different. But I think that I was very much in that place. And then yeah, just the more I began to understand the issue and understand, I don't know, like the difference between sex and gender and all that, I just started to kind of have a better understanding of the issue, and I was able to take out the emotional like aggression that I had to that issue before.
Was it a religious thing? For some reason I thought you were like really Christian religious back in the day.
For some reason there was like this idea of me that I was like some crazy creationist, and it was because back in like 2015 I made some cringy video where I like more or less made fun of atheists. And that basically went from that, it became like Hunter's this crazy religious.
Right, yeah, okay, gotcha.
Whatever.
Gotcha.
But like I actually never had much religion in my videos. Even when I remember specifically one of my videos I was making an anti-abortion video. And I remember particularly the way I wrote it, I made sure to not have any religion in it because I wanted to make like an argument against it, not just a religious appeal. So yeah, I still try to do that. I mean, I'm not really religious anymore, but no, religion didn't really motivate a lot of my opinions even.
So like, cause I'm trying to remember, I watched last week your Why I Left the Right video.
Oh, that video was so long. I need to make a shorter version.
I know it's very long, but like a lot of it seemed like I was very curious. It's like what specifically kind of like clicked in your mind where you're like, oh, maybe I'm like buying into something that's not necessarily true.
A lot of people ask me that, but it wasn't like a click. It's usually like a gradual process, and I started to understand more and more the issue. And yeah, it was kind of like
was there like a specific issue, like
like LGBT stuff?
Yeah, like was there some specific LGBT thing that you thought, and then you saw the magic stat that changed your mind or something? People was always asking us, they're like, Sitch, how do we change people's minds? And I'm always like, I don't fucking know. I don't know how to change anyone's mind.
You can't.
I don't know how to change people's minds either, because
just give up. You don't.
No, I don't give up. I still like to argue with people. It's fun. But
well, that's different though. Arguing is fun, but give up on the idea that you're actually going to change their mind. That's all I'm saying.
I always think of it when I'm doing like debates. I usually think about it as the point of like, I'm going to be hopefully changing some minds of the audience. I know I won't be changing the mind of the person I'm talking to most likely.
Right.
But you're not really changing, even in the audience situation. I don't think you're literally changing minds. I think you're bringing people who haven't made up their mind and maybe helping them make up their mind. But you're not changing people who have made up their mind. That's an important distinction to make.
I would disagree with that. I mean, of course, there are going to be probably more people that don't have their minds changed because people are stubborn, of course.
Sure.
But
totally.
I mean, I've talked to various different viewers who have told me that they did used to be pretty like homophobic or anti-LGBT, and then they, changed their opinions kind of with me.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because I noticed that like it doesn't seem really to me that facts change people's minds. It's like a personality changes their mind. So like people who liked you and then you change their mind and they're like, oh, well, I like Hunter and he changed his mind. Therefore, it's acceptable for me to change my mind.
Yeah, and that can kind of play into what we were saying earlier, right? It's like the whole groupthink, the whole I got to do what someone else is doing first.
Right.
And yeah, no, that's just an issue with politics in general. I think that especially because of how popular politics have gotten, it's really easy to just form friend groups around it. So yeah, I don't know. I definitely think that, I mean, I know that I've pissed off a fuck ton of people. But
yeah, tell us a little about that. We want to hear the dirt on the fallout.
I don't know. I don't really have much dirt on people, to be honest. I mean, and if I did, I probably already made a fucking video about it. No, I don't know. I mean, I did have some funny like experiences meeting some of these right wingers. But like, I don't really have dirt on anyone. It was fun. I mean, it was pretty crazy having the little fallout. I was getting attacked by the likes of like Mark Dice, and those people, which was it was pretty fun. Mark Dice.
Well, I don't specifically mean like dirt on people, but I just mean like the situation. Like what happened with Mark Dice?
Oh yeah, he said this is why like youth shouldn't be allowed to speak or something about my.
Oh my god.
About my little clip of me saying that conservative tech censorship is like not the issue that conservatives are making it out to be. And it was funny too, because a little while back when I had my YouTube channel banned temporarily, Mark Dice supported me. So it was like when I was playing into his narrative, which was, big tech bad, conservative victim, whatever, he was all for supporting me. But then as soon as I had my own idea that stepped out of the sort of bubble, I was being attacked and thrown under the bus by that same guy. Do you guys know who Joel Patrick is? Because he was one of those people.
No.
Never heard of him.
Not familiar.
You're lucky. He's very stupid. He's like one of those. He's one of those like dumb, griftery, like TP USA black conservative types. So he's he's really bad. But it was funny because when I was having the fallout with the alt-right, he called me up on the fucking phone and was like, because we were cool, we were like acquaintances. And then he was like, hey man, just letting you know, I got your back, bro. I there's a lot of snakes out there or something like that. And then like a week later, we were like fighting because he was attacking me for my position on big tech censorship. It was so weird. That one really got people mad. And now I understand why, because there are literal polls showing that like the majority of Republicans think that conservatives are being suppressed on big tech.
You said your YouTube channel was banned temporarily?
Yeah.
When was that?
That was back in that would have been the like mid 2019.
But you were conservative back then.
Yeah.
So that
why did your channel get banned?
That plays into the narrative too.
Well, I know that plays into the narrative. Of course it does. And the argument isn't so much that conservatives never get banned. Of course they get banned. Yes. The argument is more or less that it's not because they are conservative. And my argument for that is that when you look at the top performing pages on like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, all these different multiple social media sites, conservatives dominate on those platforms. Their news usually spreads faster. Their engagements are usually higher. Even like there are even studies showing the way the algorithm on YouTube works. It's more likely to put out far left or far right content rather than the like middle of the road centrist kind of stuff, because it's that sensationalism that sells. So there's really not a lot of proof that like conservative ideas are being censored, unless of course that conservative idea coincides with a violation of TOS, like, I don't know, race and IQ or some shit. Like usually more or less it seems to be that it's the conservatives that are breaking the rules and violating the TOS. And I know that that's such a controversial opinion, but it is always funny to me too, because the conservatives get so mad, but whenever we talk about issues with like the Black community, right away it's take personal responsibility for your actions, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, it's on you, you can change your own behavior. But then when we're on social media sites and they can't like say the N-word or say that trans people aren't human, all of a sudden it's like a big like victim.
I was gonna say
victim game.
It seemed kind of funny because it's like you're making the black crime argument for conservatives on the internet, like, well, they're breaking the rules more, so that's why.
And I've actually argued with conservatives that would say, well, if you don't want to be a victim of police brutality, just comply and follow the law, but then they won't say the same thing about the TOS. Well, it's like a really it's a fundamental hypocrisy.
Well, the TOS is slanted against them though, because you can't say they can't make their arguments without
that's not true.
Well, it being categorized as breaking TOS. They can't make their arguments. They can't make their arguments in the trans debate without technically breaking the TOS.
I would completely disagree with that. I mean, maybe if they're repeatedly like misgendering to the point of harassment, then maybe not. But conservatives, let's think here about the main conservative sources. We see the main conservative talking heads, like they are always giving their opinion on trans people. Ben Shapiro, he talks about trans people all the time.
When you're talking about conservatives like blowing up, immediately I think of Ben Shapiro, who has a giant show, but also Steven Crowder's show. I mean, he's constantly dealing with YouTube and potentially getting banned.
And that's because he's constantly violating the TOS.
He has a comedy show though. So I mean, where he's running into trouble with the TOS is like, I'm assuming doing jokes and stuff.
The clip he got in trouble for was pretty awful.
What was the clip? I don't know.
It was the Black Farmer clip where they were doing the really negative racial stereotypes.
Oh, okay.
Black Farmer.
You know how I feel about racial stereotypes.
I know.
So fuck Steven. Fuck Steven.
The thing is
Crowder.
I don't think we can fairly say, well, it was just a joke, bro, because yes, Steven Crowder does joke, but sometimes he uses those jokes, I think, to further ideas and to break the TOS. For example, he just dropped a clip. I just saw a clip where he was saying that gay people are more predatory and should be kept away from children. Like Steven Crowder gets away with so much. The amount of times that he's violated the TOS, it's actually surprising he hasn't been banned yet. Like, they're giving him so much leeway here.
Well, I think he's been banned a couple times and he's like
he lost his monetization, but he's with the syndicated Blaze, so he's fine. Right. But it's just no, he hasn't been banned, I don't think. He's had a couple videos maybe taken down and he's lost his monetization.
Well, here's I think the problem that Adam was trying to bring forth is like with the trans issue. I don't watch Ben Shapiro enough, so I don't know what his exact position on transgender people is. But if someone says like, oh, I think transgenderism is a lie, I don't think gender dysphoria exists, I think these are just people tricking children into transitioning or whatever, they have some opinion like this. I mean, it's very easy for someone to say, well, that's violating the TOS. You're dehumanizing,
targeting groups.
I mean, you can look at the TOS. People talk a lot about it being super vague, but usually when you look it over, it's not that hard to understand and follow the TOS. As long as, you're not engaging in some kind of dehumanizing behavior, you're usually going to be fine.
But my point is the argument is framed as dehumanizing people.
Right, exactly. Don't you agree that if someone were to say, they don't believe trans people should be a thing, that's dehumanizing?
That might arguably violate TOS. What do you mean trans people shouldn't be a thing? Like they shouldn't exist? Because if you tweeted that, then that'd probably be a violation.
Yeah, I would assume.
I mean, think about like, would you want people tweeting out like white people shouldn't exist? Like, I think that would be
I don't
pretty
want
fucking
them
bad.
Yeah, I know, not at all.
But I don't think they should be banned from Twitter. I mean, first of all, the people do tweet that out, but I don't think they should be banned necessarily from Twitter.
But here's the thing. Well, so there's multiple things. Is one, I would have to have a little bit more like evidence that is being used to discriminate specifically against conservatives. Usually, again, it does seem that it's the conservatives that are violating the rules. And when we're talking about the overall algorithm and the way it promotes conservative content, they're not being censored like systemically at all or on an algorithmic bias. Some of the rules, if you want to argue that conservatives are dehumanizing trans people or black people more often, then yeah, they might get banned more often. But again, we see how conservatives thrive on these platforms when they do abide by the standards. Like again, you can look at the overall. I mean, I don't have these off the top of my head. If you want me, I can. Want me to?
No,
I
could definitely see. I agree with you. We've talked about this. That conservatives are probably going to do better on internet and social media stuff because the mainstream media has, there's more left-wing people in the mainstream media. So people who are on the right are always looking for additional content to supplement that, and they're going to find it on YouTube.
More or less, maybe, but. At the same time, if you want to look at like overall viewership, Fox News dominates in like every aspect also.
Right, but if you combine MSNBC and CNN
but
and
this
all
is
the other
same,
ones,
so there's always an excuse for it though, right? So like
no,
wait, it's an argument. It's not an excuse.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm not making an excuse. I'm just saying the reason Fox News gets the best ratings is because they're the only conservative mainstream news channel. So all the conservatives are going to watch it. Where if you're on the left or a liberal, you have a lot more variety, and that's going to kind of like split the vote, per se.
Yes.
Okay, so what would that actually prove, though?
Oh no, I was just explaining why I think conservatives and why I think socialists dominate on alternative media like YouTube, Twitch, etc. is because people who don't find their opinions represented by mainstream media are going to look for alternate avenues to find the voice that they agree with. And I think conservatives, at least at the moment, feel more like socialists, feel like their opinions aren't being represented by the mainstream. And that's why they have kind of this domination.
Could very well. Yeah, I think that very well could play a role in the popularity of conservatives. But again, that would still play right into what I'm saying, is that there's no real algorithmic bias then, because those conservatives are able to get on their social media, find conservative content, and then the algorithm continues to feed them more of that conservative content if it keeps them on the platform.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's an algorithmic bias. I think the algorithm, as you said, it's just promoting whatever is controversial, what gets clicks, all that stuff. I do think where the issue arises from is that since the culture right now, at least the mainstream culture, seems to be a lot more on the side of the left or the woke or whatever you want to call it, it's easier for conservatives to stray outside the bounds of quote unquote what is acceptable and thus violate the TOS.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, that's completely possible. Sure. I just think that it's still, so they're still violating TOS, right? They're still violating TOS.
Right, but their argument would be they just don't agree that the TOS should be framed the way it is. Yeah.
Well, then that would be an entirely different discussion, because if we've moved past from
that is the discussion though.
If the discussion is should there be a TOS, then that's an entirely different discussion.
Well, there should be. They just disagree with the specifics of it.
There should be.
Okay,
a TOS,
then
definitely.
then I would literally say that that's a different argument from the conservative censorship argument. Now you're arguing about should a private company be able to enforce a TOS, which I would say yes, of course. So yeah.
Okay, I don't know. I don't remember how we got off on conservative censorship, but
I enjoy the conversation. I would be more than happy to, if you want, I can put it in your chat or whatever. I can go ahead and send you the statistics, and you can see,
Mark Ludwig. I don't know if you know his stuff, but he did kind of a statistical analysis of YouTube and like how YouTube channels different suggestions and stuff like that, and came to the conclusion that it was really reversed. More people were led towards actually not reversed politically, but more led towards mainstream content. So if they were interested in conservative stuff, they'd be led to Fox News, and if they were interested in liberal stuff, they'd be led to MSNBC rather than
which makes sense. That
Yeah.
makes sense too, because YouTube does I think if you're depending on like certain issues that you're searching for, they will make it so that there's like a what they call like an authoritative news source, like a syndicated news source, like that comes up first. So yeah, I mean, you could definitely see, you'll probably see a little boost in some of those in those sources as well. Yeah, sure.
I mean, I think that's the real censorship, the real bias is ever since the whole, PewDiePie saying the N-word, and in England when there was some bullshit fake controversy about how like, oh, there were these terrorist ISIS videos that had ads on them, and created the adpocalypse nonsense. Is that ever since the apocalypse, basically the mainstream media has been bullying YouTube into forcing them to prioritize mainstream media sources. And I mean, to me, that's the real censorship issue that people should be kind of focusing on.
I mean, when you say bullying, that sounds pretty loaded. I would have to look in to see a little bit more, but I definitely agree that there have been times that mainstream media has pressured YouTube. I think what happened with the whole
what's the difference between bullying and pressuring? I mean,
well, I mean,
has a
bullying
negative
you apply,
connotation,
like,
right?
I guess, yeah, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's more of a semantic thing, actually. But either way, I would agree with you more or less that, like we saw, like the Wall Street Journal. I definitely think they were trying to like undermine some stuff with YouTube there.
Oh, definitely.
With the whole like adpocalypse thing. I thought that was I still remember thinking that was so stupid, because it was like, help me remember what it was. Weren't they saying there were ads running on like terrorist videos?
Yeah, there was.
was totally.
I did 2 videos on this way back when I made videos, much to my audience's dismay. No, there was. It's funny because Rupert Murdoch owns both the Wall Street Journal and the UK Times, and at the oh my god, the same time period. That's Rupert Murdoch. The same time period was the PewDiePie was a Nazi thing that the Wall Street Journal ran, and then in the UK there was some ISIS ad that had like ISIS video that had, I don't know, like 2,000 views. Like no one ever saw this video, and it had some Coca-Cola ad on it. And the UK Times blew it up and said, look, YouTube is putting ads on terrorist videos. And they kind of had like a series of articles about this. And then this caused all the advertisers to basically, who wanted to renegotiate with YouTube already, it gave them the leverage to basically bitch at YouTube about changing the, giving them better rates and stuff. And then if you remember, subsequently after that, we had years of just article after article about how YouTube was radicalizing people and, promoting fake news and blah, blah, blah. And that's kind of what I'm referring to when I say they're basically bullying YouTube into forcing them to have these quote unquote authoritative sources.
I mean, maybe, yeah, I would have to look and see again if there's like the direct connection there. I know that later on, it was not that long ago that they said they were going to start making sure that there were like authoritative syndicated sources when you're searching stuff for like vaccines or COVID or something to make to like reduce the spread of misinfo. So, I mean, I think that that's more or less okay.
They do it with anything that becomes a quote unquote like breaking news story. Like I remember this was a very interesting example, was the day that Joe Biden announced that he was running for president. You couldn't, if you looked at the name of his campaign ad and you typed into YouTube, you couldn't find his official YouTube channel with his official video. It would just send you to mainstream news sources commenting on his video. You couldn't find it because of the way the algorithm was set up.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just, and this is what Adam was talking about with Mark Ludwig, was that it was showing how after this change occurred, YouTube was prioritizing sending people to mainstream sources, which I don't think that's right.
Yeah,
I think that should be YouTube's priority.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think that they did that temporarily because if I'm clear, they still said that there's going to be a way to make sure that like syndicated news and is like showing up and they can reduce the spread of misinfo. But I believe the policy you're talking about was implemented, I think it was in like right before the election, right? And then I think that they took it away because I remember I was arguing with a guy the other day about that. And I was reading a little bit about it, but maybe you're talking about something different.
I mean, if they took it away, that's great. I'm not aware that they ever changed it back. So
yeah, I don't know if they changed it back completely to the way it was before, but they definitely changed it so that those sources weren't being as like algorithmically boosted.
Right.
But even when that happened, you saw a decrease in attention to like conservative channels, and I believe you saw a decrease in liberal channels as well, because it wasn't really a decrease in any kind of like political direction. It was more or less just, again, like what we were saying, a boost of the authoritative sources.
Right. But to me, it's weird because I feel like YouTube should be a place for more independent voices. It shouldn't be a place for MSNBC or Fox News. I mean, these are already, they have their platforms on cable.
Leave YouTube alone, man. YouTube wants to be Netflix.
You know what YouTube's going to say, right? Is they're going to say, why the hell can't it be both? Because they
right, but let them compete fairly. Don't prioritize them.
I mean, maybe, yeah, sure. That's one way to do it. I think I don't think that's an entirely bad idea, but I also think it's important to take like reasonable measures to try and curtail the spread of misinformation.
Yeah, that's important.
To some degree. I mean, the problem is it's very, very contentious and difficult as to what you're going to label misinformation, right?
That's true.
Not always.
Okay. Though. I mean, like, for example, like I tweeted about this, like, I think it was last week, Tucker Carlson is on Fox News. I mean, I think he lies constantly. I don't think, just because he's on Fox News doesn't mean he's an authoritative source. It's the same thing with, Joya Reid on MSNBC. She's constantly lying about stuff.
But usually YouTube isn't promoting or like showing Tucker Carlson. They would probably be showing like a syndicated news report on whatever issue.
No,
I don't know.
That's what Ludwig said. They're funneled to MSNBC and Fox News. So
yeah, like if I look up anything like could be remotely related to Tucker Carlson, it's like my suggestions are just like all Tucker Carlson videos and clips for like a week. It's terrible.
I mean, I think that blatant like misinformation that would be pretty easy to start with would be like Holocaust denialism, like vaccine misinformation, saying vaccines cause autism. That's probably a pretty easy one. Stuff like that. I do also agree though that there have been times and like mistakes made. And this is something I said in my first speech that got me in a bunch of controversy. Of course, nobody actually, well, not nobody, but a lot of people didn't bother to actually watch the full speech. They only watched the little clip on Twitter. Mm-hmm. But I had talked about how, like, of course, these social networks have fucking made mistakes before. And I also think that some of there's some bias that plays a role in some of their decisions made 100%. I don't think that like it's realistic to say that like there's absolutely no bias ever. Of course, there are some bias, and sometimes bias can motivate certain decisions. But I also think that like, what was it? What was the big, there was a big like gotcha. There was a big win for the conservatives. Oh, it was when Candace Owens, I think she sued a fact checker and got them to like change the way that they fact checked her thing or something like that. And see, to me, that's a great example as to like, yeah, there are sometimes going to be mistakes, of course. Right. But like, I would also look at it as, well, it was taken back. It was the mistake was realized and fixed. I just think that we shouldn't look at it so black and white, I guess. I don't think it's fair to say that like, oh, conservatives are being censored on big tech, like conservative ideas are suppressed. But I also would never go up and say these big tech companies never make mistakes. They never have any bias. And I also have talked about too, how like they completely lack transparency. And that's another reason why it's so easy for these sort of like censorship ideas or these claims of bias to fester.
Hey, Sitch. Hunter said he's only going to stick around for about an hour. We've talked for about 30 minutes. I know you want to talk about the trans stuff, and I saw one of your debates, and I really can't remember who it was, but you've been debating this trans stuff a lot, and I'm curious because I see the like hormone blockers, the trans kids, that kind of debate going on, and it's difficult for me really to take a position on either side of that because I don't necessarily know how much harm is being done. And it seems like they're both sides of the debate, the conservative side and the progressive side, are focused on harm reduction. So I'm curious if we can talk a little bit about that, and if you can like lay out your understanding of the conservative position on why they're against like hormone blockers, transitioning kids in their teens and whatnot.
Yeah. So sure. I think that some of them are just some of it is just a fundamental misunderstanding, but I also think that there's a legitimate argument there too. So I think the fundamental misunderstanding is this idea that like kids are being castrated, kids are being chemically castrated, they're having their genitals cut off. Anything like that is like right away.
True.
Right, that's not true. And even like the way the guidelines are set up, surgery is not supposed to even be like introduced until minimum of 18 years old.
But
right.
the hormone blockers are real though. That's a real thing.
Right. So the more I guess like contentious argument right now, yes, is about puberty blockers. And that's what's usually given to kids around the ages of, well, whenever they would begin puberty, right?
Yeah, totally.
The surgery thing, that's only for bottom surgery, right? Because I know that there have been, I mean, I remember Louis Theroux did he did a thing about trans kids, and there was like he had a couple of 14-year-old girls who got both breasts removed.
There definitely been, and see, this is the same thing I would say to like kind of like what we were talking about with the censorship thing. There is going to be like mistakes made. There's also going to be medical malpractice sometimes.
But that's harm. That's totally harm. That's the crux of what I want to talk about, because I don't, a lot of these debates, I don't see that each side is in good faith arguing about harm reduction, that's really what they're talking about. I see a lot of people mischaracterizing the conservative side is like not caring about people when they do care. I mean, they care about these kids that may, be accidents, like you're saying.
Well, so that's why I was kind of hoping to just finish what I was saying there, is because of course there's can be medical malpractice, but that can happen in any medical field, right? So
sure,
it would be kind of silly to point to that as an argument against the actual treatment, because when the treatment is effective, when the treatment is done properly, then I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. When the treatment is done properly, it is extremely effective.
Mm-hmm.
I have a really interesting study I can send you, especially Adam, since it sounds like you're kind of curious about like
I'm not curious remotely. I just like the thing that I'm interested in is there are a lot of people going into these debates with a lot of certainty that I feel is unfounded. Like you're looking to this study that you have that you're going to send me that is like the ironclad proof that your position is correct, and I'm a little more cautious about that kind of thing.
I'm not saying that this one study means that my argument's correct. The reason that I hold this study particularly, though, to rather high esteem is because it used a proper control group. So they took trans individuals, right? And they were all properly diagnosed with gender dysphoria. And then they gave some of them actually, you know what? I think I might be referencing hold on. I think
you don't have to send it. I'll just trust you.
Well, I want to, I know, but I want to make sure that I think this might be about people that actually transition in adulthood.
Because, I just want to lay out, because I'm not exactly sure what Adam's position is, but I mean, my position is not that people shouldn't transition. And I do completely agree that people that have gender dysphoria can, and in some situations, and many situations, transition, and it will make their lives better. That's not really my position, that transitioning surgery is necessarily wrong. It's just that I feel like it's being overprescribed. That's my only position.
Yeah. So false positives, and there's not necessarily a study that will give us the level of false positives that we're getting.
Right.
Not yet.
Well, that's not true. Actually, we've looked at, there have been better studies now that have been done. A lot of the times, for example, you'll see people throw out these studies, right, that show that like people that have gender dysphoria, or people like desist from being trans, like look at how many kids desist from being trans, like, oh, and these surgeries are being handed out so quickly and like irresponsibly, when in reality, a lot of those studies that are hyping up the numbers are going based on referral rates, not based on children that were actually diagnosed with gender dysphoria. And when you look at kids that are actually clinically diagnosed with gender dysphoria, which is a long process, keep in mind that for adults, you have to have consistent gender dysphoria for 6 months. And for children, it's even more. Like, so it's not just like you're walking in one day to be prescribed this stuff. Now, there was a really interesting, I want to address this because I have a feeling this might come up either from you guys or in chat. There was an interesting CBS documentary recently that actually showcased some trans people, right? That, or I guess they went in and they were misdiagnosed, right? And a lot of conservatives were using this to more or less push the anti-trans narrative, or to say that it kind of affirmed their idea. And when you actually looked at the full documentary and looked at the intention behind it, it was actually talking about specific clinics that were violating the WPATH guidelines. So those clinics being underfunded and everything else were what was making the mistake. The actual guidelines.
They were making misdiagnosis. I'm just to clarify.
Yes,
the clinics themselves.
Some of the clinics,
were
60 Minutes thing where they had like some people were talking about that they went in twice and then they gave them the prescription or whatever.
Yep.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. So it absolutely, like, that was a huge problem, and I literally talked about in my video that, like, that's fucking terrible. That shouldn't be happening. The treatment is supposed to be going much. It's supposed to be much more extensive than that, and the understanding of if they are gender dysphoric, that also is supposed to be like a much more extensive process. And the main premise of that documentary was how these individual clinics that are underfunded and sometimes also have individuals that are more just kind of like they see trans people as like something they're curious about rather than like people that need help, right? And a lot of that can contribute to some of that issues, some of those issues. But if I were arguing with a conservative, I would not say that that's proof against transgender treatment. I would say that's proof that these clinics should be better funded. And also, when we're being clear, they're only like I think they're hold on, sorry, I got distracted by something I saw in my chat.
Okay.
But yeah, I would just say that, like, if we're gonna look at the way these clinics are acting, then that's an argument for why these guidelines should be followed, not that treatment is bad. I could just as easily, right, like send you a this like study I have about people that went through treatment for cancer, and so there's like a relatively high regret rate even for women who've like had their breasts removed and everything else. But we would never say that that's proof that chemotherapy is bad or that cancer treatment is bad.
It's a little bit less subjective, right? I mean,
well, yeah, I know it's not a one-to-one. I know that that's not a one-to-one comparison, but I'm just saying that we can look at like regret rates of other treatments as well.
Sure.
And that wouldn't be an argument against that treatment in its entirety, right?
Well, there wouldn't be the misdiagnosis component. Hey, where are you at on the social contagion argument? The counter.
Well, hold on. I want to address the thing about the clinic, the 60 Minutes piece. Is that, to me, that shows, because again, I'm not against people transitioning, but I do feel like, especially coming from a lot of the trans activists, that there is this pressure on a lot of these doctors to just say, okay, you have to be 100% trans affirmative, 100% gender affirmative. Like, you can't, because the doctor's role is supposed to be to try to actually figure out whether the person has gender dysphoria or not. Because unfortunately, we don't have the magic brain scan, the magic test that you can just figure this out. And so it seems like a lot of the trans activists want to pressure doctors to saying, oh, I don't want to jump through hoops to become trans or to start my treatment. Just give me this stuff. And it seems like those clinics are sort of the reaction to that. Like, they're falling prey to the hype. And that's what my concern is.
I mean, that's, I guess. Trans activists are, some of them can be pretty stupid. Sure. Like they might be advocating to like just start giving out the treatment or whatever. But generally speaking, the way the guidelines are go about it's supposed to be a process of diagnosing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't have a problem with I mean, I don't know the W guidelines you're referring to. I don't have a problem with like the DSM guidelines or anything like that.
Right. Well, yeah, and then of course there can be improvements there. I think that like again, it's easy though to hyper focus on the mistakes, right, that happen here and there. If you look at it on a statistical level, you'll see that like reports of medical malpractice from like gender clinics are extremely low. If you look at it overall, it's easy to hyper focus on like a couple examples where something wasn't done right or where guidelines were not followed to try and make this argument, or at least, and I'm not saying you're doing this, I'm saying generally. No,
I understand what. Yeah, right.
It's easy to incite fear.
We're talking about false positives, though. False positives are not necessarily medical malpractice. I mean, they can be if the false positive is from just moving too fast, I guess. But there are people who, I mean, if they feel that they want to transition and then they later feel that that's a mistake, that I would categorize that as a false positive.
It kind of would be both. I think the medical malpractice would be putting them through treatment so quickly.
Too fast, Yes.
Yeah, that I would argue would be the medical malpractice.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, that's why you're supposed to be like meeting with your doctor. And I guess we're talking about people under the age of 18 here. So the people in that documentary were also over the age of 18. But again, even the guidelines there, is different. Yeah, like they signed consent forms and everything else. But like even the guidelines for adults are supposed to be a minimum of 6 months consistent gender dysphoria before any kind of like actions are taken. So it absolutely was medical malpractice on that part. But like I was kind of saying, is it's easy to hyper focus on that, but then we can also look at it on a broad scope and see that the majority of trans people that transition or go through treatment end up having a better quality of life. And the argument in favor of puberty blockers is that if you have a child who has gender dysphoria, okay, and let's assume that their gender dysphoria doesn't go away, okay, for the sake of this argument, if they already, their gender identity is like disconnected from their biology, going through the wrong puberty has been shown to really exacerbate the gender dysphoria and also raise the likelihood that that child will commit suicide as they're getting older. So that's usually the argument in favor of the treatment, which is here are puberty blockers. This medication has been approved by the FDA. It's also been used on cis kids. I think since the 1970s or the 1980s, kids sometimes have an issue called precocious puberty. Yeah. And so with that, they were able to do a lot of studies also.
Do you have numbers on the number of detransitioners versus the number of the happy trans kids?
Oh yeah.
Happy transitioning.
Yeah, if you want, I can send it to you now.
I mean, that's a big question for me, because it seems to me the conservatives are worried about false positives, and that's why I bring up the social contagion argument, because it seems like the strongest argument that the conservative side has, and there's been a ton of studies on social contagion. So I'm curious where you're at with social contagion.
Well, yeah, and the argument that if you give people puberty blockers, then they definitely won't desist.
Yeah, because they've made a psychological investment that's so great that it's less.
Well, not just a psychological investment, but that going through puberty does change the structures of your brain.
Oh, that too. Yes, that too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the Lauren Southern argument, is that like puberty is what's going to make them do that. There's not really any studies on that. Yeah, people can change over
Lauren
puberty.
Lauren Southern is doing studies on puberty now.
No. Lauren Southern made that argument. Lauren Southern made that
I didn't realize she made that argument.
But you're right, and that's to me.
You couched it like she was the researcher diving into this.
No. But you're right that there hasn't been a lot of studies on this, and to me, that's where my trepidation on this comes forward, is because
I have to stop you. I'm sorry. There haven't been a lot of studies about what?
On comparing, like, okay, if you have people that display gender dysphoria and they go through puberty, how many of them are going to desist if you do nothing, and how many will desist if you give them puberty blockers?
I would argue that someone say a study was like 80% though. I think they do have some numbers on that.
That desistance rate is based. I know what study you're talking about. That desistance rate is based on referrals. It's really, and again, keep in mind that if you have a lot of referrals, right, that shows that the clinic's doing its job. They should be sending people away that don't have gender dysphoria.
But it could also be a social contagion thing if you have a lot of referrals.
No,
because it makes both arguments.
Usually it wouldn't be a social contagion thing, because the referral rates, the way that they're collected is based on has been for a long period of time, like since the 1970s or 80s, when they actually used to classify gender dysphoria.
It'd be before social contagion.
Yeah, it was like okay. And that's another reason why you'll see studies sometimes that show that quote unquote desistance rate being really, really high. And it's because back in like the 80s or the 70s, I don't remember the exact dates, I'm sorry, but they had a really broad brush that they would consider possible gender dysphoria or gender identity disorder back then. And so like sometimes if like little boys put on their mom's shoes, they might get like sent to this clinic to get checked out or something. Like they had a huge fucking broad brush. They've really narrowed it down. And also the clinics have gotten a lot better as well. This is a study right here. And this guy is, let me see.
Do you have a position on social contagion? Have you looked into it or anything?
Well, I'm happy to talk about that. But I first just really quickly want to read this to you. Mm-hmm. It says a new study by Turbin and other researchers from the Fenway Institute and Harvard Medical School found that 13.1% of currently identified transgender people have, quote, detransitioned at some point in their lives, but that 82.5% of those people attributed their decision to external factors such as pressure from family, school environments, and vulnerability to violence. That's another thing too, is the reason for desistance is oftentimes more than not linked to discrimination rather than like an actual change in identity.
These are people that already transitioned, right? You said.
Yeah, and these were also people that were confirmed gender dysphoric,
right?
Kind of showing that when they are gender dysphoric, when they're confirmed that way, the majority of them do go on to pursue more treatment or further transition later on in their life.
But so
were they
has
adults?
Has there been a study doing comparing what I talked about, comparing children who said that felt that they're gender dysphoric, and comparing desistance rates between kids giving puberty blockers and kids given nothing? Because that to me would be a very key issue or key study.
That would be. I've seen one that was similar that Lauren Southern sent me that tried to argue that during this age period you saw like a higher rate of desistance, but that wasn't linked to puberty. It was just like during this certain age. And puberty.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming if it's the age is when puberty happens, it's
Well, no, but it was I think it was like 12 to 14. Like it was 2 years out of like the whole pubertal process. Like it and also the study that she provided me was not even had not even made any kind of correlative or causational argument to puberty.
Right. But I would imagine that you'd agree that a study like that should be conducted so we can figure this out.
I mean, I don't want to like get into Googling. I have my LGBT notes here from previous stuff.
I'm not saying you should do it this moment. I'm saying if one doesn't exist, it should be done.
Yeah, but I also think that there could be some ethical issues there.
Yeah, totally.
That's another.
I can see a ton of ethical issues.
Well, I guess that's part
another
of the
reason.
Yeah, sure.
And that's another reason why actually we see people like conservatives complain like about a lack of research on puberty blockers. And even though I think that we do have a pretty decent amount of research on it overall, part of the reason that there isn't more research is because of how sketchy it is to be like doing like medical experiments on children, right? Like. That's got to be fucking. That's yikesy.
It's medical experimentation on both sides of the argument, though, because the conservatives will argue that using these puberty blockers, and when you could be in a situation where it's a social contagion or there's some kind of false positive going on. I mean, there's harm on both sides of the equation.
No, would have to contest that.
This is
there's
the one.
Much
this
more
is this is the one thing that I want to get clear here because. So you are basically taking the position that your side is focused on harm reduction and the conservatives are like just out to lunch on the fact that there could be children being harmed by false positives. They're not actually gender dysphoric. They're doing it because all their friends are doing it and it's cool. And they end up getting like a double mastectomy before they've even gone through puberty. Well, I guess obviously they would do that.
But that would be
puberty,
that would be more or less like a straw man of like,
so
let's get rid
of that straw man then. Let's
talk about it. Yeah, the social contagion thing. So I can pull up my notes here on this too. What usually happens with the social contagion thing, there absolutely is research that suggests that social media can sometimes make people like think that they have a disorder that they don't have. That's not necessarily just with gender dysphoria, though.
I agree. Depression, all
anxiety.
Kinds of things. Yeah, anorexia is a huge one.
Right, and so that's like possible for sure. But again, that would be an argument as to why the guidelines should be followed, why the clinic should be better funded. Kind of in that direction, right? I think that when
weeding
we look
out
at it
these
overall,
false positives.
Right. There are not very often times where it's like a result of social contagion, even though really controversial.
How can you say that though? How can you say that though?
Because I have my study here that showed that like it can. Hold on, I can pull it up for you.
So there's literally a study on the social contagion effect because.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's multiple. I mean, there's a lot of research on here.
I read Abigail Shire's book on this, and she was saying that there were virtually no studies on this stuff, and that's part of the problem. Nobody wants to study it.
Well, was she the? I know Abigail Shrier.
Yeah.
Hold on.
She made the book, wrote the book.
I probably should have had all my notes up beforehand. I apologize. I'm trying to
you know,
find this
I'm
now.
not trying to argue the point. Really, my whole point of bringing this up is to make it clear. And I mean, you've claimed that you're a centrist and that you understand both sides of this argument. You're a former conservative. It seems like you're the perfect person to actually understand that there are both sides arguing for harm reduction here, and that there's a simple equation. It's like how many. You know, if we miss some trans kids, some kids that actually have gender dysphoria versus, you know, how many kids are getting false positives and going through some detransition process that they later regret. If one
we do
group
have that,
is,
though, but we have
do
data
you,
already.
Do you have the numbers? Do you have the numbers? Is it like 1,000 on this side of the ledger and like 2,000 on this side of the ledger?
Those numbers can't exist yet because you have people that have trans regret now, but that's people that have, you know, been trans. The long-term numbers are people that have been trans during a time period where society itself was weeding people out, telling them not to be trans.
Well, you're making my argument though. Sitch.
I know I am. I am making an argument. But I'm saying this is why those studies can't exist. Is because, you know, the people that long-term studies about desistance rate would be during times where society was anti-trans. So you'd imagine that there's not people, you know, falling prey to social contagion in the 80s and 90s and even in early 2000s to be trans. But with
I'm trying to still find my social contagion thing, but I do have another study for you about
you're totally diving into the studies, Hunter. I'm just whole thing is, like, if you're gonna dig into the studies and give us the answer to those numbers, Sitch is saying you can't have those answers. My whole point in really bringing it up is, and one of the reasons why I don't feel comfortable debating this topic is because I don't think you can know these types of things, and so many people's lives are involved here in so many ways that
but you have to fit, but don't, like, what, that's just not, that's
you
not
have
really
to
good
know
enough, right?
You
Because
have to know something that you can't know. That's my thing.
Like, how are they how are doctors supposed to handle children with gender dysphoria?
Well, they
have to know, they have to follow what the data is suggesting right now, and that's how the medical field works. So they know that more or less puberty blockers have been shown to be safe and reversible, and that can sometimes play a role in saving the lives of people that are struggling with gender dysphoria, right?
Yes,
so
yes. I agree with all of that, but you don't. There's also this detransitioner. Like if you're catching,
can I read this really quick? This is a survey study of surgeons.
I would be more interested if you acknowledged, like, the wider point that there literally could be 1,000 trans kids that we miss, or, you know, we make this whole early puberty blocker treatment illegal, and 1,000 trans kids suffer for them. But you're weighing the maybe 2,000 kids that get false positives and go down this transitioning route and later regret it, become sterile. So,
but I mean, do you understand? Disagreeing with you, and is that there's the majority of kids that are confirmed gender dysphoric go on to transition. Like, we're not seeing 2,000
Hunter. Can we just slow down for a second here, okay? Like, I don't think you're really understanding my point here. There is a group of people. There are two groups of people that are at odds with one another, that are both going to be tangibly harmed. Right?
No. Wait, hold on. So Hunter's saying that he doesn't buy that there's a strong likelihood of the harm on the other side, that there are all these false positives.
There is a possibility of harm, of course, but like,
you're saying
we have to look at the majority of trans kids who have gender dysphoria go on to transition. We also know that the majority of the times puberty blockers are used, they're safe and reversible. So there's not that much harm. Like, the worst that could happen.
I don't buy the reversible.
Well, no, but they're not. Okay, but wait, pause. Here's the problem. Okay, again, there's not been long-term studies for people that have transitioned in the last 4 to 5 years when trans stuff has really blown up and completely changed the social attitudes about that.
I'm not even sure if that's true. I do have this study
there
right here that I
literally
kind of wanted to look
couldn't be. There physically couldn't be. How could there be long-term studies on something that just happened?
This is just
here's a study of, this is a survey of from surgeons
Can I ask
the,
you a hypothetical, Hunter? You keep
I read
diving
this,
into
you
keep diving into the study
because this is really important. This is something else that kind of lends to the fact that regret after gender affirming surgery is exceedingly rare. That's the conclusion of this study. They surveyed surgeons from all over the world, and they've treated over 22,000 trans patients. And yeah, it concluded that regret after gender affirming surgery is exceedingly rare.
What is the time period of this?
Let me see here.
Also, there's a conflict of interest because you're asking surgeons who don't want to.
Yeah, totally.
No. Well, this was anonymous. This was sent.
Still, I mean, I'd rather ask the patients than the surgeons.
But they already. Well,
it's hard. I assume it's hard to track the patients down.
Well, we have other studies with patients that show that.
No, but you understand my point is saying that there literally couldn't be long-term studies because we live in a new environment the last 4 years that hasn't existed. And
I want to know patients treated. There was one patient with regret.
You're making the argument
so that's 62. There were 13 patients who regretted chest surgery.
What year is this though? That's the
background.
Because you understand
2016 through 17, it looks like.
Right. So, but do you understand my point that there couldn't be a long-term study on this at all yet in our current environment?
On regret rates?
And I want to know what the break is for you, Hunter.
On regret rates under the completely new social environment that is pro-trans when society used to be anti-trans.
I mean, I'm trying to understand. I know that you're saying there's not that many studies on it, but like from the studies that we have available, they're all pointing towards my conclusion, right?
No, I'm saying you can, if you had like a study, you say, okay, we're looking at the last 20 years, okay, of people that have regretted transitioning, right? And I would say it wouldn't surprise me if there'd be very little trans regret in the last 20 years because those people that have transitioned, for the most part, transitioned in a time period where society was anti-trans. Okay, people were not accruing.
Be more likely that they would detransition then?
No, because you would say, if society is telling you that you shouldn't be trans, and yet you still have the internal feeling of gender dysphoria, I would imagine that would weed out most of the false positives before anyone ever goes to a doctor, right?
Well, I actually have one that kind of answers your question right here. This is a cohort of gender dysphoria study from 1972 when the social conditions were anti-trans, going into 2015. When suddenly it was a lot more pro-trans. Only 0.6% of trans women and 0.3% of trans men who underwent the surgery were identified as experiencing regret.
It still doesn't matter because
So what I'm saying is you would have to compare now that society has totally shifted. So now that people do accrue positive social benefits for transitioning.
Okay, I mean, yeah, of course there could 100% be more in-depth studies done. There always could be, right? But this is kind of I don't know if this is a disagreement, but this is kind of the crux is, yes, there could be better studies, but we also have some pretty decent studies now that reaffirm my conclusion, which is that the regret rate seems to be pretty low. We also know that since puberty blockers are, for the most part, reversible and safe, there's not really that much risk of harm necessarily. The biggest harm that I think could happen here would be depriving people who have a mental illness like gender dysphoria from the proper treatment, and then they go on and commit suicide. And that's also what's been shown statistically to be more likely to happen.
But I want to know where the break is. Let's say that there's 1,000 people in this situation who have this, they're put on puberty blockers and they transition and they live the best possible lives ever. 1,000 people. And there's 5,000 people that get caught up in some social contagion. They transition. We don't know about them now because they're doing it right now. This happens 5 years down the road. And those 5,000 people end up totally regretting their decision and they commit suicide, which, I mean, obviously it seems you would have to be more on the side of the harm reduction for the 5,000 people than the 1,000 people.
It also depends on what you mean as far as treatment goes. Are you talking about people just going on puberty blockers? Because then if they regret it, they can just go off the puberty blockers. If you're talking about people getting surgery, then that would require months of like...
I know, but I've seen it would be different for every single individual. I mean, there are people now on YouTube that have transitioned and say they regret the puberty blockers. That it's made,
but of course there have been. There's going to be people there's people that regret going on SSRIs also. It's not really an argument against it.
Sure, but do you understand what I'm saying? Like the 5,000 people versus the 1,000 people. That's all. I'm just trying to make sure that you understand the argument.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but
you could really literally be arguing for a more harmful position right now and not know it.
But that's what I mean. It's all a hypothetical right now for you.
Yeah, but
I actually have the numbers. I have the data, and also you have to recognize that there's a threshold. There's a threshold for how we diagnose this, right? Like it's not like all of a sudden just because suddenly it's cool that we're just gonna like be diagnosing people more often. I think that
the numbers
you literally earlier said people. Hunter, you literally earlier said people transitioned their political affiliation because you did it and they thought it was cool. Okay.
But
I mean, social contagion is real.
No. See, this is what. Hold on. That's a massive difference than a medical thing. People changing their beliefs because one of their favorite YouTubers changed their opinion is a hell of a lot different than someone watching their favorite YouTuber and then all of a sudden going and deciding to become transgender. All right, come on. That's really ridiculous. Again, this is why we have the stipulations and the guidelines for how to diagnose people. I think
the study on social contagion is very real. The WHO, the World Health Organization, has different guidelines for media reporting celebrity suicides because of social contagion. Okay, we've known about social contagion for 50 years.
Of course, yes. I'm not saying that social contagion isn't real. I'm just saying that overall, it doesn't seem that we're seeing this massive uptick of social contagion.
You don't know people that. How do you know that though? You have such certainty.
Because but the reason I have certainty is because what we have right now, the numbers that we have right now show that that is not the case. Rapid onset gender dysphoria, for example, was coined in 2016. We've been able to look at this now and study it for a little while. We see more people that are maybe seeking out like referrals to clinics because, again, society is more accepting. We're going to see people that are comfortable now being themselves. Conservatives try to use that as like an argument, I guess, but even rapid onset gender dysphoria, like that study that was done was such a faulty study. I mean, you said that
this is a little, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is a little bit of where I see the mischaracterization of the conservative position, because I believe
help me understand better then.
Well, I believe the conservatives are worried about those 5,000 kids that are going to become sterile and have terrible lives. And a lot of times the left, I'm not accusing you of this, Hunter, but I'm saying that the left...
Wait, I just really quickly want to say, because this is...
So much talking past each other, okay? Because
no, actually, Adam kind of proved my point. So this is what I mean, is I would argue that even if the conservative was making that argument, right, I would say that fundamentally, their argument is more likely to lead to harm. And my argument for that would be that you're basing that on a hypothetical. Perhaps there's 5,000 people that are going to regret this. What we can't base something on a hypothetical of how it could happen in the future.
You're basing it on you don't know, though. I mean, you don't have hard facts.
I'm basing it on these cohorts of studies showing regret rates. I'm basing it on the research done on trans individuals and the most effective treatment for trans individuals.
So wait, stop. So we're just looping because the question I posed was never answered.
Yeah.
Which was that you can't have long-term studies for trans regret rates under this new paradigm of having a very pro-trans society.
Yes.
And Abigail Shriver's argument, which it sounded like you were sort of alluding to, was that if why are we seeing this huge explosion of young people who want to transition, but not really seeing a huge explosion of older people who should be transitioning if it's just a question of society becoming more open and accepting of trans people.
Yes.
I mean, if you're really concerned about social contagion, then that would be an argument for why the clinics should be better funded and the guidelines should be followed.
Well, we don't necessarily know that. Like, they can be caught up in the social contagion too, though. That's the thing.
Okay, so let me give you. Okay, so what happens then if we go with that direction, right? There could be 5,000 people that regret this. So why don't we just put a halt here on this treatment for now? Well, now what if there's 10,000 people that are struggling from gender dysphoria and they all went on to kill themselves?
Hunter, thank goodness you finally got the argument. That's all I'm saying. Like, obviously, if there's 10,000 people on the other side, then we should, go with the 10,000.
So what would I have to show you then? Like, I do recognize how it seems a little bit like we're talking past each other here. The thing is that all the data and evidence that we have reaffirms my conclusion, and your only argument seems to be, well, I could be wrong in a hypothetical future.
Well,
that's not true. You don't have the full data set.
You're pointing to data that doesn't exist, really relevant to what we're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
So then I would once again say, if the argument is we should,
your
put a
data
pause
might as well be tea leaves.
No, that's not true. But what I would say is, if your argument is we should put a halt on treatment that has been shown to work for the time being, because a possible hypothetical could prove us wrong down the line, then I would argue, that's a really dumb argument, and that's leading to more harm.
I wouldn't argue for a halt. I would argue that we better be 100% sure that the kids have gender dysphoria.
We're not 100% sure of anything. Never.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. It sounds like you are 100% sure of a lot of this stuff.
Wait.
And that's what.
How does
that's
it sound
what's
like?
discouraging.
I want to ask that. Hold on.
Well,
how
does
it come across that way when I'm on here? Like, I'm trying to find new studies. I'm trying to address your arguments. Like, come on, man.
Well, no, but you are. There is a certain data set that does not exist yet. That I don't necessarily know that
we can point to data sets that don't exist yet all day long. We can do that all we want, but that's not how we make decisions. We make decisions, especially medical decisions, based on the data set that we do have.
Right.
And we can't just say we don't have data, so we shouldn't do this thing, or we don't have data, so therefore everything I say is wrong.
But you're literally you're making decisions based on data that you don't have. Like, we're taking shots in the dark here. Help me out, Sitch.
Okay, what data do I not have other than a study of desistance rates starting from the year of 2014 to 2021? Other than that is
the only thing that you don't have, and the only thing that would make you certain.
Well, no, there's the other thing, the other study that doesn't exist, which I talked about, which would be to compare kids on puberty blockers desisting versus kids on puberty blockers.
Yeah, but if we're talking about
which I agree with, we can't get that. We never can get that.
I understand that.
It's unethical. We can't do that.
But this is, I mean,
so this is just literally,
Adam,
you're appealing to ignorance right now. Like, you're just saying because we don't know, therefore I'm right.
Well, okay, like, so
this is
again, I'm not exactly sure. For what Adam's end goal contention here is, my end goal contention is just, I don't have a problem with people transitioning. I just think that the atmosphere and the activism around it is pressuring these clinics to just be 100% gender affirming. And so I'm on board with these clinics having strict guidelines that they need to follow and all this other stuff. I'm just afraid that they're not following them and they're being politically pressured to not follow them.
Yeah, that's my contention. Pressured. Yeah,
sure. And if that were
like to happen, trans people were once pressured not to transition. Like, now it's flipped. It's the opposite.
Well, I agree that, that shouldn't be happening.
Of
course, that would be bad. That would be a bad thing. But thankfully, if we look at it on a statistical level, it doesn't seem that there's very many reports of medical malpractice, and overall the treatment does seem to be effective. So
I guess we'll have to see.
We will find out. We definitely will find out.
So is this really the argument, guys? Come on. Like, an appeal to ignorance, pretty much, is because we lack this one data set, you're unsure about.
It's not an appeal to ignorance.
How's it an appeal to ignorance?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure. Pointing to data that's not relevant is not better.
How is it not relevant when I'm giving you regret rates from 1970s to 2015?
That's not. I explain why that's not relevant.
Okay. All right.
You agreed with the logic I was using. You didn't disagree and say that's wrong.
I don't disagree necessarily. I think that more data is always a good thing. But I mean, even this study I quoted from the Harvard, where it showed that the majority of people went on to transition. I'm not sure when exactly this was done, but
you
know that it was
were
recent.
actually the one making the appeal to ignorance. The appeal to
Really?
ignorance is
Well,
an
no,
assertion that position is true because it has not yet been proven false by a proposition.
I understand why Hunter thinks that you're making appeal to ignorance, because a part of the conversation is I feel like you think we're arguing a position that we're not.
Yeah,
you feel like we're
totally.
arguing this people shouldn't be transitioning whatsoever argument, which is not my argument, and I don't think that's Adam's argument.
No, not my argument.
And, we're not against.
I don't think that that's your. No, I don't think that that's your position. I know
Because it
that
sounds
you guys
like that's who you're used to arguing against, is that they're saying, oh, well, we're going to insert doubt into this conversation to say that we shouldn't do it, and that's not either of our positions.
No, not at all.
I thought that your position, maybe I'm misunderstanding, because I thought your permission was we don't know. So why should we do it if we don't know? Didn't Adam say something along the lines like that?
That's not my position. Is that the activism around this issue is basically infringing upon the medical community's position to treat patients as if they have a medical condition. That's my position.
Again, that would be bad, but it just doesn't seem to be happening on like a massive scale that would like warrant this.
It's happening. Whether it's actually impacting the medical community is a different issue. But
Yeah,
it's
that's a big
you
question.
see it happening on Twitter. You see it happening on YouTube. You see all this stuff happening.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
And the studies on
Sometimes,
social
sure.
contagion.
You
are
can also,
just-
but
I mean,
I feel like you. Well, it depends on what study you're talking about. Social contagion. If you're talking about the rapid onset gender dysphoria.
well, no, I'm talking about the suicide ones. The social contagion for suicide. Suicide is the best metric, because I mean, if you're if you're killing yourself, that's probably more harmful than transitioning, I would think. So if people are getting in some sort of social contagion and actually suicide rates are spiking because of it. I mean, this happened with the show recently that they had on Netflix that they had to cut, that
13 Reasons.
glorify. Yeah, they had to
So
cut
would you
that
be in
because it was
favor then
glorifying
of like?
suicide.
Would you be in favor then of like there being more gender health clinics like around the country? Like right now, I think there's only like 50 in America. So like,
well, it depends
if we're really
upon
concerned
the
about
outcome.
social,
I mean, if it's creating, if people are caught up in the social contagion, it's actually creating more. I mean, that's like saying, okay, we're in a social contagion atmosphere for suicide. Let's do more suicide boosts. I think that would be the way to go. It's like, maybe not.
If we had
maybe suicide
clinics,
boosts are the things to defund.
If we're concerned about there being a social contagion issue, right? And we're concerned that people who don't actually have gender dysphoria are going to be given some kind of like life-altering treatment because their friends were doing it or something, then I'm asking if you would be in favor of there being more gender clinics around the country, because that would ultimately benefit that, right? Because
I don't know the atmosphere.
Hold on.
So okay, let's make it hypothetical then.
Let me
a clinic that follows the WPATH guidelines
contention.
correctly.
I already can cut through the contention here. So when you say more gender clinics, you're conceptualizing gender clinics that are going to properly, follow whatever the medical guidelines are. And
I am
100% all the
100%.
people that are false positives. And Adam's contention is, well, he doesn't necessarily trust that the gender clinics are going to be doing that.
Yes.
Right.
If the gender clinics are just gender affirming, like if they're the church of transitioning, then that's not good. But I mean, if they have some kind of MRI machine that they can put kids into and go 100%, okay, this one has gender dysphoria.
Now you're making the
this one doesn't.
hypothetical again.
Well,
but
just to make
what
the
I mean
point
is listen, I know the point you're trying to make.
No,
and I also
I'm not sure that you do.
Yes, I do. I can literally tell it back to you.
So okay,
you're
let's do
concerned
it.
about there being a climate of social contagion. So you're worried that if we put more gender clinics in, that's going to just be more social pressure, and so more people are going to get false positives and start transitioning. That's your concern, and I understand that.
Versus the other type of clinic. Go ahead and explain.
Versus
that one.
a clinic that would be following the WPATH guidelines, right?
And
which
also,
is the way it's supposed to be.
There's a little bit of, because like we don't have the machine that can tell 100% if someone has gender dysphoria or not. Like that would be great. Obviously we don't have it, but you understand what I'm saying. Like there's a spectrum between, we know 100%.
What you're saying is because we don't know 100%, it might be bad, is my understanding of what you're saying.
Well, no,
am I wrong?
I'm saying if we knew 100%, I'd say build one on every street corner, for heaven's sakes. Okay. You got to weigh the plus and the minus.
So should we never give any depression medication to children because we can never tell for 100% if they have depression?
It's hugely different. I mean, we're talking about potentially you can be sterile from these drugs. Like
should we give them ADHD medication because we can never tell? ADHD medication has literally been linked to sterileness in kids that like consistently use it for years on top of years.
That's a good example,
Sure.
I think, of what Adam's talking about. Is that, I mean, you.
So are you
we all
against
know
giving
this.
kids ADHD medication?
Well,
then?
no, we all know this, is that there's been this explosion of, over diagnosing kids with ADD. Everyone has ADD now. Everyone's, lining up to get their speed, which is basically what these medicines are. And these are all supposed to be following this medical guidelines, right?
So would you be against giving kids the ADHD medication then? Because
I'm
you can never
against
tell. I'm wondering if Adam.
No, not at all.
I'm
But
against misdiagnosing all kids. Okay.
So
of course.
I think.
Come on. No. Stop. I need to
what
talk
the
to Adam here
hell?
because
Adam
he's
2021, never
Adam,
bad things.
never
you are
misdiagnose
weaseling out right now.
children.
Of course, we don't want anybody to be misdiagnosed.
How dare? Is that a
Everybody knows
negative?
this.
Did you throw
No,
a
because what
negative
you're doing, you're making
stereotype
a
of
Mott and Bailey
weasels
right now.
out?
This is called.
Please,
This is a textbook
do
definition of
not.
Mott and Bailey.
Weasels are my
Hunter,
spirit animal.
This is
How
Mott and
dare?
Bailey.
How
Hunter,
dare you? How dare you, good
understand
sir?
that Adam's Patronus animal is a weasel. Okay, so
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Please,
then that's
I
kinda
do
cool.
not like disparaging stereotypes about
I
weasels.
think-
It's
I think-
very. It
it's
triggers
It's not a
me.
stereotype. You're actually being kind of weaselly right now.
you're summoning
listen,
your Patronus.
Hunter, I will answer any question. I don't want to.
No,
I don't want to.
Here's the
Let me
contention.
know.
I would like to
Hold
know
on.
if Adam would be okay with giving children ADHD medication or depression medication because we are unable to tell 100% that they have that, and that medication could cause them to be sterile.
It depends upon, like, you got to do a cost benefit. Why are you giving them the medication? Because they're having trouble studying? No, fuck them.
No, Adam, you're the original. Look, you've
Okay,
lost
so then we
track
have the
of
option. So
original-
okay, then we don't
you've
know
lost track
100%.
of
So
the
you're against giving
original
because we
So,
don't know
let-
100%. You're against giving the medication. That's your argument.
What is the medication for, though, Hunter? Don't you understand, like, weighing
course I understand.
the pros and
Yes.
cons? Like,
Yes,
what
so
is
why
the
wouldn't
pro?
we do that
What
with,
is the
so
upside?
why wouldn't we do that with the puberty blockers thing? That's what I'm
we
trying
are,
to do is
we
weigh
are
the
doing,
pros and the cons,
we
right?
are
Like-
doing, yes, we are doing the same thing, the exact same thing. Go ahead, Sitch. What are you trying to say?
No, I'm saying you, Adam, you've lost track. Your original position, and you sort of fallen into these other positions, was just about this certainty of this. Now, obviously, we live in the real world. We have to
Right,
make
okay.
decisions based on the best evidence we have. No one's gonna argue against this, okay? But
This is-
Adam's contention, and
Except
my
Adam kind of
contention-
is, but okay.
Well, my contention and Adam's contention about this is just that there
We
seems to
don't
be
have the
this
certainty.
this idea, this emotion of certainty about this, when there really isn't. And I brought the example of the ADD.
So what would
stuff.
certainty
I'm
look
not
like?
saying that kids shouldn't be given ADD medication, but if we look at the trends in psychology, it's very fashionable for there to be some diagnosis that's way overdiagnosed for a period of 5 to 10 years, and then we cut back on it.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm worried
So what
about.
would so I understand that. Okay, that's cool. So what would it look like then? What would having a little more certainty there look like to you?
Well,
Adam?
I'm interested in you having just a teeny tiny bit more uncertainty. That's all I'm interested in, Hunter.
I mean, I feel like I came on here and I straight off the bat admitted that there have been mistakes made, that
No,
sometimes medical
totally. No,
malpractice
I
happens, and, like,
I completely agree. I
of
completely
course, I
agree.
recognize nothing's
Yes.
100% perfect. Like I
Yes.
feel like I have agreed with you, and I'm not saying I'm 100%
You've been
certain on this, but I'm saying what
you've been great.
because
so.
what the data suggests thus far, and what the data overwhelmingly supports, is this position right now.
No, now you just jumped. No,
Okay, so but before we repeat,
That is what the data
again-
no, let's not
I would
repeat.
like to know-
Come on, I feel like I'm in the
I just
movie
wanna know what
Tenet here. Please stop.
Adam, please, I want to know from
Who's inverted here? Is it me or Hunter?
Do you like the movie Tenet, Hunter?
I've never seen it. I just want to
No.
know what
You
Adam
have
would
to see this
consider-
movie. You have to.
I
see
would just
this
want to know
movie.
what Adam would consider being
Certainty?
in this medical field, at least.
Well, this is really the difference between conservatives and progressives, because conservatives want more certainty, and progressives feel they have that certainty.
I don't.
And
know
I
if
just
I
I
agree
feel
with
that
this at all.
certainty is unwarranted. What?
I don't think there's a progressive conservative difference in wanting certainty. I don't.
So what would certainty look like?
Well,
Because Adam's your
listen.
main concern seems to be that we're not totally this treatment that I'm making sound certain about, like puberty blockers, we're not actually that certain about. So what would certainty look like to you?
Well, obviously, if we had the machine that could diagose gender dysphoria,
So
from
what
an
would a
MRI, that would
realistic
be great.
certainty look like? What would realistic certainty look like?
Listen, I'm not. My only point in bringing this up is that it bugs me that people are conflating the conservative position with being, oh, they just don't like trans people, which I'm sure there is a number of conservatives that do fit that definition, but I think most of them, and particularly some of the people I've seen you debate, they seem to be more interested in harm reduction in the same way that progressives are interested in harm reduction. So, but I
don't know. Your position right now would lead to more harm, at least based on what we
you
have.
You don't know that. Oh my God. Sitch, please. I just discovered I'm inverted. I'm going back in time.
You think that makes you right. That's not like, we could just as easily say you don't know that 10 years down the line, all these people that transition are going to be living way better lives and they would have killed themselves.
I mean, they could all be lizard people in 10 years from our vaccines.
We just got to invert. We got to go back forward.
Before you go,
no, I don't want to go yet because I really, I
don't want to kill myself on this Groundhog's Day.
Adam hasn't answered this question yet, though.
What have I not, Sitch? Have I not answered the question? I feel like I've answered everything.
Adam,
here.
Is there?
What would certainty
he
look
gave
like?
an answer. He said,
I answered the question. Do I have to answer it again?
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit frustrated here. What would realistic certainty look like to you, Adam? Because your argument, I want to repeat your argument to you, and you can tell me if I'm correct. Okay, your argument seems to be that we're not totally certain about everything, so we should be a little bit more skeptical about this.
Also,
is that your argument? So what would certainty look like when it comes to puberty blockers to you?
I don't know. Like, this is something, God, I'm glad other people are making the decisions on this, because there's harm on both sides of the equation here. That's my only reason for bringing this up, Hunter.
You just don't know. You don't have there's no definitive certainty that you have in your mind.
I don't know how you can know. Like, my contention is the fact that Hunter is sitting here saying he knows, he has the facts, he knows how many people are going to be hurt and how many people aren't going to be hurt.
That's not true.
And
didn't say that. Hold on, I did not say that.
Well,
Hunter, you may not have said it, but we felt it in our guts.
Hunter, I'm being hyperbolic. You've been extremely good faith, I feel, in this conversation. So I am being hyperbolic here, but I feel the level of certainty with you is much higher. Maybe the level of certainty with me is too low. I'm willing to admit that.
It's not just that you don't have certainty, though. It's that would be okay, but it seems like your argument more or less seems to be that we what is the reason for saying we don't have we have uncertainty here? Like, do you see how that kind of plays defense for people that don't like trans people, for people that do think that trans people are icky and gross? Like, now all of a sudden, okay, that's true. We don't really know that much about it. Yeah, everything is kind of ambiguous. Yeah, we don't really know anything. When, by the way, that's not
those people can fuck off and die. Okay, I don't give a fuck about those people. I give a fuck about the fucking children. Okay, that are actually going to sterilize themselves.
And I give a fuck about the children that are going to kill themselves if they don't get treatment properly.
Here at the Sitch and Adam show, Sitch, Adam, and Hunter all care about the children.
Yes,
it's just you care about the children. So
I do not want to embolden people who want to disparage, trans people. The question is really over the trans kids.
Adam has no solution. I want to ask you something else.
Hold on, Hunter. Okay. Hunter has no solution. Well, actually, Hunter does have a solution.
That's not true. I have a very concise,
solution.
Clear, succinct solution.
Yeah, and stay the course. Okay, so what I want to
say the course. Let's are following the proper guidelines.
But you're
Hunter is in favor of the status quo. Okay, so I just want that to be known.
What I actually want to ask you about. I don't even know why the fuck Adam broached this fucking transgender topic in the first place.
This was a good discussion, though, Sitch. You got to admit. Go ahead, Sitch.
I don't think it was, but what I wanted to ask you about was that I saw you on the Hippy Dippy podcast day before yesterday, recently, and I tried listening to the whole thing. It's very long, and I couldn't sit through it. And you guys were talking about critical race theory, and unfortunately, it got so horribly sidetracked into the whether race is a social construction argument, which no one fucking knows how to explain properly. But the thing that I want to ask you about was that you said that critical race theory is not anti-liberalism, and I didn't know what you meant by that.
I would be curious to know, why do you disagree with me on that one?
Critical race theory is explicitly anti-liberalism, yes.
Could you show me that, please? Because, I mean, yeah, I very well could have been wrong there. Critical race theory is one of those things that, like, I am not at all here to try and fucking defend.
It's brand new. Yeah.
Well, it's not really brand new. It's just people are talking about it right now.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. So like I if I was wrong there, then I could have been wrong. I know that critical race theory was unique in not wanting to go outside of like the legal system, I thought, which was unique.
Well, they don't want to abolish
critical...
like the idea of loss. Yes. But I mean, if you look like all of almost any foundational critical race theory thing, they say things like, critical race theory questions the very foundations of liberal order, including equality theory, legal reasoning, enlightenment rationalism, neutral principles of constitutional law.
I'm literally reading this right now. Yeah. I'm reading this right now. Yeah.
Right. And even says this on the Wikipedia for critical race theory.
But that's questioning the number one thing. Right? Like everything, but you understand, should be questioned. Like, being a rational human being is yes, questioning how liberalism works, how it might set up certain systems. Like, I think that asking questions, I thought that that's what Adam was just doing.
Okay, but wait a minute. Yes, but we're not, the Cartman. I'm just asking questions. Like, I'm sure you've read a lot of these academic papers. People rarely say something like "fuck X." What they do is they say, "Oh, well, I critique X, I question X," and then they give you a long list of things that they have a problem with X. Okay, and it's the same thing with critical race theory. All the tenets that they espouse are all against the tenets of liberalism and individualism.
I don't know if that's entirely true. Against, it might be against individualism. It does seem to be pretty collective. But hold on,
that's a huge tenet of liberalism.
Well, hold on. Let me pull this up here because I know that they're the tenets of critical race theory. I have a wiki page here. I would suggest you guys check this one out. This is I'm going to put it on my screen here. This is a really great page. It's like a encyclopedia, basically just explaining it. There's not any bias in there. And they go through the tenets of it. And honestly, like this is actually a good combo because I want to make it like explicitly clear both to you and the people listening that I am in no way here to try and just like straight up defend critical race theory. I think that there are problems with it, and I think that it should be critiqued. One of the 6 tenets, the voice of color, holding that people of color are uniquely qualified to speak on behalf of other members of their group, that I find to be like a little bit like I'm not
crazy.
Sure, like yeah, I kind of wish that we could have gotten into that on the panel, right? Because that would have been one where I would have said, I'm not too sure about this one specifically. But my main issue with the critical race theory discussion in general, right, is I feel like we sometimes fall into a fallacy of origin. So like critical race theory, some of the founders of it probably did have like some shitty ass ideas. Some of the founders, maybe they did have some bad ideas about like getting rid of liberalism or that white people are all bad or whatever. But like, that's one thing. But then it's also about how is critical race theory applied and what does it look like today? What is it actually like? How is it manifesting itself? Right. And I think when we get too down in the weeds about like, well, this founder said this, or this like beginning text said this, is like, I think that you do kind of fall in there to a little bit of a fallacy of origin, because I think if you want to look at how critical race theory is taught today, it's more like it's not even taught really through to K through 12. Yeah, like it's not really, at least not supposed to.
Well, no, and then okay, but that's
teachers are also usually it's like it helps teachers kind of like understand like maybe how to handle like if they have like a more diverse classroom, or it's like there's sometimes like critical race theory like undertones in certain teaching or whatever. The way that I see critical race theory, though, at least today, is just looking critically at how, our culture, society, and history intersect to create certain racial outcomes. And I think a good example of that would be the criminal justice system. I think that there's a lot of data there that supports that point. And I think that critical race theories helped a lot in honing down on that specific issue.
Do you think that in the classroom, white students and black students should have different cultural criterias? Or do you think everyone should have the same criteria?
Are you talking about that one where it said that black kids shouldn't give their work or something?
No, I'm just talking about there's an idea, an anti-assimilationist idea in critical race theory that black people should have a distinctive cultural normative value system than white people. And that should be taught.
Is that like an original founding text? Because again, like there are probably some bad ideas within that academic field, but that's not a reason to get rid of the entire academic field, especially when it's also taught as valuable insights.
But you understand that when I asked you, I said, how is critical race theory not anti-liberalism? And then, I can provide you with examples, and you're like, well, does that really mean that? I'm like, well, yeah, it does mean that if you read through all these foundational texts, which is what I've been doing. I'm not reading the secondhand. I'm reading, the key writings that form critical race theory. This is what this is all based off of.
Right. No,
I'm
not
sure.
I'm
not sure that you can sort of when I see that even modern critical race theory texts, they use the same terminology, they use the same language, they're all derived from the same core ideas. I mean, I'm just pulling this as examples. I'm sure I could find a 2019 critical race theory paper that's espousing the same ideas. I just didn't think that would be as useful to the trying to describe what critical race theory is.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there are going to be some people in the beginning of the field that have written bad things, but this is kind of what I'm getting at is like we wouldn't necessarily throw out the whole academic field or the whole medical field of like psychology, right? Because Freud, for example, one of the like beginners in that kind of field, espoused ideas that like all boys secretly want to like fuck their mothers and like girls are attracted to their father based on the scent, and like they had a lot of fucking wacky ass ideas, but that's still not necessarily, that wouldn't necessarily get rid of the entire academic field. So just to be very clear, there are most likely, I'm not familiar with all the foundational texts of CRT. I'm still very much learning about this too. It seems to be, it's very hard to even narrow it down, like what it actually is and what it looks like and everything else. I am sure there are founding texts and documents that have ideas that I would strongly disagree with. But you know what? There are founding texts and documents within psychology that I would strongly disagree with also. And it doesn't mean that we can't still learn something valuable from that field. So yeah, there might be some bad things there, but I think that also in lending to that lens is helpful in helping us analyze things like our criminal justice system, right? Like sometimes you have to bring race into the equation to have a full scope understanding as to why there are certain outcomes occurring.
So I think with the Freud example, if you talk to most psychologists, they'll say, oh, you know, they're happy that Freud kind of conceptualized the idea of the unconscious mind and, you know, talk therapy and a lot of other things that he's sort of granted, even though they think that his specific theories, you know, they dismiss as not being true. And they're all based on his case studies and they weren't, you know, there wasn't science really there. Mm-hmm. And so Freud kind of created a foundation for other people to leap off of. And when you ask psychologists, they all say this for the most part. If you talk to people that are critical race scholars today, they do not denounce Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw and Delgado. I mean, Kimberly Crenshaw was just like on CNN a couple of weeks ago being interviewed about this. So that's why
there might not be some, there might be some, but like that doesn't.
I'm just saying, I don't think that you should, like, if you want to just say like, oh, I don't know, you know, I don't have a strong opinion about this. I don't know. I need to do my own research. I just wouldn't marry yourself to this idea that like, oh, you know.
Oh, I'm not married to this idea at all.
Okay, I'm just saying you don't want to have like this position that current critical race theory. I mean, the core tenet of critical race theory that still exists today, this is the core tenet, is that the legal system is intrinsically tied into maintaining oppressive white racial domination. And that breeds into everything else about the anti-liberalism. So I'm not sure you can disconnect all these things.
I mean, you can though, because for example, like when you're talking about the criminal justice system, we could say that some of that might be like a little out there sounding, but like, is there some truth there? Is the criminal justice system disproportionately negatively affecting Black people? Yes.
That's not, their argument is one of intention. It's not of outcome. They're saying that the legal system was intended to be designed to maintain white power structure. And that
which is also kind of funny because that too, it would be arguably a fallacy of origin, right?
Right, exactly. And they're saying that you can't reform it. And that's where the anti-liberalism comes from.
No, see, that's where I would disagree with you, because based on what I'm reading here, this is where I will once again point to. It says, unlike most hold on, let me show this on screen. Unlike most critical legal scholars, critical race theorists did not wish to abandon the notions of law or legal rights altogether, because in their experience, some laws and legal reforms had done much to help oppressed or exploited people. And when you talk about the criminal justice system, I'm seeing it kind of up here where it talks about, let's see. They do talk about here also they're like critiques of liberalism. Sure. I think that going as far as to be like it wants to overthrow liberalism is a little silly. Usually they advocate for policies that they're against like the idea of color blindness, that the idea that like all that certain outcomes are going to be identical for everyone without the first factoring in race, I guess.
They're not against, and there's a long paper on this actually, and key writings that form critical race theory. They're not the liberal argument in the 80s for affirmative action, which is very tied into critical race theory. was that yes, affirmative action is technically an anti-liberal, anti-colorblind policy, but we still need to do it to make up for past transgressions. And the critical race theory people, they insult the liberals for making that argument. And they constantly chide the liberals for having an obsession of a goal of creating an end game colorblind society. And this is a constant reoccurring theme in critical race theory.
What paper are you talking about here?
This is in the Key Writings That Formed Critical Race Theory book. This is Derek Bell's entire, the creator of critical race theory. His entire contention is that he doesn't think you can create a racially equal society in the first place.
Is he one of the founders of critical race theory?
He is the founder of critical race
okay,
theory.
gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll have to look into that a little bit more. Like I said, I'm not super intent and like held on to this idea. I can recognize that, again, some of the founders probably had some shitty ideas, but like, how is critical race theory manifesting today, right? Like in the classroom, for example, it's not really even being taught, just so we're clear.
Right,
I want people in my audience to know that like critical race theory, it's not like kids are being sat down for their critical race theory class. It's usually something that's talked about in colleges or found in like journals and papers and everything else. It can sometimes play a role in motivating helping teachers in, I guess, working with like a more diverse class, or helping them understand certain like lenses and ways to look through things, ways to explain history. And I guess the reason that I'm not too caught up in the whole foundation of it, the founder of critical race theory, is because I just kind of want to look at like pick it apart for what it is as an academic field and say like, is there anything valuable we can get from this? Is there anything bad out in this also? And I would say, yes, of course, there are bad critical race theorists and people that have really shitty ideas. Even some of the founders. Yeah. If they're talking unironically about like segregating black and white people, then I would 100% say that's fucking horrible. And I would denounce that immediately. But I also think that through this academic field, it can also provide a lens, even the way that like we talk about race. Like whenever we have a conversation about systemic racism, for example, we're more or less using a critical race theory lens to have that conversation, the way that we're analyzing that subject matter.
I mean, the concept of systemic racism predates critical race theory. They're not, critical race theory uses systemic racism. It didn't create the concept. So you can have all those conversations.
True, but it also brought a lot. Well, but critical race theory also played a really big role in honing down on specifically the systemic issues within our criminal justice system. And critical race theory, in that lens at least, has definitely helped in people having a better understanding of what systemic racism looks like and how it is still kind of in play right now.
Well, I mean, since systemic racism is generally just viewed as, you just look at an outcome of a system and say, okay, if this system creates a racially disparate outcome, then it's systemic racism. You don't need like a specific lens to find that. It's pretty apparent to be able to find that on its own.
Like, think about it, like you might though, if for example, if we didn't already know that, thanks to critical race theory helping us understand it better, but like if we didn't already know that, right, like you'd have to start asking those questions and look through those lens. Is there a structure in place that is delivering, why is it delivering disproportionate outcomes here? Is it based on class? It doesn't seem like that, because it seems like regardless of their financial situation, there seems to be bias towards people who are black. So like
critical race theory doesn't provide an answer to that. They just come up with the presupposition in critical race theory is it's race. It's not like they're detecting, it's not like they're looking through the facts and saying this is race. No, they're saying this is race before they look at any of the facts.
I hear that argument a lot, but of course, like it's critical race theory. Of course, it assumes there's going to be some racism there. That's the point of the academic field. That's like saying we can't talk about math because it assumes there's going to be numbers there. Like that's part of it.
Well, no, but
looking at race is part of it.
You understand that, like, general basic psychology. If you decide you're going to find something, you're going to find it, right? You understand, like everyone knows this. And so if you say you're going to find racism in a system, you're going to find it there.
I mean, maybe, perhaps, but I would be more interested in looking at like the systems that they've already analyzed and have found racism in, like, the criminal justice system.
But they don't really, I mean, this is another problem too, is that they don't really believe, and I have direct quotes from this if you want, I can read them off to you. They don't really believe that you can find objective truth in a lot of these areas in the first place. So they're not even looking for it. What do you mean objective
truth? Are they like anti-realists? Because that's like a common like kind of moral position, not moral position, but like ethical position, right?
they don't think in the realms of these quote unquote social sciences that there is really such a thing as objectivity that can be found, because their argument is that, oh, since they're coming at from this from the critical theory perspective, they're saying everyone's production of knowledge and view of the world is rooted in this power struggle of oppression. And so they're saying there's no such real thing as objectivity, and this is just sort of like this trick that the cultural white hegemony like places on people.
Well,
So
yeah,
it's
that
not
sounds
like they
kind of
can
silly,
really,
but at the same
I
time,
agree,
that
but
sounds
they
like
can't really find the things that you're looking for.
but that sounds like an extension of like you're right when they say there's no objective truth. That can sound pretty like stupid and also kind of anti-intellectual. But when we're talking about that, that sounds like an extension of like moral realism or moral anti-realism, which basically believes that when you boil it down, all things are ultimately subjective, or all things like, because I'm not saying I even agree with that. I'm just saying it sounds like an academic like extension of that, more or less.
Well,
I don't think
I
that's
understand what you're
as
saying.
scary as it necessarily sounds on first
Well,
glance.
no, it is, because it would be like if we were to go back to the trans argument, if Adam said, well, I don't believe that you can find objective truth, so I'm going to dismiss your statistics. Like, that's sort of the way that this is being levied by critical race theorists, is that they're saying, well, the people collecting statistics are white and they have this white cultural hegemony and blah, blah, blah.
Well,
blah,
wouldn't
blah,
that be
blah,
an
blah.
argument against the critical, like some of the critical race theorists, and not necessarily the entire academic field?
Well, no, like, well, the quote that I can read
Because
from
that
you,
sounds
which is
dumb,
from,
by the way.
it is, yeah, it is. It's really dumb. And from the critical race theory book that's always cited by Delgado, is it says flat out, says, for the critical race theorist, objective truth, like merit, does not exist, at least in social science and in politics. In these realms, truth is a social construct created to suit the purposes of the dominant group. And so I don't see how,
I mean, that
if
sounds
this is,
yeah, it sounds a little out there for sure.
it
But
is
it also
very out
sounds
there.
like what I kind of said is an extension, more or less, of like moral realism or moral anti-realism. I mean, yeah, I don't really know what to say to that necessarily. Like, is that being taught to kids today? Is that being taught to people outside of like academic courses or like journals or papers? Like, I don't know. I just think
Well, I
that
don't
if
know.
we're
Well, part of the issue here that you sort of alluded to before this, which I agree with, is that like people need to have a term to be able to criticize or to attack something. And so a lot of things that people don't like conversations about white privilege and whatever else is being, taught that they don't like, it all sort of gets rolled and lumped into critical race theory just because people are looking for a term to describe these various what I would basically say are cultural Marxist ideologies. But they can't use the term cultural Marxist because it's been so stigmatized as being some sort of secret Nazi dog whistle. So they've instead landed on critical race theory.
But conversations about like white privilege and systemic racism and everything, those are valuable conversations to have as long as they're had well and effectively, right?
Right, but the contention is that usually they're not. Like, privilege is generally used as a cudgel to silence people and to attack people. It's not really used as a means of reflecting on yourself and changing your own behavior. And I would argue that that's the intention for.
I mean, it can definitely. I would not say that it's the intention. I think that ultimately, yeah, I mean, it can be taught incorrectly and it can also be taught correctly. Like, I don't know. It's just none of this sounds like an actual condemnation fully of like the entire academic field. It sounds like condemnation of like some people within the field that have had some stupid ideas, or sometimes the way people teach it.
I disagree with the core
wrong.
tenet of critical race theory. I don't know how that's not a condemnation of the entire field.
The liberalism thing?
The core tenet of critical race theory is that our legal structure was created intentionally to be oppressive to Black people, and it can't be reformed.
Which tenet was that?
That's the basis point. Critical race theory spawned because...
Is this from the critical race theory and introduction in 2001?
It's from that. It's from they all talk about this.
Because I'm seeing here there's 6 core tenets. These basic tenets of CRT, according to the authors, include the following claims.
Right.
Race is socially constructed. Racism in the United States is normal, not aberrational. It is the common, ordinary experience of most people of color.
Right. Which I disagree with that, to the way that that's being levied, but...
Okay, yeah, but this is what I mean, right? Is there multiple scholars? You're saying that your thing says there's one tenet. This thing here,
No, I'm not saying
says there's 6.
I'm not saying that there's some book out there that says there's a single tenet of critical race theory. Okay, But the way that I view it is, if critical race theory has tenets that are not unique to it, I don't care about it. Like the race being a social construct is not unique to critical race theory. So I don't know, who cares? Like that's not, you can have that concept without teaching critical race theory, right? You don't need the critical race theory for this.
But this is what I mean is like, I guess, yeah, I guess, I mean, it's an academic field. I know I keep saying that, but it's like, it is literally an academic field where there are people inside of it that some have good ideas and some have bad. I think that ultimately,
so if all the people who started it have terrible ideas, I don't see how anything good comes from this.
So do you think that we should be like really hyper skeptical about things that have originated out of like bad things?
I think if all the core philosophies are all bad and they're all still part of the philosophy, then yeah, I agree. You should be hyper skeptical, if not against this thing.
I would disagree with you that all those tenets are still being displayed the same way. I would.
Well, you don't know. You can't disagree with me. You're not aware. You don't know.
Well, basically, yeah, I do, because I kind of know more or less how people are taught, like how teachers teach critical race theory more or less, or how it influences teachers specifically. And I also know that it's generally accepted that critical race theory is not really taught to students in any like K through 12. It's just not even taught. It's a college thing.
So what is it? Okay. I don't disagree with you. It's not. Critical pedagogy is being taught in K through 12. Critical race theory necessarily isn't. Okay, these are two very different things.
Right, and
but it sounds like that you're sort of conflating them together and sort of defending critical race theory, but you're pointing to all these things that are not critical race theory.
I mean, again, we're talking like, what's not critical race theory here?
So, what are the examples that you are relying on to say that this is what teachers should be? This is what you think is beneficial that teachers are teaching that you think is related.
It's my understanding. Yeah, it's my understanding that usually like critical race theory is used more or less as like a lens to help sometimes the way teachers teach like history and the way that like maybe history has had consequences. I also know that the bills that have been passed to ban critical race theory, we can also kind of look at how that's going to affect things. And that has the potential to harm conversations, even about like systemic racism, civil rights issues. I mean,
I'm asking you, is there something, is there some specific tenet or idea that's being taught that you're relating to critical race theory that you think is beneficial?
That's where we're having the fundamental disagreement is critical.
But I don't know what your specific, because I've given specifics for things I don't like about it. And
you're looking at it as, I know you're looking at it as like the whole field and being like, okay, there's some writing here, there's a tenet here. You need to look at it like a lens. It's a way of looking at these issues. And when we're talking about,
the lens is bad though. That's my contention. The lens is a broken lens.
So then that's where I would disagree with you, because by using that lens, we've been able to learn about very valuable insights. And when teachers use that lens more or less to form some of their curriculum, they're better at usually handling like a class of more diverse people, making sure that they feel included.
I don't know what you're referring to. That's why I'm asking for, do you have an example of something that you think is beneficial beyond it? I mean, I understand that it's a lens, but I mean, what about the lens is useful?
Yeah, it's good to help children understand, like, not just about the history of slavery, but like how that's still affecting things today.
I mean, you can do all that without critical race theory.
But understanding that, looking at that is like partially the critical race theory lens, right?
Not really. I mean, as you said, critical race theory, is
looking at how history and culture and society intersect. It's really like it's an extension of critical theory, but then you're adding race to the equation. I would just suggest looking at it more or less like a lens. Of course, there are going to be some dumb fucks within critical race theory. There are going to be some people that have stupid ideas. And, I will say this also, there are plenty of people that weaponize some of this more academic terminology, right? To try and use it, yes, as a bludgeoning tool. I completely agree with you that people that are like, oh, you're white, shut up, you're not allowed to talk about this. Those people can like go fuck off in a video game, right? Like I hate those people. They're stupid.
Right.
But like, that's not necessarily that doesn't really incriminate like critical race theory as a field. I guess that's really my main point. We're kind of looping here, and it's also, I've been here for over an hour and 2 hours.
Okay, well, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I haven't even seen that yet. I just don't care about Star Wars at all,
That's probably the right answer. That's probably the right answer. What's your Harry Potter house?
No, I don't do Harry Potter.
You don't do any. What was there anything that piece of entertainment that you do like?
I like rap music.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I listen to like super hard rap. That's like my thing.
There you go.
So yeah.
No. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, man. Thanks, guys, for having me on. I appreciate the conversation.
Cool.
See ya.
Okay. Cool. Now we can get back to the video. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I buy Hunter's argument about critical race theory, but okay. I think you have to look at the people that create it. I'm not sure you have to look at the people that create something and determine whether the ideology is good or bad and whether it produces beneficial results from it. And he couldn't really give me an example. I mean, this is the problem I have with a lot of the critical race theory stuff is that, whenever I say, oh, this is critical race theory, they say, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I say, well, what is critical race theory? Give me something specific. And then all the specifics they give me have nothing to do with critical race theory. I mean, I don't know. Adam is muted. I don't know. That's what they're saying. But yeah, I'll pull up the stream. But I mean, you can teach slavery, you can teach any of these things without critical race theory. You are muted, Adam. Yeah. How did you mute yourself? Did you change any of your audio settings? Adam Boomer muting the mic. For shame, for shame, for shame. Desert Runner for 20 Aussie bucks says Kira Bell at 16, she became one of 1,000 girls, some as young as 10 or 11, referred to the Tavistock and Portman Trust. After 3 one-hour appointments, she was prescribed puberty blockers before she was put on testosterone. Yes. The problem is, he just says, oh, that's an outlier. That's just an outlier, so. Keep Adam muted. I agree. Keep Adam muted. Adam didn't. Yeah. Let me know if you. Aiden really wants to come in. Let me guys know if you can hear Adam. He didn't really talk during the CRT conversation, so. Can you guys hear him now? Can you hear his harmonica playing? I guess I have to do. It's just annoying to hear you try to differentiate that from the live stream. Then I have to hear myself. Shinso Beam for $2 says, every moment Adam is muted, I become less A-team.
Testing 1, 2. Now I have 2 mics up. Is either one of them working? Do I have to reset my mic?
You might. I don't hear you.
Still muted? Still muted? Adam is still muted? What the fuck?
Adam's still muted.
God, I might have to restart OBS. How's this?
Adam, what did you do?
Nothing.
You obviously did something. No, you're totally muted. You're still completely muted. Oh, now you're not
testing.
Muted. Okay.
Oh, I'm not muted.
Okay.
I'm back.
You're back. Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Is there a double thing? Does it sound okay? Because I have like 2 mics up. Okay.
It's not double mic'd.
Sounds
so one of your mics just might be out.
Yeah, OBS did something weird.
Yeah.
So what you guys didn't hear, you heard his side of the talk, but I think you talk most anyway. Argument from ignorance. Do you know?
You didn't really weigh in on the CRT stuff, so it's fine that you're muted. But
well, I muted myself because I was world's best moderator. I didn't want to interrupt.
True.
Did you want
true.
me to interrupt?
I didn't want you to interrupt.
Yeah, you're the. Come on.
Ignorant takes.
You're the fucking smart one here. I appreciate you interrupting. I appreciate your wingman attitude when I'm arguing on the trans stuff, but I mean, I just do you feel like there was progress made? Because the thing that just bothers me is this level of certainty.
There was no progress.
I want to go over this argument from ignorance, because the argument from ignorance, argumentum ad ignoramus, is the Latin, also known as the appeal to ignorance, in which ignorance represents a lack of contrary evidence, is a fallacy in informational logic. It asserts that a position is true because it has not been proven false, or a position is false because it has not been proven true. But Hunter is the one making the assertion. He's the one doing the argument from ignorance. He's the one saying, well, we can't prove that it's not hurting people, so therefore it's true. Well, he's the one doing the argument from ignorance.
Well, not 100%, because his argument is simply, we don't have 100% information. We can only work off the information that we can work off of, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but that's why my sticking point, and I thought was your sticking point, but then you kind of got sidetracked in the conversation to sort of defend positions that really aren't your positions, which is just that I think the culture and attitude around trans activists is making the medical community fuck up in their treatment.
How was I? What do you mean when I was defending positions that were my positions? Like, he was mischaracterizing my positions.
Because you were getting too caught up in trying to steelman the conservative position. Because you're kind of arguing two different things. You're arguing, one, that you're bothered by the certainty of it all that they give when they're not really certain, and two, that they're strawmanning the conservative position. And then throughout the course of this, like, those two ideas sort of melded together, and you started you were trying to defend conservative positions, I felt, that weren't really your positions. And then you kind of got off sidetrack, and that's why Hunter was sort of making, because Hunter was approaching this as if we're saying that people shouldn't transition at all.
Yeah.
Which isn't really what we're arguing.
Our position at all.
But
he is doing the argument from ignorance fallacy. I mean, he's saying he's saying that his position, our whole argument was, you can't know this because we don't have the stats from 5 years from now, which is what everyone's obviously saying. That's all the rational positions. So, but he's saying, because we don't have those stats, therefore I'm true, because we have these other minor studies that don't necessarily prove anything.
Right.
Yeah,
maybe, I don't know.
So, but I just learned the argument from ignorance fallacy today. So
there you go.
But you weren't happy with the CRT stuff? I got to tell you, I wasn't.
No, I was happy with the CRT stuff. I was not happy with the trans conversation. I don't think that really went anywhere productive.
But it wasn't going to go anywhere productive.
I guess
that's
true.
About? Yeah.
I mean, the CRT stuff didn't really go anywhere productive. But I think Hunter.
What is this?
Well, I think Hunter fell into the trap of sort of, assuming that because conservatives are criticizing CRT that they're wrong. And so he's kind of going out there to defend it, when I was trying to warn him, saying I don't think you fully appreciate or understand what CRT is, and making arguments about, well, we can ignore the foundational beliefs of it is not a good, it's not a good argument.
The thing is, though, I mean, there are people that are rejecting the foundational beliefs of it in the same way that the psychology community does reject the foundations.
I don't know if there are, though.
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
True.
If that happens, if that does end up being the evolution of CRT, maybe there is some productivity that comes out of it. I mean,
but as I told Hunter, I don't see how it even could be, because what I'm talking about is the foundational belief of CRT is that that the legal structure is just tied into white supremacy.
Yes.
And I have a big problem with viewing it that way. And I mean, you have to, when you read, I was reading this whole paper called Race Consciousness, which is cited in the introduction of Key Writings for Critical Race Theory. And it's like, it's totally insane. It's going on and on about how the liberals won the civil rights movement because they tied in the idea of caring about race. They said that's what the white nationalists and the white bigots do. And thus they accidentally or intentionally tied in white supremacists with black nationalists. And now no one can talk about black nationalism because it's deemed racist. And they're posing this as like it's a bad thing that we're not talking about black nationalism. And so and they're complaining that the liberals did this in order to stem the tide of black nationalism. And I'm just like, you can't read this and tell me that critical race theory is not inherently anti-liberal. Like the whole basis of it is anti-liberal.
I do agree. And also, I mean, the critical race theory wants to stigmatize the tools that would solve any of the problems that, you know, generally we like people agree on that we would like to solve. Like I think there's a lot of bias in the criminal justice system that obviously needs to be dealt with, but it's pulling out critical race theory to say, you know, this is a tool that we're going to use to get rid of that bias is laughable. I mean, what?
Right. But that's why I was trying to, because once Hunter brings out the argument that like, well, that's, you know, there's people in CRT who are founders that we can ignore. Because like, okay, so once you bring out this argument, that's why I was asking him, well, what is something that you like about it? And he couldn't give me an answer because I don't think he's knowledgeable enough to produce an answer about it. And he just didn't want to just say on stream that he just doesn't know. Well, that's how the end of the conversation came off to me anyway.
my whole contention on the trans stuff is that nobody's knowledgeable enough to know, but obviously that it's the same conclusion. No, I know. God damn it, I know this stuff. My gut, I reached way up in my gut, and I know.
Right, I know. But at least with the trans stuff, it's that's one of those things where you have to make a decision one way or the other because it's something that's happening. It's a situation that's happening. You have to make a decision about it. With critical race theory, you don't like. It's not like there's some life and death decision. You have to teach critical race theory, or someone's gonna die. Like it's completely. It's something you can just say, well, I don't know, and you know, it's fine. Maybe we should just be a little cautious about them.
You make a good point about it's a decision that you have to make, but I would argue that it's a decision best made at the individual level where the person has the most understanding of the facts of the situation. It's like pro-choice versus pro-life. I mean, the person that is going to decide to have an abortion is like has the most facts. So I don't necessarily know. The thing though is with the trans stuff, they're kind of taking the tools away from the individual to make those decisions.
I mean, actually, I think I disagree with you.
It's funny that it's inverted. It's the pro-choice people that want the choice, but for trans, it's like obviously. But go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say I disagree with you because the problem with a lot of the trans stuff or our trepidation with it is that the individual person isn't qualified to determine whether they have gender dysphoria or not.
No, but I mean like the family the
family,
people closest to the.
You have to, but they don't know either. That's the whole. They have to rely on a doctor. And that's the problem.
Yes.
Is that I want these doctors to be separated from politics and to look at this as objectively as possible.
That's not happening.
And I just don't think that's possible in our environment right now.
That's not happening. I fell down the YouTube rabbit hole with looking at these trans therapists because a bunch of them have channels where they basically and like 90% of them are trans. It's just it's like, how can you be unbiased? How can you be like an unbiased observer of the situation when you yourself are trans?
There's actually Jesse Signal who does a lot of this trans youth debate. Trouble.
Yes.
He actually had a very interesting interview where he was interviewing a I don't know what they're called, a doctor who covers trans issues, gender dysphoria, and they were trans, but they seemed very aware and cognizant and willing to talk about how there is a lot of like transgenders, there's a lot of sort of social contagion going on. So
that's good. The therapists that I looked were definitely like ideologically possessed.
Right.
And Jesse Single is the perfect example of, Jesse Single's not even a conservative, and he is the one making basically the argument I was articulating to Hunter that we should display some caution going into this situation because we don't have all the facts, and stigmatizing looking for those facts is not really a good path to success either. So, yeah. And the way to stigmatize looking for answers to those facts is just to call everyone transphobic, which is shutting down the debate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that really shocked me was in that Louis Theroux documentary where he asked the doctor, he says, "What happens if the kid makes the wrong decision, and they're not trans?" And the doctor just sort of flippantly is like, "Well, then they can just get like a boob job. They can just get surgery again." I'm like, "Well, wait, hold on a second. Like, this isn't something you should just like flippantly wave your hand at. Like, yo, you just get surgery to fix it." It's like, oh, surgery is kind of a big deal. I mean,
isn't it so funny that the medical industry makes money on both sides? Oh, you made the wrong decision. We make money. Oh, you made the right decision. Fine. We make some more money.
Well, that's another thing too. And I'm sure everyone who's interacted with surgeons or doctors has this experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're very, and this is true of anyone. Everyone's always very pro whatever their field or study or their job is. And so you talk to surgeons and they're going to be like, "Oh yeah, you can do surgery for like anything and it's totally fine,
We'll fix it."
It's just, so
scary stuff. Oh, I was never getting the watch together back up. I should do that.
You should. 11 for $20. Thank you very much, 11. From what's that town in Stranger Things?
I don't know.
Adam doesn't know. I know why I'm asking Adam. He's a boomer. He doesn't know these things. Here's the amount I have to pay.
Come on. Stranger Things. Come on.
Here's the amount I have to pay for my TV license in Germany. Oh, that's awful. I love all of your content and have been binge watching you for the last year. Thank you for these good times. And of course, S-Class is the best class. Thank you.
Woo!
Thank you. That sucks. TV license, huh?
What does that
Where's
mean?
your license, mate?
TV license.
Gulez for $16 says, "My money will not rest until Sargon and Aiden are in here."
Oh, no.
S-Class is A-Team. You both suck, but I still love you. Ouch. Hurtful.
What?
Oh, did Sargon want to come in and yell at Hunter? Was that what was happening in the chat? I wasn't really paying attention.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Or they were just They were just speculating. Okay, maybe that was what's going on.
Come on, this stream is not going to be 10 hours, guys. It's impossible. Impossible for this stream to be 10 hours. We gotta make it long enough though that Lance really has to work to be able to clip this motherfucker. We have to make him work for it.
It's so funny because I said, "Oh, no one's going to clip us," and it was because I was like, I knew that the conversation. Well, I didn't know, but the conversation that we had with Sam and Aaron,
so innocuous. You're like, nah, no way.
It was an interesting conversation, and we were able to sort of get to some things that I thought were valuable, but that's not clickbaity worth material. No one's, yelling at the other person, calling them the N-word, calling them a Nazi, calling them racist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So
did you read the comments though? Because all the comments are acting as if that's what was happening.
In our video or Lance's video?
Lance's video.
Yes, I did see the
I
comments.
can't believe all these racists, all they want to do is I'm like, what are you talking about?
I know. All the comments were like, I knew Actual Justice Warrior was a racist. This is a really mask off moment for Actual Justice Warrior. Yep.
Mask off. It's so ridiculous.
I just can't believe that you fucking plastered Sidekick on the screen, and now this is what Lance's audience has to say.
I know.
Oh my God.
I feel so bad. I'm sorry. It was a moment of weakness. I wasn't talking.
Terrible.
It wasn't even my idea. It was someone in the chat's idea. Okay.
Yeah. Look at this. I'm just a comedy show. I have no responsibility for anything. It was the chat.
I'm glad you brought that up because I meditated on that all week. Like everyone in the comments was saying, "Oh, it's terrible. I hate that answer. You're just a comedy show."
It's a bad answer.
I came to some real revelations. I came to some conclusions on this, but
should I play the church music?
I've been streaming for like 4 hours and I can't remember any of the conclusions.
Oh my God, never mind. I guess I'm not playing the church music.
I don't remember. What is a better thing? I did come up with a better thing to say, but I got to tell you, I forgot it. Well, whatever it was, I forgot it. Yeah, don't say this is a comedy show. Oh yeah, no, I was going to say we're fighting against social injustice. That's what we're for.
Okay.
We're the ones fighting social injustice. What are you talking about? You guys are the CRT guys. You guys are in the pro social injustice position. We're in the anti social injustice position, right? Is that better?
That's better.
What are you doing? You playing some music?
Oh, my
over there?
phone alarm went off, so I just turned it off. Dev in the chat says Lance's viewers are on life support for being brain dead. So
I figured out why I can't really hate on Lance as much as everybody.
Don't tell me
else
he
does.
looks like your uncle or something.
You're good. Oh my god. He looks like my fucking cousin. He looks exactly like my fucking
Why does
cousin.
everyone look like someone in your family?
I
Adam?
don't know. Don't know.
Either we do live in a simulation that's popular, and like the simulation can only produce so many NPC faces. And so Adam's seeing like the same faces.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm an only child. The closest thing that I have to a brother is my cousin, and he looks exactly like my fucking cousin. Yes. I caught it the other day. I was like, oh my God, it happened again. Because I don't know. Some of you guys might not know, but Tim Pool actually looks like my dad when my dad was like 20, which is kind of crazy. So yeah.
There you go. Did your dad wear a beanie?
It happens. No, my dad like didn't go bald early, obviously. So.
Well, yeah. Look at you.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Yeah. So either we live in a simulation, there's a bunch of NPC faces being shuffled around, or you have some rare form of like face dysplasia, and you just think everyone looks the same.
No. Vosh looks nothing like any one of my family members, so we're good. Okay. It's only Lance. Only Lance and Tim Pool.
This is a very important super chat. Gemini Semini.
Who
apparently he has like a weasel with laser eyes avatar, which I don't know if I've ever seen.
Oh my
before.
God. That weasel thing was cool. That actually worked out well for us.
That's right. Gemini Semini for $5 says, Yo, Sitch, it's my first super chat as a best class. S-class is the best class.
What? Oh my God. The homophobia finally got to him. I lost Gemini.
No, see, you don't understand. He likes it when you're mean to him. You got to be, when you're mean to him, then he'll come back to you.
I was particularly pro LGBT in this stream with Hunter, so maybe that turned him off. He's like, "Oh my God, pro LGBT rights? This is disgusting."
Hate me, Daddy Adam, hate me.
Yeah, that's probably what was going on. It's okay. Should we continue with it? I got the video up. Let's hope it works.
Let's continue with the video.
Propaganda. Gaze is placed, the ideas it is telling us to care about. And in the case of Blaire White, that emphasis is always placed exclusively on the pathology of the trans community. It all comes together to say, without ever really saying it, that while trans people are not the disease, a group of people who we must eradicate in some way, they are as...
Well, what was I saying about mischaracterizing the conservative position on trans people? Isn't that basically what I was saying? Like their whole argument is mischaracterizing every position on trans. You think Blaire White is anti-trans?
I don't. Yeah, I was going to say this is insane. You think that Blaire White is advocating for the eradication of trans people?
Yeah, exactly.
What
exactly. God, I wish Hunter would have stuck around for a little bit of this, because this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Right.
This is totally what I'm talking about. And you can't, like, how can you not say this is a mainstream position when this video has like 300,000 views?
Mm-hmm.
This is totally a mainstream position. It's a huge straw man. Adam's Law. This is Adam's Law.
Mm-hmm.
as a group diseased. So in this conversation,
and not only does he want to eradicate it, but that trans people are diseased. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so bad.
And then we have two very different worlds of discourse coming into contact. One surrounds explicit claims, a lack of subtlety, a hammer of conservatism. The other is oriented around the implicit, the unstated, the palatable. And this difference informs
basically
so much of how this debate works.
Hey, I'm the moderator here.
Go best moderator.
You go ahead. You go ahead. What do you want to say?
Well, no, it's so disgusting to me. Not only is he mind reading Blaire, okay,
totally,
just for his own political, and he's not even providing like evidence. He doesn't have like clips and saying like, oh, look, here's my evidence for this claims. He's just making these wild assertions with no fucking evidence about a trans person, which is what's so disgusting about this.
Transphobic.
Where he's like claiming that this trans woman wants to eradicate trans people and only that she's hiding it. It's like, this is so disgusting.
Yeah. How it's the norm. He doesn't provide any evidence. Like, I'm curious what the numbers are. You know, I don't deny that there are people, obviously there are people on this panel that are in that position, but to say that that's basically the broad conservative position and they're just hiding their power level, it's so dishonest, so disingenuous. And it's only meant to, like, as a character assassination against any position that's not their own.
Who does he think Blaire's audience is? Do you think Blaire's audience is people that want to destroy trans people? Why would they watch Blaire then if that was the case?
Yeah, you think they're the wokerati? You think the woke people are watching Blaire White?
Yeah, I don't know. This is such a fucking he's just saying, oh, Blaire White's an Uncle Tom who wants to, you know, continue the subjugation of her own people. It's so disgusting, so foul. And to me, this is why he only gets away with this, because of his bumbling aesthetic that he sort of puts up here, whether it's real or not. But
that he's basically too sincere to shower. Is that the aesthetic you're talking about?
That is the aesthetic I'm talking about. Yes, that's the perfect way to put it.
What is the correlation between showering and sincerity, Sitch? Do you know? Is there a study on this? I'm curious. I don't want to make bold assertions without a study or something. I mean,
you know, if we're not going to be, you know, manipulative, right? We should allow our natural odors to be, you know, perceived by our people around us, right? Why are we going to cover them up and hide them with soaps and good smells?
Yeah, of course.
That's manipulation.
It's dishonest. It's unauthentic.
Showers are inherently dishonest, Adam. I think you're onto something.
Yeah. Fuck that. Fuck water and soap.
So, in mind, let's dive in and look at what I think is the most important moment of the debate. Fair warning, what I'm about to show you is kind of long and extremely heavy on the transphobia.
How many children saw her and looked at her and said, you know what, she looks really good, I could do that too, and started transitioning? This is about the children. They're coming for our kids, and we are at a point now where we're gonna.
Oh my God, maybe the argument I was making is terrible now that I think in the context.
There you go.
Here.
Now you hear it coming from Lauren's mouth. Yes.
I'm so glad that I said fuck these people.
Have to take a stand. Will the party go the way of the LGBTQ?
What Lauren said about children maybe watching my YouTube videos and thinking that they can be like me or transition or whatever. I don't really know how much you know about me, but I'm probably the most vocal anti-children transitioning person on the internet. It's what I'm. Right. I let you speak.
The best thing you can do for us is grow out your mustache and tell people not to live like you. That is the best thing that you can do.
Oh my God, Carlin's face is so
awful. Yes.
Blaire's face too. Oh, Blaire took it with a smile, man. That's so insidious. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? We dug in on this woman, and she's like unmarried, and like she's this recent Christian convert. That's not Christianity right there. Christianity is about humbleness and forgiveness.
Well, I mean, it can go either direction, I guess, depending on the person. But
yeah,
That was Carlin had that good line in the debate where she's like, "I'm the only person who's married here. I don't know what the fuck."
I know. I know.
You're talking about having like, normal heteronormative relationships. You're not fucking not even married. How old are you? Like, come on, what are we doing here?
Why isn't Big Joel putting that in his video where Carlin totally like punched him in the face a couple times? Metaphorically, of course.
Big Joel doesn't understand what Blaire's doing in this debate because he's in his own bubble. And Big Joel's position, as we're about to find out, is basically him saying, oh, Lauren is saying all these horrible things to Blaire, and Blaire is sort of just calmly trying to dismiss them and kind of react to the debate topic, as opposed to calling this lady a horrible transphobe and screeching at her. And this is basically Joel's position. And maybe that's what Joel and his leftist audience would like. They would like Blaire to just lose her mind and shriek. But Blaire is smart enough to know, I just retain my cool. I talk about the facts of the debate, which is the direction of the Republican Party and what I think is going to be more valuable. And people will see Lauren as a shrieking, harpy, banshee, crazy lady.
Yeah.
And guess what? Blaire was right. You just look at the fucking comments, and they all agree.
It worked. Well, the whole purpose of the debate was the future of the Republican Party. Which way does Big Joel want the Republican Party to go? That's my question. Like, does he want them to be pro-trans, or does he want them to be?
No, he wants them to be anti-trans.
Well, that's ridiculous. That's like a traitor to his own cause. Then how can you say that you're pro-trans and you want the other most dominant political party in your country? Well, he might be Canadian. He looks.
No, this is what he would say. I can predict what he would say without straw manning him. He would say, "No, Adam, you don't understand. The Republicans are all inherently anti-trans, but I would prefer the Laurens who are at least open about their anti-trans, as opposed to the Blairs and Carlins that lie about it."
It still dodges the question about the future of the Republican Party.
Well, no,
if you're saying that, like you're saying he's making a descriptive case that that's the way it is. The point of the debate is, what is the future of the Republican Party? So you're asking the question, like, could the Republican Party be anti-trans? That's the question. That if he answers no, I'd rather them be anti-trans, and he's saying he's a traitor to his own cause. He is.
Sure, but he would just say that he would say that's not possible. What you're suggesting.
Yeah.
I imagine that's what he would say.
I think it's possible. I think it's happening. I don't know that.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course it is happening. And this is sort of the argument that the left, the illiberal alt-left sort of totally fumble on. Is that they always say, oh, everyone's just as racist, just as sexist, just as homophobic, but now they have to hide their language, right? It has to all be like dog whistles.
Yeah, because their numbers are so small, they're going to get
exactly
demoralized.
Wait a minute.
Why do you think they have to hide? They're like, they're hiding those feelings because they're fucking on the decline and they know it.
Exactly. And to me, the fact that which first of all, I don't believe that these implicit dog whistles are even true anyway, but even if they were, even if I were to grant them that, I would say, you're stupid. That's a sign of progress, okay? If we've gone from a society that openly had slaves to openly had segregation to had open discrimination, and now people are too fucking afraid to speak in terms of discrimination, this is the signs of progress. I'm not saying it stops here, but this shows that we're going forward, you idiot.
Yeah.
And they never acknowledge that.
Hey, I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry to our Canadian audience if you guys have to put up with Big Joel in Canada.
I don't know if he's Canadian or not.
I don't know if he is either. He might be American, but
I mean, Canada can have him if they want.
Well, he's always wearing a sweater. Isn't it cold up in Canada? I'm like, what the fuck? Look at that. I'm in Southern California here.
Hashtag not all Canadians.
So you keep your sweaters. We don't do sweaters here.
Right.
To help us.
Christ love wafting off Lauren.
See, look at this. She immediately counters her.
Right.
Big Joel. Come on.
Right.
Love.
Yikes. Wow. So
But to Big Joel, that's an insult too, because she was like, well, she used Christ's love though, which is homophobic, which is anti-LGBT, right?
Sure.
This situation.
I mean, if we can use religion to make people more forgiving, more accepting, that's good, right?
Well, he would probably say, she's not being hypocritical because this is what religion and Christianity, teaches you to be this, to have these feelings, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm assuming that's what his argument would be.
Yeah, That's a bad argument.
Even as Witzke is totally unhinged, abusive, disgusting, and incorrect, the argument she's making is extremely simple, right? It has 2 steps. Step 1, trans people are bad. Period. They are very, very bad in a huge number of ways. Step 2, we therefore should not tolerate the existence of trans people, and that obviously includes Blaire White.
So, editing tip, don't use a clip that has like awful frame rate because it's so distracting.
Oh my God.
Those clouds are like killing me here. Like, what is happening with the frame rate?
Yeah.
In response to this charge, Blaire tries to aim at the second step there. She says, wait, I'm not supportive of people being trans. I don't think anybody who watches my content could ever get that message.
Well, what the fuck is he even talking about? How can you say that? That's like a bold-faced lie right there.
It is. It is. Well, he's so in the bubble. That's first of all, that's not what Blaire was saying. And again, because he took this out of context. Okay, so it seemed like Blaire was addressing specifically this talking point of trans children.
Children, yeah, underage.
Right, right. And Blaire was saying, I'm not advocating for kids to transition, and I'm not glamorizing being trans. I'm being honest about how difficult it is. Okay.
Yes.
And so Joel's just mad that Blaire didn't explicitly say, I support trans people existing, which first of all, considering she's a fucking trans person, I would assume that doesn't have to be stated, Joel, okay? I would assume that's the case. And secondly, Blaire was cut off like mid-sentence, so we didn't even know where she was going to go with the rest of her answer.
True, yes, yeah. But she's not against she's not against adults transitioning at all. And Joel basically said,
right,
Blaire is against people transitioning, period, which is a fucking lie, a total lie.
Right. It's because I don't even know if Joel's aware that he's lying or not. Because since Joel's MO appears to be to assume everyone's operating in bad faith, he's making the assumption that all the anti-kids transitioning arguments are really just dog whistles to be anti-trans people in general.
Right. Yes. Yeah. He's saying that people are using kids as like the human shield to take out all trans people.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's his argument, but I think it's bullshit. I mean, obviously you'd want to be more,
agree.
Like,
completely.
do you have to explain the logic to him about why, the children get in the lifeboat first? Like they have more life to live, and if you fuck up your life when you're older, it's not as this all seems like pretty basic to me.
What Lauren said about children maybe watching my YouTube videos and thinking that they can be like me or transition or whatever. I don't really know how much you know about me, but I'm probably the most vocal anti-children transitioning person on the internet.
This is, I think, a pretty bad argument. I'm not trying to say here that Blaire White transes any kids, that she makes them be trans. But at the same time...
That would be interesting if you were, though, because that is actually the argument against you. Right? I mean... Of course you don't want to make that argument, because that's the argument other people
makes that argument. Yeah.
Does he really? Oh my God, he makes a conservative argument?
I think he does.
No way.
Let's see. Let's find out.
Let's be naive. Pretend that representation doesn't matter. Blaire White is a young, attractive, successful, engaged trans woman.
My God.
Tons of young...
Oh my fucking God.
He's making the social contagion argument.
Oh my fucking God.
I know.
Oh my God!
This is.
Where is Hunter? Where is Hunter? Where is Hunter? Look, Hunter, it's okay to make this argument. This guy's on your team. He's making the argument right here.
So, this is a perfect example.
Oh my God!
Of how Joel is so caught up in tribalism. That he's not even making arguments based on his ideology. He's making them based off of whose side is making the argument. So if he's approaching this video as anti-Blaire,
he's making the argument
he's gonna
right
say
here.
Anything that she says is wrong, even if it hurts his own side.
Oh my God. He's making Abigail Schreier's argument right fucking now, and he doesn't even know it. Oh my God.
And he says it would be naive to not make that argument too.
Please look on his channel. Please look and see if he has if he has videos against Abigail Schreier's book. I'm sure he does.
I'm
sure he does about how it's fucking
doesn't have
transphobia.
that
Oh my God. Okay. He's making Abigail Schreier's argument fucking now, and he doesn't even know it. It is. This is like a gold mine. I didn't even recognize this the first time through, and it's so fucking cool that we literally had Hunter on. Abigail we literally argued about this for like 2 hours. I'm sure he does about this how is the best context to ever watch this clip. Shall we like it doesn't get better than this. Yep. This is like a gold mine. I didn't even recognize this the first time through, and it's so fucking cool that we literally had Hunter on. We literally argued about this for like 2 hours. Okay.
Yes, I am
this
trans,
is the best
context
to ever watch this clip.
So he
like it doesn't get better than this.
Just acknowledge that he understands that Blaire White is implicitly saying that being trans is okay, and yet he's criticizing her for not being explicit enough, I guess, about trans being okay. Like, what is the argument here? It seems like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth, and whatever situation suits his terrible narrative. Oh, okay. People are screaming, echo. Echo. I know. Stephen Michael Davis for $4.99. Hey, Scuba Steve, what's up?
Evidently, my
I
other
didn't know
mic
Adam's
came
cousin
back,
was
so I
autistic.
killed
Brendan
one of the mics. I
Fraser.
should be good now, but hopefully we're okay. I had 2 mics running. One stopped. Yeah, I know.
Guys,
so now you gotta
reload the
check it
video.
again, unfortunately.
It stopped. Fix it.
God, I hope it didn't happen in the
Adam's
middle of that.
stuck on a time
This
loop?
is so good.
Wait, what? Okay. I don't know.
Oh my God.
There's no.
Why is everyone
saying
so
you're
cruel to
muted
my
again.
cousin Lance? No, we did stop it. We got to know. Are we in echo? I haven't changed any settings. I don't know what's going on. My computer's totally messing with it.
It's like your audio is not
They're
synced
saying
with
now
the
I'm
visual,
muted.
Adam. I think that's what's happening.
You're
gonna have to.
Yeah, you have to
reset
listen.
something.
Testing one. Chat is an unreliable protagonist.
I don't know.
Now what's
Talk
going
about
on?
it.
Let's check
Like
it out.
25
minutes after I'm done being muted.
Unfortunately,
Testing
it
1,
takes
2,
like
3. I know 20 seconds,
Did
but
you,
that's okay.
Did you
We'll just
change
talk.
something?
Yeah, I turned one mic off and I turned.
No,
the other
I mean
mic on.
just now. Did you change something?
Yeah, I made a change. Saying
Okay.
a delay. You killed the wrong mic.
Is this your first day? Yeah, this is
I
Adam's
killed a
first
different
day.
mic. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. There might be a delay, but we're not going to do anything about the delay.
Well, we're gonna have to if you're unsynced for the rest of the stream. That'd be
Who
awful.
cares? I'll put my thing on here. Look, I'm gone, guys. Sorry, I died. Audio only now.
Oh no, I think it's okay now.
Okay, it's synced up again. Good.
Is it
Testing
fixed,
1,
guys?
2.
It looks fixed on my end.
Okay, good.
Okay, it's back.
We'll continue.
Okay.
It's good now.
Good.
Fixed.
Boomer Adam.
What? Why do I get? It's my fucking computer. Blame Steve Jobs. Blame the tech industry.
You
Don't
have an
blame
Apple?
me.
That's your problem.
Actually, I don't. I have a.
Yeah.
I don't.
You can
even
bring
know.
your
Who
visual
would I
back
blame?
if you want.
I did. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm back up.
Gotcha.
Fixed.
Okay.
Oh
Anyways,
my God, this is so good. This is best moment of the stream ever.
this was pretty good. We'll go back a little bit just to breathe it in again.
Kids, that she makes them be trans. But at the same time, let's not be naive. Pretend that representation doesn't matter. Blaire White is a young, attractive, successful, engaged trans woman who tons of young people no doubt look up to. That is...
Now do it in Abigail Shire's voice. Can you do it in Abigail Shire's voice? Because she says the same exact thing.
I know.
important on its face. She implicitly tells her audience in every one of her videos, yes, I am trans, and that's okay. This doesn't mean that Blaire White generally makes good points or that she does more good than harm, but yes, she does normalize being trans to some extent, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if some little trans teen from a conservative family watched her videos and felt like they could be themselves without shame. Ultimately...
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Though he doesn't, he tries to frame it in a non, like, oh, it's not that they're becoming trans or they're confused about being trans. They're accepting who they really are. So he's trying to frame it in the most positive way possible. But
oh, okay.
So.
In some sense.
Well, they don't believe in the false positives. Most people don't believe in the false positives of. They immediately tell me, they're like, "What? Are you kidding? That is something no one would ever do. It's such a huge life commitment." And I'm like, "Have you seen the stats on suicide? Like,
right.
Suicide seems like a pretty radical life commitment as well, but it happens."
Hence, Lauren is right. If Blaire did detransition, grow out a mustache, and tell her audience that being trans is something that can and should be fixed, it would send a much more hostile, much more anti-trans message than the one she currently sends.
Wait. Okay. This is like level 10 underwater super secret chess logic here. Okay. So obviously, Joel, okay, that means that Blaire is not trying to be anti-trans, Joel. Okay. That's what it means. It means that she has a fundamental disagreement with Lauren that being trans is inherently wrong. Oh my God, Joel, how do you miss this conception?
Yeah.
That's just a fact. So if the argument that Blaire uses here is a bad one, or at least not a particularly strong one, why does she use it? What purpose does it serve? And I think the answer to that...
That's very interesting. Do you see that he said, why would she use this argument? What purpose does it serve? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe that's just Blaire's opinion. Maybe it doesn't serve a purpose. Okay, maybe she's just telling you how she feels, right? I know this is shocking, Joel, that sometimes people, they have thoughts and feelings and they say them on camera to people on the internet. I know this is a crazy idea. Not everyone, very meticulously, very precisely crafts an argument with the purpose of some sort of nefarious deed or something. And this goes back to what you were asking earlier about, do I think Joel has a motivation here, like a political motivation? And this would seem to say, yes, he does. If he's conceptualizing how everyone else views conversations as being politically motivated, that implies that he views conversations as being politically motivated.
Yes.
Is fairly simple. It's a way of avoiding the challenge at hand. The problem with Witzke's claim here lies in its first step. She thinks trans people are bad, and that's not true. Trans people are fine. And to the extent that Blaire White does normalize that belief, it's a good thing, actually. But Blaire doesn't want to advocate for that position because doing so would make her appear anti-conservative. Okay.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
This is like the dumbest logic of all time. Okay.
Yes.
This is the conspiracy theory levels here. Blaire doesn't want to advocate for the position that she's implicitly advocating for by existing on the internet. Okay, Joel. Okay, Joel. That's
so many levels of conspiracy theory going.
This is like 100th dimensional intellect level argument here. Okay, that we're making.
When you sent this to me and I listened to it for the first time, I was like just flabbergasted by all of this stuff.
Like, there's a lot of, this is a very weird video because Joel makes a lot of videos I disagree with. This one I was just like, this is some dumb shit. Like usually like his arguments are not this fucking brain dead. Okay.
Yeah.
Or this bad faith maybe.
Do you think it's caught up with him? You think anyone's like cued him in that this like a terrible argument?
I don't think so. I mean, this video has lots of views. All the comments are basically agreeing with Joel here.
Joel can do no wrong in the eyes of his audience. He's representing the underrepresented.
I mean, he's being very dishonest too. The way he's clipped this is because, Lauren was specifically talking about, trans kids and Blaire's, getting kids to trans themselves or whatever. And so Blaire's responding to this specific point, and then Lauren interrupts her before she can even finish her point. And then Joel's like, oh, well, since Blaire didn't answer this question exactly the way I think she should have answered it, even though she got interrupted and maybe would have addressed this further, I'm going to say it's because Blaire is actually anti-trans or ashamed of being trans. And I'm going to make all sorts of negative assumptions about this based on this very strange interaction between a crazy lady yelling at Blaire White.
Yeah, does Blaire strike you as the type of person that is embarrassed of being trans?
Yeah,
like,
no.
Remotely?
No.
Remotely?
No.
Like that just doesn't consult the fact checkers, Joel. Come on. This is
consult
ridiculous.
Your eyes, Joel.
I know. You've drifted into just insaneville here.
But it's like if a black guy is talking to a white nationalist, okay, the inherent assumption in all of the white nationalist arguments generally is that the black people are inferior to some, on some genetic level or something. And so the black guy, does he have to explain that he thinks black people are not inferior? Like, isn't that just assumed as part of the argument? Like, can he address some other parts of the argument without saying, P.S., by the way, I think black people are not inferior. Fuck you. Like, does that have to be said every single time?
It is a little insidious to insinuate that Blaire is like some self-hating trans person.
Yeah.
I mean, that's offensive.
It's very offensive.
It's totally offensive.
That's why in the beginning I said, this is Big Joel, cishet white man telling trans women how to have discussions about transgender people. Like, it's so gross.
Yeah. Joel, come on.
Come on, Joel.
Check yourself. Like, find a therapist or something. This has to stop.
Look, Joel, you don't want to have your gross opinions match your gross aesthetic, okay? That's not good luck. Please, Joel.
With the trans people. And in fact, Blaire seems almost desperate to not be seen as a person who supports trans people on any level. Let's watch some more of that awful clip.
As I said earlier.
What? That's so bizarre. Did you hear what he just said? Am I dreaming here?
What did he say?
Blaire White doesn't want to be seen as a trans person that supports trans people in any way. Quote, fucking Big Joel. Blaire White hates trans people. What the fuck?
It's so funny because, as you were saying, it's like, Blaire goes out of her way to appear like not only like feminine, but the most ostentatious, like feminine.
Totally.
Look apparent. She's got the drawer full of diamonds.
Yeah.
Does this seem like someone who's like trying to hide their transness or they're ashamed of their transness? It's like, this seems like the exact opposite to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
What the fuck Joel's talking about here.
I think it's crazy. I've just lost all credibility, or Joel's just lost all credibility.
Yep.
I don't know how you could say these things and still maintain a shred of credibility.
I mean, she's got a picture, if you can see in the background, she's wearing some like short ass skirt on the
she's
wall,
in a music
showing her legs
video.
off. Like,
she's
that's
like
right, she was in a
scantily
music video.
clad in a music video. Please stop.
Whether anyone on this panel likes it or wants to acknowledge.
You think Blaire White is probably good for conservatives accepting trans people? I mean, I think that's the case. Yeah, obviously.
100%. Right.
Yeah.
Joel is so in his alt-left bubble. He just doesn't understand what Blaire's trying to do and what her position is, which is that she's pro-trans. She wants conservatives to be more pro-trans, and she wants to show conservatives that you can be pro-trans without having to be pro all these other issues that Blaire doesn't agree with.
Totally.
Either.
Yep.
She's trying to create a distinction between being transgender and drag queen story time for kids,
Yes.
and all this other stuff, which there should be a distinction.
Huge. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Political opinion should be on a spectrum, Joel. It shouldn't be a binary.
But
go ahead.
I was gonna say, Joel has he falls in this trap where it's like the alt left trap of you have to accept all of this. You can't just accept part of it and disagree with some parts of it. No, you have to accept the whole thing. It all comes together in the basket.
Do you I mean, Blaire White is worried about not being a good conservative? What the fuck? Really? You think Blaire White is worried about whether or not she's going to be invited to like the Republican National Convention or something?
I don't think that's her concern. No.
I don't even think she goes to the Republican National Convention. She's not. She doesn't seem like a tribalist conservative to me remotely. So.
Well, she might be, but that doesn't mean that you're concerned about appearing, because Joel's conceptualizing this as like Blaire is this person who is a ultra conservative who happens to be transgender and is like ashamed of it, and they're trying to like hide it. This conceptualization Joel is putting forth here, even though that doesn't hold any sense of reality with what we're seeing before our eyes.
Yeah, totally.
There's a really huge of LGBT people who are very much against ideas like children transitioning, like trans women in biological women's sports, and all of the ideas that are, hot talking points, but they're very real at the same time. So I don't think many kids would look at my YouTube videos and want to do anything like me, because I explicitly have been very known for saying that it's not a glamorous lifestyle, that it's difficult, and that children shouldn't be allowed to transition because it can often be a mistake that really damages their life. So I don't know, I just felt like that was a false premise. And again, I would like to agree.
What Blaire White does here is just incomprehensible weasel language, isn't it? Language that refuses to acknowledge the actual position of the person she's talking to. Lauren Witzke is not interested in some trans moderate position. She is against the franchise of trans people existing. Full stop.
Okay, again, Joel is so caught up in his bubble. He's so dumb. His elephant is controlling his brain, okay? He has no brain at this point. It's just elephant. Blaire White is not interested in changing Lauren Crazy Fuck's mind.
And why would you be? Right. That's impossible.
Blaire White is trying to show the audience, okay, that you can be pro-trans without being all this other stuff that Blaire doesn't agree with. She's trying to show the audience that Lauren is a fucking crazy bitch harpy lady, okay? She's trying to appear sympathetic. And guess what? She succeeded, Joel.
She did it. Yeah, flying colors.
She did it. Oh my God. And you can just read the comments and you can see it, Joel. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Maybe this is like a jealousy thing. Maybe Joel is like, my God, all I have is all these brain dead people that I've led in the wrong direction for so long. And this trans person is having so much success.
I think
he's
just
jealous about it.
I think he's so up his own ass in his own ideology. He just doesn't, he's blind to this. He didn't even think that maybe Blaire calculated that, me getting into a protracted discussion about the nature of the humanity of trans people is not a good idea. Okay, with this crazy fucking person. Which, first of all, that's not the topic of the panel anyway.
Totally.
Okay?
Yes.
So you don't want to get sidetracked in this. And secondly, this lady's fucking crazy. Why am I going to start talking about my humanity with a fucking psychopath? It's better if I just lay out my positions and appeal to the audience to say, look, I'm not, someone that you should hate on the face. I have conservative values. I just happen to be transgender.
Joel's position is actually aligned with the crazy harpy Lauren, because Joel does not want any trans people to be a part of the conservative party, which is exactly Lauren's position. Like, it's the argument that she's making here.
Right.
I think even in the debate, I don't know if he plays a clip, she's like disgusted that they even have a trans person on the panel.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, Joel, come on. Can trans people display political opinions outside of your political opinion, or do they have to agree with you politically? What is your rule for transgender people, Joel?
Right. I don't know. It sounds from what he's put forth in this so far, it sounds like he's saying if you disagree with anything that I consider, on the LGBT side, then you're anti-trans.
Yeah.
That seems to be the contention he's saying.
Which is crazy.
Red9 for $20. Thank you very much, Red. Says, how come the answer to a person not feeling right in their own body is to drug and mutilate them into an approximation of the opposite sex instead of trying to boost their hormones of their birth sex? Because I don't think that works, Red9. I think that's the answer to the question.
I wonder that, because I've asked that question too,
Right.
just as a hypothetical. Like, why not give them gender affirming? I mean, it's called the same thing, gender affirming treatment. But if you gave them the hormones that were actually the same as their sex, I wonder if that would cure the. Obviously, no one is going to allow you to do that, which is odd because they're like, it's okay. It's okay to give them opposite sex hormones. That's completely fine to cure gender dysphoria. But if you gave them same-sex hormones and it cured the gender dysphoria, if you're trying to cure the gender dysphoria, wouldn't it be a better outcome if they
when we talked about this a while ago, because this came up in a past stream, I said I didn't know if that had ever been done.
Oh, did you look into it? Oh, such curiosity.
Someone sent me a link. I'll have to try to find it, to some article where apparently this had been done, a while ago. Obviously, this hasn't been done recently. It had been done a while ago, and it had no effect.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay.
Alleviating gender dysphoria. So
really?
I'll have to see if I can go dig that up again.
Yeah.
But,
okay. So there's your answer to the super chat as well.
Yeah.
And Science. Blaire sits there repeating the points.
And that shouldn't be confused with the argument about puberty blockers, because I think those are very different arguments. Because I think the puberty blockers argument is, well, we don't know if you go through puberty, if you'll desist because you're getting hormones that's changing your brain structures in the first place, whether you're saying, well, can you just add more hormones to change it further, which is not really how it works.
That's a great point. Important point.
Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
She makes in her videos, trying to convince this woman that they are essentially on the same side. I agree with you. And Blaire just sits there, repeating the points she makes in her videos, trying to convince this woman that they are essentially on the same side.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you get that out of that?
Well, first of all, considering they're having a fucking debate, okay? There are different sides on the debate. They're obviously not trying to say that they're on the same side. Blair's not saying that. She's saying I have a completely different conceptualization for how I think the future of the Republican Party should be.
Yes,
okay,
totally.
So this is a total idiotic point. And again, Blaire is not trying to convince Lauren of anything. She's trying to convince the audience of her position that the future of the Republican Party is pro-LGBT to some, to the extent that she's pro-LGBT without all the other stuff she doesn't like.
Right. Yes.
I agree with you about children transitioning, about trans women in sports. I never advertise being trans as something that is fundamentally okay. Am I conservative?
Oh my God, the fucking straw man. Oh,
she didn't even say
God.
that. She just said it was hard. She didn't glamorize it. That's what she said. She said it was hard.
Yeah, but he's saying that she's saying that being trans is not okay. That's not what she's saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's taking Blaire saying, I don't glamorize it, and I talk about it being difficult. He's translating that into Blaire saying it's not okay to be trans.
Yeah, don't transition. It's you don't want to be trans.
Right.
Stay away. Yeah.
Right.
Enough. Lauren, have I proven that I am worthy of being a conservative in your world? Blaire,
this is
Joel, we're so triggered.
I'm so triggered. Joel, how brain dead are you? This is literally a debate, and Blaire is on the other side of the debate. about how the Republican Party should go in the future. She's not trying to convince Lauren that they're on the fucking same side.
Oh, that face grab, that face pause is so perfect. Am I getting it right here? No, like, Joel, you're not. You're not getting it right. You're not even close.
Not even close. Like
you're in the wrong parking structure. It's down the street.
State. He ended up in the wrong state somehow, Adam.
He crossed state lines.
Adam, Big Joel parked his car at Disney World in California and somehow walked to Epcot in Orlando, Florida. Okay, he's looking for where his car is.
Oh man. Sorry, Joel.
This is crazy.
You're out of your mind.
This is insane.
Dissenting here. No, she is agreeing with Lauren to the best of her abilities.
Oh my
We can see the same kind of dodgy language happening with the main subject of the debate, on where the Conservative Party should go. Over and over again, John Doyle and Lauren Witzke say that to them, conservatism means social conservatism. The party against gay marriage, against trans people, against equality. This is why they are conservatives. Carlin argues against this point a bit, at least she sort of starts to.
I am straight as an arrow. I'm married to a dude. Between the two of us, I'm the one that's actually married with the family. And so I will say that I absolutely will not vote for a party that treats LGBT people like they are subhuman. I won't do it.
But Blaire never addressed.
Do you like how he's like, oh, well, Carlin argues against this a bit. He flat out says the fucking contention, Joel, that you have such a problem with.
Yeah. Yes.
Just a bit. Just a bit. Just a bit.
Addresses the substantive issue here, never actually makes a case against having a platform of hatred and oppression. No, she, and for the most part, Carlin...
Well, isn't the case against a platform that people won't vote for him? I mean, that's why she said I wouldn't vote for a party that had that platform.
Yes.
She's making that argument.
Right.
That's the whole point.
Right. Is that what he just said? Wait, let me go back a second.
He's basically saying that she's not arguing against that.
And so I will say that I absolutely will not vote for a party that treats LGBT people like they are subhuman. I won't do it.
But Blaire never addresses the substantive issue here, never actually makes a case against having a platform of hatred and oppression. No.
That's the entire debate. What is he talking about?
Well, she does make the case. She says she won't vote for him. That's the thing.
No,
that is how you make the case. Oh, Blaire says he's saying. Okay.
But that's
so he's saying Carlin makes the case, but Blaire doesn't make the case. Yeah.
But that's bull. I mean, that's Blaire. That's Blaire's whole position.
Blaire didn't hit the correct.
Yeah, she didn't hit the correct button. But no, Blaire's making the argument, and I fucking remember this happening when we were watching it. That if you go down this route of being Bible thumping tradcon social conservatives, that you're going to lose votes, which is the whole topic of the debate in the first place.
Yeah. Joel cannot accept that reality because in his mind, the Republican Party is just stock all anti-trans. Like everyone in the Republican Party is anti-trans, anti-LGBT, all that stuff. He can't accept that the party is accepting of LGBT.
Sure. Yeah, I've heard you 55% of Republicans are in favor of gay marriage.
Yeah. That stat doesn't compute for him. Oh man.
No, she and for the most part Carlin just kind of assume that everything these guys want is fine and make one point. If you want to get votes, it's better to not alienate potential voters. Better to not be bigoted.
Okay, I hate when people do this. I hate when people do this. It's when you're having a conversation about a very specific thing. So the conversation is aimed at conservatives and people on the right. And it's about what is the future of the Republican Party and how should we move forward? So Blaire and Carlin are trying to make persuasive arguments to other conservatives and people on the right going forward. Okay. So they're not going to fucking sit up there and make a bunch of fucking virtue signal arguments about talking about the morality, about how awful it is, how these right wingers are so immoral for their fucking positions. Of course, they're not going to make that fucking argument, Joel. That doesn't make any sense. They're trying to convince people to be on their side. They're framing their arguments to convince the right and conservatives, not to fucking convince you, Joel. Like, how do you not get this?
Oh God, it's so true.
I see this happen so often when people are having these very narrow conversations on our internet debates about some topic. And then some fucking person comes in, usually someone on the alt left, and they say, oh, well, they didn't address this specific point that applies to me and my belief system. So therefore, they're awful and evil. It's like, of course they didn't address that point because they're not trying to address the argument to you, moron.
I know, it's so funny.
Like,
you didn't win me over, Blaire. It's me that you have to win over. Big Joel. Big Joel is over here, and I'm pro-trans, and you're not pro-trans enough. I mean, you've transitioned.
Transitioning is laughable. Enough, Adam.
It's laughable. It's laughable. It is. I mean, you've gone through the surgery and the hormones and all that stuff. But me, Big Joel, I'm more pro-trans than you.
Like, Blaire's like she's in a restaurant talking to like a bunch of conservatives trying to convince them. And then Big Joel like kicks the door down. He's like, that argument's not persuasive to me, an alt-left type. So fuck you, Blaire. And then he flicks her off and walks out. And you're like, what the fuck?
I know. What just happened here?
What? Oh, Jesus. This happens so much. I see this all the time. The alt-left always uses this. Okay.
This is so unconvincing. Her mask is slipping.
This is how you get those really... This is why ContraPoints makes her videos where she has to give like every fucking stipulation to the argument.
It's so bland, yeah.
Because she knows that they're her fucking team, the alt-left breadtubers, they're going to go and pick through every fucking thing they say. It's like, oh, you didn't explicitly point out this one thing, so therefore that must mean that you're a bigot against it. That's why you didn't say it.
Yeah, the left, man, just, they're against hierarchies. That puts you in a weird position on the left because they're going to attack every single thing you do. As soon as you start rising up through the ranks, they're going to be like, what? Got to bash this one down again. To
be fair, it's not like I don't think it's explicitly a left thing because Lauren does the same thing. It's just that the crazies on the right tend to get slapped down more, so they have to hide their craziness to some extent.
But it's true, but Lauren is not doing it because she's anti-status or anti-hierarchy. She's doing it because I want to enforce the moral order. Society's going to fall apart. Are you kidding me?
They have some moral purity. They have some moral purity that wants to be upheld. Yes, that's true. But
on the left, it's like, oh,
there's an anti-hierarchy. That's
anti-status. Yeah, you're above me in the hierarchy. How dare you?
Reverend Delicious for 20 euros. Thank you, Reverend Delicious. Says the one aspect that gets neglected in any trans debate is the concept of identity and the search for it. Furries that are heavily steeped into the idea of acquiring an identity have had a huge number of people transitioning. Interesting.
Really?
Interesting.
They're getting the furry community?
There you go.
That's so sad. I mean, what's wrong with a furry costume? Well, I mean, come on. You can take the costume off, Sitch, when it gets boring.
Oh, okay.
I don't think gender. I think you just don't have to try to exclude people. I think that just loses votes. And so, again, it just goes back to you guys can't wield any of this power you say you want to wield if you're not going to win elections. You're just not. And I don't know. I just think it's just kind of silly to go on about this argument that certain people need to be excluded because all it's doing is telling people not to vote for you. And I also would say...
She's literally making the diversity and inclusion argument, Big Joel. Come on.
But she's not. She's talking about it from a pragmatic perspective, Adam. She's not addressing the moral arguments, okay? She's not calling Lauren a fucking, B word, C word, N word because she's, dehumanizing her.
Oh my God. It's because she's making a pragmatic argument.
How dare you be pragmatic? I want I want everything you're saying to be dripping with moral condemnation.
But what if the outcome is better, Big Joel? Come on. What if you get a better outcome from this? I thought it was outcomes you guys were after. What if this actually works?
That'd be a great question to ask.
If it works,
Right.
but there's not enough moral indignation. No, no, we're here for moral indignation. We're YouTubers, God damn it.
Trump got.
It just looks so bad for a cis white guy.
Oh, I know.
Cis white guy to be like,
I
hey,
know.
trans woman, you're not trans enough for this conversation.
I know. Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's not a good look. I don't know. Yeah, attacking. It's funny that he put all his trigger warnings, because his trigger warnings could easily be read as Big Joel is being transphobic.
Right.
Therefore,
right.
like, there's a lot of transphobia in this video that I display. It's like, what? Big
Right.
Joel, stop being such a huge transphobe. Just because a person is a conservative doesn't mean you need to dehumanize them. Okay? Trans conservatives are people too.
That's right, Joel. Please stop dehumanizing Blaire in this conversation. I find it very reprehensible.
I do. Yeah, I'm glad there is a trigger warning on here, because
Yeah.
I'm getting triggered by this this rampant transphobia in this video here. I mean, it's a toss up. I don't know. Like, if it's a contest between Lauren and Big Joel, who's being more transphobic? I mean, I think it's a
come
tie.
on. I don't think that's good.
What?
I think that's an easy one. I think that's
Really?
pretty easy, but yeah, really.
It's Joel. It's Big Joel by a hair.
There you go. So by a mile. That's it. That's exactly it. Yes.
Okay, Lauren. I don't want to get accused of making fake news here. Okay, Lauren is obviously the bigger transphobe here.
Okay,
But I mean, it's
that's
a
good.
contest, right? Big Joel's
That's right.
catching up. Big
Do you
Joel's
hear
getting
that?
closer.
It's like fireworks going on. I don't know why.
I know. I thought there was thunder or something over there a second.
There
ago.
was thunder earlier, but now there's fireworks.
Remember last year? 'Cause,
Happy Father's Day, everyone! Fireworks time.
well, we're getting close to the 4th of July. Do you remember last year? Because we had the pandemic and everybody was locked up, and there was, I don't know how Los Angeles got their hands on a whole shipload of like
Oh my
illegal
god, it was like a war
fireworks.
zone. I remember that.
I
yes.
know. Exactly. It was like, I don't know. It was like World War II. There was that thing. I literally heard fireworks start going off, and they went off for like 3-4 hours. I kept going, when is this going to stop? This is crazy.
Right.
Yeah. I wonder if it'll be like that this year, because of it was the pandemic. Everyone wanted to blow off steam, and there was no official fireworks displays. So yeah. We'll see what
Aiden
happens this year.
Paladin for $20. Aiden, you don't have to give us $20, Aiden.
Well, yeah, what's going on, Aiden?
I mean,
You
we
want-
love it, but you don't have to.
She won. Go
Aiden, for $20 says, because he thinks Blaire is being bad faith for being a conservative trans woman, what do you think Joel's position on Daryl Davis would be?
Oh
Is
my
Daryl
God.
Also some kind of grifter, also cheers lad. That's a good question.
That
yeah.
is a great question.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Daryl Davis actually, I think, did a panel with Tim Pool, so obviously he has to be like a grifter, right? In Big Joel's eyes,
Exact. Yeah, I would imagine.
he's like,
I don't know.
Daryl Davis is Tim Pool's hero, right? He said it
Right.
multiple times. Yeah.
Big Joel, more like bigoted Joel.
Very true.
Votes
Very.
of any president in history. I think that's true. I think there's a reason for that. I think what I spoke to earlier was the push towards more secularism. And I think that while social conservatives and religious conservatives still voted Trump because it was the right direction, and like you said, they did make a lot of excuses and compromises on their beliefs, I think Trump really, and Trumpism is the future of the party and the future of success. Minority groups don't necessarily win elections now. Over time, they very well could.
Again, this is a real.
Look, he cut two very disjointed parts of the debate to basically like paint Blaire White as, anti-minority.
Is that what you think? I don't think that's what's happening.
Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Really weird
Party and the future of success. Minority groups don't necessarily win elections now. Over time, they very well could.
Again, this is a
Yeah,
Maybe-
really weird argument.
Maybe he's making a pandering case.
She's saying the opposite. She's saying you're going to have to eventually appeal to minority groups.
Yeah.
Even if they're not winning elections now, because they will be because of the way demographics are shifting.
which Trump did. I mean, Trump got more Latino votes, increase the Latino share of votes.
He got more Latino and more black votes than whoever it was that ran before him. I'm blanking on Mitt Romney.
Did she say Trump got more votes than anyone in history? Because I think she said that just to trigger.
Say that, yeah.
I think she said that to trigger Joel. I think that's when Joel was like, I have to make this video. My God.
Well, no, she said Trump as sitting president got more votes than any other sitting president in history, which is true.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's no contention there.
Well, I thought Biden got more votes. What are you talking about?
No. She says
Trump...
more votes as sitting president.
What does that mean?
It means that he's the president who got the most votes, who is currently president.
Technicality.
Yeah. She was doing that on purpose to avoid that. Right.
Oh my God.
Yes.
What a talking point. God, I hate the politics.
See, I caught it. It went right over your head.
I hate
you
the
missed
politics.
It. You missed
well,
it.
no, but just for those of you who are missing it as well, and I missed it the first time, but Joe Biden got, whether or not he got those votes.
Joe Biden got more votes than any other candidate in history.
Whether or not he actually got those votes, obviously. There's some questions, some contention.
Okay.
There are some people who believe that about maybe
that Kanye West really won the election. Yes,
maybe 10, 20 million votes got airdropped in certain strategic places in the United States.
Yeah. Okay.
Am I allowed to say we're running a comedy show when I'm making these kinds of? I'm not sure, because. When am I allowed to say we're doing it? Because I'm doing this for comedy reasons.
I know you are. I know.
Like, I don't actually believe. I mean, I believe that Biden won the election. So
right.
I'm not dipping my toe into the Blaire White. There's questions about the election stuff.
Sure.
I mean, there is questions, but I don't think.
Look at the fence sitting. Adam's trying to. Peel the both sides.
No. I don't think
there's. Take a position, damn it.
There's questions, but I don't think there's enough questions that are.
It's complicated.
You won't even let me finish.
Questions.
You won't even let me finish.
Why would I let you finish? Then I can't write on you.
Oh my God. Well, you understand. The whole point is that I'm just joking here.
I understand. You're saying it with tongue in cheek. Yes,
right.
I get you. Right.
It is a little disingenuous to say Trump. I mean, Trump got the most votes of any sitting. Yes, technically true, but
Trump got the most votes of any sitting president. She chose her words carefully.
Right.
Okay.
Blaire is good, man. She's good.
I told you.
She's slick. I like this. When's she going to be running for governor of California?
There you go. I would vote for her over what's her face.
Oh yeah. Nice going there.
I know. I almost misgendered.
Yeah, I know, you almost slipped up.
It's okay. Fuck her face. Okay. I don't mean I don't like her. So
fuck her face now. God,
Caitlyn Jenner. Yes.
The transphobia here. That's gonna be our governor.
Fucking killed someone in traffic.
It was an accident.
Fucking the Jenners are all awful people.
I'm only kidding. I know nothing. I know nothing about the accident.
I know nothing. Yes, I know. No, but they're all terrible people anyway. I mean, beyond. I used to watch that fucking show. They're all.
I never watched the show, but I mean, I came away with the feeling just from people talking about it that they were awful people. So.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of it's scripted, but see, that's such a weird thing. Why would you as a family? I mean, I guess you're getting shit tons of money, but like they're already rich beforehand. Why would you accept to be on a reality show that makes you look terrible?
Because they don't think they look terrible. They think they look great. What are you talking about?
No, they wrote them intentionally. Some of the things that were happening were like designed to make them look fucking detached from reality and awful.
Yeah. They get them hooked on the money first.
I guess. Like, maybe it's the money.
Yeah. Now we're going to have a turn in the season that you're going to be the villain. What? Right. Me? I have to be the villain?
Right.
No, I don't want to be the villain. No, you have to be.
And the future of success. Minority groups don't necessarily win elections now. Over time, they very well could.
Again,
they do. They actually do win elections. Like I said, they're the kingmakers. You have to have a certain. Candace Owens has said this many times. Like if they lost 5% of the African American vote, the Democrats would never win. So, yeah.
Your pal Ashley for $20 says Joel is acting shocked that Blaire, a trans person, has trans issues in their wheelhouse. I know. I know.
It is kind of crazy.
Literature Devil. Hey, Literature Devil. What's up? Literature Devil for $2 says insults don't usually win people over. True.
Yeah.
If only Joel understood that. I know.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, we're still allowed to insult people, right?
Well, we're not insulting the people we're trying to win over, right?
Yeah, we run a comedy show here. We're not trying to win.
Any insults I levy towards our fine viewers are obviously part of the comedic elements of the show, right, guys?
I would never level insults at our fine viewers, okay?
No.
I was talking about the comedy insults I'm leveling at Joel.
That's right. Stug for $2 says, Sitch, we all know you actually voted for Kanye. I didn't want to tell you guys the truth.
Oh, good.
But damn it. You nailed me. I did vote for Kanye.
Kanye wasn't even on the ballot in California. I had to write him in.
I had to write him in too.
How lame is that?
I know.
Are you going to vote? Oh, who's, never mind. Have we doxed your state yet? Am I allowed to talk? I feel like
everyone knows I'm from Florida. Yes.
Okay. DeSantis.
I voted for Kanye as governor of Florida too.
Isn't DeSantis your man for president? Because he's like governor of Florida. Florida man.
Oh my God. I'm gonna kill myself.
This is gonna be huge.
Really weird argument.
No, you're not getting out of this one. This is
yes,
great.
I am. Yes, I am.
Oh God, guys, the presidential election.
It's gonna be awful.
It's gonna be so good.
It's gonna be so awful. It's gonna be DeSantis and Ted Cruz versus Kamala Harris. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna want to just end my life. It's gonna be the worst fucking thing ever.
Sitch is gonna have no. But the thing is, Sargon I think loves DeSantis, which is going to be.
Of course he does. Yes.
Is this the arguments? It's gonna be good.
I'm probably not gonna vote. That's probably what's gonna happen.
You're just gonna throw up your hands and not vote.
Throw my hands up in the air and go, oh my God.
Maybe I can arrange something with some of our underage fans, and you can vote whatever they want, so they actually get a vote, and we stop disenfranchising. We stop disenfranchising young Americans.
It's gonna sound really bad. Listen up, underage children.
I know.
You're gonna pay Sitch to vote.
Yeah, who do you want?
I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I'm pretty sure that's
Sitch
illegal.
To vote for? I did see something like
I think
the
buying
Democrats
votes is against the law. I'm not 100%.
No,
sure
I'm not. It's not buying the vote. It's just giving them the vote. Haven't you seen that vote swap thing that the Democrats cooked up for vote swapping, where someone in California basically agrees to vote swap with someone in a state where it actually matters?
Why would anyone ever agree with it? That's insane. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't exactly understand how it makes sense either, because you'd be voting.
It's so stupid.
Oh, I think it was a lot of the people wanted to vote like third party or something like that. So they were saying, I will vote.
Okay, that makes a little more sense, I guess.
Like if you're in Ohio, a state that really matters, and you don't want to vote for Biden, you want to vote for whatever the third party guy is. I in California will vote for your third party candidate. So it actually shows up in the numbers that candidate got a vote, and you will vote for.
Right. Okay. That makes
candidate.
considerably more sense. Yes. Right.
I know the Democrats do things all the time that doesn't make any sense at all.
What?
But so that's why I felt the need to clarify.
Okay.
It actually was logically coherent.
So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this plainly for the FBI. I, PSA Sitch, will not be selling my vote this coming election to anyone for any reason.
I wasn't even insinuating selling a vote. I was talking about vote swapping.
I will not be swapping my vote. If I don't want any of the candidates, fucking no one's getting my vote. Okay, it's gonna be my vote.
What if I want to vote for DeSantis and it means more in California?
You vote in your fucking.
No, but
state.
we could vote. We could vote swap. You could vote for DeSantis there, and I could vote for whoever you want here. Who do you want me to? I'll vote for Biden. I'll vote for.
He's going to be running for president.
I'll vote for Kamala for you. How about that? I know you're going to vote for Kamala anyway.
No, I said if I want to vote for Kamala, I'd vote for her. I wouldn't say I'm not going to vote.
We'll just vote swap. You vote for DeSantis in Florida, where it matters.
You just vote for no one. Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great vote swap, Adam.
I'm voting for Kanye again. I don't care. I don't even care if he's running. I'm voting for Chappelle.
Okay. There you go. That's a good one. I'm going to vote for Blaire White. Okay. That's what I'm going to vote for. I'm going to write in Blaire White.
Let's finish this video up, man. I'm hungry.
You know, minority groups don't necessarily win elections now. Over time, they very well could.
Again, this is a really weird argument. As I just said, Witzke and Doyle are conservatives because of the bigotry. A political war fought without social authoritarianism as its aim wouldn't be worth fighting to them. You can say as many times as you want that appealing to gay people would get Republicans more votes, but that would mean appealing to gay people, something they do not want to do.
You know, are we going to be...
Does he miss the whole point of this fucking debate? It kind of seems like he does.
It does. It does.
He doesn't understand what they're debating. It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
Joel, listen to me, Joel. Okay? Listen. Listen.
I know.
First
Listen
of all,
close.
shave. Okay. Secondly, after you shave. Okay. Listen. Okay. Blair's goal is not to convince Lauren and John Doyle of fucking anything. Okay?
Yes, totally.
Her goal is to convince conservatives watching, okay, of her arguments.
Yeah.
And yes, Blaire doesn't think, I imagine if you asked her, doesn't think that people who have Lauren's position, okay, and John's position of being inherently anti-LGBT and think it's degenerate and all this stuff, she doesn't think that those people are going to side with her. She knows that, okay? What she's appealing to is the people in the center, okay, who maybe say, I don't have a problem with LGBT people. I just don't want drag queen story time to my children.
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't want a guy in bondage gear shaking his dick in front of my kid on a street parade, okay?
I know. Oh my God.
Like, come on,
so
Joel. Like, this isn't complicated, okay? You could just really squeeze them couple brain cells together and eke a thought out here.
Well, I also think Blair is smart enough to know that ultimately they are going to side with her because what the fuck? You think they're voting for Kamala? Come on, get real.
Right.
They're totally going to side with her.
Right, and that's also Blair's position. She's sort of like, she's sort of, and maybe you could say this is sneaky on her part, but she's sort of implicitly or even explicitly saying, look, you know, even if people are anti-trans or anti-LGBT, the Republican Party should be pro these things, and then the anti-people will just be stuck because they'll have to vote Republican anyway.
Yeah, totally.
Well, you know, they don't have an alternative, and that's going to shift the status quo to being pro-LGBT.
You know, Joel probably complains about this on the progressive side. Like, why isn't the Democratic Party more progressive? But they're like, Joel, you'll vote for us anyway. We know you're totally alt-left, crazy communist,
right?
But you're going to vote for us anyway. So we can jog a little bit to the center without losing Big Joel's vote.
Right, exactly. But he's just, since he's looking at this through the lens of all bad faith and the fact that Blair's anti-trans, he can't see what's happening before his eyes.
Totally.
And it worked. You check out the comments and it totally worked. 100%. I mean, this debate and conversation made all anti-trans and anti-LGBT people look awful.
Totally. Yeah.
Made them look totally awful.
Yeah.
Contrast for 5 Aussie bucks says, small announcement, I'll most likely be a dad within 12 hours.
What?
Keep the stream going, guys, so my son can be born to the sound of CRT arguments.
He's lying to us. Is that true?
Congratulations, Contrast.
Yeah,
wow.
Congratulations.
Happy Father's Day. Super happy Father's Day.
That's amazing. If his kid's born on Father's Day, that's incredible.
And look, if you want to name your child after me, Contrast, or after the Squid and Watchmen, I totally give you my blessing. Okay.
Yeah. Well, 12 hours, he's going to miss it, but.
Well, he's in Australia. He might have already missed it. So.
That's true.
Be the party moving forward? Are we going to be the party that compromises on our values that got us this far? Or are we going to stand firm on issues like family, restoring the nuclear family, getting dads back into the.
Dude, it's so like yin and yang here. Are we going to be the party that compromises on our value? Universal health care, climate change. Are we going to be the party that compromises on our values? $15 an hour minimum wage.
I know. It's a mirror image.
Thing.
Horseshoe coming at you.
I know. Exactly.
I'm glad everyone can see that Sitch was right. Horseshoe is real. It's happening.
Horseshoe. It is. Right before our eyes.
Right before our eyes.
The home, re-legalizing conversion therapy, which they have stripped parental rights, where children now can't even go to get therapy if they choose to change their mind.
In other words, Blaire invents an argument about vote-getting tactics, about the way conservatives can get the most power, and in doing so, she gets to avoid a conversation she clearly doesn't want to have. A conversation about if conservatism, at least John Doyle and Lauren Witzke's conservatism, is good. In this debate, then...
That's not what
I know.
The conversation's about, Joel. Oh. He's like, I want Blaire White to make moral pronouncements, a virtue signal. That's really going to get conservatives on her side. She says, this is what Joel wants. Joel wants Blaire White to stand up on her desk and say, if you are anti-LGBT, you're a fucking bigoted, transphobic, homophobic piece of shit. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Vote for me and then sit down. That's what Big Joel wants Blaire to do. And he's like, I don't understand why she's not doing that. That totally works for the alt-left.
Does it? I don't know.
It does. The alt-left's totally cowed by all this stuff. The fear of being labeled as racist or transphobic or whatever.
They're not afraid to label her transphobic. I'm certain of it. They don't care. They're like, she's still voting with us. Who cares?
We can see a surface-level tension between Blaire White and Lauren Witzke betrays a much more real and meaningful sense of consensus. Lauren...
What? What?
A surface-level tension. Do you think calling someone a degenerate is a surface-level tension?
Yeah, no doubt. So the surface level, he's interpreting that as they agree. Like, they hate each other's guts. Can't you tell they agree?
Right.
This is bizarre. Big Joel, you've lost the plot on this one.
He's so lost on this.
Bluntness and anger and cruelty says some out there claim, and Blaire, with her evocation and subtlety and bad argumentation, essentially works on her defense. Throughout the conversation, she constantly implies that Lauren is mostly right.
I don't think Joel, who doesn't even understand the conversation, can say someone has bad argumentation here.
Yeah. And now he's making the claim that Blaire is actually arguing for Lauren's position, the person she's debating.
Right.
It's like, come on, dude.
Terrible.
Politics are, at the very least, acceptable. In the moment, this all looks big and conflicted and important, but it doesn't add up to anything. It's not a debate. It's not conservative Christians battling pro-LGBT Republicans. No, it's a focus group.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
That's what he's mad about. How dare the conservatives try to win elections and votes? She's a focus group. They're hiding their bigotry.
Yeah. They are... You're right about him just seeing everything as bad faith, because that's exactly what they are. They are pro-LGBT Republicans arguing that these crazy people are going to lose the next election, which they're actually right about that.
Let me read some top comments from this video. Not from Joel's video, from the original debate. Lauren lost all credibility when she started getting personal nasty. Lauren should really stop calling herself a Christian. She wields a religion like a cudgel. Lauren is generally one of the nastiest human beings I've ever seen speak on the internet.
Oh my God.
Lauren represents the literal worst of the Republican Party. This Lauren chick is like a caricature of what the left thinks a Republican is.
Oh my God. Yes. Yes.
Lauren is what makes it difficult for people to tolerate Christians, literally embodying every stereotype.
My God, if Big Joel just read some of these comments, they pretty much nailed his video here.
Here's one relating exactly to what Joel was talking about. Blaire literally told Lauren that she agreed with some of the things that Lauren did, but Lauren's response was, trans people are pedos. Lauren annoyed the shit out of me.
Yeah, there you go.
Lauren preaches about freedom and censorship, opens with trans people should not be allowed a platform. Pick one, Lauren, because you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Hell yeah, she's anti-free speech.
Like, this is all the comments here. I don't see any of them pro Lauren, at least that are top rated. Like, this is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Funny that Lauren says people like Blaire add nothing to the party when people like Lauren actively push them away.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep. No, it's
the numbers say it all. You were saying 55% of the Republican Party. So let's change the whole platform and cater to the 45% of the Republican Party.
Right.
I mean, and I would argue, I mean, people are not like Carlin said, like, I'm not voting. Like, if that's a platform, I'm not voting. They're going to lose massive amounts of votes. What are you talking about?
Think about it. Think of how idiotic Joel's argument is. Okay. Blaire, why would Blaire sit there and make a moral prescriptive argument about LGBT people when the people who already feel that way already side with Blaire in the first place?
Totally. She doesn't have to.
Then you're not making a persuasive argument. Then you're just fucking virtue signaling to the people that already agree with you, Joel, which I know you alt-lefters love to do.
That's their full-time job. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Jerking off people who already agree with them.
Yep.
What a fucking life.
Look, Joel. It's very misogynistic of you to assume that Blaire is involved in sex work. Okay, she's not in favor of jerking off her own audience, Joel, and it's disgusting that you would ever even implicitly apply that.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you worked the implicit in, because I'm getting so triggered. If he says implicit one more time, implicit is his word for let me read your fucking mind right now, basically. Stop saying implicit, Joel. Stop saying here's the inference. Let me tell you what you're really saying here, but not saying like there are people out there that understand clearly what they are saying. Okay, right. We are two of them. I'm sure there's plenty in our audience. Okay, you're the one here who doesn't know what's going on. You're the one disoriented. Which way is up? Where am I swimming? Which way was I going? What are we talking about here? What is the pro-trans argument for? What is social contagion? Am I agreeing with social contagion now? Where am I going? Where am I going with this? What am I against or pro Abigail Shire's book?
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah. So someone's confused here, but it's not us, okay?
Right.
It's not Blaire. It's not Carlin. Carlin knows what's going on. She's like, you guys start voting anti-LGBT. I'm out of here. I'm hanging on by a thread. I'm barely in this group.
Right. Who is Blaire going to convince if she just said, "Oh, you're a fucking transphobic bigot"?
Yeah,
piece of
no
shit.
one.
Like, she's not going to convince anyone. Those
Yeah.
people already side with Blaire. They already agree with her.
It's funny. It's totally funny. Big Joel, come on our show. Come on. We want to have a good faith dialogue.
I don't know, man. I doubt it.
Joel's never coming on.
No,
Joel's
he never is.
coming on. He'll never watch any of this stuff.
No. But his conversation with Destiny was insane because it was like Destiny's trying so gently to walk Joel through this argument.
I know.
And then at the end of it, I mean, they have you can have a fundamental disagreement about principles, and that's fine. But then at the end of it, Joel just totally like shit talks him. Like once he's not talking to him, he then shit talks him and it's like acts in totally bad faith, and it's like, oh, okay, so when you're talking to him, you're gonna be a total pussy about it, and the second you stop talking to him, you're gonna turn around and be like, oh, that guy looks like a piece of shit.
Internet tough guy, basically.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was a really bad look.
We'll see if that happens with Hunter. I didn't throw the.
No, I don't think that's gonna happen with Hunter.
I hope not. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't.
I mean, I protected us from that with Lance by accusing him of that he would go straight to the internet and start calling us racist, which
I wish he would. Then we'd have content that we could play off of.
Yeah. Well,
you know how much content Sean gets off of Lance? It's amazing.
Aside from the title, Lance was kind of fair with me, and when he clipped us out, he was like,
"That's right."
He seemed A-team. I was like, right. Lance sounds A-team to me. I was like, I don't know.
In that video, he's totally on Adam's side. He totally says Adam is like, the best is based. That's what he said.
And you said you only said one thing in the whole thing. I mean, he was basically targeting. He's got a hate boner for Sean. He's like,
because that conversation was so dumb. I had nothing. I just wanted to not talk about it. Like, I didn't want to talk about the stupid IQ race conversation. And that's why I was like, I'm just going to sit here and wait till this is over because this is a stupid conversation.
The one comment you made was race and IQ, though. You had to brag about your high IQ.
That's right. That's right. Take that.
Come on, Joel. Come on our show. This is an open invitation.
Come on, Joel. I promise. I have a high racial IQ. Okay, come on.
We won't. It'll be totally good faith. I promise you. And we won't be a comedy show. We'll change the whole show. We won't. We promise.
We have a good track record of talking to people we disagree with and it not devolving into a shit show. That only happened one time. Mm-hmm. Okay. And it was no bullshit. That was the only time it ever happened. Okay. Every other time, I think our conversations have been, pretty amicable. So,
yeah, totally. Yeah.
Including the one we just
had.
We're
changing
right now,
minds. So. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I don't know. We could end up in a Hunter Avallone video.
You're just saying this to prevent him from doing it.
There's a 20% chance. Well, he did. I mean, he did try to go a little. He did try to basically make the argument that we were anti-trans a little bit, just a little bit. He kind of went in that direction a little.
Sure.
We'll see. I mean, that's why I just like to mention it, because if it does come out, I can say.
Then you can say, I told you so. And then if it doesn't come out, you say, well, I stopped it. So it's
a
win-win.
I like win-wins. I do like win-wins. Win-wins are great. Come on, Joel.
Like to end this video with some general claim. Say something about conservatives as a whole, how they work, what sorts of discourse they use. But I haven't evidenced any of that. Haven't talked about conservatives in general. The only thing we
That's the whole video is him talking about conservatives in general.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
You basically said the conservative movement is all about bigotry. How's that not a generalization about all conservatives?
Did I click a button? Are we watching a different Big Joel video?
I know. What happened?
What the fuck happened?
We've talked about is this one horrible video, right? And because of that, I'll just leave you here with one humble note. After this conversation, some rando made this tweet. This is exactly the look that everybody watching has while having to listen to the two on the other side of the screen. Carlin quickly quote tweeted it, saying, I actually didn't think John Doyle was that bad, except when he went on autopilot and said I quoted a verse about homosexuality when I didn't, but he totally expected that if a liberal quoted the Bible, that's what I'd go for. Other than that, it's okay to be Christian. And Blaire replied with this. The difference between John and the other woman is that he simply had a religious worldview. He wasn't disrespectful. She weaponized her religion to hurl personal attacks. She's clearly hurting as a person. I didn't walk away hurt or offended, but sad for her. This is absolutely bonkers, isn't it? The only word I can use to describe it is bonkers.
Well, first of all, bonkers is my word, so fucking lay off. But
first of all, bonkers is a cartoon show from the 90s. Adam.
I would label it as magnanimous, not bonkers. I mean, that's Blaire like doing the high ground maneuver there, not fucking bonkers.
Right. Well, his argument is that John believes all the bad shit that Lauren believes. He just, puts it in nicer language, which, as you said, it could be Blaire's trying to be magnanimous. She's trying to win the middle, the hearts and minds of the people, right?
Yeah.
She's trying to win she's trying to win the rhetorical victory here. Or, and I think what is more likely in the situation is that Blaire and Carlin are people and human beings with emotions. And when they're talking to two people and one of them is a screaming banshee, that sort of tends to stand out in their mind. They probably didn't remember much of what John said very clearly. Totally. So I think that's probably what was going on here, Joel. I don't think they watched their own debate back. Maybe they did, but I don't think they watched their own debate back for that tweet and then analyzed everything John said and said, oh, he said some pretty crazy shit that I don't agree with.
Yeah. They weren't mining the debate for the craziest shit and trying to make an argument that, Carlin and Blaire agree with the crazy shit.
Well, sure. I just want to say it's interesting that usually in this kind of situation where you have a quote unquote marginalized person who's part of an oppressed class, like being trans, and they're getting attacked by a horrible bigot, as Lauren's attacking Blaire. Usually the alt-left would bend over backwards to give them all sorts of, they were upset, they were emotional, they can't control themselves, maybe they don't remember they were being attacked by transphobia, blah, blah, blah. They'll give them like every excuse in the world, yes. Yeah, but then now that it's Blaire, it's like, oh, she gets none of these benefits whatsoever.
Totally.
Because she's conservative.
It's the my side bias. She's not on my side, so she gets none of that.
Right. But it shows that this is why liberalism is so important, because a big core tenet of liberalism is universalism, and that the rules that apply to someone should apply to everyone equally. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a big core tenet of liberalism. And that's why they don't give a fuck about liberalism, because they want to say, oh no, the rules apply to my tribe. And that's it.
Liberalism is, the conservatives call individualism.
Right.
Basically, it's the same thing.
I agree that on some abstract level, it's okay to be a Christian. I'm not trying to convert anybody, and I don't get mad when somebody loves Jesus. That's fine. But this is just a way of muddying the waters, obviously. John Doyle is not just a Christian. He is a Christian authoritarian. He said out loud that he doesn't like the idea of letting gay people be gay privately together because we live in a society and this behavior shouldn't be encouraged.
But you seem to be alluding to this idea of like the individual in their private home and things like that when you talk about, people living in a free society to do what they want and not, causing any problems. But what's interesting about that is that was the argument that during the movements in the 1960s and 70s, including the sexual revolution, that allowed a lot of this stuff to have a seat at the table, which ultimately would usurp power away from traditional Americans and traditional social conservatives. And I just think that that's basically a myth, because there's really no such thing as a private individual in the privacy of their own home, because you are one person. And so any actions that you take in your house are ultimately going to reflect you and how you conduct yourself in the real world.
Every time he has...
Did he make any of those arguments tied to actual LGBT? Because he referenced specifically the sexual revolution. So,
well, I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, I mean, he could be making an argument that people shouldn't have sex out of wedlock, which is not related to
tying
LGBT
it all together.
issues.
He's just saying, and this is a really fucking stupid argument that John made, but he's saying, oh, well, technically, since you live in a society, there's no individualism. It's anti-liberalism. The individual doesn't exist, and everything you do is a reflection of the broader society. Is basically the argument he's making.
Yeah, I don't necessarily buy that. I mean,
well, of course not. That's fucking dumb as hell. It's funny because he's literally talking about a horseshoe theory. He's literally making the alt-left social justice critical theory argument that we should
violence
only
is violence.
Well, sort of, but he's saying that we should only conceptualize people as groups, not as individuals.
Yeah.
And so,
I said silence is violence because their argument is that if you're not participating in the change,
Sure. And I guess he would probably make the same argument there too, right?
You're part of it. You can't be an individual. You can't say I don't care about this. You have to. You're part of it, no matter what. No matter what.
I just think but this is again because Joel's looking at this in the most bad faith ways possible.
Totally.
Because I look at this and be like, okay, I'm sure if you specifically asked Carolyn or Blaire, you said, oh, here's this clip of John saying this. How do you feel about this? They'd be like, oh, I completely disagree with that.
Fuck that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. But like after that debate with a screeching harpy woman, maybe that's not what they remember. Maybe they remember the screeching harpy woman, and that's kind of clouds everything out. Just a thought.
Yeah, this is the thing that always bugs me about cancel culture, because he's really constructing the whole situation here. Like he's making it seem like they just watch him do this clip and then they were like, now tweet a response to him. It's
right.
Like, no, what do you mean?
Right. No, that's exactly.
I didn't remember him say that.
Mm-hmm.
If I had, maybe I would have tweeted something completely different, Joel.
Right.
But no. So all this is manufactured outrage. It's total bullshit.
The chance, he gasses up Lauren Witzke. At least within the confines of this conversation, he endorses her completely. And yet, Lauren is bad because she is cruel and belittling, and Doyle is fine because he says the exact same fucking things in a more polite tone. The very concept of meaningful, principled, ideological disagreement is here thrown so far out the window that it becomes a mockery of itself. Whatever sense...
What?
Yeah. Does he not... Go ahead.
I was just saying, they have fundamental disagreements with Lauren and John. And this is expressed openly in the beginning of the conversation and throughout the entire conversation.
Yes. And also rhetoric matters, so.
Right. It's just because they didn't virtue signal to Joel's issus, so he doesn't perceive them as having a fundamental difference of opinion. That's what's happening here.
What a white-centric position Joel has. Like, the whole world must cater to my position otherwise.
That's right.
Yeah. So
that's a cis, het, white, Eurocentric, normative, normative perspective. Yes, Joel, exactly.
He's practically colonizing trans rights here. He's practically colonizing trans issues for himself.
Joel, I cannot believe that you tried to colonize Blaire White. I cannot believe you tried to colonize trans issues. That's disgusting.
Yeah, okay. It is. It's terrible.
Problematic. Shaking my head.
Sense of conflict and drama we might feel as we watch the conversation is revealed to be manufactured, incoherent. We don't actually care what you believe, and we never did. It's fine to be Christian. And I don't know, something about that just rings really true for me. Hey everybody.
Something about the manufactured narrative I created in my brain rings very true for me.
Yeah, that's how brains work. Did you know that? Did you know that's exactly how brains work? That's how brains are designed to work. They manufacture a narrative for you.
Work?
Yeah. What you believe drives what you perceive, Joel. You should memorize that.
I looked at a situation, I constructed a narrative about it, and then it rung true for me. So it must be true.
Yeah. That's why we like evidence and whatnot.
Oh my God.
I gotta take a break for a second, so you can read.
You take a break. We're done with the video anyway, so we'll just read some super chats. That is the face that I feel at the end of this video. It's just Oi, Joel. Oi, Vagel. What are you doing here? Okay, jeez. The Butter Anvil for $5 says, I'm so excited. I finally released my first video. You guys inspire me. Keep up the good work. You know what I want from you at this point. Also, hi, Rags. Awesome, Butter Handful. Send it to me on Twitter. I'll check it out. Zara Richards for $2 says, any chance for you guys to get Blaire on? I don't know. We didn't ask, but I'm sure we could. I'm sure we could at some point. I didn't really want to subject Blaire to this. Like, Blaire, let's watch a fucking moron totally straw man and be disgusting towards you. Like, I don't, it seems wrong to me for to have Blaire comment on this. But yeah, I'm sure we can have her on at some point. Lucas Henry for $5 says, uh-oh, I see a girl in the thumbnail. I guess Adam's going to make someone cry today. Ooh, big oof. Big oof. The Butter Anvil for another $2 says, late. Look. We weren't that late, okay? We weren't that late. All right.
I'm back.
Adam is back, everybody.
Woo-woo.
Daily Dose for $2 says, Sitch. How does it feel to be so wrong about Loki? Uh-oh.
I know people in the comments were giving you a hard time. They were like, Sitch doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, there's 2 more super chats about this topic that I'll read before I give my opinion. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, I want my apology, Sitch. Long man smirked. And some weird guy for $2 says, have any thoughts on Loki changed or being reinforced? Have your thoughts on Loki changed or been reinforced? So it's funny. Someone like tattled to Mahler.
Uh-oh.
It's funny.
Uh-oh.
No, it's funny. So me and Mahler had like a little interesting back and forth in Twitter DMs about the topic. And basically I said at the end, I said, well, we'll see like what direction the show goes. And so to answer this question, after watching the second episode, it doesn't look good for how I thought the direction of the time travel was going to work, because they haven't really explained. Backpedal. Well, no, I can always admit when I'm wrong, but it's not clear. This is my problem. It's not really clear. It's not really in how they haven't really explained more about how the time travel works, but they keep using language like, oh, the Time Lords allow you to do X. Like, they're using language that would seem to reinforce Mahler's position on how it works. And if that's the case, that's really, really stupid.
Oh my God.
Really awful. And I will say the second episode, I really didn't like the second episode. I thought it was super boring, which was kind of disappointing. So we'll see. We'll definitely see what direction it keeps going. I'll admit it doesn't look good at this point. It doesn't look
good. Well, now we're even for Tenet. You ruined Tenet for me, and now everyone's ruined Loki for you. Good. That's the way it should be. No one should be happy. I don't want anyone to be happy. All of us have to be miserable together. Nothing can be good.
Adam will never forgive me for ruining Tenet for him.
I was so into that movie.
And Dr. Diddler says, it was me. I mentioned it to Mahler via stream.
Good. You've done good work, Doctor.
I'm going to have to take your wrench away, Doctor.
Dr. Diddler. No. Dr. Diddler did a good thing.
Yeah, no, it was a pleasant exchange with Mahler on Twitter DMs. The problem is, I assumed, and this could be the mistake, I assumed that Loki would follow the same time travel rules that they set forth at Endgame.
Right.
I didn't.
Well, that's what everyone's complaining about.
Right.
That's what everyone's complaining about. Isn't that what they wanted? Yeah, they were like, they fucked up Endgame. Oh my God, they retconned another fucking property.
That's not what they're complaining. They're complaining that the way they're perceiving the time travel works is that there's these time lizards that they don't snip off alternate timelines. They basically predetermine everyone's actions. And if you make a decision against that predetermination, then they kill you. That's how they're perceiving.
There's no free will?
Yes, that's how they're perceiving it.
Oh man,
there's no free will.
A new market. We got to invade this market.
And I'm thinking like, okay, if I'm a writer for Marvel, okay, and I say, hey, executive at Disney, I want to write the Loki show that says that no one in the Marvel universe has no free will.
I know.
So that any future Marvel movie you have technically doesn't really have stakes. I would assume. Now I could be wrong because Kathleen Kennedy like greenlighted a bunch of dumb shit for Star Wars, so maybe I'm wrong. But I would assume someone at Marvel would be like, "Yeah, let's not go with the destruction of free will for all Marvel franchises." Okay.
Yeah.
I would assume
free will is kind of essential for movies.
Yeah, kind of. So we'll see. I'm still holding out hope.
I'm actually supposed to be on Friday Night Tights next Friday, guys. So Nerdrotic show. Gary from Nerdrotic, yeah. So that should be fun.
Zara Richards for $2 says, happy Daddy's Day, Adam.
Well, thank you. Hey. You're welcome.
There's a funny comment.
Should I know something? Is that's one of my illegitimate kids?
Or maybe you had an illegitimate kid with Zara.
Oh no.
There you go. Zara snuck into your house and stole some of your sperm while you were sleeping.
Really?
Like in Ted, don't you remember when they like?
Not again.
The football player.
Why does this keep happening to me?
You got good genes, Adam. Okay.
I'm sorry.
You want to give everyone wrenches? Why don't you want to give everyone your genes?
Yeah. Maybe. We call the sperm bank up, see what they're up to.
There you go. Dr. Diller for another $5 says A-Team puts hearts over his eyes and unironically gets entertainment value from jangling of keys in front of his own face because this class is the best class.
Oh my God. Those super chats are funny as can be.
That's right. Dr. Diddler is the
the
best.
imagery,
even if he's tattling on me to Mahler, he's still the best.
The imagery. I do kind of like keys jangling in front of my face. I feel like Dr. Diddler knows me personally. It's so weird.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm hypnotized by the keys. I just can't help myself. Well, you don't like jangling keys?
No, I will say this.
You do too.
I, PSA Sitch, do not gain any enjoyment from jangling keys in front of my face. Is this a bold and contentious take?
What about? I don't know. What
jangling of keys?
That's so funny. Okay, I won't do it anymore. No more jangling of keys. I'm swearing off it now. It's too embarrassing.
You should.
Can't believe you know my secret.
I know. Didn't David draw like a good picture of you? David Aragorn.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull him up.
You should put it up. You should put it up.
I'll pull him up. You mean the 12-year-old voting one? Is that the one you're talking about?
Was that it? I kind of just remember it vaguely that I was like, oh, this is great, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I got to go to Twitter and.
I gotta go to Twitter and actually.
Is there going to be any fallout from debating? Is our audience going to be pissed that we talked to Hunter S. Thompson? I don't know.
Our audience is not pussies. They're not like, you're not allowed to talk to people. Okay, we don't have that's like an alt left.
True. True. Man, you're just hitting the alt left. It's great.
I know.
Alt left. Oh man.
People in chat are saying keys are based.
There you go. Exactly.
Stop kink shaming Adam. Oh, is this a kink? Is this a kink?
A-Team is down with the keys jangling.
Okay.
Where are my keys? Where are my keys? I'm gonna do some jangling here.
See, now I know. I need to find some key ASMR. That's what I need to find for Adam.
Oh, no.
Jangly key ASMR.
I think Paradox Engine sent me some ASMR that was a tad offensive. Did he send it to you?
No. What was it?
Some chick like farting into her I'm dead serious. She had the microphone so far up her butt. I was like,
that's wonderful.
What is going on?
Oh, I'm so
What
glad
is going on
this
Twitch platform? What is happening on Twitch? Okay.
Oh my God, that's wonderful.
I mean, I'm becoming a little swayed on this whole degenerate argument. I think.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you're becoming swayed on ASMR now that you've seen a chick fart into the mic.
No. I'm the opposite direction.
Oh, okay.
No more farting ASMR. Who does this? This is the career choice for women now. I thought, what happened?
Shinzo Beam for $2 says Tenet is still amazing. Ignore the Kino deniers.
Good. Yes, I'm gonna watch it again. I kind of had the desire to watch it this week, but I didn't do it, or at least put it on while I was working on the column.
That's fine. I want you to watch it again, and you're gonna hear my little whisper in the back
I know.
of your head, Adam.
I wonder if
I could. This doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if I could. I should timestamp when the gold goes up, or whenever anything is taken out of a box in the ground. Right? I should timestamp that stuff so I can fast forward through it.
Right.
Or just jump to the end and watch the end of it. The end is amazing. Oh my God.
The end is stupid. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't like the end?
Well, I feel like I didn't see Interstellar, but I felt like it was the same thing with Inception. that no one creates a very big high concept idea, like going into dreams or reversing time, and then he never does anything that like crazy or cool with it.
Not the Prestige he does. Like the Prestige ending is like, you're like,
it's amazing.
Fuck. Oh my God.
The Prestige is great. The memory one, which I'm blanking on the name now, ironically, is great.
Can we say more? Is it too late to spoil it? The Prestige was like forever ago, right?
Don't spoil the Prestige.
I don't want to spoil the ending, but there's a part of it that's like the coolest thing. Like all the way through the movie, he's telling you one thing, and you're like, nah, that's not true. And at the end, you're like, fuck.
It was true.
It is true.
I know. Yeah, no, it's great. Prestige is great. Prestige is fantastic.
So good.
But I mean, like with the last scene in Tenet, even if we deny, the fact that the time travel mechanic makes absolutely no sense, I just felt like the movie doesn't establish, doesn't give you a good reason for why anyone ever goes backwards in time at all. It doesn't even make sense because they explicitly say you can't change time. So then it's like, well, what the fuck's the point of going back in time if you can't change time in the first place?
You're just making it so much worse. It's like so much worse.
There could have been some really
enjoy the explosions.
There could have been some really cool things happening in that last sequence where you have time forward people fighting time backwards people, and there's like something totally like, I like the fight that had with like the time forward guy and the time reverse guy. That's I think the best part of the movie in terms of like exploring that mechanic.
The temporal pincher maneuver.
But just the last scene, I don't know, it was just boring. The only part, there's only two times that the time travel even comes into play at all in the entire last sequence.
The car chase,
when they sync up to blow up the wall for some reason, and then at the very end when he has to open the door.
Yeah.
And besides that, the time travel has nothing to do with it. It's just reverse people shooting reverse people and front people shooting front people.
Yeah, but they know to do those things because they went through it once. So those things are essential. Obviously, only going to focus in on.
Would have been fucking cool. Here's what they should have done. Okay.
Go through it once.
Go through it once.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the same people go through it backwards and they try to change shit. And then they have to keep going, and then they have to go through it forward again because then the other side is reacting to them changing it by also changing it. So it's like this constant like loop where they keep trying to change like the time. That'd be really interesting. They have to do the
pincher maneuver like 5 times because they're like, God, you guys kept fucking with us. What the hell? But couldn't they just radio and like reverse because it would sound backwards coming out, but you could reverse it.
Yeah. Well, what's your... Oh, to like tell people what's going to happen.
Yeah, you could literally talk to the guys that were going forward and backwards. They actually do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could coach them. You could say, "Don't do that again. You fucked us up last time."
Well, I don't know. In the movie, they don't ever. They talk. The people that are backwards can talk to people that are forwards, but they don't do it the way you're saying it. Or like they're relaying past information. So I don't know if they could do that or not, but
that part doesn't really make sense either. Because if you stop to think about it, the words are backwards. What they're saying is backwards, and they have like a little device to like make it forwards. But
I mean, I get that makes sense. I don't see a problem with that. But
but wouldn't the whole sentence be backwards too, in time? So it would be like the last word of the sentence, and then the next to the last word of the sentence.
Oh,
like they would have to reverse.
You're right.
They would have to reverse the sentence order too.
Well, it would have to pause and wait for you to say like an entire
sentence and then flip it around. Yeah.
And even then,
that's not what happens.
Right. You're right. It had to be like a whole entire paragraph and then flip the paragraph correctly. Otherwise it'd be incomprehensible. Yeah.
Literally it says in the movie, don't think about it too much. Yeah. Like, there's a character that says, don't think about
I hated that they did the same thing in Looper, and I was just like, fuck you, Looper.
I know. I checked out. I watched it one time and I checked out when they said, don't think about it too much. I was like, cop out. Fuck this guy. And I half paid attention. But then, like, the movie was so amazing. That car chase in the last scene is so amazing that I was like, well, something's going on here. And I feel like I want to investigate. So that's when I dug in.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I get annoyed by it. I mean, it could just be my autism. I really like... That's part of why I really liked Hunter x Hunter is that they like super delve deep into like the rule structure, and then they try to bring it to the very brink of like how the rules exist in the universe, and then they try to abuse them as much as possible. And I find all that stuff interesting.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
Anyways,
movies should be puzzles. I like that.
Yeah. The butter anvil for $5 says Carlin was bragging on Twitter that she blocked 500 people. I said that I like her, but her echo chambers are a bad idea. Then she bans me.
What? Dev got banned? Huh?
No, that was the butter anvil.
Oh, the butter anvil got.
Yeah.
The butter anvil got banned. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't like. I like Tenet more than I like Looper. I thought Looper was just kind of boring. At least Tenet was interesting, even though I don't think it made any sense. So,
unfortunately,
the crappy robot for £2 says I stand with Scott Cathon. Who's that?
I don't know.
Scott Cathon. Oh, that's the Five Nights at Freddy guy. Yeah. Have you been following any of that?
No, what's a down low on Five Nights at Freddy's?
So that was the other video I sent you. I guess you didn't watch it. That we might have done.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, some drama about him giving money to the Republican Party or something like that.
Yeah, the guy who does Five Nights at Freddy gave money, not even a lot of money, a couple $1,000 and he's supposed to be very rich, I guess, from the games, to Donald Trump or Mitch McConnell or some Republican candidates.
Unforgivable.
And people were like, oh my God.
Unforgivable.
He's cast the unforgivable curse. He has donated money to the Republican Party. He must go forever, be banished,
Well, that means he's a racist. You understand that, right? He might as well give in to the KKK.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. And that was the video, the Jimquisition video was all about that. It was insane. It's an insane position.
Yeah.
But, Max Utabi, for 20 SARS says #Harlan did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she did anything wrong in that debate whatsoever. I agree.
Well, she's talking about her shifting her position on CRT as well. You know the drama with Carlin, right? She's changing her position on CRT to say that she's adamant that CRT is not anti-white now.
She's not changing her position. She's trying to say, she's making the pragmatic argument. She's saying that the messaging should not be that it's anti-white. It should be that it's just racist for everyone.
Yeah.
That would be a more effective messaging. And I agree with it.
I do agree with that. Yeah. This picture says it's me as Captain America. No, it's me as Uncle Sam.
Right.
Saying, I want your kids to vote. People have been hitting me with the voting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This was David Aragon did the artwork, and I believe it was commissioned by Enlightened Centrist. So thank you guys.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah,
Adam wants kids to vote. The worst.
Well,
thing
I want him to I want him to vote to legalize drugs, which is probably even worse. I know, it's terrible, right? Hunter had a strong pro speed position. I was curious about that.
A strong pro what?
Pro speed position. He was all for giving Ritalin to school children.
Oh.
I'm kidding. I don't want to be accused of mischaracterizing positions. Joking. Kidding. We run a comedy show.
Okay, it's a comedy show. I can say whatever I want because we run a comedy show.
Oh my God. If we're not allowed to make jokes, we don't run a comedy show. Okay,
oh my
seriously.
God. I'm not allowed to make jokes.
SJW assault on comedy. There's one more thing that we have to talk about. Well, no, I have two more things. Obviously the stereotype thing, which I got a lot of shit for, which I want to talk about. And I may be on the verge of organizing an MMT debate between Warren Mosler and Yaron Brook. I know a lot of you guys are Yaron Brook fans. Warren Mosler you probably never heard of, but Warren Mosler is one of the founders of MMT. Yeah. One of the many fathers of the MMT is like Freddie.
Let us know if you want us to have a Yaron Brook Warren Mosler debate on this channel, or if you want Adam to do it on his channel.
Well,
I couldn't tell.
Sitch doesn't. We don't have to have the cartoon avatar up. Like if you want to do a serious type.
Well, I just don't know if our audience cares. I feel like because whenever we go into MMT, like half our audience is like, "Oh my god, I want to die." Yeah.
But it's someone arguing against, and I pitched it as debating the jobs, specifically the jobs program,
right?
Which is, a lot of people are straw manning that jobs program. So I don't know. It could be fun. Could be interesting. I hope it comes together. We'll either do it on my channel or we'll do it here. I would like to do it here because it's a bigger audience. But if people aren't interested, obviously, I don't want to force it on you. But I always, every time I talk about MMT on my channel, people are interested. So I don't know. I think there might be a super vocal minority that doesn't want to hear about it because,
Did Canvas Infinitum send you the little clips he made of like the Sitch and Adam sprites?
Yes, but they're GIFs and I can't download them on Twitter. So
yeah, but you can still figure out a way to do it, can't you? Can't you make a little window you can show them all?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
This is another. I don't know who's annoyed teenager. Hashtag annoyed teenager.
12-year-olds. 12-year-olds is old enough to vote. Age restrictions are voter suppression.
Yeah, there you go.
Teenager. There you go. Risun no Kairu for $2.99 says, "I got here late. Did I miss the IQ debate?"
You did.
You did. The Unwanted Scrub for $5 says, "A-team, nice and clean. S-class washer redacted."
What?
There you go.
Your S-class is at least washing, aren't they, Sitch? I don't want to hear.
Right. We're not Big Joel level. Okay?
I don't want to hear that they're not washing. Although it did look like Big Joel had just gotten out of the shower.
S-class stands for squeaky clean. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, really?
QE for $50 sexy says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but hear this. I lost my job on the 10th. Celebrated my birthday on the 11th, and now on the 20th, I'm wishing you guys a happy birthday. Have some sex. S-class for life." Well, I'm glad it's your birthday, QE. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
S-class for life. Sorry you lost your job. Hope you find a better one. You know what? I don't hope you will find a better job.
I hear the job market's picking up.
That's right. Krista for $2 says, "Is the name Big Joel ironic?"
Yes.
Yeah, I'm assuming it is. Yes. Dr. Cataclysm for $5 says, "Who is this guy? He sounds like a gay Sitch and looks like he has bodies in the basement. A gay basement dwelling Sitch, GBD Sitch, if you will." There you go.
Anti-LGBT. I don't like that. Come on.
I don't know why. I just see John Smith reeing in the chat for some reason.
And what's going on? Oh, that must be on the must be the 12-year-olds voting.
Oh, maybe.
That's it. The 12-year-olds voting is getting.
Oh, Ninja Coaster says it's my birthday too. Wow, happy birthday, Ninja Coaster! A bunch of people's birthdays today. There you go.
Yes. Yeah.
It was on the. You're right, Adam. It was on the 12-year-olds voting. Yes.
Yeah. That gets her every time.
Color Commentary says, "I finally have an argument for Adam as to how lowering the voting age negatively affects the electorate." Bum, bum, bum. Well, you have to argue with Adam on Thursday about it.
Don't believe it. I think Literature Devil is coming on next Thursday.
Oh, nice.
To talk about something or other. I can't remember.
I don't think Literature Devil agrees with 12-year-olds voting.
Yeah, he does. He's totally on my side. He's on my side with that. Okay. You know, Lit Dev wants 12-year-olds. He wants to abolish the voting age.
Okay. Bold claims.
100% down with that.
Oh, okay.
It's transphobic not to want to lower. It's transphobic not to.
Oh, it's age-phobic, right?
Yeah. No, it's transphobic.
Oh, I see.
No, I just made it transphobic.
I mean, I guess you're right. It is transphobic because technically you're always transitioning from one age to the next.
Totally. Exactly. There you go. Perfect. I love it.
There you go.
Good job.
Roland Rusher 499 says, "Is Adam no longer a simp because he abused a woman live on the internet?"
Oh my God, you guys are so bad.
Or is he still a simp because he abused her in defense of a woman he doesn't know?
Oh my God. It looks bad either way. I mean, it does look like simping either way, I got to admit.
I don't.
You've seen Aiden in the chat. There's no hard feelings between Aiden and I.
There's no hard feelings, yes. Right.
Yes.
Yes.
We
I mean,
don't,
Adam is a
and
piece
I'm
of
not
shit, but there's no hard feelings.
I'm not a grudgy person. I don't hold grudges, and I don't think Aiden is either. So
why would you have a grudge? You're the one being an asshole.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's no reason. And you know, I go out of my way not to hold a grudge when I'm the one that's in the wrong. Like why would I hold a grudge when I'm the one that's totally in the wrong?
It's so big of you.
Don't you think? I mean, this is kind of the high ground maneuver here, Sitch.
I'll give you. Let's all applaud Adam here for
yeah, totally. Stunning and brave, right?
I can't even breathe anymore.
You know when I'm wrong.
I'm dizzy.
There are some people that do hold a grudge even when they're wrong. So I can think of a few. And all of them have YouTube channels.
That is accurate. Okay. There you go.
Yes.
NP Skeptic for $5 says, "I've been wanting to invest in some free will." Well, here you go, NP Skeptic. 5 free units of free will. Just for you.
Yeah, cool. People want the free will token. We got to start our own crypto.
That's right. That's right. Kevin Marsani for $5 New Zealand dollars says, "I don't know if I can keep going. Things degenerated so fast. I can't choose either, so Ass Team class has the best success."
Sweet.
There you go.
I wonder if he's talking about the video or if he's talking about
the video. Yeah.
Hunter. Yeah.
We're not at Hunter yet. Peter L for 100 sex says, "Adam, quickly add Sitch channel on each side of Big Joel's video so he can't trick us with his disingenuous, calculated inauthenticity. A to Z team is the best class. Am I doing this right?"
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Excellent virtue signal. You are commended.
Commendable. That's right, guys. We're right now at 418 likes. Only 2 more likes to get to 420.
Oh my goodness. What happens when we get to 420? That is another
look
thing.
At a number and say marijuana is a drug that we like.
That is another thing. Our audience does not know how marijuana works because so many people in the comments were accusing me of smoking some bad weed. Like if I'd been smoking weed, there's no way I would have gotten that angry. It's like physically impossible.
You would just passed out. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like not possible to get angry when you're on weed. You're like, I don't do any drugs or alcohol when I'm on the show, guys. Come on.
That's good.
Sitch does all kinds of stuff. I think he's like heroin, PCP, whatever he can get his
first
hands
of all,
on.
there's only one drug I snort during the stream, okay? You know what that is, Adam?
What is it?
100% grade farm organic free will.
Oh, there you go.
That's
you can
right.
snort that stuff?
Of course. Wait, how do you take it?
I shoot it up. I do it like a man.
Well, that explains a lot. Adam.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
I shoot it into my eyeball.
People were thought you had some bad marijuana. I think you OD'd on free will last stream.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that's the problem.
Oh, yeah, I did. I took it.
That's right.
I took it to the limit. I stretched it to the limit.
Right.
I can't find Sitch Chan. I'm so disappointed.
Don't worry
Where's
about
Sitch
it.
Chan?
There's like YVEC for $5 says, "Love you guys. How much do I need to buy Contrast's wrench?" And 20 stereotypical units of free will. I left a Streamlab message. Keep up the good work. Well, first of all, you can't buy Contrast the wrench, okay? That's not how this works. No one can buy Contrast the wrench but himself.
That's not true. Everyone has their number. Come on.
Well, I'm not going to say what the number is.
That's true.
$10,000.
Come on, let's swing for the fences.
I don't want anyone to donate $10,000.
If someone gave us first of all, don't super chat $10,000. You PayPal that shit to us. There's no way in hell we're giving $4,000 to.
That's right. That's a lot of money to give to YouTube. True.
To give to YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but if you want to buy Contrast a wrench, I think $10,000.
I mean, I'm not going to say no, but I also don't want you to give us $10,000.
You could not say no. Well, you could not say no to a wrench if someone did give you 10. I
couldn't, but I also don't want.
You probably couldn't say no at $1,000.
I don't want
you'd have a tough time.
But
what I thought they were saying,
the beautiful PSA Sitch Chan by Sammy G.
What I thought they were saying, what I misinterpreted, which I thought was funnier, was they were trying to buy Contrast's wrench away from him. Which
they're trying to buy it for you.
That's clever. How much do you have to pay me for you to take Contrast's wrench away?
That's a good one.
Oh man, you guys are at each other's throats in the chat there. What's going on?
The wrench market's very competitive, Adam.
Guys, not on my channel.
Guys, you didn't realize you've been missing out on something. You've all been trying to donate money to get wrenches. But you see, the more people have wrenches, the more inflated the wrench market becomes.
Yeah, I've destroyed the whole wrench market.
So you should be trying to give money to get me to take away wrenches from other people.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm just kidding. Don't actually do that. Goracero for $10 says, Adam, my white savior, please protect us from the very bad statistics today.
Oh no! Oh my God! I argued with people in the comments all last week over the stats thing.
Jeff Carey for $2 says no need to. Oh, what?
I have a response to the stats thing, but I have to bring it up. So read a couple of super chats.
Oh no, I started to read it and then I said no need to read this Streamlabs, so I was reading silently. Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
It's a secret.
I wasn't offended. I'll be honest. I'll have to go back because I don't even remember what you said last week. So I'll check it out. But you don't have to apologize. I still love you, Jeff. Vivek for $10 says, "Hey Adam, I'm here to guilt trip you from the previous stream. It might be useful.
God, no!
Take a step back in your method of argumentation when you're arguing." I
don't disagree. I agree 100%. I lost my shit. I lost my cool. But the video we watched this week is perfect because Blaire White, I got to just channel my inner Blaire White and take it with a smile, not get all aggro about it. Yeah.
Well, let me just finish because it was a two-parter and they gave $20. Okay. Thank you very much, YFAC, for the $20. And he also gave some money on YouTube too. About what ought to be when someone is arguing what is. Academics don't usually care about prefacing every conversation about statistical truths. That being said, I'm glad you guys worked it out. I love you both. A team is pretty mean and S class passed gas. Showing the centrist militia.
There we go. I like that part. Yeah.
There you go.
So should I read kind of the statement that I put together it's just a tweet, but I felt like my position was No, I want my position to be clear because I think it's important.
Okay.
Well, fuck you. I'm serious. So people are accusing me of being anti-data, which is a huge straw man, huge, giant straw man of my position. Okay. So I said scientific data with personal and historical anecdotes are used to create racist stereotypes in the same way guns are used to create gun violence. I am not in favor of banning scientific data in the same way I am not in favor of banning guns. Responsible gun data use is the goal. And I made this clear with people in the comments too, that I was saying, listen, you're basically making the argument that I don't think anyone should ever talk about any of this stuff ever. No, fuck you. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Okay, you want to talk about this stuff? Talk about it. But Sitch and I are in a different position here, and I hold myself to a higher standard because, like I said in the conversation with Hunter, there are the World Health Organization has put out for media personalities certain ways to talk about certain things to avoid things like copycat criminals, to avoid things like social contagion with suicides. Whenever a celebrity commits suicide, they're not supposed to talk about it in a certain way. They're not supposed to report crime in a certain way. I feel, to myself, this is my opinion, you don't have to agree with me, whatever. I feel that a lot of people are using data to promote racist stereotypes because they're nefarious fuckbags, and they want to fucking make the argument that it's like certain people are certain ways because of this data. Okay, I don't like those racist stereotypes, and I don't want to be promoting them myself. So I feel an obligation, since it's our show, mine and Sitch's show, to voice my opinion on this stuff. And that's what I did last week. That's what I did. So is that wrong? Am I wrong, Sitch?
No, you're right.
Okay.
I guess,
so
sure.
I'm holding
Wonderful.
myself to a certain standard, but I'm not trying to police you guys. You guys talk about whatever you want. All
Yes.
right. Speech over.
Wonderful. Wonderful speech, Adam. The Buddaman for $3.56. What a unique number. Hi, Sitch. I need your professional opinion on this. Who would win on a fight if both are bloodlusted? Ultra Instinct Goku or Mr. Mixel Zikplick? Let Adam read that name.
Who are those people, first of all?
A-Team is anti-simp team and makes the ladies cry on stream. You don't know who these people are?
In the previous super chat, no.
You don't know? It's the same one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Ultra Instinct Goku. Yeah, Ultra Instinct Goku versus Mr. Mixelplick. Mr. Mixel. I don't know how to say his name. That's the guy. You don't know? That's the guy from Superman. You have to say his name backwards to get him to go away.
I don't know.
You ever seen that guy?
No.
Oh, he's like a little short guy, floats around. Obviously, Mr. Mixelplick wins that fight. He's like invulnerable. He can just warp reality. Goku can't punch him to death.
What show is this
supposed
from?
to do about this? Mr. Mixelplick is from Superman, and Ultra Instinct Goku is from Dragon Ball Z.
Are they from? Okay, Dragon Ball Z. Is the Superman character from the comics or the movies?
Both.
Or
he's from the comics and the cartoon show. They had
the cartoon show, not the movie. Yeah.
The cartoon one is voiced
hip
by
on the movie stuff.
What's his name?
Batman
Yago.
versus Superman is like my favorite movie. The Zack Snyder, so good, man, so good, so moving.
Oh my god. I know you're joking, but it kind of triggers me a little bit.
I know, that's why I did it. It's so moving at the end, when they're fighting and he's like, "Oh my god,
why did you say that name?"
Just think, that's like the simulation. That's like the simulation winking at you right there, right? Like, oh, this will get it. Oh my god, it's so bad. There was audible. I saw that in the movie theater, and there was audible laughter.
Right.
Like people literally laughed at that.
Mixelpitlick. Oh, okay, Mr. Mixelpitlick. He was voiced by what's his name? Gilbert Godfrey in the cartoon.
Yes.
Adam doesn't
Gilbert
know. It doesn't
Godfrey
care.
is the worst. Oh,
Gilbert Godfrey is hilarious. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh
Have you ever seen him do stand-up or anything like that?
Yes,
it's amazing.
it's awful. Oh.
It's so good. Oh my god, he's such like an asshole. I love it. He's so terrible.
How are we even friends? Like we disagree on everything.
This is genius. This would probably make you change your whole opinion. There was an MTV choice. There's an MTV Music Awards where I forget who it was. Some rapper wins some award, and he comes up there and he's like, "I don't know why all you white bitches are clapping. I'm gonna like rape you or something." I don't know. He gives some like
what?
Weird,
oh my god.
Yeah. He's like, he gives like this weird like thug life, like I'm a hard killer like speech. Okay, when he wins his award. Okay, and then a couple awards go by, and for some reason I don't remember why, Gilbert Godfrey wins an award, and he goes up and he delivers the same speech word for word.
What? See,
but in the Gilbert Godfrey voice, and it's so funny. Everyone's like dying of laughter.
So
he's like,
the first
I'm gonna rape all you white bitches. It's so funny.
Well, I was picturing him doing it in the Gilbert Godfrey voice the first time. He was doing it in some other voice, some gangster voice.
There was an actual rapper who came up and did said all those
Oh,
things.
okay. I got you.
And then Gilbert Gottfried came up and mocked
Copied
him and
his.
just copied his speech word for word. But
How
saying
did he
it
do?
as Gilbert
How
Gottfried.
now? That's impressive. Like, how
It was
did he do
hilarious.
that?
I just remembered it, I guess. I don't know.
Nah,
was
the
so
guy
funny.
like the speech dropped out of his pocket or something.
Maybe, maybe.
He's like,
It was-
oh, look at this.
I saw that and I was like, oh, he's beautiful. He's beautiful. He
That
was
is
he was
pretty
on
cool.
he used to be on Howard Stern a lot. He was pretty funny whenever he was on Stern.
That voice, how does he maintain that? That voice is so
That's-
fake. I don't know how he does it.
It's not that. Have you never heard him speak normally? His voice is pretty close to that normally.
Yeah, but I think he fakes it in public. It strikes me as inauthentic, but maybe it's just me.
Maybe. It's like Fran Dresser. Like her voice is naturally like that, but then she amps it up for comedic effect a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But no, sorry guys, Goku loses the fight. So sorry.
Goku loses to Superman? I mean, how
You
is
know,
that even...
Goku, Ultra Instinct Goku destroys post-crisis Superman. Probably loses the pre-crisis Superman.
Crisis?
But loses to Mr. Mixelplex.
Did Superman like get a divorce and lose the kids or something? What was the crisis? What happened? What happened to Superman?
You really want me to explain
No,
the post-crisis, pre-crisis nerd difference to you, Adam?
No,
I don't know why you're asking
please.
these questions you don't want answers to.
I know. I don't know. I totally regret even
I
asking.
know
to
you
be
are.
honest.
I know. Let me tell you to sit on my lap, Adam. Let me tell you the post-crisis Crisis Infinity War history of comics, dating back to DC. You see, Adam, in the 1950s, they had Superman doing all sorts of crazy shit, like juggling planets and sneezing out entire galaxies. And some writer was like, it's kind of hard to write a story where Superman fights a bald guy if he can sneeze an entire galaxy after
I
existence.
know exactly.
And so the writers at DC said, hey, let's create a convoluted, crazy storyline where all these multi-universes kind of get collapsed in on themselves and we kind of nerf everyone's power level. There you go. There's your 5 seconds post-crisis explanation.
That makes sense. Yeah.
There you go.
It was a problem. Superman was too powerful. I do agree with that.
Too powerful. Paradox for $1 says, belligerent homophobia warning, belligerent 1570s waging war, engaging in hostilities. F from Latin belligerentum. What? Nominative belligerence. This is even worse because Streamlabs does this thing where it like cuts off the edges of the sentence and wraps around, so I literally cannot read this.
Yeah. I can't
Past
believe it's
particle
still doing
of
that.
belligerare. Okay.
How has no one complained about that?
I don't know. To wage war. Big Joel used a word he doesn't understand. Oh, okay. Talking about belligerent. Belligerent homophobia warning? Wait. What do you mean? Belligerent just means like in your face, I thought. Like you're in your face aggressive. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Anyway, Paradox for another $2 says, grifter is an opportunist, but grifters exist. Cancel culture is harmful, but some tiny faction of people deserve to be canceled. Milo deserved to be canceled, and so does Carlin. Ooh. Her claim to fame was saving knitting from SJWs. She doesn't read on. For no $2, Paradox continues. The subject she talks about, she interrupts, is aggravating. On top of that, what she recently did was stereotyping people in quite a harmful way. I'm fine without Hunter or Carlin, but Carlin could improve, and I'd be happy to admit I was wrong.
Carlin could improve. I think Carlin is down to improve. So, and I mean, if you don't like her content, don't watch. I mean, no one's forcing you to, but I don't know about deplatforming people. That's the thing.
You haven't really been following. I mean, I see that she's been getting lots of arguments on Twitter, people, but I don't really follow them enough to understand what the arguments are even about. Because whenever I see anyone arguing on Twitter, I tend to just I'm not gonna get involved.
Well, I'm really good at in the morning. What I do is I try to come up with a tweet that's gonna get at least 2 people arguing in my mentions all day long. And then that's my Twitter strategy.
Well, if you drop it and then you mute it so you don't look at it just to troll people.
Oh, that's what I do. Yeah, that's what I do.
That's a good
I
strategy.
come back into the evening and I'm like, yes, got one.
Janos Kuhn for $3 says, hey guys, great show as always. Adam, since you were a meanie last week, the simulation gods will grant you one new fetish. out of these three.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know how to say any of these fucking words.
Well, how are we gonna know what they are then?
Okay, one of them is Maschilogenia.
Okay.
One of them is
I can't.
Well, you just have to guess blindly. Okay. That's gonna be the thing.
Well, it's gonna be like cannibalism or something.
I know, but you're just gonna have to bite the bullet here.
What if it's incest?
Well, that's incest. I don't think there's a crazy name for that.
Yeah, but this could be like the incest in Japanese or something. Who knows what they're doing? I guess. Well, I already have a meme here that's like an incest meme. So whatever.
I saw that. But okay, so here's your choice, Adam: Maschilogenia, Triphilia, or Podophilia.
Podophilia, and I'm not allowed to Google. I'm assuming.
No, I mean you couldn't spell it even if you wanted to, but
true. Google might help me out. What was the first one? I think I'm going to
Maschilogenia.
Okay.
Trichophilia or Podophilia.
I'm going to go with the first one.
Maschilogenia.
Yeah.
Are you sure, Adam?
I hope not.
That your
I mean,
final answer?
I'm totally not sure. I'm going to go with it anyway. Hopefully this doesn't end poorly, but I don't. I feel like I've
chosen
said
Adam.
I feel like
what you've chosen, Adam.
I don't want to know what I've chosen, but somehow I think
chosen Adam. Everyone, Adam Frennan has chosen for a new kink, the armpit fetish. Oh, I'm so sorry, Adam.
Oh my God, it's the worst.
Sorry. That was actually the worst choice out of all of them. Yes.
I can't stand armpits either.
Oh my God.
Oh my
God. Terrible.
Is it my own armpit or other people's armpits?
It's other people.
What do I do? Run up and sniff strangers' armpits? How does this kink manifest itself in the real world?
You get off into it or something.
Is it consensual at least, or is it like?
I mean, I guess it could be. Question mark.
I don't know. I don't even know if that would be consensual with my wife, to be honest with you.
She's like, stop this. I'm getting a divorce.
I know exactly. What are you doing?
I didn't even know this was a thing. That's pretty gross. I'm not.
Yeah.
How did you find this out? Jesus, Genos.
I can't believe you looked them up.
So the other ones were the triphilia is a hair fetish. It can be for any type of hair. And podophilia is just being sexually interested on a specific part of the body.
Oh, any part of the body, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I technically already have that.
Well, people generally seem to be relating it to foot fetishes.
So. Oh, okay. Can't be like a breast thing.
I don't know. But there you go. There you go. Part of your lore. Adam's got weasels in the armpits.
Terrible. Do weasels even have armpits? I don't know. Go ahead. Death by sloth.
Do weasels have armpits?
Yeah. I must be working. I'm already thinking things I shouldn't be thinking.
I don't know. That's a question for the ages, folks. Do weasels have armpits?
They must, right? No, weasels have 4 legs. They don't even
weasels
have arms.
Don't have arms, so I guess you answered your own question.
We're safe. All right.
Right?
Good.
Weasels. Yeah. Oh, wait, am I thinking? Do weasels? They don't have arms, do they?
No, they have 4
legs. Right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of otters. Otters have arms.
Oh yeah, they do.
Do weasels like pick things up with their front legs?
Oh no, he's gonna try to put it. He's gonna try to turn them into arms now.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm looking at some cartoon weasels that have some pretty armpits, Adam. You want me to send those pictures to you so you can?
I can't believe Hunter accused me of weaseling out of answering.
You were channeling your spirit animal.
All because he couldn't understand what my answer was. Thank goodness you back. He has answered. He said the machine.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't like the answer, but I did.
I didn't like that conversation. But anyway.
Why?
I just felt repetitive.
It was over and over again. It was the same thing.
Yeah, but you gotta you do this thing where if you don't think someone understands you, you just repeat the same thing, and it's like makes me want to die.
Oh, okay.
You gotta figure out a way to channel in on hone in on what they're not understanding, and then figure out how to parse it specifically.
But I don't care. I don't
Okay,
care
well
what
then-
they understand.
Okay, well,
I'm not trying to persuade them. I'm trying to persuade the audience. Repetition
right.
works.
Well, but it's boring. I'm assuming to the audience it's boring if both sides are just making the same point over and over again. It's just,
Yeah,
like,
no.
frustrating.
I'm glad you intervened. So
I almost queued up a harmonica sound.
I
Death
didn't
by-
have to go that far. So
No, I know.
go ahead. Death by
Death by
sloth.
Death by Sloth for $2 says, can't listen live, but just assume I said something super pithy and relevant. We will do that, Death by Sloth. Paradox for another dollar says, in before you think of putting people Carlin catches 20. In before you think of people putting Carlin's catch 22, where one either concedes CRT isn't anti-white or is racist with no middle ground, Jay is definitely trying to mediate both positions. Probably due to loyalty. Oh, James, probably due to loyalty to her. And then you link a tweet. Is that what Carlin was saying? I thought my interpretation was that she was just saying that this was a framing issue, not that she was saying like you're racist or something. So I don't know. I haven't been super following, but Paradox for another $1 says, my assessment is that quote, oh, maybe is this a Carlin quote? Quote, my assessment is that Mein Kampf produces and acts and is guided by anti-Semitism, but for the reason that it's useful to its actual goal of tearing down the existing society along an axis of weakness to make way for Lebanerism.
Lebanerism. I don't know what that is.
Lebanerism.
Are you down for tearing down
Lebensraum.
society?
I'm sorry. I'm an American. I don't know these words. It's the territory that a state of nation believes is needed for its natural development associated with Nazi Germany. I'm be honest, Paradox. This what you just said is way too high. Your IQ is way above mine. I don't understand what you're
Paradox
saying.
was also giving me a hard time about the stereotypes on Twitter.
Good.
Good.
I love when people give Adam. I love when people give you a hard time.
Everyone was giving me a hard time. This comic is amazing. This
That's
comic
true.
actually
That's
has a really good. All comics should have like a twist ending, and this comic has a twist ending, which is great.
First of all, I don't agree that all comics have a twist ending, but okay. Paradox for $1 says, maybe Sitch has no problem with DSM, but I remember Adam posted a video once and later removed it about how the DSM was created. After seeing that video, I cannot want objective medical scientific truth and support to DSM. You made an anti-DSM video?
That was a clip from the audiobook. Oh my God, it was a John Ronson book or Ron Johnson book. I can't remember. Which is his name?
So you've been publicly shamed?
It's not So You've Been Publicly Shamed.
Oh.
It's the Psychopath Test, I believe is the name of the book.
His name's John Ronson. Right?
John Ronson. Okay. So John Ronson, that video is on my Think Club archive channel. So you can go see it if you want to see it again. But yes, you know the story of how the first DSM came to exist?
Wasn't it during World War One?
Well, I don't know when it was, but the actual construction of, like, some guy organized a bunch of psychologists to come together, or psychiatrists, I can't remember which.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically just pitched out ideas for mental illnesses, and he kind of jotted them down and put them all together. So there was absolutely no scientific process whatsoever.
No, I know. I remember I looked into this because, when people were like, well, they used to put, being gay there. So I was actually curious, and I found copies of like the first two DSMs, and it's just like a list. It's like not.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So it makes you very skeptical, and I mean, I'm skeptical of that stuff. Hopefully, you guys at least understood that I was trying to tell Hunter that maybe you wouldn't have such crazy certainty on this stuff when people's lives are at stake. But
this is the argument, and this is why I disagree with Hunter's origin argument, because I could say, look, yeah, the DSM started like in the 1930s or whatever, 1920s or 1910s, I guess, or one, I don't remember. So like over 100 years ago. Okay, it's just like this unscientific like list. Okay, and it's like, sure, that doesn't mean that you should necessarily dismiss the DSM of today because it's constructed entirely differently with completely different, metrics and parameters of what is constituted as science than 100 years ago. That's fine. So,
yes.
So I think that would be a better example than critical race theory in terms of the origin argument that Hunter was making.
Yeah, obviously, critical race theory would have to have some kind of come to Jesus moment and get over the whole anti-science shit. It's like,
right,
you're not getting anywhere with that. Theoretically, the DSM has gotten over the anti-science stuff, though, but I don't know to what extent.
Mm-hmm. CT put some art in our group DMs, and she's yelling at you, Adam. She's like, Adam, you're not putting the art up.
I put it on the screen. It's up there.
Oh.
The first comic is up. Crypto is down again. It's me and CT hanging out. It's really good. I like it. I think there's.
Are you gonna read it, or am I gonna read it?
I can read it. You read it. Do your CT voice.
I don't have a CT voice.
I'll do my voice. Or do you want to do me and you want me to do CT?
Okay, I'll do the voices. Ready? CT.
Digital or crypto is down again.
Yeah, might just take the loss and get out.
Oh, I think that's CT.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then why didn't you say the line?
Yeah, might just take the loss and get out.
No, let it ride. It could be a lottery ticket. You became a millionaire.
Oh yeah, typo there, huh? You could become. If I become a millionaire, can I super chat again?
No.
Lame. I could lose my investment.
CT. That's a risk I'm willing to take. That's pretty funny. She said this was an actual conversation she had with you. Is this true?
I know. Totally. Fake news.
I think CT's right about this. This sounds like something he would say.
Okay, it was. God damn it. I cracked under interrogation, guys.
You cracked very quickly.
I cracked under the pressure.
Like instantly.
Well, I don't like to lie. Come on.
I like the shirt. She gave you a little like bleeding birthday cake shirt.
I know. It's great.
It's a good shirt.
It's totally great. And lasers. It's so good.
And lasers.
Whenever I have
Very
the epiphany, the lasers accidentally go off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so cool.
CT says, thanks, I hate it.
What do you mean?
Hey, I was trying to do Adam's voice. He was doing your voice, okay.
Crypto is down again. Just so you guys know, because a lot of you guys, I don't know, you probably haven't heard CT's voice.
No. She's nothing like that.
No, that's Sitch, what are you doing?
She sounds exactly like this.
That's a dead impression.
Oh, wow. It's like she's here on the call with us right now. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
I apologize.
CT has the voice of an angel. What? That's the voice we're doing. That's not the voice of an angel.
Dr. Diddler for $3 says, listen, I've read the supporting documents. If the Jews had just stopped being Jewish and a general menace to society, Hitler wouldn't have had to kill them. The rules are not that hard to follow. The holy laws are very clear in what they condemn.
Oh, my God. That's so bad.
I don't remember what that was exactly.
Yeah, what's the context of that? Yeah. Okay.
But I assume it was something
disavow.
Contrast says she sounds like Mr. Hanky. Hi-ho, kids. It's me, CT.
That's what I thought.
Hi, Adam. Have you been a good boy this Christmas?
That's what I thought. That's like the pedo from what's the show?
I'm Mr. Hanky, Adam. I don't know what you're talking. I would never touch children inappropriately.
What show? What show is it from? Is it Family Guy? What show is it?
Oh, yeah, the old man.
Yeah.
He does kind of sound similar to Mr. Hanky.
Does.
Now you say that, yeah. Only he does. I can't do that. He does that whistle thing when he talks. Yeah. There's a great picture of Adam just losing his fucking shit.
This is me talking about stereotypes right here. CT is perfectly captured the last stream.
I like that. I like that when she drew that face. For me, I was just getting mad at getting a draw 4 and Uno, and then you're like, I'm stereotype threat. I think my priorities are in line here.
You could care less. You're like,
that's true. That's true.
You're like, I faced every negative stereotype my entire life, Adam. Shut the fuck up.
That's true. Sashman for 35 Zardos says, we'll catch the stream at work tomorrow, guys. What are your guys' thoughts on Citizen Kane, Taxi Driver, and Clockwork Orange? P.S. A-Team? ? Best of both.
Uh-oh. Well, 2 out of 3, I'm all for. Taxi Driver, I love. Clockwork Orange, I love. Citizen Kane, I think it's highly overrated, but what about you, Rosebud?
For a second, I thought they meant the Kane Mutiny, which I was like, that's a good movie.
What about you, Rosebud? What's your take?
Citizen Kane is that movie that they force you to watch in film school that everyone hates.
There
they
you
pretend
go.
like it's really good.
Love it.
No, okay.
Keep
Let me be fair to Citizen Kane. Citizen Kane is a very important movie in that it revolutionized a lot of film techniques and visual story things and well, I don't want to say techniques twice. It revolutionized a lot of visual storytelling techniques that you still see in film today. So Citizen Kane is a very important movie. Okay?
Right, yes.
But obviously it's horribly dated by today's standards.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Slow as fuck.
Right.
Get to the
But I mean, that's not really fair because most movies from back then are horribly dated because storytelling changes. So I don't like Taxi Driver.
What?
I think.
How do you not like
it's,
Taxi Driver?
It's boring and pointless. Okay.
Yeah.
Did he actually do the things at the end, or was that all in his head?
He did them all. He became a hero. Yeah.
No, but at the end of the movie, you see him
trying to put a Brazil ending on Taxi Driver now?
No, I assumed he did, but then I saw people saying, no, Sitch, he didn't actually do any of those things. That's why at the end of the movie, his hair is normal and he survived being shot like 1 million times or whatever. Because remember, at the end of the movie, he's like super fucked up, like dying.
I know.
And then later
tries
you
to
see
shoot himself in the head. It's badass.
But then you see him again, and he looks exactly the way he looked before he went on his rampage. So the question is, did it actually happen?
It's funny that both the one was Taxi Driver, one was Clockwork Orange, which basically both have the same ending. So Clockwork Orange, last one.
How does Clockwork Orange have the same ending as Taxi Driver?
Well, he basically ends up in the hospital and turns out to be a hero in the end. Or not.
How is he a hero?
Really a hero. I guess he's not really a hero, but he doesn't end up dying. So,
right.
They both end in they both end in a hospital.
That's true. They both involve self-harm,
right? Yes.
I don't know. I just thought Taxi Driver was kind of boring. I liked it more than I like Clockwork Orange. I don't like Clockwork Orange at all.
You don't like Clockwork Orange?
I can't watch a movie where there's no one to root for.
Sitting at the Korova Milk Bar, trying to make up my Wazoon docs and what to do with the evening.
Everyone in the movie's awful.
Yeah, you're supposed to root for the bad guys. It's great.
Terrible. The Wooster says, I hate to break it to you, Sitch, but movies aren't real. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
God, I guess I was just more of a rebel than you.
Oh, you're coming out as pro rapist? Is that what's happening right now?
No, of course not. What are you talking
Okay, well, what do you mean? What are you talking about then? You can be pro rebel without being fucking Clockwork Orange level of rebellion.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So,
Clockwork Orange is so good though. There's so much good about that movie.
No, I think let me be clear.
It's about betrayal.
I think Clockwork Orange is a good movie. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't think Taxi Driver is a bad movie. I just don't like it. It doesn't appeal to me. So
yeah.
All those movies are good movies. Citizen Kane too. They're good movies. They just don't appeal to me. I find them all bad and boring for my personal taste. Not like Tenet. Tenet's the best movie I've ever... Okay. William Kurt for $10 says, I think leftist intellectuals like Marx and Lenin have so much influence over people because they've managed to bridge a huge gap, the materialistic/scientific world with religious zeal. I agree completely. I agree with that completely. William Kurt for another $10. Thank you, William. Says these ideologies allow you to simultaneously be totally scientific while also being possessed with a religious zeal in their politics.
Yeah.
True.
Which is kind of crazy. Science is the new religion in many cases. It really is.
Destiny's Tiny Coke for $4.99 says, hey now, it's another episode of my favorite show where two big brain centrists pick on the intellectual underprivileged amongst us. Get them, boys.
Hell yeah.
Look. You could be right.
Big Joel.
Right, okay.
Big Joel definitely thinks he's got 20 IQ points on both of us. So
yeah.
Big Joel. Like, I don't know. At the ending when he was talking about humility, I choked a little. I was like, oh, this is so sincere. He really does mean this humility thing. No, he doesn't mean the humility thing. There's no humility there.
How West Was Won for $5 says, thoughts on Fight Club. Fight Club is one of my favorite stories of all time.
There you go.
I love Fight Club. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite movie?
Not really. But I mean, Fight Club's definitely up there on would be like top movies.
Fight Club's pretty high. I think Children of Men is probably like in my top 5.
I've never seen Children of Men, so
I really like the movie Time Bandits.
I know you really like Time Bandits.
Time Bandits is probably up there pretty high. I don't know. 2001: A Space Odyssey. I think we disagree.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you liar. Fight Club is super. Like, that's what we're witnessing. Project Mayhem is the all left. Yeah. That's what we're witnessing right now. So
yes, yeah. Project.
So, I mean, I think that's why I think Fight Club's such a great movie. It's not only is the story itself great, but the theme and the message is so prescient, and it seems like it's so important for our society, and the message is trying to warn people about. So
they don't actually use the words meaning crisis, but they do kind of.
No, but that's obviously what that's what the entire movie is about.
Yes.
About a meaning crisis.
It's funny that the meaning crisis, it's like, we just have a meme for it now. We fully articulate it. Yeah, we're having a fucking meaning crisis here. The meaning crisis that, who was the guy that predicted this? The God is Dead guy? Nietzsche.
Nietzsche? Yeah.
Yeah. Predicted the meaning crisis. So did that other guy. I can't remember his name either. The suicide guy. What was his name?
Nobody root for in Fight Club, though.
What do you mean? Oh,
you root for
Brad Pitt. What are you talking about?
I mean, for most of the movie, you're rooting for both Brad Pitt and Edward Norton, and then you're sort of rooting for Edward Norton over Brad Pitt.
Is there non-consensual sex in Fight Club? I don't know.
No. What do you?
Don't you have to? I mean, you have to ask repeatedly during sex if this is okay now for it to be consensual.
I don't know what that's to do with anything, but I disagree. You're definitely rooting for Brad Pitt and Edward Norton for most of the movie. Then you're rooting for Edward Norton for the rest of the movie. So there are definitely people to root for. And Fight Club is funny. Fight Club is very funny, and you can kind of. Even though there are movies like this I don't like where everyone's awful but still comedy. But if something's a comedy, you can kind of get away with all your characters being kind of terrible. Like, that's Sunny. Always Sunny in Philadelphia is basically that. As a
like
premise.
Step Brothers.
Well, they're not awful in Step Brothers. They're just like stupid. I'd say it's kind of different, right?
Well, doesn't he like fuck his brother's wife? I mean, that's pretty bad.
Oh, does he? I don't remember that part.
Yeah, right in front of everyone.
Oh my God, I don't remember that part. But,
it's like having sex with her in the bathroom and the wall falls down.
Come on. I don't remember that part. But maybe I'll have to not watch that again because that sounds terrible. But...
Step Brothers is amazing. That's probably up there with one of my top. Favorite. Have you seen This Is the End?
No.
Oh, that's a great movie. There's so many great movies, like The Matrix, obviously. I don't know. I've thought about trying to put like a top 10 together just to just to ruminate on the greatest movies. It's so funny when Matrix came out. Everyone was so excited about Star Wars because everyone was all worked up about the first Star Wars prequel, and then Matrix came out, and it was like so much better. Everyone was like so disappointed.
Prequel sucked, but Matrix.
I know,
like
exactly.
Yeah.
What is this? Yeah.
And then the sequels came out.
Yeah. Which made it even worse. It was like, no, we're not done punching you in the face. We're going to castrate you right
Oh, no,
here
I
in
meant the
front.
Matrix sequels.
Oh, yeah. Those were bad, too.
Yeah, they're not great.
I thought you meant the Star Wars sequels.
I mean, they're not as bad as, obviously, the Star Wars prequels, but they're not great.
The second one had hope, but the third one just flushed it all down the toilet.
Yep.
Now they're working on a fourth, which I can't imagine in this environment is not going to be like slit your wrist bad. Like,
That's right. I made Harker and CT watch Hot Fuzz.
Hot Fuzz is great. Yeah.
Hot
so
Fuzz
you
is
haven't seen the
fantastic.
last one? So they're kind of a
I
loose
didn't like
trilogy.
the other one. So, oh no, actually, I have
Shaun
seen
of the Dead.
I have seen them all. I've seen Shaun of the Dead, which I didn't like.
Really?
And I
How
have
can you
seen.
not like Shaun of the Dead. Oh my god.
Well, I went into it with the wrong idea. I thought it was going to be like a parody movie, like a Leslie Nielsen parody movie of something, but it was not.
What?
at all
Okay.
Like that.
You're like, where are all the puns? Sitch loves puns so much.
Where are all the puns in this movie?
He's like, I'm so excited about the puns for this movie.
I did see. This is the end. Is the one where they go on the pub crawl, right?
Yep.
I don't remember it at all. I just remember that what's his name is like a total like loser in the movie.
Yes.
It's like him trying to regain like not being so pathetic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hot Fuzz was the most like straight comedic one of the three, so I think I like that one the best.
Hot Fuzz is really good. Yeah.
Like Hot Fuzz is just like a parody almost of a cop movie, and it's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yarp. Yarp. That's right. You know who that was?
Who?
The
The
Hound.
actor?
Yeah, that was the Hound from Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah. I never watched Game of Thrones. Fucking garbage TV.
Canvas Infinitum for $5 says thoughts on Tarantino movies. I think most Tarantino movies are pretty good. There's a couple I don't like, but most of them are pretty great.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction was amazing.
Pulp Fiction is obviously the best one.
Yeah. Hard Eight, I thought was good, like surprisingly
Hateful Eight?
good. Hateful Eight, yeah.
Yeah,
Hard Eight's a good movie too, but
yeah, Hateful Eight was okay. It was good, but I mean I don't think it was like fantastic, but it was good.
yeah, I went in with low expectations and I was super entertained by it. So
Alex Carrots for $10 says I don't like Rococo.
Rococo from
What is Rococo? So I agree with Adam with disliking musicals. You know, there are art forms of overindulgence with self-congratulatory people involved in production. Also why I don't like JJ.
J.J. Abrams. Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
Oh my God. Tradet Smakati Torstag for 50 secs says, you guys should really check out Cuck Philosophy's critique of explaining postmodernism. Yeah, I think you or someone sent me the link to that, and I was like, I should watch this, and then I just totally forgot. So
Explaining postmodernism. I think I've tried to watch that video a few times, but
it's Cuck Philosophy talking about Stephen Hicks's book, I imagine.
oh well, I've read Stephen Hicks's book, so I just figured get it from the source, right?
Yeah, we can. Well, no, but he Cuck Philosophy is, I assume, is disagreeing with Stephen Hicks.
Oh really? He's saying it's all bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, his name's Cuck Philosophy, Adam. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't. I mean, I think a lot of philosophy's cuck too. I don't.
There you
I
go.
disagree. Depends upon the philosophy.
William Kurt for $10 says it's worth noting that hard leftists will deny their opinions are conspiratorial, but that's because they move the conspiracy into the subconscious. You're still conspiring, you just don't know it. True.
Implicit conspiracy theory.
Kill Bill
True.
2 is way better than the first one. That is very true. It's very true.
Yeah, I didn't like the first one, Kill Bill. I thought it was.
The first one's
ridiculous.
okay, but the second one's like really good.
I
The
think
first
I
one was just
saw
kind of
that
like
movie.
oh.
I think I saw that movie right after I had read American Desperado.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there's just so much heinous stuff in there that gangsters do. It seemed completely unbelievable what happened in Kill Bill. So
okay. The first one was kind of just like a kitschy action movie, and the second one was like character and depth and drama. So I liked it a little bit better. Edgar's friendly civics teacher for £5 says, "You two are the epicenter of lighthearted fun on the internet. S-class supervillains, A-Team Anonymous, Coalition of the Winning." That's right, Supervillains Anonymous. S and A. Isn't that amazing how that worked out?
Yeah,
that was not intentional.
Yeah.
That was not intentional.
Not remotely intentional.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's the simulation winking at you.
It is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, baby.
Which Austin Powers is the best Austin Powers?
Yeah, baby. I don't know. They're
second
both
one.
They're both
The second
hilarious.
There's 3, so.
Oh, well, they're all hilarious.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
There you go. Second one is the best one.
I don't remember them in too much detail, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Gabbles for 20 knock knock says, Adam says he's for gay marriage and yet he refuses to marry me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
technically,
true, Adam. That's a little sus. It's a little sus, Adam.
Technically homophobic and also transphobic, displaying genital preferences. So.
Ooh, that's a good point. Good point.
Terrible person I am. Having my own independent desires. What a fucking freak.
How West was won for $5 says, "See if Big Joel will accept an invite so that he can have a chance to defend himself."
Okay. Send him a message or something.
Zara Richards for $2 says, "I join Adam's harem."
Ooh, really? Zara. My wife is not going to be happy about that. But
there you go.
I'll accept the compliment.
RBGH fam for $10 says, "If Charles Murray was teaching critical IQ theory, the left may be able to see the hypocrisy and uselessness of critical race theory." That's a good point.
Hilarious.
Should have brought that up with Hunter in the origin conversation. Yes.
They would have spun it into that you're in favor of critical IQ theory.
Right, right.
Charles Murray. Yeah. They would have turned you into a big time racist if you brought that up. But it is funny.
Mm-hmm.
You have never read the Bell Curve. I've read the Bell Curve, and
it's like
I don't
a million
know what all the
pages.
fuss is.
I've never read the Bell Curve.
Well, not only that, it's very progressive. So
Right.
I don't know. I've said it before. I don't know what the hubbub is.
I just realized Austin Powers 2 is the best one.
Mm-hmm.
Shrek 2 is the best Shrek. Is there some Mike Myers conspiracy about sequels being better than the original?
Maybe he's just getting warmed up with the first one.
Maybe. You've seen the Shrek movies, right, Adam?
Yes, but I can't say I really enjoyed them.
Oh, okay. You didn't? Wow, you didn't like Shrek, Adam?
Oh my!
You didn't like the first 2 Shrek movies? That's a bad take.
Oh my god!
That's a bad take. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean,
That's
they were
a
okay.
Bad take. They're like meme classics, Adam.
No Clockwork Orange or anything, but
Shrek is a masterpiece that Clockwork Orange and Citizen Kane can never achieve, Adam. Okay. That's the true Kino opinion.
okay.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on.
Yeah,
No?
I know that song.
Yeah.
Is that from Shrek?
Hey
now,
sure.
You're an all-star. Get your game on.
They had
hey.
That's right. For years, I thought he said "go get laid" instead of paid.
Oh man, can you imagine in a Shrek movie?
Get laid.
Go get laid.
Shrek is a musical. Have you seen the Shrek musical? That's the real question.
No. You know I haven't. I've seen the Book of Mormon, which is actually great.
That's
which
true.
Goes against
That's
my
true.
whole I hate musicals, but
That's true.
yeah. And I've seen the musical stage performance of Reanimator. So there.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Canvas Infinitum for $5 says Shrek 4 was surprisingly good. think I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Canvas. I'm so sorry. That was the one with like the time gets like rewritten by Rumpelstiltskin, right? I didn't like that one. I thought that was the worst one. I'll be honest. I thought that was the worst one. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. William Kurt for $5 says the fall of Tim Pool is sad. He's become possessed, building his brand, and has devolved into constantly focusing on negative politics. He's so angry.
True. Yeah, every once in a while I watch a Tim Pool because I think, oh, what is this? I don't know what's going on here. I'll get up to speed, and like Tim is yelling at me. I'm like, ah. It's like, okay, I'm cool. I'm good now. Tim does not run a comedy show. We can be certain of that.
No. Week in jail for $5 says correct. Also, please get Aiden in. Also, S class is best class.
Correct.
There you go.
Oh
it's still around. It's still around, guys.
Oh my God.
I should have played that. I should have played that when you were arguing with Hunter.
Yeah. Why didn't you? Why didn't you throw in some corrects when I was
I didn't think about it.
When I was making good points. You halfway took his side in the debate. I was like, oh my God. It's like a 2v1 here.
That's just to lure him into like a false sense of security. Okay, so I can nail him in the CTR conversation.
Sitch and Hunter both.
That's right. So CT drew this. This is a picture of Drunk Shovel, who's in the Laser Addict Discord.
Look at this.
Look at that.
That is.
He's also a dead Drunk Shovel apparently because he's got a halo.
Yeah. That's a lot of booze.
That's a lot of booze. That's a cool picture. I like it.
Do you drink at all? I can't drink.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Like I mean, not like regular. I drink socially. I don't drink alone. I don't drink.
Oh, okay.
You know, I drink when I'm with friends and they're drinking. Sure.
Drink socially.
I'm not a pussy. Okay.
How about crank? Do you do crank socially?
I don't do crack now. You don't drink, Adam, at all?
Not really. I mean, I would drink socially, but yeah, I don't. I'm not a huge drink, and I definitely don't drink more than like one drink or two drinks. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like to get like fucking shit faced,
blasted.
Blasted. Yeah, no, I don't do that. I mean, I did that when I was in college. I don't do that. You know, I'm an old man now. I don't do that now. Okay.
Have you ever fallen downstairs?
No. By being drunk? No.
Yeah.
I've drunk so much I've vomited, but I've never passed out. I've never blacked out. So.
Yeah. I mean, I've passed out. I've never blacked out, but I have fallen downstairs. That's always troublesome. I gave up. I fell down the stairs and I gave up. I'm like, I'm just gonna crash here. God wants to have me at the
You're like that
guy.
When you're at like the college party and you see the guy who's like asleep on the lawn, you're like, that guy just gave up. You know, he was walking somewhere and he just gave up.
I did.
That's Adam. That was Adam.
It only once. Okay, it wasn't like a regular thing. I was resigned to my place in the world that night.
The first ever alcohol I ever had was a shot of Jack Daniel's whiskey. That's right. I started hard.
Really? Oh my God.
None of that pussy beer shit. I just went straight for the hard stuff.
Come on, your dad wouldn't give you a sip of his beer? You didn't get it? That wasn't like your first drink? I thought that was
I probably had a sip of beer like when I was very young and I was like, this is disgusting. Like, why would I ever want to drink this?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I used to love having a sip of my dad's beer.
Ew, why? Yeah. When you're like a kid, beer tastes awful.
Yeah. No way. Beer tastes great.
I don't know.
Anything
if you say so.
You're not allowed to have when you're a kid tastes great.
I guess that's true. Die Hard Dougie for $5 says the new Star Trek is not Star Trek. It's called Laser Murder Trek. Yeah, that's appropriate.
Really? It's not called Lens Flare Trek?
Lens Flare Murder Trek. There you go. Canned Rain for €2 says, I think I've misplaced my free will. Has anyone seen it? I've seen it because you get 10 free units of free will, Canned. There you go.
Wow.
Hold on to this. Don't misplace this one, okay?
What's an example of something I can do with 10 free units of free will? Is there?
Yeah.
Let me think.
You sure you want to know the answer to this question?
Is that enough to steal a car?
No. 10 free units of free will be used to prevent you from stealing the car.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I do enjoy stealing cars.
Yes.
Is it doing? I mean, I guess it could be either or.
No, generally doing drugs, you use your free will to prevent you from doing drugs.
Okay, I got you.
Generally, yes, right.
It's overcoming the elephant, right? The elephant is like, give me them drugs. Oh my God.
The elephant wants the drugs. The elephant wants you to
Right.
steal the car.
Right. Yes. Yes. Yep.
William Kurt for another $5. Thank you, William. Says quote, moderate liberal conservative, or better known as square circles.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah,
Them
good
square
point.
circles. Peter L for 56 says Big Joe watches Roots backwards so he can point to it as how liberalism made the West more racist.
Oh my God. That's great.
Funny. Love that.
That
funny.
is good. He full on tenants.
Tenants Roots, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, how did I miss this one? Coalition commandant for $20 says heading out for a 20-mile ride. So keep this energy up for the next hour. Also, don't believe anything those Artstokens say. They're all terrorists. Oh, that's not true. You dirty Kalechian bastards. I know all about you. Sneaking into our country, blowing up our soldiers. I'm on to you, you dirty Kalechian.
This better be in a book or something. It's better
It's
be
a video
fictional.
game.
Yeah. That makes
Don't worry,
sense.
Kalechians are fictional people, Adam. I'm committing fictional racism. It's okay. Diehard Dougie for $10 says all conservatives have to have a form of liberalism in their ideology to accept America because the founding ideology is liberalism. You would hope so. You would hope so. It seems like I would like Lauren and John don't seem to be very big on liberalism. So
Yeah. But
Oh,
they
you
would
s-
admit that freely. The tradcons
Right.
definitely admit that. They're like, what? Democracy? What? Go back to the king. Why do we fuck up? Why are we giving people
Right.
rights?
the expert
I mean,
layman made this GIF that you're showing on stream.
Yeah. Can
It
you
says,
spot
can you
the...
spot the non-serial killer?
Mhm.
Did you correctly guess which one was not the serial killer?
It's the one in the middle.
No, that's a serial killer.
Oh, it is.
They're all serial killers. It's a trick question. They're all serial killers. That's the
Wait,
trick.
isn't one of these Big Joel, though? Are you
Big
saying...
Joe killed my brain cells in this conversation.
okay,
He
okay.
killed good faith. Big Joel is a serial killer of killing good faith discussion.
Arguments.
Adam.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes.
Multiple times.
I will be
Serially.
honest. You look at all their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
All the three other guys have like dead people eyes. Like Big Joel is the only one that looks like he has a little bit of life in there. I mean, you know,
I know.
he's going
struggling.
on the path though. I can see it. He's going on the path. Okay.
Yeah, it's in the mouth more, though.
That's right. I thank you, expert layman.
Evil. Big Joel thanks you, too. Big Joel's...
Simon O'Leary for $5 New Zealand says Children of Men is a great movie. Also,
yeah.
check out Once Were Warriors, a New Zealand classic. Oh, interesting.
I
I
believe
didn't even know
I've
you guys
seen
made
that.
movies, I'll be honest.
I believe I've seen that. Once Were Warriors.
Once Were Warriors. Oh, okay.
Once Were...
Are you sure
I
you're
know
not
it.
thinking of The Warriors, which is a completely different movie?
How about Rumblefish? You like Rumblefish?
I've never heard of that one.
Really? You never seen Rumblefish? Oh my God. It's amazing.
Also, they said A-Team drinks soup from a glass.
Mm-hmm.
And S-Class is the best class. Thank you. Thank you.
I haven't seen Once Were Warriors, but it looks pretty good. 1994, same year as Pulp Fiction.
There you go.
Yeah.
Fairy Joker for $2 says, "I think you skipped my $20 super chat. Yeah, I missed it when we were going through it, but I'm getting there. Don't worry, I'm getting there from doing it in the order." I read that one. Yes, the Dark Conservatarian for $10. Says Sitch and Adam, I don't completely agree with you on people being able to identify as whatever they want politically. Example, no BS wouldn't be a liberal just because he claims to be. That's a good point. That's a good point.
No, what's that? No BS wouldn't.
No BS wouldn't be proper for him to say he self-identifies as a liberal just because he makes the claim. So
right.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Jadalhar for 5,000 yen. Thank you, Jadalhar. Says, Konnichiwa again from Japan. Another good stream as always. And just to clarify to everyone, I use he/ha pronouns. And I identify as a jackass.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
I like that. He/ha pronouns. That's funny. Adam had to be racist about it. I thought it was funny.
What? I liked it.
Okay. I think that serial killer thing is distracting me. Like seeing it in the corner of my eye. Yeah.
I will take it off.
Destiny's Tiny Coke for $4.99 says, Adam, congrats on coming out as part of the LGBTQ MMT community.
Yeah, totally. Especially the MMT part.
John Smith for $4.99 says, hey Adam, what did your cats get you for Father's Day?
Nothing as of yet, but I might get a hairball later. Who knows? We'll see.
A dead bird, dead lizard.
Yeah. Yep. Oh God, it's so terrible when they kill the birds. I feel so bad.
I know.
Evil.
Your pal Ashley for $20 says, happy Father's Day to my favorite YouTube gay dads. Thank you, Ashley. We appreciate it.
Is there a rumor going around that we're gay married now?
Adam, when are we just going to come out in the open with it, okay? I don't know why we're hiding. Why are we hiding our love for each other?
Well, I have some shipping art here. You want me to show it?
You have shipping art? I want you to show the shipping art, Adam.
It's terrible.
Show us the shipping.
Here it is.
William Kerr for $5 says something like 30% of Democrats think the election was won with dishonest means. Let's not pretend like it's all one side who don't like the outcome.
Hell yeah, exactly.
Let me bring up Adam's favorite person in the world, Scott Adams. Scott Adams' position. Scott Adams' position is that you can get 25% of any group of people to agree to anything. So if you ever see like 25% of a poll, you should just ignore it.
Yeah,
that's his position.
By how you word it.
So
can't believe you're still watching Scott Adams. If this keeps up, I feel completely betrayed.
So here we have, oh my God, who made this?
I know, it's awful. Oh no, Adam Kuhn. I incest. What? First of all, it can't be incest because we're not related, but.
Sitch-chan, I can watch my own back. Oh no, Adam Kuhn, I incest. I don't know, what is I incest?
I know, it just occurred to me that it's supposed to be I insist.
Oh, I get it. That's funny. It's a pun.
It's your pun. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I get it.
I incest.
Oh my God.
So
Patrick Mulligan made this awful thing. Thank you.
It's
Patrick.
not actually. I guess it's not actually incest, though.
Patrick says in the Discord, last week on, quote, there's no way my little Sitchter can be this cute.
My little.
I can't tell. Is that Sitch-chan? Is the body female or male? I can't tell from the picture. But
I mean,
I'm going to say female. So
I see some boobage there.
There's some boobage there. There you go. There you go. Lonesome One for $5 says Big Joel is a prime example of an ivory tower leftist who looks down on right wingers and can't seem to understand that not everyone thinks like him. True.
Yeah.
Not Gay Ben. Oh my God. Our favorite super chatter.
What?
Not Gay Ben.
He's gay?
Says Big Joel, more like Big Gay. Unlike me, of course, in parentheses.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There you go.
That's hilarious.
Hey, Sam. Sam is in the chat. See what you spawned, Sam. See what you spawned. See what your art
is? Oh, look at that. Yeah.
See what your art has done, Sam.
People are having fun with the Sitch-chans.
They sure are.
That's like their favorite.
They're having
piece of
quote
art.
fun.
Yeah.
Stock for $5 says, well, one thing I noticed is that Sam last week was saying that critical race pedagogy was in schools, but CRT wasn't, as if they're unrelated. Yeah, they have a lot of the same core assumptions. So yeah. True. And critical race pedagogy is like the worst. Is the worst.
Why are you spending so much time with the CRT stuff?
I don't know.
You're just curious? Which is better, CRT or MMT?
MMT. Obviously.
Which is truer?
MMT, obviously.
Yeah, by a long shot.
It's not even a contest. William Kurt for $10 says, the thing is, it's that the alt-left is only a pseudo-religion. These people can't forgive your sins. You can only grovel to them. Your whiteness can never be washed away, no matter how much you beg. True.
Yeah. It's racist.
Yep. Luke Cooper for £5 says, hey guys, can you check the Mechanicus intro on YouTube for some transhumanist 40K awesomeness? Much love, A-Team Supreme.
Sweet.
There you go. The Mechanicus. Fairy Joker for $20. Thank you very much, Fairy. Says, holy cow, Adam, how can you say other people don't get it? I was dismantling a racial stereotype that you asked about, parentheses, like a trap, and you didn't good faith respond at all. You just labeled and dismissed me as a gross racist.
Mm-hmm.
When did you talk to Fairy Joker?
Maybe in DMs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't. I would disagree with that categorization. I felt like I do feel like the DMs were. I mean, I didn't. There were some hypotheticals that made me uncomfortable.
I see. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna side with Fairy Joker, even though I don't know any of the conversation, and say you're a bad men's.
Okay, well that's fine. But I mean, well, I feel like I've been good faith, genuinely good faith with everybody about you guys accepting your opinions. If you think stereotypes are good for you, like they work for you, and there's definitely an argument to be made that the sexist stereotypes may have more validity than the racist stereotypes because there seems to be more difference between men and women than there is between races. But so it's particularly the racist stereotypes that bug the shit out of me. But there are obviously some sexist stereotypes that you could make an argument have some validity to them. But my entire argument is that they have zero validity to them at the individual level, which is what you should be focused on, which is the whole reason why people are against stereotypes. But if you are in favor of them, if you think, oh, stereotypes are great, I love stereotypes, stereotypes are my thing,
there you go.
You keep on keeping on.
King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus, for $14.99 says, man, A-Team sure is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. I bet Sitch has never heard of these words before.
Wow. Coming hard for S-Class there.
That's right. That's the, you know what that is that he just rattled off?
No, I don't, but it sounds like
it's the Scout Law.
Wow.
Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent.
Sounds like you know those by heart.
On my honor, to do my best, to do my duty, to God and my country, to obey the Scout Law, to help other people at all times, to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight.
You must probably had to memorize those before you got your Eagle Scout.
I did have to. I mean, you'd say them like once a week at the little Scout meetings. So.
Oh, so it was easy to remember.
Yes. Well, people would say, and I remember there was some contention because like in the Scout Oath at the end of it, it's morally straight. And people were like, oh, that means you're anti-gay. So there was some argument about how to interpret that. So. King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus, for another $4.99 says, did it work? Did we engage in a little bit of trolling? Yes, I was very trolled.
You were trolled? Nice.
I was very trolled, yes.
It's always best when Sitch gets trolled.
That's true. Week in Jail for $20 says, thank you for keeping me from going insane at work, guys. Started listening to this stream a few days ago. Came for the S-Class. Stayed for the S-Class.
What?
Adam, you're cool. Adam, you're cool too, though. There you go.
Well, good.
It's a win-win all around. Also, they said, Correct. There you go. Justin Hart for $5 says, evangelicals are the red team SJWs. Change my mind. True.
Oh my God.
That's very true. Batosai, oh my God, the only Batosai in the chat says, was Sitch in Order of the Arrow? No, I was not. I explicitly refused to join Order of the Arrow because I'm like, this is a cult, okay? I'm in a Boy Scouts, but I'm not in a cult, okay?
What is Order of the Arrow?
It was like a weird Boy Scout cult in Boy Scouts, yes.
It's like once you make Eagle Scout, you get to go in with the red robes and like the candles and
that's right.
All kinds of stuff.
I was like, no one's spanking me. Okay.
Don't tell anyone where we touched you.
I ain't getting spanked.
What's the arrow? What order are the arrows in?
You're just a pervert, Adam.
Well, I'm just asking questions.
Oh my God. I'm just asking questions. Sarah for $5 says, they stood up for you against censorship because those who are anti-censorship will support you regardless of your side. Hunter, common enemy, come on. Yep.
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says, if the government passed a law saying all men have to take a plug up the rear, Hunter here would pull down his pants.
Oh my God.
You wouldn't want to violate the law. Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah, the beginning stuff wasn't as good about the tech censorship and stuff like that. I was just, I don't know. Seems obvious.
Lore the Nerds for $5. Hey, Lord. Says Colbert has a character named Ching Chong Ding Dong. Oh, I vaguely remember there was some issue about this. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Did they have to like delete all those old episodes?
He got, if I recall correctly, it was really dumb because the character was mocking, like, I think it was mocking some conservative person, saying like the conservative person thinks that this stereotype of Chinese people is true. And yet they still had to apologize because, you know, it was racist.
Yeah.
So it's too bad because Colbert was great back on the Colbert Report, and now he's like just fucking awful.
Yeah.
It's sad. Either die a hero or live long enough to be the villain. Though, you know who that didn't apply to? Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart came back on Colbert Show and mocked Colbert basically to his face.
Ooh.
For
spicy.
For denying. He was mocking everyone, really. He's mocking the left for them criticizing the fact that COVID could be a lab leak. You didn't see that clip? It was hilarious. It was really great.
Oh my God.
You gotta check it out.
How the tables have turned.
Yes, you gotta check it out.
This is like the certainty thing.
Yep. 100%.
You're so certain, Hunter. You're so certain.
You changed the topic, or I changed the topic. I was going to bring that up. I was going to be like, you know, the certainty issue falls directly in line with COVID because like a year ago, YouTube would have banned you for, oh, this was on the certainty. This was on the YouTube banning for TOS violations. I was going to say, you know, YouTube.
But it still fits in with the certainty shit.
Right. But it does. Yes. I was going to say YouTube, you know, could ban you for proposing the lab leak hypothesis. Is I'm pretty sure Brett Weinstein got in trouble for that. And yet now it's true. Now it's like, you know, now it's like, well, it could be true. And I was gonna say Brett's also got in trouble right now because he was talking about ivermectin or whatever, and for some reason that's getting him in trouble on YouTube. So
I wanted to go into like, well, how do you know that the social media companies have access to truth? But I didn't want to go there because it'd take too long, and I wanted to move on to the trans, and you wanted to move on to the CRT, but.
Right.
I mean, I thought it was a decent discussion, so we'll find out. We'll hear in the comments what other people think. I hope you guys liked it.
Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says, how many Democratic mainstreamers advocated violence during last summer and are still on big tech despite violence being against the TOS? That's a good point.
Totally. 100%. Yeah. Openly advocated violence.
Patrick Mulligan says, blame CT for my quote art. She inspired me with her own hard work. That's funny. Fairy Joker for $5 clarifies saying, Adam, I was arguing that negative stereotypes are harmful, but can have a grain of truth. Ignoring that truth can harm individuals, and you dismiss this.
We're arguing definitions here, though, because like you're saying that.
Hold on, I'll be right back while you explain or
Okay.
you walk back whatever you were saying.
I'll wait. I will wait for
No,
you to get
you
back,
go.
just because I
You
want to
go.
make it. I want to make sure it's clear, though. I mean, there's a distinction
Make it clear to
here.
the chat.
Well, I don't.
Okay,
you're
I'll
accusing
wait.
me.
Okay,
You're
I'll
accusing
wait.
me of like repeating myself over and
Okay,
over again.
I'll wait. Tell me your stuff.
No, go ahead. I'll just
Give me your spiel.
I'll chat about something else until
Okay.
you come back. I want you to be rested. I want you to be ready for this. That's right. That's right. Is it fairy? Is it fairy Joker? Fairy Joker. Fairy Joker. I'll make sure that it's clear. But by the time Sitch gets back, I may have actually forgotten. So we'll have to reread the super chat. I just want to make sure that it is clear. It's 100% clear. So unfortunately, yours is the only. Oh, wait. Jay Ross for 5 Canadian says 18 for life. Adam is right about 12-year-olds voting. Well, thank you, Jay Ross. I honestly hope that John Smith is still in the chat so that she could hear me read that super chat, because nothing triggers John like someone that agrees with me on 12-year-olds voting. I thought of a way to, like, a metaphor to explain my 12-year-olds voting better. But I've been streaming for a while right now, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. So hopefully I wrote it down somewhere. Let's talk about prepping for $5 says, could I suggest having some evidence of CRT in K-12 for the next debate? Make the convo about the ground effects, not foundational writing. Sometimes I read and I don't necessarily comprehend as I'm reading, because I'm like at cognitive
Were you reading
load.
a super chat or something?
Yeah, I'm like at cognitive load just to be able to, which is
Are you saying
terrible.
Adam can't take a big load? Is that what you're saying?
You know what cognitive load means.
Adam's taking a big cognitive load, guys.
You're such a little bitch. Let's talk about prepping for $5 says. Could I suggest having some evidence of CRT in K-12 for the next debate? I'm not sure that there is going to be a next CRT debate. Maybe Sitch is gearing up for a CRT debate. I would love to see Sitch debate Destiny on CRT if Destiny's going to take the ridiculous, because that's an easy destroy right there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny because did we talk about this off stream? I thought we talked about this on stream earlier.
So I do agree with the second part of the super chat, though. Make the convo about the ground effects, not the foundational writing. Yeah. This is a good point, because what people are using it for is way different than the foundational writing.
Yeah, I said this early in the stream. I didn't, I just wanted to broach the topic with Hunter because he just talked about it. But I'm always curious as to what argument people will make. But yeah, I said earlier in the stream that for the going forward in the future, it might be more helpful to find examples of things that are being taught in classrooms and say, I don't like this, because then they can't sort of weasel out of whether it's being taught or not. And then you don't get into an argument about whether that's real critical race theory or not. And then you say, well, I don't care whether it's critical race theory or not. I don't like this.
This being taught, yes.
Right. So yeah, no, I agree. I totally agree with that.
You sent me a very good video, and I posted in the chat a while back a link to it, that the guy outlined critical race theory in all the ways that, we've kind of been talking about. But I noticed he did use the book White Fragility in the end, and I was thinking, oh, Sam's going to say, oh, that's not critical race theory. That's
right.
I was like, okay. So I do think there is some conflation going on. Like perhaps the white fragility stuff is just, people who hate racism or hate white. They hate whites, basically, which is different than the critical race theory stuff.
Yeah, the guy's name is Ryan Chapman. And I put a link in the chat. He has a really great video on critical race theory, and he has really good videos on a lot of just woke stuff in general.
Yeah,
and
I like watch more of them.
And he does this thing that's really good, which I like, where he'll be commenting on something, and then he'll show the source he's reading from on screen with the book cover, so exactly what's being talked about.
Where he's getting it, yeah. The video is critical race theory in their own words, which I thought it's kind of brilliant, yeah. And Sam on Twitter is just like a maniac. I tweeted at Sam that he should do a response to this video because, you know, he's going all crazy. I can't remember the name of the guy, but he's the guy that has the video on critical race theory with the dark music, like the Marxists are coming for your children music.
I don't know.
Watch that one.
Those videos, no.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. A clip was going around of him talking about critical race theory with the guy from Black News Network that I can't remember his name either.
Oh, yeah, Mark Lamont Hill.
Yeah, Mark Lamont. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy is an investigative journalist, and he has some videos, and he did a video on critical race theory that is basically saying it's related to Marxism, but I mean, it is related to Marxism.
Right.
Which, if you hate Marxism, I don't know. The other guy that you just put the link to the chat has a really good take on that. He's like, I don't think you should have to understand Marxism to know that this is garbage. Which I totally agree with. It's like, okay. I mean, the thing about Marxism is, I mean, if you're talking about worker co-ops within a capitalist framework, fucking knock yourself out. If you're talking about the abolition of property rights, and fuck you. So back to Fairy Joker's $5. Adam, I was arguing that negative stereotypes are harmful, but can have a grain of truth. Ignoring that truth can harm individuals. You dismiss this. Okay, can I respond? Because the whole point, and this is just the thing, I mean, I can say it over and over again. I know I'm repeating myself, but the whole point of stereotypes is to say all of a group displays this characteristic, or most of a group displays this characteristic. The whole point of stereotypes, the untruth is embedded in the stereotype. Now, if you're saying, okay, they have a grain of truth because someone within the group displays this attribute that's in the stereotype, but that's not a stereotype. That's just like some person has this attribute. There is no grain of truth in there. Do you understand what I'm saying, Sitch?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Is this unclear? Let's just say for the sake of argument, 20% of Asian people are terrible drivers. Okay, there's a stereotype we all have.
Sure.
That Asians are terrible drivers. Okay, if 80% of Asians are good drivers and 20% of Asians are bad drivers, yet there's a stereotype that all Asians or most Asians are bad drivers. Explain to me where the grain of truth is.
Well, it would depend on whether the 20% number is across all ethnic grounds, or whether that'd be a higher percentage, right? That'd be whether it has a grain of truth or not.
Well, I mean, if you're saying that like it's 55% or 60%, maybe you could make an argument that it's a grain of truth.
Well, no, they would say
you're at least talking about a majority of the person.
Again, I don't think this is true, so don't clip me. This is just a hypothetical, but I assume the argument they would make was say, okay, if hypothetically 20% of Asians are quote unquote bad drivers, but the average for other ethnicities is like 10%. They would say, okay, so there's a disproportionate amount of Asians that are bad drivers.
It's
and
still
then
not
the
a useful stereotype.
I know, but wait, hold on. And then you would say, and I would agree with, the stereotype would be then to assume, the negative stereotype would be to assume that that's indicative of like the majority or the norm of Asians, just because they have some higher percentage.
Yeah, or that you're going to encounter like, you should fucking pull over. I saw an Asian driver.
Right.
We're all going to die.
I'm assuming that's what people mean when they say grain of truth, which again, I don't know if that's true.
How can you even classify that as truth? That's the only argument that I'm making. If that's your truth, if that's your metaphorical truth, and it's, the hill that you want to die on, knock yourself out. I'm not here, but I'm just trying to make my position clear here.
Right.
This is why, and you're saying you dismiss me. This is why I'm dismissing you. Okay. Because I don't think it's a good metric. And we're predisposed as human beings to believe that this is a good metric. You're here arguing that it's a good good metric because it's something that you find useful. And I'm trying to say,
I'm not arguing this.
Well, Fairy Joker is arguing.
Oh,
this. Yeah, not you, obviously. So I'm just saying, like, you're better off. This is like optimism bias. You're better off knowing, okay, I have a bias towards optimism. Like human beings have an optimism bias. It's better you want to understand what that bias is and counteract it. We have a stereotype bias that I find it like better for me to categorically dismiss the stereotypes because they aren't helpful, they aren't useful, and most of the time they're to hurt people. So that's the whole purpose. The all Trump voters are racist is designed for one thing. It's not to give you useful information about Trump voters.
Right. Okay. Redwall 1521 for $5 says the problem isn't that there exists a stereotype. It matters when the stereotypes are used to create actual legal discrimination. I disagree with it. I think, I mean, obviously that's bad, but I think you can have stereotypes that don't have legal ramifications that are still bad for society as a whole. So,
well, and there are juries. Do you think stereotypes like affect trial outcomes?
That's true. That's a good point.
Right. Like what happens when the Asian driver is in traffic court?
Yeah. Right. Right. Or you have like the black guy, who's on trial, and you're like, well, the stereotype is that black people are criminals.
Yes.
Even if there's no law there, that's still obviously, you don't want to have people, making these decisions based on negative stereotypes. So.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
They're pernicious and can be dangerous. So, sure. I mean, there's lots of places where you can say that.
Contrast for 2 Aussie says, LOL, Asian drivers, just be careful. Source, I am Asian.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's funny. I didn't know.
There you go.
Contrast. Well, we know Contrast is a bad driver on the individual level, right? Of course.
True. Anyone that doesn't understand the end of Watchmen comic obviously can't drive very well.
Yeah. Correlation is causation.
That's true. Dr. Diddler for $5 says, I've structured all the rules and framed them to benefit my backwards thinking and silence my opponent. Why do people not just follow the rules? Yeah, I thought we could make some ground with Hunter on that issue, but I don't think we did. So,
which was the issue? Was it
well, he's saying, well, conservatives are just violating the TOS more.
Oh yeah, he did.
And then we were saying, but the TOS rules are sort of enshrined mostly under leftist normative claims. So
yes,
I don't know if that's a good counter argument.
We couldn't really get it. I mean, I would have loved to go into, there are these different moral foundations and there are different groups that have different intuition. But nah.
Well, you don't even need to get into that. I mean, and it makes sense because if businesses, I mean, you don't even have to look at it conspiratorially, right? Or even politically. You can say if businesses just don't want to get sued, they're going to take what they perceive as the most quote unquote harm reducing strict TOS rules, which is obviously going to be like a alt left perspective.
Yes. So. Yeah. Because all the laws are basically constructed where, it's hate speech. It's a hate crime.
Right.
Yeah.
Say Bra for $5 says the left is literally trying to frame conservatives as fascist and domestic terrorist. The TOS argument is nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also
I want to get into it.
Also a negative stereotype.
I want to get into it, but we didn't have time. I was I don't know. I was curious as to what, if Hunter still had any conservative political issues that he still supported.
Yeah.
Because we were really focused on social stuff. But I was curious as to, I mean, he said he was a social democrat, so you can't really be a social democrat and be economically conservative. So.
Yeah.
Bionicle lives, but it was one word, so it was confusing. For $10, says the quote obey the law and quote obey the TOS arguments are fundamentally different because laws are created democratically through legislation and TOS is a corporate authority.
Totally.
You cannot ignore the difference. That's a good point.
Good. Yeah, great point.
Oh, there was a good meme that I sent you that Vincent Tundo made.
Always a good meme.
Yes. Vincent's always cranking out the funny memes.
Oh, yeah.
Trapping Akbar 7 for 499 says, imagine we got Sargon, Aiden, and Sean on stream. That'd be like a boss fight. Poor Hunter. Yeah, that wouldn't be very fair.
Yeah, not at all. Fair. Not at all. I mean, I'm glad Hunter came on. So
yeah, sure. Fairy Joker continues for another $5 saying, Adam, you were saying that negative stereotypes are false. Just saying that they could lead people to believe statistical analysis is bad. I hate stereotypes.
Well, I've explained why I believe they're false. So if you believe they're true, okay. Okay.
Person 100 for $5 says, woke/progressives being labeled as alt-left seems like an unclean scheme, but they shout alt-right and diet Nazi, so it's in good company. A team for life.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, that's the point. It is supposed to be sort of like a reversal. So
yeah, it's fighting dirty, getting in the streets. We're gonna label you before you can label us. What rhymes with Nazi? We gotta find a word for the alt-left that makes you think Nazi. Is there another word for Nazi?
I don't know. So this is the meme that Vincent made. I tweeted out Adam.
Is great.
I said, this disgusting. This was in response to
this dirty, disgusting lie will not stand.
This was in response to the Surf's video. Yeah. So I said, this disgusting lie will not stand. I'm removing friended moderation powers from the channel because he listed me as a loyal sidekick.
I know. Terrible. I can't believe you didn't see it in the whole video.
I didn't.
First of all, this was, I can't remember who it was, but this was someone in the chat's idea.
I saw it eventually. I remember commenting on it and telling you to pull it off eventually, but I didn't see it for the duration of the clip that Lance clipped. So.
Oh, he got in a Surf's video.
Right, I'm so angry.
So good.
I'm so mad. I'm so angry.
So good. Who did this drawing here? This drawing is pretty kick-ass. Look at all these wrenches.
Man, it's got Adam sitting on the Game of Thrones. Gulez for 5 Canadian says, get Sargon and Aiden in here, you cowards. We don't want Sargon and Aiden to beat up on
You should reread the super chat because I think we might have lost connection for a second there.
I said Gulez for 5 Canadian said, get Sargon and Aiden in here, you cowards. We don't want I haven't felt awkward about it with
two of us. Yeah, exactly.
With Sean. With Sam. I don't want to have every time we have a guest on, we have people come on to double team them. I don't know. It seems weird, but
yeah.
Person 100 for $5 says, Adam called Lance out in his clip harvesting behavior during your debate. Good to know he was just biding his time. Mm-hmm. A-team cleans the schemes.
Yeah. Taking them out. Yeah. Investigative journalism. But we're still a comedy show, guys. Don't. Oh, this is great.
There's a tweet. I didn't even see this. Sargon sent us this tweet. This is a Big Joel tweet from this year of May. I guess this was about the pride kink thing. Joel said, the notion that exposing kids to the concept of adult sexuality is inherently predatory, harmful, or toxic is really odd on the face of it. Seems to obscure the actual structures of abuse and power that victimize kids in real life. That's a weird...
What?
That's a weird tweet, Big Joel. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely lots of kids that are victims of child abuse and sex
Hell
abuse.
Yeah, lots. Yeah.
Right.
It's lame. It's lame. Fucking terrible.
Well, also, it's just people have an idea, which I agree with, which is that you gotta let kids to some age, especially pre-puberty. Kids aren't really thinking about sex pre-puberty, and I think that's a good thing. I don't think you should have kids worrying about sex pre-puberty. I don't think you want to confuse. And also, kids are it's confusing. Kids don't understand it. When I was 3, I thought Michael Jackson was a girl because he had long hair. Little kids have very simplistic ideas of the world, and that they naturally find out are not true as they get older. You don't need. When I was 3, I didn't need to have a drag queen read me a fucking story to explain that Michael Jackson wasn't a girl because he had long hair. I figured it out. Okay, it was fine. It was
well,
totally
also,
Blaire.
I mean, they would typically make the argument that like some kid is going to see somebody with like 2 dads or 2 moms. Therefore, we have to explain to them how hardcore sex works. It's like, what? No. They're not thinking about, like, even their mom and their dad. They're not thinking about, oh, how did I come into the world? You know?
Right.
It's like, just tell them, you know, some people have 2 dads, some people have 2 moms.
Yeah, it's fine.
You don't need to explain like in detail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's weird.
Some weird guy for $5 says, get Game Grumps on so Adam and Danny can relieve their retro glory days, and so Sitch can grill Aaron on gaming quality and Danny on sexual escapades.
Oh my God, that sounds good. What's his?
It does sound pretty good. William Kerr for $5 says, prolonged use of puberty blockers renders people infertile. What's the argument here? Yeah, I assume. Yeah, I wasn't really. I didn't know we were gonna have this trans conversation, but so I would have had sources. I thought we were just gonna talk about like sort of like vague, because I was more interested in Hunter's like political transformation. But yeah, no, I imagine, and I've heard this before, that and this makes sense. Long-term use of puberty blockers has effects, and even not even long-term, short-term use of it has effects on the brain. Like, it's sort of this weird thing that doctors do where they have some medicine and they sort of look at the body as like this sort of segmented machine. Like, you can just do something that affects one aspect of your body and there's no consequences anywhere else.
Yeah.
And that's so fucking untrue. And so, yeah, I don't buy the fact that, you know, you can just be on puberty blockers and there's no risk whatsoever, you know, it has no negative repercussions. Like, skeptical.
I mean, think about backing it up.
I just want to say, to be clear, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't necessarily, it might be worth it for some people to do it. I'm just saying, let's be honest about it. Let's not just be like, oh, it's like totally fine, it has no problem.
Yeah. Easy peasy, right? Imagine if you wanted to delay the fetal development of your pregnancy. Maybe it's, you know, inconvenient to give birth in June or whatever. So you want to hold it off a couple months.
I don't want them to be a dirty Gemini, okay?
It's like, yeah, exactly. Maybe you're predisposed to a certain, you know, you'd rather have a cancer. So you're like, can we hold this baby out? Yes, I can there's some medication that we can have that will halt the fetal development for 2 months. So you can have, it's like, maybe you do a cost benefit on whether or not that's a good idea. I don't know. But, and he was bringing up the Ritalin thing, but what are they giving kids Ritalin for? Like, so they can concentrate more when they study? It seems like a kind of a huge trade-off to say, okay, well, this might make you sterile, but, you know, if you're having trouble studying, it's like, what the fuck are you studying for? Like, aren't you studying so you can have a good job and a family? Oh, too bad, you're sterile. Oh, okay. Well, that didn't work out great. That was a bad cost benefit analysis.
Right. Also, in since he sent this article, I thought about bringing this up with Hunter. I felt like it wouldn't be productive, which was that I remembered there was that, you know, that situation with Jazz, you know, a famous trans lady, trans girl, and she couldn't actually get bottom surgery because since she delayed puberty, her dick wasn't big enough to transform.
Oh, I remember
vagina.
that.
So I mean, there are issues there. Yeah.
Oh, I remember that. Very sad.
Yeah.
Very sad.
Well,
hold on. This is the whole thing. Like, Hunter's totally acting like he has all the answers. Like, no, we figured all this out. I have this study here. We know with certainty. All I wanted was to just, you know, have a little humility about what we actually know. I don't think we got it though. But anyway, you can go on to it.
Jari for $5 says, I can't provide much, but I wish this channel a long and prosperous career. You saved me all from so many boring hours on my work shifts. Don't worry, Jari, we do this out of love.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jari. We really appreciate it.
It does make me feel good that people are, you know, getting through a hard work day. As someone who's like, I've worked in a factory where I just listen to music over and over again.
Right.
So repetitive. It's like, it's kind of cool. Yeah.
Definitely. Chris Jones for $5 says Shapiro's position on trans is exactly the same as what you described earlier, Sitch. It's a mental illness, and they are deserving of respect and empathy. Oh, okay. So there you go. Yeah, I don't know what his position was, so I don't want to comment on it one way or the other.
That's Big Joel?
No, that's Ben Shapiro's position.
Oh, Ben Shapiro.
I think Hunter mentioned something about it, but I don't remember exactly what he said. William Kerr for $5 says the supposed benefit of trans people who transition is negligible, single-digit differences. I've heard that claim too. Yep.
There's a lot of claims being made.
Lots of claims.
I'm skeptical of a lot of these claims. You dig in and you're like, oh, well, there's not enough statistical data here for me to really say this claim isn't going to be bullshit in 2 years.
Joey Not Nice for $20 says, doesn't matter if conservatives are being censored. The question is, do you think these companies should be able to censor? Nothing currently stops them. Not censoring should be required for Section 230 protections. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think, obviously, there have to be some...
it depends on the censoring thing.
Yeah, there has to be some moderation they can do. But I agree that part of 230 protections, there should be something. I'm not exactly sure what the specifics would be, how we'd work that out, but that was, I think, one of Trump's biggest failings. They didn't really hammer anything out for that. Whatsoever.
It totally bit him in the end too.
Yep,
totally bit him in the end.
It did. But it's weird. I don't know if, and this is sort of the problem with it, is that the conservatives have had such a problem making those arguments effectively, because before 2014, for the last 40 years, conservatives were basically like, no regulations on business whatsoever. So for them to kind of turn around and be like, well, we need to regulate these private businesses, it was like it puts them in an awkward position, to say the least.
DeSantis.
DeSantis doesn't give a fuck.
The governor, your governor. He's the man. He's willing to step up and come on. He's the one willing to regulate them. He's going to be our next president.
Oh God.
They have a tiff going too.
Really?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Massive tiff. Yeah.
I don't know why these people have such like a fucking hate boner for Sean. It's very strange to me.
Sean in his videos is condescending as fuck, and I think it does rub people the wrong way. I know that he's joking. I know that he's just playing around, but
I don't know. To me, his condescension always comes off as like a bit.
It's a total gag. Yeah, exactly.
Like a bit, yeah. So.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, let's be honest. Most of the people he's referring to are condescending as fuck too. So
I know. That's the thing. It's like
kind of like tit for tat.
Dish it out, but you can't take it.
Right.
Come on.
Absolute Unit for $5 says #cause no harm. There you go.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was shooting for, but
yeah.
Do you disagree that the position's mischaracterized as like conservatives could care less about harming people? That's actually the goal. They want to harm people.
Well, I think the distinction you're trying to make is that usually the conservative position is strawmanned to be like the Lauren position, this is degenerate, not necessarily that it causes or can cause harm. So
right.
Which, I mean, obviously there's conservatives that believe both those things.
Yes. Yeah, but I'd argue that they're in smaller numbers that are really like care about the degeneracy.
Right. Akilian Narayana Swami. Sorry if I said your name wrong. Akilian. For $20. Thank you very much. Says, I'm an Eagle Scout and was in Order of the Arrow. It was definitely a cult with all the secrecy, though they didn't make us do anything weird. I didn't do Brotherhood, which was the next level, so who knows what went on in there.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
The Brotherhood level. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was sort of joking about Order of Arrow being a cult. Like, I remember when we were in Scouts, like they do this weird thing where they try to seem like cool. So it's like, it's all secret, we're going to be very secretive. And so we'd always joke about it being a cult. And they had this very silly initiation procedure where like these guys would come over when you were initiated, and there'd be a guy who would drum on these like really big tom-tom drums, and the guys would like hit your shoulders in rhythm. They go like dun 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 dun, and then they cross their hands and go dun 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 dun, and it just looked really silly. And so I was like, I don't want to do this. This looks goofy as fuck. And we actually it was really funny. We actually would do a thing where the way that you're recommended for Order of the Arrow is you don't ask to be in it. Other people recommend you for it, and then you're just selected.
Right.
And so it was hilarious because we would intentionally troll each other by selecting people who didn't want to be in it to make
recommending them.
And it was funny because they tried to do it to me, and the one time that I would have been selected, I didn't go on that camp out, so I actually missed it. I dodged the bullet.
They were trying to embarrass you.
I dodged the cult, guys. I could have been on one of those I was in a cult shows, but I dodged the bullet.
It's so funny that you got out of it just purely on your intuition that it just looked goofy.
I was just like,
maybe it would have been great. Like if you had the different intuition, if you would have been like, this
Probably.
looks awesome, you'd totally be in there.
Well, I was very cynical, as I'm sure you can tell, even as a child. So whenever I see people making like a big deal about something and trying too hard, I'd always be like, looks a little cringe, bro. Looks a little cringe.
Don't like the tryhards.
Yeah, too try-hardy. Static Wave 09 for $10 says, if anyone wants to know Hunter's stance on conservatives, he once told Vosh that he wasn't sure if roaming millennial was a full-on neo-Nazi or just a fascist. Oh, wow, Jesus.
Yeah, I
Also,
remember that. I do remember that.
Irish wristwatch. I don't know what Irish wristwatch means, but
is that an Irish laddie reference for?
Oh, maybe.
Can you
But
not
yeah,
say
that's
laddie
unfortunate.
in the chat now.
That he said that.
Yeah.
Would have asked him about that.
He was trying to endear himself to the new tribe.
I didn't want to. I was trying to think of like an eloquent way to bring this up, because I want to ask him if he could redo his switch over again, would he do it differently? Because I want to talk to him about I think a lot of the pushback he had from his switch wasn't that he switched; it was the way in which he switched. Was that he had his video where he switched, and then he sort of like immediately after went on
a bunch of shows,
stream, or someone else's stream, and he basically threw a bunch of people under the bus.
Like
his
roaming millennial,
that were either like his friends or acquaintances. Which I just thought that a lot of people took that in bad taste, and I can understand why. So.
Yeah. You think I could do that? You think if I like reached out to Vosh and said I'm gonna switch and I want to go on your show and throw a bunch of people under the bus, you think that'd be an opportunity for me?
Sure, I think you should do it.
And I could just switch back like a couple days later and go, it wasn't for me. Sorry,
I
you guys.
I tried it. Look, I really.
Sorry, Sitch. I told everyone you were a Nazi, but
It's okay. You have my permission.
You would forgive me, right?
I would.
Okay, good.
I would.
That's a true friend,
there
guys.
You go.
That's a true friend right there.
Right.
Do not let that person go, okay?
You hold on to him and you never let him go.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Air Goth for $5 says, quote, just detransition, bro, end quote, Hunter Avallone.
Yeah.
The Butter Ample for $2 says he's just ignoring you at this point. I assume they're talking about Hunter.
Was it a Hunter thing? Yeah.
Yeah. Fazimo for $5 says, I don't believe there would be any topic where the studies don't conclude that Hunter's ideology is correct. Good thing reality bends towards the alt left.
Oh, hell yeah. We didn't even really get into that fact right there.
That's true.
Yeah.
Air Goth for another $5 says, Hunter has studies from 2047 where he's confirmed he is correct.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, I was just really trying to get him to like understand that point. I think he's a little too caught up in like the debate culture of it, because I'm pretty sure he understood my point eventually. I felt like there was some arguments just to argue.
Right.
That's why I felt like maybe we should have answered, because he asked us what our political ideology was, but before we could talk, we kind of switched topics. So I felt like he was treating us like, we're like these suspect, evil right wingers or whatever.
Well, I told him
look,
before
Hunter,
the show.
we're like you. We're enlightened centrist. Okay.
I actually told him before the show.
Right.
I had said that we are basically like disaffected liberals, and that everyone, like, we have a bunch of conservative people in our audience, but they all accuse Sitch of TDS.
Yeah, well, you said that on the show.
Yeah.
You said, yeah.
Yeah, totally. So, I mean, yeah.
It just, that felt like the energy we were getting, sort of. That's just my interpretation. But
It was low energy to begin with. There was like not a lot of.
I didn't mean low energy. But okay.
Well, I mean, no.
Low energy. Okay.
It was tough to break the ice at first.
Right.
It was very, I don't know, tense maybe is the word. I don't know.
Guarded would be the word.
Guarded is a good word. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
that's fine. It's fine. Well, maybe we'll have him on again.
It is what it is. I don't, we're not, I mean, he's navigating a landscape where, I mean, I guess he's through the bulk of it, but I mean, doing that kind of changing teams thing, I mean, that's hard to do. I'm joking about it here, obviously, but
right.
You guys would hate my fucking guts if I did that. Let's not sugarcoat it here, right? Oh, look, Adam's on Vosh. Oh, fucking telling everyone Sitch is a Nazi. Like, heads would explode, and rightly so.
Well, if you did that, I would assume this was a part of some elaborate.
I know, exactly. You'd be like, I don't believe this for 1 minute.
Some kind of performance
happening here.
Right.
Yeah. Why?
Well, I mean,
it's weird. Go ahead.
There hasn't been anyone who's sort of like a moderate who like has a revelation where they switch. It's always someone who has like a very strong opinion one way or the other.
Yeah,
I mean, I shouldn't say very strong opinion.
Has
a very strong like political position on the political spectrum.
It does make sense. I mean, it made more sense that he made a bunch of content when he was younger that was, vigorously anti-trans when, being, you could make edgy comedy content. And then he found himself in a situation where he's like, shit, I have to fucking distance myself to this.
I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that at all.
So you don't think it's sincere, but I mean, it's logical at least.
No, but I'm saying that doesn't make any sense. I mean, he lost, if you look at his viewership before and after, there's like, you have to be really stupid to think that, that you were going to gain more viewers by, quote unquote, switching.
Yeah, but he had some revelation that the people who were on his side were like, not the kind of people he wanted to be hanging out with.
Yeah, but that's a completely different argument though. Well, that's not a financial argument.
What? No, I thought the argument that he made was, that was basically that argument.
Oh, I thought you were saying that there's some financial argument going on here.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay. I
didn't dive into the finance. I didn't dive into the financial. I mean, I would suspect you'd be like, I don't know where I'm going to end up in the financial realm of this thing, but I mean, it makes sense to me.
Well, that's why I was curious. I mean, we didn't really get an answer because I was like really curious. Like, what? I mean, he had a very radical political shift, and I was like, well, like what? Like, give me something. I'm really curious what the specifics are that like changed him. And
he said,
to me, that's fascinating. He said it was like he said LGBT issues, but I don't know, what does that mean?
I didn't watch his content, so I don't know how like terrible his anti-LGBT, anti-trans, like he was probably making videos saying, just terrible. Like
his old content is like very stereotypical right-wing bubble tribe. Yeah, liberals are all fucking stupid. Like, like kind of Steven Crowder level.
But he said he said he made videos that were very anti-trans.
Sure, yeah, and
were they Lauren levels anti-trans? Were they like? Did he mention that Blaire should like grow out her mustache and fucking get off the internet?
They were he was nowhere near Lauren.
Okay,
levels.
So I don't know. I'm just saying. But if he made any videos that were like that level, he's probably woke up one day and was horrified. Like, what did I do? Holy shit!
Yeah, but I'm curious. To me, not even politically, but just as like psychologically, like. How does that shift occur in a person? How do you just like, what sparks that revelation where you go, oh,
you're like, oh my God, the landscape has completely changed around me. I was making edgy jokes in 2014 when this was totally acceptable, and now it's not totally acceptable, and I have to do a mea culpa or I'm going to be canceled.
Right.
Like self-preservation is the pitch that I'm making here. Which makes logical sense to me if depending upon what the content was, but I don't know what the content was. Maybe this is just like,
you weren't crapping on Lauren Chen.
No, I got no problem.
You know, he said Lauren. He said no. He meant Lauren from the debate. Lauren Witzke, whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
her name was.
Lauren Witzke.
Yeah, he wasn't talking about Lauren Chen.
Yeah, a different Lauren. Lauren in the video that we were watching, the blonde Lauren that told basically Blaire to get off the internet and out of the Republican Party and that, like, not to exist. Like, God, the terrible shit she was saying.
Right.
Let us know in the chat if you know if Hunter made equivalent level content as that. Let us know.
I remember watching some of his old content like when it was current. I don't remember anything reaching the insane levels of like Lauren Witz, whatever, saying her crazy transphobic shit. Yeah.
I like Samir says Adam gets triggered all the time and says stupid shit. Hell yeah.
True. I mean, he says stupid shit without even being triggered all the time.
Hell yeah. That's kind of my brand. What are you talking about? That's my brand.
That's good. That's a good brand. I like them. Whalers for $5 says studies are worth more points, and I have more studies than you. Also, your studies don't count because they aren't from my team. I win, you lose.
Basically, yes. Excellent summary of the discussion.
True.
Those studies.
The studies, Duke. The studies.
Yeah.
I'm fine with studies. It just, as I was trying to explain, they weren't relevant to my very specific point that I was trying to make. But okay,
true.
That's fine.
Yeah. And he was the one making the argument from ignorance fallacy.
I know, Adam. It's okay. I know.
Well, he falsely accused me. He made the false accusation fallacy.
I think it's funny. You get like upset about something, and you're just like a dog with a bone. You're like, you just hold on to it.
I'm sorry. That's persistence. Is persistence a moral virtue in your eyes, Sitch, or no? You're terrible. You're terrible. The answer is yes, it is a moral virtue, okay? Let me just answer for you.
I think Hunter made a video basically just saying there are two biological sexes. Well, that's true, though. There are two biological sexes.
But you're going to get canceled for that on YouTube sooner or later. They're coming to... My slut shaming is awesome video. Oh, man.
I'm trying to... Who was I hearing? Oh, no, was it... Who was this on Joe Rogan? I don't know. There's some lady. I think it was on Joe Rogan. There was a lady who was like all talking about... She was studying testosterone and sex differences. And she was talking about how she had in the past said, oh, there's more than two sexes. And then she's like, did the research. And it's like, oh, that's ridiculous because sex is... And Brett Weinstein always says this. Sex is based around the gametes that you produce. And there's only two fucking gametes. So it's obviously only two sexes.
Yep.
So, yeah.
True.
You can get that loyal sidekick thing off the screen, Adam.
Well, I thought you liked this meme. What are you talking about?
I do like the meme, but you can get it. You can delete it from your computer forever.
This dirty, disgusting lie will not stand.
Oh my God! Patrick Mulligan made a better version of the meme you love so much that CT sent us. You have to see it.
I'll check it out.
I don't know if we can put that on stream. It might be a little too racy.
Oh no.
Might be a little too hardcore. It might get in trouble. It's a little too much boobage.
Oh wow! Holy cow! Yeah, no, we're not showing this.
There you go. Yeah. Sorry, Patrick. A little too sexy. You have to.
What are you trying to get us? Trying to get us shut down?
Yes.
Come on, our channel is talking about. Eyes are on us. Let's just say Lance is watching these streams now. Okay.
That's right. He's looking for clips. Whalers for $5 says, fund these clinics or they'll keep ruining lives. Sounds like a threat. Maybe there's a different problem.
Yeah.
Put cat pictures over the bad parts. Yeah, if Patrick like censors the bad parts, then maybe we'll put it up.
What is your because I'm curious about whether or not it is a good path to fund the gender clinics.
Well, I laid out the problem, as I said that he's assuming that the gender clinics are going to follow the proper medical procedures and properly weed out the false positives. And you're and other people, including myself, are saying, well, I don't know what you're guaranteeing that based on.
Yeah, nothing. Your moral intuitions. Your I want to win the debate studies.
Mm-hmm. The Butter Anvil for $50. Thank you so much, Butter Anvil. Wow.
That's awesome.
Says, I'm so fucking bored. Oh my God.
What?
This is at some point in the Hunter conversation. So there you go.
He says I'm so fucking. He paid $50 to say I'm so fucking bored.
He did. I appreciate that.
Holy cow. Well, he wanted you to say it though, right to Hunter's face, though. That's why he did the $50.
That's true. Sorry. I get when we have a guest on, I often get distracted trying to listen, and I don't see the super chats.
I hope you don't feel.
Also, I wouldn't say that to Hunter's face. I'm not a dick.
Yeah.
Brian for $2 says many people who get tattoos eventually regret it. True.
Yeah. I don't know.
Derek Drummond for $5 says Hunter will never change his position because he's not open to changing his position. This is a waste of time.
I thought it was fun. I thought it was interesting.
Well, I didn't think Hunter would change his position. I was just trying to more understand. At first, I'm just trying to understand his change in his position. And then I'm just trying to get him to try to understand the other side as having validity to it, I guess.
Yeah.
As Adam was saying, that it's not as settled as you're making it out to be, but okay.
It's not as settled. You're mischaracterizing their positions. Right. I mean, the mischaracterization of the positions is done for political advantage, but I mean, yeah, you're not looking for truth, and when you're in a debate trying to argue that you have the truth when you're really not even looking for it, it offends my sensibilities. I mean, that's worse than stereotypes.
Absolute Unit for $5 says children cannot consent. That's true.
That is true.
Jay Yusurian Goral Mayan for £5 says Aiden Hunter conversation now.
Yeah. What? Aiden, reach out to Hunter. I mean, set it up.
That would be an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
I guess. Aiden's got all the studies. She'd be like, you got studies? I got studies.
Hunter doesn't want to have a talk with Sean, actual Justice Warrior, and I don't know.
We should set that up.
I don't know if we can. I don't know that Hunter wants to have a conversation with him. I mean, Sean is going to destroy him. What the hell? Sean has the studies. Sean doesn't want to talk big picture.
Right.
And Sean's going to be condescending and mean.
That's true. That's
why would Hunter want to do that? I don't like.
Well, don't call him a Nazi or whatever he calls him, or a racist or whatever. If you're not going to get some pushback on that. William Kurt for $10 says the treatment simply isn't effective. That's because the dialectic around this argument doesn't discuss the actual issue at the base. 70% of trans people report childhood physical sexual abuse. Is that true?
Oh, that's awful.
70%? That's crazy.
That's awful. Can you imagine someone who has that fucked up thing to deal with, and then tries to deal with their issue through transitioning, and then feels fucked over by the medical community because they didn't really have gender dysphoria? That's why I'm like, this is why I'm so, oh God, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to march into a debate and debate so matter of factly. So I know I have the truth here when, oh God, like, I'm just like, what the fuck? How can you claim you're for downtrodden, dispossessed people when how much more downtrodden is that?
Who changed his opinion?
What do you mean?
Vosh.
No one. Vosh did?
Vosh changed. Hunter credits his conversation with Vosh as changing his position on the political
You're making my point. These people are actually doing tangible damage.
Who would he be emulating in a conversation? The
Vosh,
person who is aggressively stupid, who will never, who always says everything with the 100% air of certainty, regardless of whether he's just making it up on the spot or not.
Well, you can't, but you can't claim that you care about these people when you literally don't give a fuck about these people, because that's like that is the worst story ever. And you're literally coming into a situation, you're arguing that like the outcome of your argument is more situations like that, right? Yeah. What epistemic humility, I think, is what it is. Yeah. We need more humility.
CT says, I know it's 1 in 7 kids that report maltreatment as a youth. Huh. That's a lot less than 70%, but still not good. Whale Ears for $5 says, every time I've driven 100 miles, it's been safe. All the evidence points to it being safe for me, specifically to drive 100 miles. So why should I stop? 100 miles per hour. So there you go. There you go. I like it. That's how I always judge how fast I should drive. I don't care what the speed limits say.
Everywhere.
Yeah. I've never gotten in an accident driving 100 miles per hour, so therefore it's safe. True.
I have been in, I think, maybe 13 or 14 automobile accidents. How many have you been in?
Oh my God. How many? 13?
I kind of quit counting it, like,
oh my God,
10.
Adam.
Yeah,
are you like
I'm
half
guessing.
Asian? What's happening here?
You fucking, maybe. I don't know.
I've been in one accident.
Really? Oh man.
Yes.
Yeah, I was in like 3 accidents in 1 weekend one time.
Oh my God, dude, you need to fucking chill. A-Team is not known for its driving abilities.
Yeah.
That's funny.
High risk, man. I like to have fun.
There you go. Fozzie Mo for $5 says, why are we giving cross-sex hormones and sex hormone suppression for a gender issue? I thought these were separate biological and social versus social issues. That's a good point.
True.
Yeah. There's so many inherent problems and contradictions in a lot of the alt-left's arguments about gender and sex once you introduce transgender into the conversation that they just sort of try to ignore and hide from. Yeah, that's true.
People always try to hide from their contradictions.
Sammy G for $10. Thanks, Sam. Says, but does Hunter's data differentiate between estrogen and testosterone? Because the hormone effects from estrogen is usually reversible, unlike testosterone on the body.
Really?
Or is it all hormones? Oh,
that's so sad.
Good question.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Because all women are, first of all, there's a huge number of female to male transitions over the male to female transitions. Like the numbers are not close to equal. And if the testosterone is the one that's not reversible, that's the one that most of the people are getting. That's so awful.
Interesting.
That's so awful.
That's interesting. I wonder why that is. But Chris Jones for $2 says, Actual Justice Warrior debunked that trans regret survey. Oh, interesting. Which wasn't even relevant to my point, but okay. But I agree. But I'll check it out. William Kurt for $5 says, start asking how many times results have been reproduced in these studies. Sociology and psychology is going through a reproducibility crisis. Now, that's very true.
Yeah, you guys are, awesome. You guys understand the arguments. Why are we putting so much faith into these studies?
I know. Well, but the thing is, and his response would be, well, it doesn't matter. You just have to work with the data that you have and make the best decision based off the data you have, which I don't necessarily disagree with that concept. I think the trans advocates or activists, I should say, not advocates, trans activists are pushing very hard on being anti-science, anti-studying, anti-medicalizing all this stuff. And that's my big problem with all of it.
Yeah, they don't want to get more data. This is what Abigail Shrier makes, the case that she makes in the book. It's like, no, we have enough. We know. Stop studying this because we might prove ourselves wrong.
Right. Absolute Unit for $2 says F. F's in the chat.
Probably for my mic. What's with my mic issues? Jeez, that was so
don't
weird.
know. Glad you got it working again, though. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, I've said it before. I'll say it again. no true CRT.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very weird position that he was taking. But okay.
I zoned out a little bit on it, but that's generally the CRT position.
Right, but it was a different because Sam and Aaron were saying, "Oh, like you're kind of misunderstanding it," and then Hunter was saying, "Oh, we can just throw that away and ignore it, even if these are the people that created CRT." It's like, oh, okay, I don't know, like. I don't know.
I'm a little bit sympathetic to that argument just because it already happened in psychology. But I mean, you're talking about
that hasn't happened in psychology, though.
You're talking about throwing out the baby and getting a new baby.
But no. But he brought that argument up, and I thought I properly dismantled it, which is that I said, in psychology, if you go around to psychologists right now and ask,
they all admit that the origins are bunk.
Yeah,
I heard that part.
They all say, we don't agree with Freud. Okay, this is very explicit. Like, there's no confusion here about Freud.
Totally.
Right. But that is not true of a critical race theory. That's not true of any of these.
Not today, though. Fields. But I mean, if imagine a world, in 10 years when they say, there are systemic problems that we need to deal with. And Derek Bell was high as a fucking kite when he said, all the things he said about white people would never team with black people to actually solve those issues.
Right.
And also all the shit about dismissing science as some white fucking, white, the ultimate manifestation of white supremacy. Science is the tool to solve these.
Right.
Race. Like I don't, the legal system, I think, I don't know that the legal system doesn't have racial issues with it. So fuck.
The difference would be, the liberal argument, which I agree with, is that, or the liberalism argument would be that, well, the system is fine. It's just that there are biased people in the system and they interpret things, racially and bigotry.
Racial stereotypes, exactly.
Racial stereotypes, or they're biased.
Yeah.
Or the system itself is neutral and can be used to create racist laws, like it had been in the past. But then it can also be used to, create, racial equality and laws that dismantle racism.
Sure, totally, yeah.
Right.
But
they
we
don't
need to adopt the
say
tools
that.
of science, and being anti-science is not going to go in that direction. So they would have to have a mea culpa the same way that they did in psychology. They said, listen, Freud is this cokehead. He doesn't write anything down. He's talking about dreams and shit. Like we need to get some sort of scientific methodology here.
Right. But they're the ones, the CRT people are the ones that are like, no. It's not just that the law is used for racism. The law itself has some inherent racism in it that can never be really removed or reformed.
Right.
And that's where all the anti-liberalism starts to come up into it. So
right. You're saying that they'll never have that mea culpa and they'll never turn their back on Derek Bell, and you could be right. Yeah, you definitely could be right.
They agree with it. I don't like the idea that Hunter is saying, maybe modern CRT people will disagree with us. Like, well, that's not true. They don't. They 100% still agree with this stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you'd have to give me, and I said you have to give me some sort of source here of modern CRT people saying, oh, Derek Bell sucks. I just like this one very specific thing about CRT.
Right.
But,
yeah, I agree. You'd have to get that. Yeah. And it seems like you're never going to get that.
I know. Absolute Unit for $5 says kick Hunter. Vagabond 666 Gmail for 5 Aussies says social construct is a useless term. Everything is a social construct. Whether something is a planet is a social construct. See Pluto. Yes, 100%. 1000%.
What? Pluto's a social construct?
Yes. I was writing a script for a video on this because it annoys me. On that podcast that Hunter was on, there was like 10 people. It's one of these massive, terrible podcasts. It was like 1 million people on it. And this guy starts reading like the tenets of CRT. And the first one is the race is a social construct stuff. And it's so annoying because no one understands what that means. Like neither the people on the left or the right like really understand what that means. And so they get in this they got in like a 40-minute fucking argument about whether race is a social construct. I'm like, this is so dumb because everyone agrees that it is. They just don't necessarily understand how the concept of social construct is being used and levied in this topic. And it creates this very awful conversation.
Yeah. So annoying when both sides of the argument are making bullshit arguments. You're like, nobody's even close to the truth here.
Right. Yeah, because the person on the right says, well, how can race be a social construct? I can use my eyeballs and see someone as black.
Right, totally. Right? Yeah.
And then the person on the left doesn't understand what a social construct is. And then they don't explain that. Yeah. It's nothing to, And it just, it's terrible. But yeah, that's why as Vagabond said, I've adopted the whole, you have to take the broadest definition of social construct in all these conversations. So if anyone ever brings up, you just say, well, that's pointless because everything's a social construct. So let's not even talk about it.
Yeah. Words are a social construct. Yes.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Really? Words, social construct? Crazy.
Getting so deep here.
I know.
I'm learning so much about life.
Nicholas Frontier for $5 says, does every person under the same race share the same experiences? Obviously, no, obviously not. Or does where they grew up play a part? Race does not equal personality. True. Very good point. Yep. And that was the one thing, or one of the two things Hunter was able to criticize about CRT was the contention that every black person is able to speak on like the joint black experience. Because obviously that's crazy and doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Don't you want to be the representative of white people?
Right. Whalers for $5 says, don't do away with mid-century Germans because of the mustache and friends. There's something to save, surely, right? Or maybe this argument is bullshit. Yeah, look, just because Nazism had bad leaders, originally, doesn't mean that we should get rid of Nazism, right, Hunter? I mean, maybe there's something we could salvage in there.
The argument does work with psychology, though. I'm telling you, I've made this argument myself. It does work with psychology because psychology had a fucking rough start, but
it doesn't work with psychology, though. Because psychology does the mea culpa, so.
Yeah, but if the mea, like, we're in 100% agreement here.
Sure.
You're arguing that the mea culpa will never come with critical race theory. Maybe there was a time when people believed the mea culpa would never come with psychology. Astronomy.
When that day occurs, then we can change the conversation.
Did astronomy like grow out of astrology?
I don't.
Like the mea culpa came,
But this is why I was trying to, and I did this in our conversation with Aaron and James, I keep saying his fucking name wrong. Aaron and Sam, and I said this with Hunter now, and I didn't get an answer from any of them, which is, what is this? If you're just saying that there's bad stuff in CRT and there's good stuff, for me to
what is the good stuff?
Yeah, for me to make that, to agree or disagree with you, you have to tell me what the good stuff that you want removed from the bad stuff is.
Where's the
baby?
What is
the good stuff? Yeah, where's the baby? And where's the bathwater? And the problem is, every time I hear someone who's defending CRT, all the things they say that are the good things are not specifically related to critical race theory. Systemic racism and the concept of systemic racism was first started by Stokely Carmichael, like 20 years before critical race theory even existed. Yeah. Like, this is not a CRT specific thing.
Yeah. So Lozar1 on Twitter is always pointing out studies that have absolutely nothing to do with CRT, and I'm like, that's just fucking like liberal science enlightenment fucking tools that you're using here.
Right.
You don't. It's not critical race theory, and you don't need critical race theory to have these conversations. Critical race theory is arguing for something very specific.
They're sort of doing this thing where, like, on one hand, if you criticize CRT, they say, well, that's not part of CRT. That's part of some other critical pedagogy, something that's, not CRT. But then when you say, well, what do they like about CRT? They point to a bunch of things that are not
CRT and are basically liberalism. Yeah.
Yes.
Things that you can get without CRT. You're like,
right. I'm like, what the fuck? You can't have it both ways, guys. Okay.
Color blindness.
I know.
Martin Luther King. Don't judge it. It's like, fuck you.
Right.
Do not tell me that's CRT.
I mean, I'll send Hunter. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter because he'd make the same argument. I'll send him. I have the PDF for the writings that form critical race theory. You just have to read the introduction, and it's like dripping with anti-liberalism. Like it's you can't read that and say, oh, these people are in favor of liberalism. They fucking hate it. That's what's this is all motivated by anti-liberalism.
Yeah, fascinating.
Vagabond666 Gmail for 5 Aussie bucks says, also, you guys need to get better at shooting down BS arguments. CRT is a legal thing, really. Then why are we talking about it being taught in K-12? So there's this thing that's kind of annoying, which is in these conversations when you're talking to someone, especially when they talk for like a long time, they'll throw out like 10 points.
Totally.
And you kind of have to pick and choose, like, well, what are you going to address?
Yeah.
You know, you can't address everything they said.
And
so
everyone in chat wants you to approach it to
a different
counter
topic.
a different one.
Right,
yeah,
right.
exactly.
And it's sort of like a balancing act where you're trying to figure out, like, and I'm sure you guys have noticed this when me and Adam are talking, often, almost every time, me and Adam have very different areas of interest that we're trying to focus in on. So
totally. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just so.
We don't powwow before these things either and go, listen, this is going to be the point of attack here or anything.
Right.
He did. He did walk into my social contagion trap.
He did.
I want credit. He's like, oh my God, what are you talking about? You already agreed. That was great. Wasn't that great?
That's true. He activated your trap card.
Yeah. Oh my God, Sitch.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Continue.
He activated my trap card.
No, I didn't mean that. Continue.
Sashman for 35 Zardoses says, Hunter framing Adam's argument as being pro-child suicide is such bad faith. Adam was a polite centrist host. Next time being me in to defend, bring me in to defend the A team. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I let some stuff slide just because of out of being optics. Last week I lost my shit and fucking that's not a good way to be. So I was trying to be on my best behavior. I channeled my inner Blaire White.
Oh, someone drew a picture. Oh, send this to you. This is a great picture. No, it's not anything bad. Relating to the Mahler Loki situation.
Uh-oh.
It's pretty great. Jake's Tiny Cobb for $10 says, one good thing to come from this whole woke crap is it's much easier to identify the people with severe mental illness. I was A team until Adam made AP cry. S class is the less mean class. There you go.
See?
There you go.
But you can't win either way. Like
True.
if you're too mean, you get called out, and if you're not mean enough, you get called out.
Too mean.
What?
William Kurt for $5 says he's slipping around like a greased eel. Nail him on a certain proposition. Is the idea that society is intrinsically white supremacist right or wrong? He would just say he doesn't agree with that. But that's an old original argument that we can do away with or something. So,
I mean, you answered your own question in the tweet. I mean, the whole slippery thing. It's like,
right.
You're not necessarily going to get an answer just because you ask a question.
True. So this picture was drawn by Black Soul Odin on Twitter. And it's got someone saying, Mahler, Sitch is having a tism. It's got a little Mahler leg. And Mahler says, oh, is he? And then it's got Sitch saying, amazing, so cool, so pretty. Time travel makes total sense. And I have like a little Loki doll.
Look at this.
And then Mahler says, not to worry, the long man will sort him out.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Mahler does have good takes on movies and shit like that.
Yeah.
So sounds like he might have been right too.
So Mahler said on Twitter, Sitch can enjoy his teddy for now. We'll see. Look, I'm still telling you, I don't think the executives at Marvel would allow the writers to basically write free will out of the Marvel universe.
They would do it. They're all dumb shits, though. They would do it inadvertently, not know. They do it because it looks cool. Oh, this is gonna be so cool.
You know what? I could have made that argument like 100 times more confidence if it wasn't for the Star Wars movie.
Dude, some script supervisor has been tearing their hair out forever, going, "Oh my God, you don't understand. This destroys the whole continuity." Like they're just resigned. They're off smoking a joint now. They're like, every time I speak up, they just shoot me down. Fuck this. I hope this movie sucks.
Right. We'll see. We will see. Sanity Now for $5 says, of course the founders have some shitty ideas. Those shitty ideas are called critical race theory.
True.
That's a good one.
I don't see, like, they don't understand the common humanity, identity politics.
Well, we talked about this. We said all these woke fields, they literally don't understand psychology 101. And that's part of it. They don't understand common humanity and in-group, out-group. And like that's how you make people not racist.
Yeah.
Nicholas Frontier for $10 says, just because CRT has aspects of something good does not equate to CRT being entirely good. We need to be able to dilute it down. We need to be able to dilute it down to thy good and discredit the bad and give it a name.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to. If there's some good element of critical race theory that they can even point to, that is specific to critical race theory, that would be my next talking point. Would be like, well, can we just remove that from critical race theory and just talk about this separately? But I can never even get that because I don't know they never have an example of what they like about it.
What about the white fragility?
Right. There you go. That's not CRT, Adam. Okay.
That's the good part.
Yeah. It's
not CRT, I know.
Sam
would be very upset. Sam would be like, "You're straw manning again, Adam."
Chris Jones for $2 says, more opioid clinics to fight opioid addiction.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys got it.
Mahler's in the chat now.
I saw it, yeah.
This meme is accurate. I've been informed of Sitch's wrong thing. We'll see, Mahler. We will see. Okay.
Yes.
We're going to find out. I'll give you this. The last episode doesn't bode well for my theory. I'll give you that much. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. I'm still holding out hope.
He's walking back considerably now. Thank you for straightening him out.
Matthew Van Scoik for $5 says, for Hunter, critical race theory in K-12 is a dodge. How do you feel about concepts the theory derived from critical race theory being taught in schools? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Butter Anvil for $2 says, Aiden needs a wrench. Aiden doesn't have a wrench? Huh. Also, Hi Rags. There you go.
Mahler doesn't have a wrench.
Okay. I'm not going to give Mahler a wrench until we find out about Loki. That will be.
Oh, really?
Maybe that will be it. If Mahler is right about Loki, he'll get a wrench. Maybe that's.
Mahler's had you on his show like half a dozen times. You don't even give him a wrench.
There has to be some agreement about Loki. This will be the bet. The wrench. Oh my God! I'm just trying to make it fun, Adam, and you get so sensitive about the wrenches.
Oh my God! I'm just trying to make it fun.
No, that's not true. Aiden does have a wrench because she was helping try to ban the chat bot.
Yeah, Mahler might have a wrench too. You just don't see it because he's got like the check mark. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Strumpf for $5 says, I've never before heard such persistent defense for a topic that one claims that they're not here to defend. We see your lies, Big Joel. Hack fraud exposed.
Yeah,
there you go.
True.
But you know what? Mahler did donate a bunch of money to the comic.
To the comic?
That's true.
He did, yeah. He got the drawing tier.
Okay, Mahler, you're right. I'll get Mahler's a wrench.
He doesn't know how we're going to draw him in yet, though.
That's right. Aiden has to have a wrench, I'm telling you. This is crazy.
I know. It's just not showing up. It's not showing up because of the...
Sitch is to Loki what Rags is to Avatar The Last Airbender.
Oh.
There you go. Everyone gets one bad take, right? Everyone gets one. Calavar for $5 says, according to CRT, empirical evidence is racist. Therefore, if CRT is academia, isn't CRT racist against critical race theory? True.
Yes.
Williams for $5 says, Hunter's entire position on uncertainty is, I don't know, but Geronimo.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
Right.
Well, it's not my kids. Woo! It's like
I'm not here to defend this, but let me defend it. Stug for $2 says, "Who are the good critical race theorists, Hunter?" Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was asking. He couldn't give me an answer. Akilin Narayarnaswamy for $5 says, "I don't know. I don't know, but I know. Hunter in every issue." Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mad Libs for $10 says, "Hunter's impression of a leftist sounded more like Hunter than Hunter does." Oh no! Oh no! Krista for $5 says, "Totally not married to the ideology of critical race theory, everyone. Zero investment." All caps.
That's where he kind of began, though. That's where he kind of began. So I don't know.
Well, that's why I was confused with him, like getting sucked into defending it when his position started as being, "I don't have an investment into it," and then it kind of ended with him seemingly to have a strong investment into it. So
maybe just to disagree with you.
Well, you have to be careful when a lot of times you get in these conversations and you like get sucked into accidentally defending a position that's not really yours just because you get caught up in like the argument.
Yeah. You know? Do I do that? I don't do that.
You do that all the time, Adam.
I would never
do
dream
that
of
every
doing
stream.
I would never dream of doing that.
Okay, sure. Dr. Diller for $2 says, "Keep Adam muted for the laughs."
He can't do that. That's me doing that.
Yeah, I have no power to mute people on the stream. Nicholas Frontier for $5 says, "If race is a social construct and you're looking at critical theory through race, are you just seeing the things you want to see?"
Yes. Yes, 100%.
Right. Shinso Beam for $5 says, "The issue with looking at stuff through a specific lens is they teach the result of the lens and ignore the hundreds of other lenses because they are bad." Yeah, right. That's what I was exactly. That's exactly it. And I was trying to impart that onto Hunter, but I'm not sure if he got that.
Multiple lenses is multiple verification means. So.
Right. Paradox Engine for $1 says, "One cannot get an ought from an is, but a doctor, quote, should follow the data on trans kids. Why should they? How and says who?" Gules for $4 says, "Hunter's primary appeal to studies for his argument can be dismantled so easily if you just get the social scientist on already." There you go. We should have had Aiden. Sick him, Aiden. We should have had Aiden on. Sick him.
Oh, okay.
That's what Gulas want us to do.
But Aiden was kind of in favor of the social science?
Yeah, but she was going to disagree with the studies or the way he was levying the studies.
I got you. So. Has she dug into the studies? I don't even know.
Yeah, of course she does. Aiden's like the study master. She's like, "I've got studies for days."
Yeah. Turns out that you've got a data set here of like 4 people. Like, what? Okay.
Right. Paradox Ronda says, "The founders of Nazism had some shitty ideas, but I criticized them, like no taxation. I'm not sure about. I would oppose that on a podcast." Hunter Smokescreen Avallone. Yeah, that origin argument was really a bad argument. And I think it was very apparent that was a bad argument. Dr. Diller for $3 says, "Yes, socialism and fascism have both been interpreted poorly, but that's not really all there is. That doesn't really mean they can't be great ideas. I mean, the idea that it wants to overthrow liberalism. No, it's just a critique. There's other good ideas in there. You just have to find them."
Mm-hmm.
True.
We're looking.
Paradox for $1 says, "Having problems pinning a slippery one today? Try out our new definitional intersectionality. Is it materialist? Is it anti-truth? Is it a dialectic? It cares about race? Is it anti-liberal? If you answered yes to all 6, congratulations, you found critical race theory."
True. That's good.
That's good. Gules for $2 says, "Hey Adam, you're muted, and it's time for Aiden."
Woo!
Yes. Anyway. The Crappy Robot for £5 says, "CRT isn't a big deal, God." Okay, then let's not teach it. "No, wait, that's racist. You must teach it. It's super important." Yeah. True. There's a little bit of a discrepancy there. Yes.
Yeah, it's magic.
A little bit.
Terrible and indispensable.
Person 100 for $2 says, pain, period. A-team clean schemes. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Van Scoit for $5 says, Hunter, when you sing along to rap in your car, do you say...
Oh, my God.
I should have asked that. Do you say the N-word, Hunter, in your rap songs that you're listening to? Do you say it? Do you say it?
Yeah.
Answer the question, Hunter. Answer the question.
I don't even sing it in my mind. I don't even.
I'm so not racist. I block it. Like, I don't even hear the word. Like, I block it out mentally.
You know when you get a song stuck in your head?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that word stuck in my head.
I see.
It's just like a blank spot. Yeah.
Mm. You know who does get that word stuck in her head? Robin DiAngelo. I think she just walks around saying the N-word, and she just self-flagellates when she gets home. Yeah. She gets off on it, probably. She probably touches herself while she does it.
NWA is her favorite band.
Stark for $2 says, Adam muted forever. True.
No, we figured it out.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says, A-team mutes the stream. S-class is Zoomer class.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm a millennial. Okay, how dare you? I'm a 90s kid. Okay.
Mm-hmm. A millennial.
Contrast.
Proud of that?
I am very proud of that. 90s was the best generation. The best generation. Contrast for $5. Ozzy says, is it just me, or whenever CRT is debated, there's an exponential increase in no true Scotsman usage? Can we get all these idiots in a stream together?
God. Yeah, that's the thing. That's their whole defense.
That's true. That's true. That's why I want to have
Go ahead.
That's why I want to have Aaron and Sam talk to like Dr. Karen Slater or something. It'd be an interesting conversation. Because I'm assuming Dr. Karen Slater would just say, yes, of course CRT is anti-liberal. And that's good.
There are all these videos where they just lay it out, where they go to the original source material and say what it says and make the argument that it's making it. I don't understand how they're like, that's not it. Not remotely it. It's like, what? And then they can't articulate what it really is. And you're going, oh my God.
True. Ninja Co-Star for £7. Thank you very much, Ninja Co-Star. Based in New Zealand for $9 New Zealand says, hey, Adam, thanks for recommending Why Gender Matters. Great read so far. What were the 6 essential books you recommended when talking to Short Fat Otaku?
It was, and these are on my website too. The Why Nations Fail, Righteous Mind, The Murderer Next Door. I guess I should just look them up on the website. You can look them up on the website, but
look them up on Adam's web. What's your website?
I'm looking them up right now. So
okay,
could read the next super chat. I'll get them to you.
Perfection for $9.9. No, we're gonna sit here in silence.
No, do not sit here and
sit here in awkward.
Well, I'm almost there now.
Dead silence.
The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt. The Dictator's Handbook by Alistair Smith and Bruno Bueno de Mesquita. Why Nations Fail by Why Nations Fail by Darren Acemoglu and James A. Robinson. The Secret of Our Success by Joseph Henrik. Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion by Robert B. Cialdini, which Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion by Robert D. Cialdini has all of the stats around social contagion with suicide.
Interesting.
Why Gender Matters by Leonard Sachs and The Murderer Next Door by David M. Buss.
Wow, that sounds incredible, Adam. Thanks for sharing that list with us.
That is those are my top favorite books. Yeah, no.
You kind of went into Seinfeld at the end there.
Did I? How did I do? If you read those, if you read all of those books, you will be completely equipped to drive yourself insane by the stupid shit that people say all the time. You'll realize most people around you live their lives in a total fog and have no idea what's going on around them.
True.
Yeah, it's very discouraging.
Sick Perfection for $9.99 says people like Hunter regarding CRT are incredibly dangerous. They're pushing CRT as being liberal, and that appeals to normies. People like him are 100% responsible for mainstreaming racism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Sad.
Ninja Co-Star for £5 says Hitler only had one ball. Must mean he's pro-trans. Also, Hunter is a promoter and not a thinker.
Yeah. Well, that sucks. That's dangerous.
Yeah. Cy Brav for $2 says, please get Hunter out of my face. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5. Thank you very much, Hummer. Person 100 for $2 says, it's a 10-hour stream, boys. Adam declared it. We'll see.
Did I?
You did declare it.
I said
we're at 8 hours and 45 minutes. So
I said we're not going to do 10 hours.
No, we'll probably get close though. There's Gemini Semini switching to S-Class. Oh, so delicious.
I have to live in the dark here. I don't know. Like, I don't get to see the super chats on my end. It's basically, I mean, it's good training. It's good training to just go with the flow. My Zen place. Yeah, exactly.
That's right. Doctor 69 all day for 150 says, feels like Hunter is just seeking validation, to be honest. He seems so ignorant. His critical race theory argument would be like a guy arguing that Christianity is cool, but he disagrees with the Old Testament, but couldn't even name basic tenets of Christianity when pressed. Ouch.
Well, that would go exactly with the social intuitionist model in my first book recommendation, The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt. Yeah. Exactly.
The Righteous Mind. You guys got to read The Righteous Mind.
Can you imagine? Will Hunter read The Righteous Mind and come back on and talk to us about it? Oh,
I don't know, Adam. Epic. I think he should, though.
That would be epic.
It would be epic. It would be huge.
Correct.
Dude, give me a Seinfeld.
Here you go. I've never watched Seinfeld. I hate laugh tracks.
What the fuck? Have you never
See,
watched
I knew
Seinfeld?
I hate to disappoint you, but I have a thing about laugh tracks. I can't stand laugh
His
tracks.
stand-up is so good, even if you didn't watch the show.
Did you watch the show Parks and Rec? I love the show Parks and Rec.
No, I have a friend who loves it and has always been trying to get me to watch it, and I just, for no reason whatsoever, I've never watched it. So.
It's so good. Yeah.
Yep. That's what everyone says.
No laugh track.
I tried to watch The Office and I just couldn't get into it. You know, people were like really into The Office for a while.
Somebody had like a screener for The Office, the British version, and I watched all of that. It was so good. I was like, oh, this is great. And then I tried to watch the Steve Carell version. It just didn't seem as good, so it never stuck for me. But
Yeah,
I like
Ricky
the American
Gervais.
version. Yeah,
the American version I was trying to watch. So,
Ricky Gervais is killer.
I like Steve Carell as an actor, so. But maybe I'll try the British version.
The Invention of Lying is an amazing movie, and I think that was written by Ricky Gervais.
Yeah, Ricky Gervais is hilarious. Glowy, it's a 3-parter. She. I don't want to misgender you, Glowy. For $12, says this isn't the subject of the stream, but here are some things to help argue against CRT in the future. When will Europeans get reparations for being put in slavery by the Barbar pirates, which was so bad multiple countries had to team up against them? Blacks were given the option to return to Africa to a country the USA specifically bought for them, so they wouldn't be forced to stay here.
Liberia.
Even if blacks were suffering under some oppression, it was still better than Africa. And how much do blacks who sold slaves to Europeans are to blame? And considering migrants from these countries came here to America, then had kids with descendants of slaves, does this cancel out history? Well, those are some interesting questions that
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see what the answers would be.
This week I almost started listening to the Thomas Sowell book again, where he goes into all of the things Europeans did to end the slave trade, because I was like, oh my God, if I could just pull these out in a debate when they start talking about white supremacy, it'd be so good.
Right.
That would be meaningful. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Barbary Pilot. Barbary.
Yeah.
Barbary Pirates.
Barbary Pirates. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I was just reading what they wrote. Okay.
The bastards.
I was just reading what they Utter Nonsense for $3 says Joel looks like he yells at a grocery store worker and crosses the street if black guys are walking the sidewalk, and then posts about Black Lives Matter and workers' rights on Twitter.
Oh my God, so true. So true.
There you go. Utter Nonsense for $5 says Adam sticks his weasel in women's armpits and dussies.
Oh my God.
Makes women cry and talks about MMT like Joe Rogan talks about DMT, but he's still an A-team daddy. Happy Father's Day.
Oh my God. Thank you guys.
There you go.
All my flaws. I love it.
I would say it's an endorsement, not a ringing endorsement, but an endorsement.
It's a backhanded compliment. I don't know.
CT for $1. Oh my, these next 4 super chats are from CT and Harker.
Uh-oh.
Shame.
Teaming up on us.
Shame. CT for $1 says, you're now the president, but you can only make the changes that improve the lives of cats in your jurisdiction. What would be the 3 things you would change to support the felines in your community?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
So I'd have mandatory cat water fountains. Okay. So that they don't drink that the cooling fluid from cars and die.
They do that?
They can do that, yes.
Yeah.
So that'd be one thing.
Yeah, I don't know. What do cats really want? I mean, it doesn't seem like cats really want anything.
That's the problem.
If I had to go out there and get cat votes, I really can't tell you. I mean, maybe catnip. Like
they want, free catnip.
Yeah.
Bird chases. They want some
but the
birds.
birds, it's so demoralizing when they actually catch
they kill
them.
so many birds a year. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about like 10,000 mice, and we let them go at the park, and then just say like, "Get them, guys."
That's the platform. We have mice release day.
Yeah,
I think that would have a lot of negative repercussions for the rest of the non-cat population.
The rest of the neighborhood. I thought we only cared about the cats, though.
I see.
Come on.
You only care about the pussy.
Let's rabid mice.
Oh my God. And everyone has to get their injection of toxoplasmophria. If they don't have it already.
Oh my God, that's great. That's a good one.
Got to put the brainworm in.
Forced vaccination with toxoplasmosis.
Yes, exactly.
Everybody becomes a cat person.
These are horrible ideas. Harker for $1 says, "Happy Dad Day. Adam, come back and play some more TKO on Jackbox with us. We miss you, and we won't play Sitch's word game this time."
Oh my God.
Anyway, how many people would Adam need to fist fight a very angry goose?
Well, I never played that game, so I don't know.
You've never played the fighting an angry goose game?
That's your game, goose game.
No, she's asking you in real life. How many people would you need, I guess, to fist fight an angry goose?
Just me. I'll take that goose out.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think you can 1v1 me, bro, a goose.
Sure. I'll punch him in the face.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a swan, it's a goose. You know, swans are like vicious. Goose are just fucking punch a goose. Okay. Well, it's a little bitch.
They don't have spurs. I would worry if it was like a game hen, but a goose, I'd just like clock him in the eye.
You you just break they have the hollow bones. You can just
wring their neck.
You can just break a neck in like
goose
a second.
for dinner. I'll karate kick that guy. I'll send him flying across the park.
That's the thing. Whenever you see like the bird attacks on people, it's because the person doesn't want to murder.
I know. They're like, don't mess up my hair.
Because they don't want to kill it. Yeah. They're being nice. Yes.
Yeah.
I take any goose. Okay, I punch every goose in the face.
Get my brass knuckles out.
That's
Fucking
right.
Goose, I'll show you. I'll take him down in one shot.
Harker for $1 says, and to follow up, to simply cause discord, how many people would Sitch need to fight one very angry goose? Well, I already answered that. I just need myself.
Yeah.
I don't even need myself. I think I could have no one fight the goose and still win.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. We're tough guys.
Every goose.
We're internet.
Me and
tough
Adam
guys.
are tough guys. Okay, we can take out any geese you want.
Yeah.
Variant.
Geese don't know how to use the internet, so we can be tough guys. Fuck.
Hey, listen up here, you fucking geese. Me and Adam challenge you, if you're not a pussy, to a 1v1 debate on the Sitch and Adam show next Sunday.
Exactly. Show up or you lose.
I want you guys to tweet out to all these fucking geese and tell them to get on our show, otherwise they're pussies.
Tell them to fuck off. We'll fight the whole flock.
That's right. We'll take as many geese at a time as possible on the next Sunday show. Okay.
They can dive bomb us one at a time. We'll be push, push, push.
That's right. If they're not pussy enough to show up.
Yeah. Something tells me they're south for the winter or something.
Not gonna show up.
Yeah.
CT for $1 says, this was a discussion the laser addict recently had in voice chat, so I pose you both. What are your thoughts about consensual cannibalism? I just joined to this discussion. Okay, it wasn't my topic. LOL. So this is we talked about this with Aiden.
We have, yeah.
Yes.
I'm with Marv.
Who's Marv?
Marv from Sin City.
Oh.
I know enough to know eating people's really weird.
Yeah, I'm against cannibalism, even if it's consensual.
Consensual, yeah. I'm a no fly
on
that one. Yeah.
Cannibalism. No cannibalism.
Bad.
You
want to be eaten by someone else? You seek help. Okay, you talk to a therapist.
Right.
Don't talk to a cannibalist.
Electric Elephant for 10 Aussie says, got some mind-blowing anger. With Adam's constant negative stereotype interruptions last week, a thought-terminating cliche that stopped us getting into deeper understanding of critical race theory principles, data, or other people's views. There you go.
Did I stop the conversation last week?
I think you did a little bit. I think you did a little bit.
Well, that's cool.
But you guys have to give Adam credit. He's taking his lumps like a man. He's not running away.
Mean, there were two interactions, and obviously I feel terrible that Aiden was distraught. And the first one, I mean, Lance.
You brought up negative memories in her that she had to relive. You monster.
Yeah, I know. I'm fucking terrible. I'm a terrible person. I admit it.
That's true.
Sometimes we fail as human beings.
I know.
It's what you do with that failure that matters. Come on, this is.
Why do we fall, Master Wayne? So that we can get back up.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Look, I got back on the horse. I'm ready.
That's
I'm
right.
ready.
Adam's ready to eat that horse.
I think. I mean, I felt I did better with Hunter this week.
Sure.
So I mean, I learned a bit.
There you go.
And I tried the high ground maneuver a couple of times and didn't let it get to me.
Good job, Obi-Wan.
Even though I was triggered as fuck.
Good job.
Yeah. But, we'll see what happens. We can't all be Aiden Paladin,
That's true. That's true. Harker, stop giving money. You're not allowed. Okay, we've talked about this, Harker.
Only one Aiden Paladin, okay?
Harker for another $1. You need to stop it. Says, I'm upping the stakes then. You're going to 2v2 two swans.
What? Swans? No. I love swans. Swans are beautiful animals.
Swans are like way more vicious than geese. I don't know if you knew this, Adam. Yes.
When was the last time you hung out with a goose? Because I feel like I've seen one recently.
Like last week. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
Why? When was the last time you hung out with a goose?
I don't know. Now I'm wondering if it was pre-pandemic or I think it was pre-pandemic.
It was probably pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
The geese can carry the coof. The coof, so you want to be careful.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, and they don't wear masks properly. That just doesn't fit over their bill. So you're probably right. You don't want to hang out with any geese till after you get vaccinated.
My wife and I used to go to the Huntington quite regularly in Pasadena, and there's a bunch of goose that wander around there and shit in the grass and stuff. Yeah.
But no, we could take swans. We might just incur a little bit of damage in the process because they're vicious.
And
try to peck your eyes out. But
really,
you snap their necks. They have a giant weak. It's like a giraffe. It's like a giant spot that's like attack me. The like giraffes, you know, they have the benefit of being tall and like kicking you. It's not, you can't really grab a giraffe by the neck. But a goose, or I mean a swan, you just go like clack. You go snip snap. Give me that neck.
I'm gonna bring my scuba mask and a shovel, and I think I'm gonna take those swans out.
I'm gonna do it barehanded. That swan's gonna start flapping its wings, flying us. I'm gonna be like Falcon punch right in that swan gooch. Just go bam right in the cloaca. It's gonna get knocked out. One punch that swan.
Oh my god. That's right. Show them what a swan dive is.
Sitch has clearly never tried to snap a swan's neck. You're correct. I have never tried to do that. Have you, Patrick? Have you? Okay. That's true. Yeah. That's true.
Most animals seem more fragile than they actually are. Unless it's a hummingbird. Those things are like fucking paper. I don't even know how they evolved.
Well, swan, I mean, but birds all have hollow bones.
True, yeah. So they can fly.
Yeah.
Lightweight.
Patrick says yes. You have? Okay. Well, but apparently Patrick is the expert at swan murder. Okay, in the chat.
Murder? What are you talking about? It's not murder. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. You can't.
Oh, in a video game. Okay. That's what I thought.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure you could, even if it's bendy, CT. I'm pretty sure you could break us. You can twist a swan's head off. Like they're not owls. They don't have like the 360 swing around.
Yeah, you just grab them by the neck and you like twist.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, even if I can't bend it, I'll just hold it in place. You're strong enough to just hold a swan down. I don't think they're very powerful. So I could be wrong.
I mean, I've seen duck on a lot of menus.
I'm not afraid.
I don't know if I've seen swan on a menu.
People don't eat swan.
An edible bird?
I mean, it's a bird. That? It's meat. You know.
I know. Technically, you can eat anything, right?
Yeah.
Tree bark. I don't know if I'd put it.
Well, you can't really eat tree bark. That's not meat, Dad.
Really? I thought you could eat tree bark. I thought that was like a delicacy.
I don't think. I'm pretty sure humans can't derive nutritional any sort of nutrients from tree bark. So.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think you can. Yeah, if it was an ostrich, now if you had to fight like an ostrich or one of those big birds that like kicks you with the big legs, that's a different situation. I mean, I could still take one, but it would be more of like an actual fight. I don't think a swan.
An ostrich would kick your ass, dude. They weigh like 400 pounds. What are you talking about?
I thought they're not that good though in a fight. I seem to recall watching a Tears U video about ostriches actually sucking in a fight. So.
Oh really?
Yes, but I don't remember.
I'm searching right now for ostrich fight on YouTube.
CT says there's a certain part of your anatomy that would bend and not snap. Just saying, not everything snaps. I don't know what part of anatomy you're talking about, but I don't think the part of anatomy you're referring to has bones in it, like the way a swan's neck does. Okay. Just saying.
Oh my god.
Now a cassowary. I don't think I could take out a cassowary. They're fucking. I fought them in Far Cry 3, but I had a gun, so you know.
Ostriches are evil. Ostriches attack humans compilation.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
3 cheetahs versus ostrich fight to the death. Ostrich fight. Oh my god.
Cheetahs are actually pretty weak, surprisingly. So.
Huh.
You could probably take out a cheetah. If you had to pick a big cat to fight, you'd pick the cheetah. It would be the weakest one.
Elephant interrupts ostrich fight. Ostrich riding. Holy cow. Guy's going full on joust here. I didn't know this was possible.
There you go.
They should put a couple ostriches in like Grand Theft Auto so you could get out and ride them around. That'd be cool.
They have mods. I've seen them. The Hills for $10 says, "Hey, I'm the guy from a few weeks ago that's in the co-op. The reason my company is doing that." Oh, I remember that. The reason my company is doing that is because the owner and founder is an old hippie who retired and thought it was best. But for another $10, the Hill, thank you, says the place is in rough shape. It's comparable to a 40K orc ship in terms of how it's been expanded and repaired. No one wants to do what's necessary to fix it. Seems to be normal for co-ops.
That's hilarious.
There you go.
Tragedy of the commons right there.
There you go.
No one wants to fix it. That's hilarious.
That is hilarious.
You have school teachers buying their own supplies for their classes, but the people at the co-op don't want to pay for anything. What's wrong with society?
Someone said we should fight an ostrich on stream. I bet that would be good ratings. That'd be good views.
Yeah, well,
Sitch
we
and
would
Adam
we would both die according to these videos. So
come on, Adam.
it would be the last show ever.
Okay? No, Adam. That ostrich's gonna come running at us. And I'm gonna just swing around and do like a karate kick in its head and just knock it out. One kick, just go, whatcha?
Are we allowed?
Spin kick.
Can we bring guns to this fight?
Got the feet of fury, Adam. Okay, I don't know about you. I got the feet of fury.
Somehow I think the ostrich would, even if we had guns, the ostrich would still win. Like that head is so tiny.
Oh my god!
I guess
shoot in the chest. You don't have to shoot in the head.
Shoot at the body mass. That's right.
It's a giant body mass. Like run at you. It's a big ball.
Does he have a brain? He's got to have a brain the size
of course
a
it has a
fucking
brain.
peanut.
That's true. Yeah, they're not very smart.
Oh my god.
That's why I'm challenging every ostrich to a debate. That's right. Next Sunday, if you ostriches are man enough, you'll show up and debate me and Adam about critical ostrich theory. That's right. We're tired of your anti-ostrich illiberal nonsense. We're putting the slam down on you.
Sure. Let's do it. Slam down.
Adam is not convinced. Nicholas Frontier for $5 says, thoughts on descriptors versus personality, or what you are versus who you are. A lot of people tend to make gender and race a personality trait and descriptor. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. That's one of my biggest complaints and contentions with identity politics, is that it tries to make, and I think that's a really good way of framing it. It tries to make descriptors of you your personality, when that should not be the case.
Can you imagine, like, oh, straight white male, that's my personality.
Right.
I'm just a straight white male. Oh my god.
That's true. I don't know if you know about this. Do you know about the emu war, Adam, in Australia?
The war of the emus?
Yeah. Do you know about that? There was an emu war. Australia waged a war on emus.
I thought it was the emu versus emu, like a civil war.
No. It was the Australian government and military versus the emu.
I think vaguely I remember something about this, but
and the Australian military lost. They lost to emus.
The emus ended up winning the war.
They ended up defeating the Australian.
Maybe we could sell them like some military hardware or something. Give them some Black Hawks or something. How do you lose a war to the emus?
They lost a war to emus.
What are you fighting with? All they have is bayonets? Like, how the fuck do you lose a war to the emu?
They had guns. They lost. They lost the war to the
emus.
emus.
I told you, those heads are hard to hit. They're very they have very small heads. And I don't know their body mass is so big, I don't even know if the bullet's going to penetrate in there to the heart. Where is the heart?
Oh, no, well. I'm trying to remember. It doesn't say, on Wikipedia, it used to say, like, how many troops lost on the emu side.
What?
I think they ended up killing, like, I don't know, like, it was either 2,000 or 20,000, I don't remember. Like, 2 or 20,000 emus were killed in the Great Emu War. And Australia still lost. Because I think, like, whatever they did, it didn't have, like, a dent on the emu problem whatsoever.
Were emus an invasive species? Is that the thinking behind going to war with them? Or just they like called the president of Australia like some bad names or made fun of his wife or something? What was it?
They were fucking up farms or something.
Okay, so they were doing invasive species.
I'm pretty sure emus. Well, no, I'm pretty sure emus are native to Australia. I mean, the humans are the invasive species.
Oh, I guess you're right. Interesting way to. Interesting way to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
No, this whole planet is ours, Sitch. How dare you?
No, emus are native to Australia.
How dare you? We colonized, we out-colonized the emus.
We did. We out-colonized emus. That's right. Those emus need to assimilate to our superior human culture. Okay?
Yeah.
Fuck critical emu theory. Okay, that's
what
bullshit.
do you expect?
That's right. The Hills for $5 says, "Sorry I had to split my message. I'll update if anything interesting happens." Yeah, awesome. Let us know. I'm curious. Knit Manager for $5 says, "Adam has the Nezku enchantment from Demon Slayer. He sees all humans as his family." Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Ohana means nobody gets left behind.
Well, I'm bleeding heart.
Mm-hmm. Electric Elephant for 5 Aussies says, "Normally love the show, though. Please bring on an MRA. Maybe Bane 666. Worth learning more about the truth of feminism and dispel myths. MRM is egalitarian."
I mean, I've talked to. Now I can't remember her name, but I've talked to some pretty prominent MRAs. Anyway, so I mean, men get fucked in a lot of different situations.
True.
I think we should definitely I'm not opposed to talking about. So
It's pronounced emus? Who says emu? It's emu. I don't care how you Australians say it. It's emu. I don't care what the fuck you guys say. It's not emu. That is wrong. That is wrong, and you are wrong for saying emu. Okay. You are incorrect, sir. You are incorrect.
Paul Elon used to follow me on Twitter. I don't know if he still does. He's like a famous MRA, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, don't say that, Adam. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm not. I'm still contrary. I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce the emu correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stick by emu. I don't trust you, emus. That's ridiculous. That's insane.
I want to say Karen Stenner, but it's not Karen Stenner. Karen Stenner is the one that did the work on the authoritarian. She did social science studies on authoritarianism.
The hell, these British people, they say emu. They say it weird too. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Emu? No. Emu sounds stupid. Emu. What? Emus? Emu? No. It's emu, not emu. What is em? Where does this em come from? Why? There's just one M in emu, okay? There's E-M-U. So you pronounce the E, then you pronounce the M-U. There's not two M's. Okay, if there's two M's in emu, you'd say it's emu. But there's one. There's one. Okay, learn to spell. Speak the English.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Yasarin Gorlin Mayan for £5 says, "I'm making a request on behalf of Short Fat Otaku for him to come on. He's too shy to ask."
We'll have Dev on again, definitely.
We
Dev did a Thursday stream with me.
Yeah, and he just talked to Adam. Yeah.
Dev did a Thursday stream with me, and it was fucking hilarious. We did Vosh and Yaron Brooks debate.
Right.
Yeah.
I listened to some of that, yeah.
Yeah, it was funny. Oh, here it is. Honey Badgers. Karen Strahan? Am I pronouncing that right?
Honey Badger don't give a fuck.
Yeah, Honey Badger don't give a fuck. That was one of the first viral videos.
That was a big viral video back in the day.
That was hilarious.
Honey Badger. Max Yatabi for 10 SARS says, "Daily reminder that Lauren Wizket is a drug mule." That's right. I forgot about that. That's true.
Is it pronounced Karen Strong? Because I did a live stream with Karen Strong, and she's a vocal MRA, and I was arguing against paternity fraud, that there should be mandatory paternity tests, because that would just can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
Every single baby that's born, there's a mandatory paternity test.
That's pretty insane.
Well, that's why not just
every time? I mean,
yeah. What's wrong? You don't like that idea? Why are you gonna let the women?
I think
why
if you
gonna
ask
let
for it, you can get it. But
I think the
it's
guys.
required.
I think the guys would be down for that. I think guys would be like, yeah, sure, why not?
I don't think
have
it's
a mandatory?
necessary, but
It is in some cases.
yeah, but you can ask for it. Yeah, I'm fine with people asking for it. I just don't think it should be mandatory.
But if it was mandatory, that was my argument. If it was mandatory, then women would know that if they had a child, there was going to be a paternity test, and there would be modification of their behavior. Don't you think?
Okay. Hey, Christian's in the chat again. What's up, Christian?
What is up, Christian? Yeah, I did a stream with him too.
Mm-hmm.
I think Literature Dove is going to be on next week.
Nice.
Next Thursday. Yeah. When are you coming back on? What, are you scared of my channel now? You're like, I hang out with you all day Sunday. What the fuck?
Yeah, what?
Come on,
I gotta hang out with you 2 days in a week, Adam. Two whole days? Are you kidding me?
You know you love hanging out with me.
You crazy? You crazy? Stephen Michael Davis. Oh, thank you, Stephen, for another $4.99. We have to have Stephen on again.
Yeah, we gotta have him back on too.
Oh, this was the one I read already. I didn't know Adam's cousin was autistic. Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
Cullivar for $5 says Adam turned into Emerald instead of bam. It's where is Hunter?
Yep.
There you go. Dialogue Always, also known as Loser1, for $5 says I think he's making an argument from the conservative perspective, not his own argument. I think you were doing that at some point, Adam. Yeah.
What was it?
I don't remember. You were trying to make the conservative perspective argument to Hunter. I assume that's what Luzar is talking about. I don't know what he's referring to.
Did he? We got a super chat from Lozar1. Are you kidding me?
Did. I just
really?
read it. Where's your head in the clouds? What's happening here?
I was reading my email. Here,
I know you were.
say it again. I want to know. What
I'm
was
reading.
it?
I'm Adam. I'm going on a
I'm
stream
sorry.
reading my email. I have better things to do than
No,
listen to the
it was
chat
a
and the super
dereliction
chat.
of duty. I thought
Look,
you were
I'm
just.
reading my
Come on, listen.
emails.
You're
Look at my
you're hardly reading super chats here.
Look at my email.
You're basically making jokes the whole time. Okay.
I'm talking about the importance of how you pronounce the word emu, Adam. We got to nail this down. We can't let the Aussies or the Brits win. Okay. So let me read it again.
Okay, let's hear it.
Dialogue Always, parentheses, Luzar1 for $5 says, I'm pretty sure it's pronounced emu. These people that say emu are pretty insane. No.
You're kidding me. That is so not like Lozar to actually chime in on something we're interested in.
I know. He said, I think he's making an argument from the conservative perspective, not his own argument. So I don't know who he was referring to.
Probably Big Jake, or what's his name?
Big Joel.
Big Joel, that's it.
Big
Joel. I'm sorry. I'm delirious here. This is actually when the show gets good, when you're like powering through, you're like exhausted. You're like, it's so funny because I do get exhausted and I do get excited. Like, okay, finally we're done. But then 15 minutes later, I'm like, ready. I could go for like another 2 hours.
That's right. It's all in your head.
It is. This is like marathon. Seriously. We're legendary. Where's Mahler? Mahler, you need to get your act together. God. Are we in good competition with Mahler? Mahler goes like 10 hours, right?
He goes way longer usually.
What? We're not even.
I think so. Don't they usually go like over 12 hours normally?
No, I think we're competitive with Mahler.
Okay.
I think we're definitely competitive with Mahler.
Okay, so. maybe.
Yeah.
Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, along with genetic testing of children at birth, how about anyone getting into a relationship getting genetic testing to avoid accidental incest via unknown parentage?
I completely agree. Test them both. You know, there used to be a time when you had to do that before you got married to make sure.
Really?
You have to take a blood test to make sure that you weren't too close. Yeah.
I feel like
people
that's
be
not
trying
the
to
case.
people be trying to marry their cousins and stuff. I don't know.
God,
Can you marry first cousins? That's not. You can't marry first cousins, right?
Is incest actually like marrying a family member? Is that illegal in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Or is it just like frowned
you can't
upon greatly?
No, you can't do it. It's illegal.
Okay. So yeah,
Can't
I don't know what the cutoff is.
Sitch, sorry, your sister's out of bounds. You can't marry your sister.
Sitch Chan. One day, Sitch Chan. Our love will be recognized as legal.
Stop trying to marry your sister, Sitch.
There you
Okay,
go.
it's gross. I tried to tell you.
Adam, you look at Sitch Chan and you tell me that's gross, okay? With a straight face.
I don't care if she's attractive, okay? You can't marry your sister. I don't care how she makes you feel inside, okay?
Chan, a woo-woo.
There's no way Lance isn't clipping this, okay? This is worse. This is worse than race and IQ. We're literally talking about Sitch marrying his sister, okay?
Chan, why do you do this to me, Oni-san?
Oh my
please?
God.
Oh, woo-woo.
Oh
I
my
just want to
God.
love you. Our love needs to be pure.
Don't stop it. That's so wrong. That's so wrong. What setting was that? That's like
that was the lady setting.
That did sound like a lady. It really
There you
did.
go.
That was
There you
scary. Don't do that again.
Why did you get a little excited, Adam? Is that the problem? A little excited.
I thought you were really marrying your sister. I was
Oh
getting
my
scared for you. I was like,
oh my God.
she's right here. Don't do it, Sitch. Lance will clip it.
That's right. So CT had been sending pictures of geese with serrated teeth to me in the DM.
Oh my God. I know.
Pretty terrifying. They look pretty gross.
They do.
I can still take them. I'm not scared. I just punch them. Just punch them a little bit harder. Okay.
Their beaks are like jigsaw blades. Yeah, you're in trouble.
Stacking damage for $5 says must be Adam's boom mic.
I don't
get it.
Yeah, I don't know if I think it was a problem on the computer. I think it's like a computer issue. Some settings got rewired and my camera was having difficulty too. I went off camera because like I don't wanted to take my glasses off and just kind of like chill.
Red 9 for $5 says Blaire is using weasel words. Oh, no. Quote, Blaire's using weasel words, end quote. Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle a jogger.
Oh, totally. Yes.
That's awful. That's awful. Cullivar for $5 says, if your name is Big Joe or Joel and you look like that, we all know that I think we all know you're compensating.
Ooh.
I think we all know you're compensating there, Joel. There you go.
I thought of a nickname.
What?
For Big Joe.
Bigoted Joel?
No, Big Joke.
Big joke.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
That's the Trumpism. Big Joel. You mean big joke. Everything he says
joke.
is a joke. His life is a joke.
It's good, isn't it? Come on, that's perfect.
That's a good Trumpism.
Big joke.
I agree.
I mean, we call Corncob Jake, right? Don't tell me we're not dipping into Trumpism here. That's
true.
the future
That's
of the party. Everyone will have a nickname.
Everyone gets a nickname.
I'm really surprised that they're not. Maybe they're going to let it chill for a season or two, but the nicknames are going to come back.
I hope so. They're fun.
That's the best part. Is Trump going to run in 2024? God, I hope so.
Oh my God. Swan neck for $1.
No.
Says, oh, wait a minute. I gotta do the proper swan neck voice, right?
Oh no.
You can never snap me, mortal weaklings. I am indestructible and smooth. You can never win with your weak human hands and delicious human fingers.
Oh my God. They're not going to eat our fingers, are they?
There you go.
I like
mean,
my
they will
fingers.
if you're not careful.
I need my fingers.
I think
I use my fingers every day, Sitch. I can't.
Swan eat fingers. I'm sure it's happening.
I might have to take a rain check on this swan fight.
Oh my God! Look at Adam. Adam is such a pussy.
Thoughts.
He's like, wait a minute, they can bite my finger off. I'm gonna back out. I'm a little scared. Oh my God!
Okay, I'll stick with it. I'll do it.
That's right. You better, bitch. Yeah. Better. Also, apparently they can't bite off your finger. So I just looked it up.
I'm skeptical.
I'm just looking at cute pictures of swans with their little baby swan ears. I don't know what a baby swan is called.
I'm trying to think what I could use as a weapon.
You just punch it in the head.
No, but I
or
want
the
something
you just
cool.
punch in the head and then you kick it in the cloaca. Okay.
How about a weed eater? Can I go out the thing with a weed whacker? Can you imagine the weed whacker like right up right upside the head?
Yeah. Right.
I don't know. We'll give it a shot.
David Edwards for $10 says, regarding the reversibility of puberty blockers, not going through puberty when your peers are all going through puberty is not reversible. That's true. Even if the physiological effects are reversible, parentheses, they are not. There you go.
Yeah.
The expert layman for $2 says, when what you need to be true decides what you see. Ooh, that's a good way of framing it.
Every time that happens.
John Smith, hey John, for $4.99 says, Joel thinks Blaire is on the same side as Lauren despite being on opposite sides of the debate because they both identify as conservatives. LOL. Yes.
I know. Such blinders. Don't you understand the conservative philosophy is all about bigotry? Yeah. God, how difficult would it be if conservatism was just all about bigotry? Like, how difficult would it be like to form a fucking party? Come on. So ridiculous.
Batosai the Manslayer, and I trust him because he's the legendary Batosai, says all you do is you cross your arms like a scissor and you catch the swan. So there you go.
You hug the swan? No, thank you.
You cross your arms like a scissor, then you catch its neck and you just go snap and just chop its head off with your hand. Just go.
I thought you were trying to actually like
the scissor
the swan
attack.
to you.
Okay. The legendary scissor hand. Yeah, buddy for $4.99 says the amount of mental gymnastics Joel had to go through to come up with this video makes an octopus look as stiff as a steel beam. True.
We got to download and clip that Joel making, because I swear he even uses the same language as the irreversible damage. Abigail Shire.
Right.
In a talk. Wouldn't it be great to have like those two things lined up, like Big Joel making her argument?
Yeah, maybe.
That would be savage. I'm going to call the squirrel and see if the squirrel can piece this together for us.
Excuse me, squirrel. Stug for $2 says, Sitch, we all know you actually voted for Kanye. True.
Really? No.
Person 100 for $2 says, Adam, your vote should be a poll of 5-year-olds. There you go. Derek Drummond for $5 says, now selling my vote is very bad, and I would never do that. But hypothetically speaking, if I were to sell my vote, how much
would I get? Yeah.
Hypothetically, of course. Yes. Purely an academic question. Not saying I'm actually going to do this. Just
how much was the Biden campaign paying for him? Because they were paying like $100, $200 a vote, right?
I don't know.
According to the Project Veritas. Are you still against Project Veritas? Because
of course they're stupid.
Did you see the interview?
Wait a minute. Remember when like a month or a month and a half ago or 2 months ago when they released some video and I said, release all the videos to see the context, and all the people were like, Sitch, they're going to release all the video. Just you wait. Just you see. They never did. And look where we are now.
Yeah, but he had sources in there that he couldn't compromise his sources. If he released the whole thing. You don't know didn't you watch the Viva Fry? The Viva Fry interview with... Why didn't you?
No. Was it interesting?
Yeah, it's totally interesting.
Okay.
Viva likes him.
Yeah, but that's what... he just sucked up to him the whole time?
No, they had a good talk.
Okay.
Viva hates the fake news too. You don't like Viva Fry? Viva Fry's great.
I do like Viva.
Yeah.
I do like Viva. I got you on Viva. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I know. I came... The algorithm showed me Viva.
Okay. Yeah. I generally don't like their interviews. I like when the two of them are just talking about like law stuff more.
Fascinating. I know. Yeah. We're law geeks.
Sure. Joey Not Nice for $10 says, if I told you my oven was talking to me, you would tell me to get mental help. But if I told you I want to cut my dick off because I was born in the wrong body, oh good. I don't know. Someone changed my mind. Well, Joey, I'm not sure that's the best, most productive way to frame the conversation.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. The expert layman for $5 says, here's an archetype of the guy you threatened for info. He does. Now that you think about, now that you said that, I can totally see Batman being like, "Tell me where she is. Tell me where the Joker's hiding."
Mm-hmm.
He does kind of have that like scruffy look. That's pretty funny. Bjorn Kazark for $5 says, John has a point about what you do in your bedroom as a private individual impacting society. Birth rate is dropping, suicide is up. I mean, you're correct technically that what you do in your own home does impact society, but I don't agree with any prescriptive argument that comes forth from that, saying that that's why society should be able to mandate the things you do in the privacy of your own home that is not harming someone.
So. Well, he specifically pointed out the sexual revolution, which I don't know.
Right.
Like if he's talking about the downfall of the family, you know.
Sure. I mean, the Tradcons have one argument.
Single parent homes and all that shit.
Yeah.
But that single parent homes is not, I mean, that's not an argument against gay marriage or anything. Who cares?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's also funny because the Tradcons, they always want to go back to society when we were economically the most liberal we've ever been in our entire
90
existence.
Top tax bracket, 90%.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Gaming Ranger for $4.99 says, Sitch, I am done crossing state lines and I am now undergoing team/class reassignment surgery to transition to the S class. Also, you were right about Loki. Well, there you go.
What? Oh my God.
Thank you, Gaming Ranger. I'm so glad that you so dangerously crossed state lines to become S class. You rebel, you renegade.
Mahler's not going to like that Loki take, though.
He crossed state lines, Adam.
Yeah. To give a bad take on Loki, though. That's almost like shooting into a crowd.
He crossed state lines and he shot into a crowd of innocent protesters. A very bad take on Loki.
Yeah, exactly. Did you know that Loki take was loaded? Did you know you were using live rounds for that Loki take?
Daniel Chahote for $10 says, 10 spears to go to battle and 9 to shatter. Did the war forge the one that remained? No. All the war did was identify the spear that would not break. Ooh, interesting. Yeah. That's from Stormlight Archive. Get on it, Adam. LOL.
The evolution of the blade. I like it.
There you go. That's cool.
Good metaphor.
Common Cure for $5 says, Sitch, thoughts on the new Subnautica. The first one is one of my favorite games of all time. Oh, I have lots of thoughts on Subnautica Below Zero.
Mm-hmm.
As I've said many times, the first one is also one of my favorite games of all time. I really don't like Below Zero. It's incredibly disappointing.
Really?
Incredibly disappointing. Yes.
You were big
It's
like
sad.
a Leviathan chaser and shit.
I know, but the second one is it's too long to go into. I've actually written pieces of scripts if I ever make a video on it.
Really?
Do
Holy shit! You're gonna do a
really
Subnautica.
didn't like Below Zero, so.
What's your process? You're like, I'm fucking pissed about this game. Let me sit down and write some script out.
Basically.
Okay.
I'm really fucking pissed, and I start talking to myself, and I'm like, why am I talking to myself? I should just talk
write
into a
this down.
computer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, there you go. Why talk to yourself when you can talk to yourself for fame and money on the internet?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think Below Zero is incredibly disappointing on basically every level. Technically, the gameplay and also the story is trash tier garbage.
That's disappointing.
Yep. Well, they did the thing that's always dangerous, which is the first one has a silent protagonist, and the second one has a speaking protagonist. And you can do that. And two examples of games that have done that well are BioShock and I would say technically Portal, even though the protagonist doesn't speak, there's a lot of extra speaking in the second one, kind of similar. But the thing is that both those games had really great writing. So even though there's way more dialogue, it's good because you like the characters. It adds to something. And Below Zero, the writing is awful. So you're just like totally unimmersed by this awful dialogue that's being spoke to you.
That's the worst.
Yes. Yes. Hey, look, it's Sean. Yes, we're still live. Of course, Sean, because we're not quitters like you, okay? We're not wussies.
We don't give up.
You are, okay.
Once the debate is over, we continue to debate the debate after the debaters are gone, long gone.
We're crossing all the state lines from the stream.
We know how that triggers you. We know how the state lines trigger
That's
the
right.
shit out of you.
That's right. Shinzo Beam for $2 says, Tenet is still amazing. Ignore the Kino deniers. False. False.
Yeah.
Gemini Semini for $2 says, I too like things dangling in my face, Adam.
Oh my God. So bad.
Mm-hmm.
So bad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Your S class now, Gemini. Get off my lawn.
The Wooster, as S class, I give Gemini full permission to continue to harass you in the super chats.
Okay, great.
The Wooster for $4.99 says, friendship with Scott Adams and Ben Garrison has ended. Stone Toss is my favorite comic strip artist now. Oh, the Nazi Wooster? Really? The racist Nazi? Okay.
Really?
Terrible.
Stone Toss is a racist comic.
He's a horrible Nazi. Swaggy the Great for $5 says, have either of you seen Lacey Green's video on cancel culture? It was well made, and she seems to have become less tribal in her thinking. No,
Yes,
I'll check it out.
I have, and it is
Oh,
good.
you did?
Yeah.
It is good? Oh, okay.
Yeah. She still
Interesting.
frames her shots perfectly, too, by the way, just in case you're wondering.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Okay. What are you trying to say, Adam?
Nothing. I'm just saying.
You dirty misogynist, you
She's
dirty
still
pervert.
playing. She's still playing the game.
Still playing the game,
She's
the
still
framing
playing
game? Okay.
the same YouTube game. Yeah.
She's got some very nice YouTube assets. Is that what you're saying?
She's, I just, you know what I'm talking about.
She's very good at
she's,
framing her literary devices.
She's got good content.
Okay.
She's got a lot of good content.
Wow, Adam. Terrible. I, Sitch, denounce this horrible misogyny that's taking place. Okay.
What? I'm not doing anything wrong here. It's you.
John Smith for another $1.99 says A equals 1, S equals 19. Like I guess this is if you assign each letter a numerical value. 19 is greater than 1, so therefore S class is better than A team. Thank you, John.
But
John
A is,
used math.
Hold on. A is number 1.
Yeah, 19 is more than 1.
No, that's some twisted logic there.
Adam, I have data. Okay, John Smith has provided data proving with data and math that S class is better than A team. All right.
A team is in first place and you're in 19th place. What are you talking about?
No.
This is not even.
No.
This is
We're
not
not
even
playing by
close.
golf rules. Okay, we're playing by points.
Golf rules.
Golf
Yeah,
is
exactly.
the sport of the white supremacists.
A
right? We all
team
know
is
this.
basically a hole in one, guys. Is what he's saying.
Yeah, if you're a snooty rich white supremacist, okay. Every other sport in the world, numbers go up.
You gotta hit
That's
that ball 19 times. Come
There
on.
you go. RCT for $5 says, "What's A team and S class's opinion on the G Dansk versus Danzig question?" By the way, G Dansk for the win.
Okay.
What?
Danzig's a band, right? I never listened to Danzig, so. But I've heard
apparently, wait a minute. So this is a city. Where is this city?
Oh, Danzig's a city? That makes sense. The band's
Danzig,
named after the city.
Gdansk, or however you pronounce it, is a city on the Baltic coast of northern Poland. So I guess there's a contention that it's called in another language Danzig versus
Oh, I got
Danzig. How do you pronounce the Danzig way versus the Danzig way?
Danzig just sounds cooler. Let it be. Make it so. Number 1, make it so.
Danzig versus Dansk. I agree. Danzig does sound cooler. I'm sorry, RCT. I'm gonna have to go with Danzig. Dr. Diddler for $5 says, not related to anything, but Adam, I love some of your tweets because they get like 5 likes, and I feel bad that nobody cares about your tweets. Unlike S class.
What?
Oh, ouch. Ouch.
What's he talking about?
Saying you don't get the Twitter engagement like I do, Adam. That's what he's saying. That's what the doctor, he just diddled your mind. He just diddled you right on stream.
Hold on.
Right in front of everyone.
My second to my last tweet got 57 likes. Let me see here.
Nice.
The tweet before that got 200.
Conscious about it. Okay.
The tweet before that got 229 likes. The tweet before that got 81 likes. 5 likes. What are you talking about here? Look, the tweet before that is 249 likes. What are you? You're insane. I'm bringing this up. I have to contest.
Look, you got him, Doctor. You fucking diddled him right there. He's triggered now.
It's so like I'm having trouble finding a tweet with 5 likes. This is difficult. What's going on?
Justice Warrior chat says, everyone say sorry to Adam in unison after you read this on my behalf since I hurt him.
Oh my God.
Sorry,
did I get trolled? I totally got trolled.
Trolled. You got a little trolled.
Why are you guys so why is it hate on Adam Day, Sitch? I feel like everyone's beating up on me.
Okay.
What if I cry? I'm gonna cry here. You guys are being mean.
There you go.
Don't make me cry, okay? I will. I'll fucking cry right now. Don't think I won't. I've had acting classes, okay? I know how to cry on command. I do.
I believe him.
I have a spray bottle right here on my desk. I feel I'm tearing up.
Loquacious Primate for $5.
What?
Says, I love this. Loquacious Primate. Says, I love the show. Thank you. And find it a reminder of some universal truths. Our tribal nature, rationality doesn't make us blank slates. And S-Class is the best class.
Boo.
Thank you. Thank you. What? What's the problem?
S-Class jingles keys in people's faces to make them mad.
Yeah, in ATM's faces, and it distracts them.
To make them mad. Mr. Key Jangler.
Bastiat for $5 says, I'm running for my school board. Hunter is so wrong about critical race theory in K-12. Our second graders were given material calling all white children born into racism. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Dude, can you scan that and send it to me? I want to have that. So people can be like, what are they teaching our kids? And I'll be like, bam, here it is, boy.
Then
this is just one edge case, Sitch. Okay?
That's just an anecdote, okay? You don't understand.
This is an outlier, all right? So it's just
critical race theory is completely founded on storytelling, but your story doesn't matter. That's just an anecdote.
Line for $5 says, nice stream, guys. Adam, since you like odd movies, you should watch The Delicate Art of Parking. It's a mockumentary about parking enforcement officer.
That's interesting. I'm not a huge fan of mockumentaries, but maybe I'll check it out.
It does sound pretty funny.
There are a couple mockumentaries that break the mold that are pretty good, but
Solar the Alf for $5 says, the problem with the trans debate is that gender dysphoria isn't a rigorous concept and there's no way to objectively measure it. That's true. That's very true.
Well, what are you talking about? Because I came up with the MRI machine that actually measures
the magic brain scan.
Yeah.
There you go.
Which I was trying to put an objective spin on, and Hunter was like, "No, why you gotta make it so hard? Why it's gotta be definitive? Come on."
Crap Spackle for $5 says, just found out I am part Russian Jew. Where do I pick up my dreidel? S-Class is the best class, and A-Team is Bay Team.
There you go.
That's right. Congratulations, Crap. I'm glad you're joining. You're joining me in being part of the elite ruling Ashkenazi Jew. There you go.
Do they don't send like the free dreidel out with the test?
No, you have to get it from your first secret Jew meeting.
With the DNA test.
Where you talk about how you're going to take over the world. That's when they give you the secret dreidel. It's actually, it serves as like a secret decoder ring. So you can get the secret information that the news is actually telling you that the masses don't understand.
I'm waiting for some like real white supremacist to clip you talking about this kind of stuff and say like, look.
You mean Lance?
Factual stuff right here. Look.
That's right.
He's talking about the secret Jew meetings.
The secret Jews. But see, that's my ploy, Adam. If I talk about it like openly as a joke, then you'll never know if I'm actually serious about it.
If it's real, yeah.
Bum bum bum.
I'm gonna say that I know categorically that it's not true. But
that means you've just fallen for my double Serbian Jew double bluff, Adam.
When are you gonna bring your dad on so we can talk to politics with your dad?
Oh, we should do that. That'd be fun.
I want to meet Mr. Sitch.
That would be fun.
Daddy Sitch.
Oh my God. Milkman Dan for 5 Aussies says, "Hey Adam, can I please get $2.50 of free will and the rest in baby Sitch minutes?"
Baby Sitch meds. What are those?
Baby Sitch minutes.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Let's see. I think I can do that.
Yeah, you can get 250 baby Sitch minutes. That's fine. Hex, what? Hex in the chat says, "Sitch, you took my card away, but you give some random one. You give some rando one.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? What card? I don't even know what you're talking about, Hex. I don't even know what you're referring to. You're gonna be a little bit more specific. Okay, I have the memory of a goldfish. Yes, we can have baby Sitch up for a little bit for that super chat.
Really?
I see it, Adam. I see it. Okay, you're not sneaky anymore. I gotta keep an eye on stream now. I can see Adam's gonna be sneaky.
What?
Yeah.
I'm not sneaky.
Automata for $5 says, "I want to see reactions to the white Hunter Avallone dismissing the ideas of the founders of critical race theory as idiotic nonsense. Someone please clip it."
Oh my God! Did he actually say that?
That's a good point. Well, yeah, he did. He did.
Wow.
He did say that.
This is worse than the anti-trans videos from the past.
Oh, Hex says, "You took away my Jew card for not being Jewish enough." Oh, that's right. I did do that. Well, I guess that's true. Like, okay. Crap Spackle.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the question. You said you're part Russian Jew. Which part? This is on your mother's side or your father's side?
Which side?
It's got to be from your mama. Got to be from your mama. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the rules in Judaism.
Right.
Got to be from your mom.
That was because
you know why? They didn't have paternal DNA required tests back in the biblical days.
I thought it was because of all this soldier rape and stuff like that. They were like,
that could maybe have something to do with it. I don't know.
That's the real reason that they switched. Mm-hmm. They were like,
Hex, I don't make the rules, Hex, okay? I just enforce them with the utmost strict Jewishness, okay? I'm sorry, Hex. I'm so sorry.
I'm kind of a rule breaker myself, but you do seem like a stern rule follower.
There you go. Person 100 for $5 says, "Please confirm this happened. In punitive justice for bullying Aiden last week, Adam was given an armpit kink. A-team is armpit team for life."
Oh, man. Yeah.
There you go.
I chose unwisely. I knew I should have Googled it secretly.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh, that would be lame, though. That's no fun. Fairy Joker for $2 says, "I think you skipped my $20 super chat." Oh, no, yeah, we shouldn't get to it. That was when you got into the argument with Fairy Joker.
Oh, yeah.
Bryant Townsend for $20 says, "Good evening, all. I am also a big fan of Jack Daniels. Are you guys going to be running a free will special on July 4th, or do I need to stockpile before the drought hits? Let's get an enthusiastic S-Class is the best class to finish this off." Thank you, Bryant.
Oh my
is
God.
July 4th a Sunday?
It is on Sunday. Holy shit.
My God.
Are we streaming on 4th of
I don't
July?
know.
I don't know.
I don't know. We'll have to figure it out.
Yeah.
What do you guys feel? Should we stream on Sunday on the 4th of July? I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
We'll think about it. Because usually I do stuff on 4th of July. But
yeah, me too. Yeah. I might have plans on 4th of July.
You might have to stockpile some free will, Bryant.
Yeah.
But there's another Sunday before the 4th of July, so we'll let you know next week.
Well, we could do like a short stream because 4th of July doesn't really get going. Well, yeah, I mean,
I guess,
we do stuff
that's
during
true.
the
Maybe
day.
we can do, well, I don't know. We always say we can do something short and then we get a million super chats. So,
Yeah.
unless
And
we say, like,
also-
we might say, look, we're going to do a 4th of July short stream. If you send us any super chats, we're probably not going to read them. We'll make that very apparent in the beginning.
Read it next week.
We'll see.
I don't know. We might have a barbecue lined up or something like that.
Yeah,
that's
I don't
another thing. 4th of July is like barbecue day.
4th of July is barbecue day. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I heard Jews can break a whiskey glass with their bare hands. Oh, that's very true. That's very
Really?
true. With their bare foreskin.
Really?
Yes, really.
I thought, is it detached or?
Yeah, you have to keep it once you detach it. You don't throw it away. You hold on to it.
Really?
Yeah. You control it like a puppet, like with your psychic
It's like-
animus powers.
It's like magical.
It's like, no, it's like in
foreskin.
JoJo where they have the stands, only it's foreskin instead of a stand.
Yeah. Fascinating.
My God. How West was won for $5 says Destiny debated Big Joel a year or so ago, and Joel basically stated that it's fine for stronger people to steal from weaker people. Yeah, we were referencing that. Yeah, it was Joel looked pretty awful in that conversation. How West was won for $1 says correction. It was earlier this year. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. J Ross for 5 Canadian says A team for life. Adam is right about 12-year-olds voting. There you go.
See, I'm winning them over, man.
There you
I'm
go.
telling you. People are starting to come to the revelation that we should just abolish the voting age.
Okay, I'm skeptical. Redwall 1521 for $20. Thank you very much, Redwall. Says, I always bring up 3 things when debating CRT. Number 1, the Smithsonian saying everything was whiteness. Number 2, the store examples, racist no matter what. Number 3, D'Angelo and Natasi Coates on whiteness. All mainstream examples they can't deny. Well, they'll
Sam
just
did
deny that it's
deny.
critical race theory, but yeah, they are mainstream examples. That's true. Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, get Shoe on Head back on so she can correct you guys on Crystal, Sager, and Kyle. The longer you wait, the more Sitch chin art I will make. We have to correct Shoe on Crystal, Sager, and Kyle, Patrick. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
She's going to correct us.
Yeah. I don't like them. I'm not a fan.
I
of
like
Crystal
Sager.
and Kyle. Especially Kyle. Kyle extra sucks. Kyle extra super sucks.
Yeah. His
Redwall
takes are really ridiculous, but
his takes
alright.
are ridiculous. And he's very he does the Vosh thing where he has like the aggressive stupidity about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
Redwall 1521 for $5 says the problem isn't that there exists a stereotype. Oh, I read that one already.
I read that one. Thank you.
Sure.
I
Glow in
do
the Dark
do
for
some
$10
reading.
says Indians and Chinese make up the majority of Asians. Then the majority of Asians are in general bad drivers, but based on observations, majority of drivers
Oh my God.
drivers outside of what we consider first world countries are bad. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, that's
There you go.
Yeah. If you want to make a stereo about other countries and their driving, then
Fair enough.
yeah.
William Kerr for $5 says antidepressants and ADHD drugs are sketchy as fuck. I stopped taking my SSRIs because it prevented me from ever having dreams at night and wigged me out. That's strange. If it prevented you, well, did it prevent you from having dreams or just prevent you from remembering your dreams? Right?
Yeah, tough call.
Because I mean, I thought they've done studies where like they prevent people from dreaming and it literally makes you like go insane if you don't
Really?
dream.
Really?
Well, let me be clear.
Fascinating.
The only way that they can do this is that they prevent you from entering the REM state.
Yes, that could drive you insane.
Right. And so it's sort of like it's not necessarily maybe the dreaming, but it's something about the REM state you need to do to not go insane. So
Would you rather not have dreams or have nightmares that you can't wake up from?
it's so easy. Obviously, you'd rather not have dreams. What the kind of fucking
Yeah.
choice is that?
I know.
Jesus
It
Christ.
was a trick question.
That was-
You didn't fall
Okay.
for
I
it.
don't know what the trick is. Okay. Simon O'Leary for $5 New Zealand dollars says most alt leftists I know should be farmers because they're great at making straw men.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There you go. Fairy Joker for $5 says, I believe stereotypes are bad. Statistical analysis is good. Adam has a bad habit of interpreting statistical analysis as stereotypes, thus dismissing arguments.
Well, I mean, it sounds like we don't disagree at all.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I have the same take as you at the very beginning there.
William Kurt for $5 says, thank you, William. William's getting a lot of money today. Says, there's a reason why Christians almost never use drums during church services. Drum rituals are associated with child sacrifice, like the Moloch cult. Well, I think drums have always been associated with the quote-unquote pagan rituals. So I think that's probably why they don't do it. It's seen as more like, oh, that's so barbaric. They use drums, we're civilized. Automata for $2 says, to err is human, to persist is devilish.
Yeah, true.
I like that. That's a good saying.
Forgive. That's throwing a slide at me because of being persistent. Tenacity. I mean, tenacity is good though. Not
It
gonna
can
get
be.
anything done
It can
unless
be.
you're tenacious.
True. Static Wave 09 for $5 says, Hunter used to hang out with Blaire White, so I don't know how bad his trans rhetoric could have been. Oh, that's an interesting point.
Oh, okay.
Woodchuck00 for $5 says, Hunter was a fake conservative. That's why he shifted. His new videos are equally uninformed. Used the CBO $15 an hour study, misrepresented, and didn't link. What's the CBO $15 an hour study?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. The CBO put out the $15. The budgetary effects of the raise the wage act of 2021. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Hunter put that out?
He used it. There's this person saying that he used it in some debate and then didn't link it or something. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. When you say he's a fake conservative, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I'm assuming he believed the things he was saying in his old videos at the time. William Kurt for $10. Thank you, William. Says the 70% was from a Canadian study on trans people. It's been so long, I don't remember the original title. I took a screenshot of the results section. Oh, and he links it. Let me see. Let me check this out. This better not be porn. I'm going to be very upset if this is something gross. Okay.
The 70% study. Bam! Right there in your face.
Dick in the face.
Yeah, there you go.
I know.
Gay sex right in front of you.
Hold on. I got to change the thing to make it go. Here we go. Not safe for work. Here's an important result I found when reading studies on trans people. The majority of them have experienced childhood sexual, physical, or emotional abuse. Is gender dysphoria possibly a post-traumatic stress response? Need more research. And then there's a picture of the results. It says 70% physical or sexual abuse. Huh. Interesting. Well, if you can remember, like, if anyone knows what the study is, send me the link on Twitter because I will look into it. It's interesting. Very interesting.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. Not E for $4.99 says, what are your thoughts on the media/blue check snap reaction to the car accident in Florida? A team is final team.
I didn't see
what's the car accident in Florida. Yeah, I don't even know I don't know what you're referring to.
There was a road rage story in California I've been following where some guy shot into a car and killed a kid, which is just a fucking mortifyingly sad story. But
deadly crash at Florida LGBT parade was accident.
Oh yeah,
it happened today or yesterday.
I could see exactly what the media did. Look, a Trump voter ran into a crowd because they hate gay people so much. And really,
the car crash at a Florida Pride parade that killed one marcher and injured another on Saturday night appears to have been an accident.
Yeah, exactly.
The drivers and two male victims were all members. Oh, the driver and so the driver also and 2 male victims were all members of the Fort Lauderdale Gay Men's Chorus.
Yeah, they're all But the
I
media
see.
probably,
So
yeah.
right. So you're saying, and I guess judging by what Naughty said, that a bunch of blue check marks were like, "Oh, this is thank you. This is Donald Trump's America." You know,
Totally, yeah.
Right.
These
And
Trump
it's like,
voters
right.
drove their car into a crowd because they couldn't handle the sight of gay people. It turns out it's a bunch of gay people at Pride drinking and fucking running over people.
The mayor called it a premeditated terrorist attack. Oh my god.
Oh my, yeah.
Jesus, that's awful.
Why do they do that?
I know, it's
Why
disgusting.
do they do that?
It's disgusting because they think
If
it helps them. It's all selector theory. It's gross.
If you're mayor of a town, though, do you really need to like? Are you that desperate to go viral with some story, or so weird?
Oh, here you go. I should have read the rest of the article. The announcement came after speculation that the driver hit the marchers intentionally. The Fort Lauderdale mayor, Dean Trantalis, who witnessed the crash, called it a terrorist attack on the LGBT community. The car came close to striking a vehicle that had Debbie Wasserman Schultz in it. Jeez.
What? Oh my goodness! Holy cow!
The mayor said it was deliberate, it was premeditated, and it was targeted against a specific person. Luckily, they missed that person, but unfortunately, they hit 2 other people. Jesus, what is he referring to when he said like? Because that's a strong ass statement.
Was it Debbie Wasserman Schultz? Was it?
That's what the mayor said.
Are they insinuating the driver was going after Schultz?
Oh, I don't think so. She's not LGBT.
I don't know either. Well, it didn't say they're targeting her because she's LGBT. Maybe it was a disgruntled like Bernie bro.
Okay, here's the mayor's statement now. Here's the walk back. Last evening, at the start of what was to be a celebration of pride for the LGBT community and a commemoration of our hard-won victories for equality, our community faced the worst of tragedies. The grief of our LGBT community and greater Fort Lauderdale as a whole is palpable. First of all, I think the worst LGBT tragedy that happened in Florida was the nightclub shooting, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But anyway. It's like 100, didn't like over 100 people die or something insane. Like it was ridiculous.
Yes. Yeah.
I was eyewitness to these horrifying events. It terrorized me and all around me. I reported what I saw to law enforcement and had strong concerns about what conspired, concerns for the safety of my community. I feared it could be intentional based on what I saw from mere feet away. Mm-hmm. How could you make that distinction? You just see a car hit a person. Like
no shit.
Okay.
What did you see? He had he was holding a sign saying, "I'm gonna get him." Like what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is a bullshit apology anyway. It's not really like a good.
I read the Pulse nightclub turned out not to be a gay thing. Like they looked at his internet searches and whatnot, and he wasn't even.
Someone told us that there was some other motivation for it that had nothing to do. I forget what it was. Someone in the chat probably remembers, but that's pretty awful. Come on, Mayor.
Fully against.
Yeah.
Dumbasses.
Yeah. Don't rush the judgment. Just wait.
But that is the whole, when you see bigotry everywhere, that's the lens. You're like, oh, of course this has to be bigotry.
Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadians says, trying to get JJ McCullen to come on the show, a Canadian conservative YouTuber who's pretty interesting. P.S. I double disavow CT's smuttering. That's funny. James Humble for $5 says, movie recommendation for Adam if he wants a time travel movie with logical time travel. Watch Primer. Might need the tism to enjoy it, though.
I love Primer. Primer's one of my favorite movies.
Oh, you've seen Primer.
Yeah, it's a great movie. The fascinating thing about Primer is he shot that all, I believe, on 16 millimeters and 16 millimeter film.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he shot like 80 minutes of film and edited together like a 78-minute movie, which is just incredible.
That's insane. Jesus.
Yeah, totally.
Oh my God, that's pro as fuck. If that's true.
Yeah.
Wow. Is this some like tiny independent movie?
Yes, totally.
Okay,
yeah.
Interesting.
You haven't seen Primer?
No, I've never seen it.
Primer's a great movie, yeah.
Canvas Infinitum for $2 says, AFAM calling him out on negative weasel stereotype.
Yeah, exactly. I got him good.
That's true. Did you ever show people canvases like he made those cool models of us?
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah, you should bring those up.
Primer movie. Didn't he do
no. Fuck Primer. Look up get the models up.
There's another movie that the Primer guy did that was really good. I thought it was. Oh no, wait, it's Upstream Color. Never mind.
Show the models.
I will. I'm getting ready. I'm warming up to doing it.
Oh my god, I'm warming up to do it. Jeez. Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadians says EFAP shows memes loaded with genitals. You prudes.
Oh my god, do they really?
I guess I don't know if I trust Patrick here.
We have a higher standard here. Okay.
It's not a standard. I don't want to get like a strike for showing nudity on the stream.
That's a standard.
That's my standard. Okay.
Oh, our standard is basically we don't want to get in trouble.
I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah. Naughty for 4.99 says, "Why has the bar of debate moved so much in reverse to where we are acting as though the sins of the father is an actual argument is legitimate?" That's sad.
It is sad. Horrendous.
Nope.
Whose DM am I looking for that has
Canvas Infinitum?
Canvas Infinitum?
Yeah.
Canvas.
You said he sent it to you, right?
Yeah, I found it.
Awesome.
But I don't know that I can show it without showing my DMs here.
Just do the little window.
Is he going to freak out about me showing DMs?
I don't care if you show a DM. You saying bad things about me to Canvas?
Let me see. What does this say? DMs. He sends it to me with a smiley face. I say, cool. Then he says, don't show Sitch because I hate his fucking guts. He's such an idiot. And all he does is drone on and say stupid shit on stream.
Yeah, okay.
Should I?
You should show that.
I can't crop that out, unfortunately.
You should show that, yeah.
Okay.
Ronan Durande for 100 Ronins says, did you guys see Jordan P's interview with Yeonmi Park? What did you think about it? Adam watched it. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, it was great.
It seemed very sad and depressing. So
I don't think I watched all the way to the end because I did. Mm-hmm. I started sobbing like a little girl and then I couldn't finish.
Right.
It's like, this is so sad. Oh my God. Columbia University is more oppressive than North Korea. What? That's a sad thing.
The Physicality channel for $2 says, what up, my fellow gays? There you go. Dr. Diddler for $5 says, wake up, Shu. Vosh is on stream and he needs help finding his tiny coke underneath his hairy fat flaps. Oh, that's awful, Doctor. That's awful. Ronan Durande for 50 Ronan says, put up a list of all your recommendations, Adam. Oh, you did that.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, you did that. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, Mahler's literally in the chat, and you still won't invite Rag on. Rags has an open invitation to come on stream.
Yeah.
With us. Yeah.
It's Mahler's fault. Mahler could just boss him into coming on, but Mahler won't do it. What are we gonna do? Right. So mean.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why does Rags hate us? He won't come on the show. Okay, look, I even made it big. So
awesome.
You gotta give me credit for this.
Awesome.
Look at this. Look. Obviously you can see that Adam is the more determined one. And Sitch is like, you can see, really, it's true.
Look, you got a gun. You got a gun and everything.
Yeah, Adam is the one here in control.
I don't need a gun.
Is just,
okay.
Look, Sitch is following me here, says something to me. I'm like, no, I know what I'm doing. Get out of my way. Here, I pull my gun out.
I'm like, Adam, we need to figure out how to get out of this room. And Adam's like, I'm just going to walk around aimlessly and then pull my gun out. I'm like, Adam, this is not helping. And you're like, Sitch, it always helps to pull my gun out. I'm like, all right.
Let's one more time here. Let's see. How's the gun safety here? Because it seems like I accidentally pointed at your head a couple times.
Yeah, what's your trigger discipline looking like, Adam?
Here it is. Here, look right at your face.
Yeah, I think you need to work on your trigger discipline, Adam.
Yeah. So. Not good.
So Canvas Infinitum made this cool like little model.
Yeah. Here,
very awesome.
Oh, here it is. Here's the I commissioned CT some sprites for dialogue, the script about killer robots and Dr. Kill. So now you can see that he didn't actually say those bad things about you, that I just said that to get under your skin, but it didn't work.
I know.
Unfortunately. I tried, though.
Maybe cool. Killer robots and Dr. Kill. Awesome.
There's another one here. Oh, wait. This one says 0 time, though.
Robots. There's also a video we have to show at the end of this. That's pretty funny.
Okay, here we go. I'm just standing. Oh, the robot in the background is going crazy.
Yeah.
Look how Sitch is looking at me lovingly, and I don't even care about him. I'm totally indifferent.
Look at that Sitch face. That's the face of love, right? A big frown. That's the face of love.
My callous indifference, just looking in the other direction there. I like the second one better. Not only did I almost shoot you accidentally, now I'm just indifferent about it.
Okay. I'm like, Adam, your robot girlfriend is like blowing up behind you, and you're like, I don't care.
We have to share that robot girlfriend, okay?
Oh, really? I don't share.
Yes.
I don't share, Adam. Okay.
That is our robot girlfriend, okay? Please wash the robot girlfriend.
I'm in favor of enforced monogamy, even for my robot wife. Okay.
Please wash the robot after you're done using it. Here, one more time, just so you guys can see. Here,
the worst thing ever.
I'm going to enlarge this look of
don't enlarge anything in this conversation.
I'm going to enlarge this look of callous indifference just so you can see how indifferent I am about this entire thing. Right here it is. Look at this. Look at that.
Looking.
Indifference.
Look at me. I have the exact opposite of indifference. I
know. You're so chapped.
I'm displaying so much emotion.
God damn it. Look at me. Sitch is saying, God damn it. Look at me. Look. Why won't you look at me? That's what he's saying.
Kind of like Gordon Freeman. Now that I see it like maximized.
Sitch is like, why won't you look at me? And me, I'm just sitting there breathing. Ah, fuck.
I'm like, Adam, your robot wife is exploding, and you're just like, staring at the wall, and I'm like, what is happening?
That is an interpretive dance she is doing, Sitch.
Okay.
How dare you?
Okay.
How dare you talk smack about our shared waifu?
Oh my god. Disgusting.
Interpretive dancer.
I'm gonna vomit.
Hold me closer, tiny dancer.
Asa Yar for 5 Aussie bucks says, the emus only think they won. They didn't. We farm and eat them now.
Really? Oh.
There you go.
Soylent Green is made of emus.
That's right. Glow in the Dark for $5 says, if you want to fight a swan, here's some of the biggest stats. The biggest swan recorded was 5 feet 11 inches tall, but only weighed 50 pounds. And had a 5-inch long bill. See? 50 pounds? That's nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, I guess
we could take
a 50-pound.
We could take a 50-pound bird, okay? Easy. I don't need no weed whacker. I just punch it I just kick it in the cloaca.
Yeah. 50 pounds.
Yeah, it's like nothing. Aaron Villarreal for $5 says, guys, check out the New Zealand moa. It's a damn dinosaur. The moa. You're right. That is a damn dinosaur. Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, along with genetic testing of children at birth, how about... Oh, that was the incest one. Elder Millennia for 199 says Prestige is the prequel to the Philadelphia Experiment.
Prestige?
I've never seen
I never
Philadelphia
saw the
Experiment.
Philadelphia Experiment, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that reference. I'm sorry. Drunk Shovel for $5 says, weed whacking birds is why I'm A-team.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah.
There you go. Bisht Coin for 1776. Thank you. America, 1776. Just paying the bill. Thank you. Thank you. Based. I'm going to say your name is Based now. Based Coin. Coin.
Love it.
Very based. Ronan Durande for 100. Ronan says, I loved Tenet probably because I had to really think about it after the end to completely understand the scenes.
Yeah.
I really thought about it too. I spent like 2 days really thinking about Tenet.
Did you really?
I did.
I went to the internet and I watched a bunch of videos and I was super getting into it. Yeah.
Yeah. But then I was like, oh, this doesn't make sense. I mean, it's very captivating. I'll grant the movie that. It's captivating while you're watching it.
Yeah.
If you care about high concept stuff. Philadelphia Experiment isn't a movie. It's a government experiment in teleportation. Oh. Well, I Googled it and a movie came up first. So.
I know the Philadelphia
There you go.
Experiment. It is like a movie.
Philadelphia Experiment is an alleged military experiment supposed to have carried out by the U.S. Navy sometime in October 28, 1943.
Oh, they made a movie about it.
The U.S. Navy destroyer escorted some ship which claimed to have been rendered invisible to enemy devices. There you go. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, look, my last tweet, 230. Here, I'm going to like my own tweet right here. 230. Let's scroll through here. What's this? We have a very special guest on the Sunday show today. You guys are going to love it. It get 81, only 81 likes on that one. Let's see here. Let's see what this one is. 253 likes. This was me. Look, here's Sam. You guys, here's me taking a shot at Sam right here. Here's Sam from the show. Right
there
here.
There you go. There you go.
Hold on. One of the Sam did here. I got another one where I took a shot at Sam.
Wonderful.
Where's that one?
Ninja Coaster for £2 says, it's still my birthday. Happy birthday, Ninja Coaster. Happy birthday.
Here you go. 57 likes. Hey, yeah, happy birthday, Coaster. This is a very sacred day. Thank you for super chatting.
Weekend Jail for $5 says, the face when you play drums, but poorly. Oh, say it.
That is, yeah, I'm no good at drums. Look at this. Here, Sam tweets out, American exceptionalism is cancerous. How could you say such a thing? I know.
Sam, what are you talking about?
So I tweeted, Team Greatest Nation on Earth disagrees. American flag.
I'm pretty sure I liked that tweet myself.
Patriotic. Yeah. What the American exceptionalism is cancerous?
No,
you like that tweet?
Your response. Jeez.
I know Sam is not here. Let's do
Sam. What an awful.
Let's do a little bit of a deep investigation on Sam here. See what he's up to on Twitter. Here he is.
Sitch, I don't think we're gonna reach 10 hours on your stream tonight.
Oh look! Oh, his arch nemesis right here. James Lindsay. Right here.
The Dark Lord himself.
Yeah,
James
exactly.
Lindsay.
We will not abide your insolence, James. Critical race theory is from heaven.
Blasphemy, James. Burn him at the stake for being a witch.
Why is he? He's probably blocked. Sam is probably blocked by James, so he's got to like screen cap him.
Probably.
What's this? All jokes aside, I'm very grateful for my biological. I'm very grateful for my biological father for bringing me into this world. Love you. Happy Father's Day. But he has a picture of
Jack Black.
Is Sam's
Sam,
dad
is your
Jack
father
Black?
Jack Black? I don't think so.
Huh. That's a little odd.
Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadians says, I've sent in over $100 and still no free will. No wonder I can't stop making deprived Sitch chant art at CT's encouragement, but I got no free will. No, look, everyone automatically gets the same amount of free will units that they send in. I just don't say it for every super chat, Patrick. But if you want,
of course.
If you want, Patrick, you just got 5 free units of Canadian tasting maple brand free will.
Woo!
Woo!
Maple.
Also, you got
I
a bunch
love
of other
that
free will
maple
for your
taste.
previous
Yeah.
super chats, but
I love that maple taste, though. Was the maple taste extra, or is that in every single one? Because some people might not like the maple version.
unfortunately, if you pay with Canadian money, you automatically
always
get
get
the maple
maple.
tasting
Yeah.
free will. Yeah, there's not really an option.
Yeah.
So.
No
look,
boysenberry.
I got into a big fight with the free will people. I want to offer boysenberry or blackberry because that's my favorite to the Canadians, and they're just like, nope, Sitch. These are the rules. Okay, they get the maple.
Mm-hmm.
You know what American free will tastes like?
Mm-hmm. Cotton candy. Apple
freedom.
Pie. Oh yeah, freedom. Freedom.
Freedom, motherfucker. Da, 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 da. Mills for $5 says, please go to bed. We're almost there.
Oh my God, how
We're
I
almost
would
there.
loved. Oh, what's this? Martin Luther King. Something about Martin Luther King. Sam says.
Also,
Geo.
did you guys see Brett Weinstein's podcast about different COVID treatments got taken down? Yeah, I did. We talked about it. It was crazy. I only listened to about 2 hours so far, but a very interesting conversation. You can have a fine link in their clips, and you can find it from a link in the clips from it on Odyssey. Well worth the watch. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I was going to use that as an example in our conversation with Hunter about the TOS violations, but we never got to it. We were kind of on a timetable. So.
He would say, Brett Weinstein, that's it. The evergreen guy who's a total racist piece of shit.
That's right.
Yeah, unfortunately, right. Maybe not.
Ninja Co-Star for £5 says, I love you, Sitch. Thank you. But A-Team has Ace. Cigars, BA, and no helicopters. And more importantly, no fools. That's true. A-Team does have all that stuff. Right, Adam?
Yeah, of course. What? Don't laugh at me. I don't like it.
He's referencing
No
the
fools.
actual A-Team. Okay. I paid a fool.
What do you mean?
He's talking about the actual A-Team. Yeah.
Yeah.
With Mr. T on it.
I am the avatar
Okay.
for Mr. T, guys.
There you go. Ronan Durande for another 100 Ronins. Thank you very much, Ronan. Says, all she said was she started to censor herself again at Columbia. I'm kind of triggered at your interpretation, Adam.
I was only joking around.
Who are we
I
talking
was only
about?
joking around. This was a North Korean. This
Oh,
was a North
yeah,
Korean.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no,
North Korea was way worse. Yes, obviously.
Yes.
She was eating bugs. They weren't making her eat bugs in Colombia. They weren't literally. I mean, she had to go like do some surgical procedure without anesthesia, okay?
Jesus.
I know. Oh, can you imagine?
No.
We're all out of anesthesia, Sitch. We're just going to do your appendectomy clean today.
Oh my God.
Here's a shot of vodka. Oh my God.
We're going back
my
to the
God.
olden times, boys.
I know. That's some crazy shit, huh?
Yeah, boosted up.
Sam's craziness is kind of endearing to me.
Does he also look like some family member you fucking once had?
No, he looks like nobody. He sounds like Jordan Peterson occasionally, but
So, and I got in trouble because I said the name wrong. Astolfo SMG made another video that we can watch very briefly.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I remember this one.
Yes, this one was not about Adam admitting that he was gay.
Hold on. I've been messing around with the watch.
I know. I'm just getting it, putting in the watch together. So. Astolfo SMG. There you go, guys. I said it correctly. I'm a big brain. Weekend Joe for $10 says, Sitch, please make some videos. I'm literally paying you. Also, for both of you, what's your opinion on silver and gold, big boy? I actually have a video that's going to come out this week.
Gold's
basically done with it. I just got to put a tag in the video at the end of it, hawking our comic, and then I'll upload it.
So, really? Holy cow.
It's not like a fun video. It's about Israel. But at the video.
Oh my God.
There you go.
We need to update the artwork in the video.
Yes, we do.
Because the artwork we have is like amazing.
That's true. And there's a lot more of it.
Yeah. God damn it. I can't believe. I was going to give a shout out to because we have some like subscribe star people now, and I feel like we should like give them a shout out. But
yes.
I don't know. How do I find our thing? Here, let me look.
So are you asking our opinion on like the metals, silver and gold, or is there some reference that I'm not getting here? But I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on silver or gold.
You're a gold bug, right?
I'm not a gold bug. Despite the stereotype, I don't own any gold actually.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I've said this many times. If gold is so valuable, Adam, why do they keep trying to sell it to me on the TV?
Oh my God.
I don't understand. If it's so valuable, why don't you hold on to it? Why do I have to buy it?
So we need to go for some more goals on Subscribestar because we've achieved all our goals. I said for the $2 goal, $2.
We had $2 goals.
Make Sitch and Adam great again.
Okay.
We achieved that. $25 goal reached. Sitch's mom says we can't do it. I say she's wrong. So you got to tell Mrs. Sitch she was totally wrong. We did it.
I'll tell her. I'll let her know.
We did it.
We did it.
So Ago Bag is one of them. Wait, Yarn Brook Show follows us on Subscribestar. Is that for
That's
real?
Hilarious. Oh my God.
Is that for real? Holy shit.
I don't know.
Oh no, wait. This is other stars. Okay.
Oh, you got me excited.
I can't log in. I can't log for some reason I can't log in, so it's impossible for me to give him a shout out. Damn it.
Ronan Durande for 100 Ronan says, I think both A Team and S Class have a lot of things to offer. Thank you, Ronan. Rohan. Rider of Rohan. Okay, let's watch this video. This is called Adam Learns About Final Fantasy.
I can give you a lot of information about FF10 and FF9 and FF7.
FF10 could have been the best one if Titus was not a shitty main character. I will say.
I don't care how shitty Titus is.
I cry at
it's
the
my
end of Final Fantasy 10.
Every time. Ever 10.
10 has see the most interesting. I like that has a.
Oh yeah, the world is fascinating.
It has the most interesting world, and it has the most.
Said there were two cities, right?
Yeah, Xanarkin and.
Do you know about Luca? Not Luca, Bevel.
But it had and they were fighting for like connection between.
Actually, though, history got it fucked up. Bevel was the tech-heavy city. Xanarkin was the magic-heavy city. And so they killed everybody who lived there to turn them into an ultimate weapon.
You know?
Some are.
Yeah, you know why Cloud Strife's name. I liked how there's like this creature. No one knows where this creature comes from. But it causes all this destruction. And so people create this whole religion around a thing they don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
And then the religion ends up dictating their lives. And everyone starts following this strict religion, even though the whole religion is just bullshit. It was just made up because this fucking monster showed up and no one knew how to deal with it.
How much do you know about FF10? Can I reveal the deep, dark secret?
Astolfo.
Mm-hmm.
Astolfo. There you go.
That was pretty hilarious.
That's pretty funny.
Hilarious. And a kind of an accurate representation of that whole moment on the show. Only you guys went on for like an hour.
It was like 10 minutes. Oh my god.
No, it was a long time. Listen, he took all those different segments and edited them on top of each other. You know, it was like an hour.
It was like 10. It was like 6 minutes. It was like 4 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. The whole chat kept talking about how, boy, I bet if anyone in here actually cared about Final Fantasy, this would be great.
Well, it's not my fault. You guys got to play Final Fantasy X, okay? Get some culture in your lives.
Yeah.
Hey, Weekend Warrior, what's going on? You aroused from lurking. That's fine.
Uncultured.
Orion above average for $5 says, I fell asleep and you guys are still going. Thank God I forgot to give you my weekly sim bucks.
Oh,
thank you, Orion. We appreciate it.
We do not allow sims, but thank you. Here's your free well.
Hopper says, Sitch and Aiden discussing FF was great. See?
Yeah.
There you go, Adam. It was great.
Well, I enjoyed it.
Fantastic.
I caught up on some of my internet research. You could see it in the video. I was like, oh, yeah. Oh, I was always curious about that. Here, let me look that up. When did the Emu War really end again? Here, let me check. Anyways,
thank you all for joining us on this journey through the mind of Big Joke. Thank you for remembering Big Joke. Thank you for joining us in this conversation we had with Hunter. Oh, I wish we could. Maybe we'll talk to him longer in the future when he has more time. Because I think there's lots of more avenues for us to explore. Thank you for all of your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for supporting our comic, and I hope you all have a wonderful and had a wonderful Happy Father's Day.